Hello everyone. Today we're bringing you part 2. First, hey race a quick recap of the previous episode. On reconnaissance ship NB-4444 of the Frontier Defense Force in Sector F, Li Feng used his formidable skills and fearless spirit to rise from an ordinary private to the center of attention. His tale is filled with dramatic turnarounds and satisfying paybacks, tracing the growth of a hot-blooded warrior. Li Feng had barely boarded the ship when a fierce clash with the Windrat clan gave him his first chance to shine. Thanks to his boosted agility, he cut down enemies with ease, gained attribute points, and powered up at lightning speed. While the veterans fought bravely, Li Feng matched their ferocity, blasting Windrats with an energy cannon and showing staggering combat prowess. By pushing past his limits, he transformed from an average soldier into the backbone of the unit. As the missions intensified, Li Feng kept getting stronger and began to grasp the weight of his responsibilities. During one operation, he killed the Windrat chieftain and captured the objective, earning major credit for the squad. He also knew that service on a reconnaissance ship carried a brutal mortality rate, and every mission could be his last. Instead of shrinking back, he fought even harder, revealing remarkable survival instincts and combat talent. Li Feng's rapid ascent drew the attention of Captain Bu Qianzhong, who promoted him to squad leader and placed him in charge of frontline tasks. On one mission, Li Feng's sharp skills and quick reflexes shook off a high-level Windrat pursuit, keeping his teammates safe. His valor won the respect of the crew and deepened Bu Qianzhong's trust. But Li Feng wanted more. He aimed to become a company commander and gain greater authority and resources. During a subsequent assault, he repelled an attack by Caucasians, preserving control of the reconnaissance ship. The feat impressed Bu Qianzhong and instilled a measure of awe throughout the crew. Li Feng's power kept climbing, and so did his ambition. He began plotting to seize full control of the ship and become its true leader. In another engagement, he once again drove back a Caucasian offensive, maintaining the ship's security and further enhancing his prestige. Li Feng's meteoric rise caught the eye of Lin Jingtai, head of the welfare faction, who named him successor and opened the door to vast resources and support. With Lin's backing, Li Feng's abilities skyrocketed, and he set his sights even higher. On yet another mission, he slew Fa Sight, leader of the Windrats, winning huge accolades. His exploits earned Mark's admiration and deepened the crew's respect. Li Feng's strength kept climbing, and his ambition burned ever brighter. His journey has been paved with dramatic reversals and decisive victories. Armed with overwhelming power and fearless determination, he shot up from common private to the focal point of the entire crew. That concludes the recap of Part 1. I hope you'll enjoy Part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time here and you're interested in the story, you can find Part 1 in the comments or the playlist below. Now let's dive into Part 2. The 4-Race Live Fire exercise officially kicked off on November 1st. A barren star system had been chosen as the arena, and using its central star as the origin, the battlefield was divided into 7 sectors. 6 for unknown clashes between the races and a 7th, much larger zone for an all-out free-for-all. The contest would last 10 days. A colossal suppression barrier encircled the system, blocking all principles of life and forcibly teleporting any combatant who suffered a fatal blow to safety, guaranteeing 0 deaths. As time passed, the barrier would steadily contract, driving the opponents toward engagement. Final rankings would be determined by a comprehensive analysis of all combat data gathered during the Tendui period. The draw placed Li Feng's 4th Human Special Operations Fleet in an unknown arena with the Soul Race. The Souls are incorporeal beings renowned for their formidable mental power. Although the headcount and basic tiering were roughly equal, a compensation scheme set by the 4 high commands favored the Souls whenever the humans fielded more tonnage. 1. For every additional mothership or capital ship, the Souls could add 1 level 60 combatant. 2. For every extra medium ship, they could add 1 level 50 combatant. 3. For every extra light ship, they could add 1 level 40 combatant. Including base personnel, the 4th fleet numbered about 10 million. The Soul Race matched them with an equivalent roster of elite prodigies, then stacked on the bonuses 11 extra level 60 fighters, over 100 level 50s, and more than 1,000 level 40s. Strategically, the 4th fleet adopted a classic giant sphere formation. The core layer remained anchored by the mothership. Heavy warships, usually in the 2nd ring, were moved to the outermost shell, and all scanners and offense-defense nodes on these vessels were reinforced. Medium ships withdrew to the 3rd layer. Light ships squeezed into the 2nd layer. Even before departure, the fleet had sown a dense web of scanners and weapon nodes across a 100 million kilometer radius, creating a mobile starnet. Maintaining their spherical formation, the ships advanced at high speed along an erratic course toward the arena's center, feigning a rigid defense, while actually stalling for time. They knew a straight-up slugfest was unwinnable. In interstellar combat, a capital ship captain with lightning reflexes can, in theory, blast a level 60 alien Hedon, but seasoned level 60 opponents never invite such a duel. They isolate and swarm, first hunting down medium and light vessels, then massing to dismantle the heavies. Although the Fourth Fleet's 10 million crew members were all top-tier talents whose reflexes could double their shipboard firepower, every soul combatant was likewise a peerless genius, and souls already enjoy a natural edge in individual combat power, not to mention their overwhelming advantage in arcane gear. Without the imposed time limit and spatial cordon, the Fourth Fleet could have exploited its scanners, superior cruise speed, and long-range warp jumps to strike back, harass the enemy, and defeat them piecemeal. Now, however, a dimensional barrier hangs over them like a vast net, locking the vessels inside a narrow pocket of space. The tactical conference reached a unanimous conclusion. The chance of victory is virtually zero. The only option is to contract every line, stall for time, and reduce losses. The contest rules are equally brutal. If a fleet survives 5 days without being wiped out, it is deemed a win. Lasting 10 days is a complete victory. Inside the control room, Li Feng stood before a half-arc holographic display, his eyes fixed on a wall of data. Both his mental sense and extrasensory perception were running at maximum output. Nothing escaped his notice. Although this live exercise could not award attribute points, and therefore failed to excite him, the prospect of substantial military merit and combat experience against a hegemon-class species justified his full concentration. Guided by the flagship's orders, Ship 4, a heavy cruiser, circled the flagship at high speed. From a distance, the entire formation looked like a pocket solar system. The flagship blazed ahead like a fiery star, trailing exhaust, while corvettes and frigates acted as planets and moons, racing along preset elliptical paths, yet staying close to their sun. Calculations by several captains showed that this maneuver alone could waste 3 to 4 days of the enemy's time. Even the smallest escort could reach near-light velocity under extreme conditions, roughly 1 billion kilometers per hour, whereas an ordinary level 60 alien, unaided by techniques or flight treasures, topped out at about 200 million kilometers per hour. Even with artifacts, they would need to break the light speed threshold before they could truly catch up. In short, only 11 level 60 elites of the Hun clan could close the distance while the fleet maintained peak velocity. They were forced to fan out to locate the formation and then tear space open to create portals for their comrades, an approach that quickly burned through the clock. While browsing tactical analyses on the internal network, Li Feng sighed inwardly. As he had predicted, all 4 special operations fleets had retreated into their shells. No one had boarded the custom battleships tailored for these prodigies. Everything had been assembled in haste, with little coordination or live-fire practice, and the overall power curve was low. They only hoped not to lose too badly. At the same time, virtually every citizen on the Human Federation's major worlds was glued to the Force PC's war game. After centuries of defeatist conditioning, the public had no complaint about the fleet's conservative tactics and even found them entertaining. Their only concern was, how long can they hold out? And how much merit will my favorite genius earn? The betting syndicate set their odds on exactly those 2 questions, and wagers poured in. 2 full days passed quickly. All 4 fleets kept up erratic, high-speed maneuvers, slipping away from every active search through constant course changes and short-range jumps. The first to suffer was the 2nd Special Operations Fleet, which had drawn the 4-way free-for-all bracket. With a larger combat zone and more competitors and no secret alliance among the hegemon species, the remaining 3 fleets adopted the same playbook. Crush the weakest opponent first to avoid last place, then form a temporary pact to eliminate a second target, and finally decide the winner between themselves. Every search pattern therefore locked onto the 2nd fleet. The coordinates were first picked up by a level 60 vampire. Though he lacked innate mastery of spatial laws, the high command of each species had equipped every level 60 and level 50 contestant with top-tier artifacts within the rules, including items that could rip space open and create temporary rifts. Transmitting the real-time location to his 10 peers, he shadowed the fleet alone until all 11 level 60 vampires had converged. They accelerated again, caught the 2nd fleet, deployed their spatial sealing relics, and summoned their main forces. In less than a day, the 2nd fleet was reduced to scattered wreckage, total annihilation in all but name. At noon on the 3rd day, just as the 2nd fleet lay in ruins, the 3rd fleet was spotted and pinned by a level 60 winged elite. That night, both the 1st fleet and Li Feng's 4th fleet were finally located by separate hunting parties, level 60 vampires in one case, and level 60 Hun warriors in the other. Cheating. The winged, soul, and vampire clans are clearly cheating. This victory is anything but honorable. Even if every level 60 alien were a peerless genius, there's no way each of them would own a treasure that can tear space apart. The 3 clans had plainly targeted the Federation's weak spots and equipped their contestants with tailor-made countermeasures. Without that, the 4 special operations fleets would never have been routed so completely. During the live broadcast, countless viewers across the Human Federation raged not at their own retreating fleets, but at the seemingly crooked winged, soul, and vampire clans. The Federation's vaunted long-range mobility had been nullified, while the enemy maximized every ounce of level 60 combat power and patched every weakness in the Federation line. Everyone watching held their breath. fuming at a defeat that felt utterly unjust. Following subtle instructions from above, major streaming platforms kept their cameras fixed on the young prodigies being teleported out of the massive exclusion zone. Each one looked dark and stormy, fists clenched, clearly unwilling to accept the loss. The officers sent out alongside them, however, drew no interviews. Their faces were calm, almost serene. A defeat was a defeat. On a real interstellar battlefield, they might fight these three clans to a draw at best. If any hegemon-class race deployed its main force, the Federation would still be crushed. The reason is simple. A hegemon race would never assemble a force equal to the Federation's just for a fair fight. They would send level 70 elites to hunt capital ships, level 80 elites to demolish orbital fortresses, and level 90 monsters to rip through planetary shields. Such overwhelming tactics leave the Federation no room to maneuver, guaranteeing collapse. Because of this, even with a last-ditch trump card capable of wiping out 90% of a hegemon race, the Federation spent the past 10 millennia on the defensive, keeping a low profile. Only after it developed the cultivation system for abilities above level 50 did it finally stop fearing the three overlords and launch a new wave of expansion. In interstellar warfare, a warship's true ceiling is tied directly to the level of its operator. A level 40 pilot at the helm of a planet-class fortress and a level 50 pilot someone who has completed a second evolutionary leap are worlds apart. The latter might defeat 10 of the former single-handedly. Only when large numbers of level 60, 70, 80, and even 90 humans emerge will the Federation be qualified to challenge the three hegemon races heathen. For now, the most it can do is bully mid-tier species like the Galerat clan, which boasts only a handful of level 90 fighters. At Federation military headquarters, dozens of generals sat alone in their offices, watching a replay of the engagement. They had anticipated a rout, and even hoped the crushing loss would force their brightest talents to confront the Federation's real shortcomings. Yet the fact that not one of the 4 special operations fleets lasted today, 5 still stung their veteran pride. The public had been prepared for bad news, but the speed of the collapse was a slap in the face all the same. As if on cue, the senior officers all triggered their telepathic links at once. The control rooms of the massive warships flashed across the screens in rapid succession. Within seconds, every spectator reached the same verdict. If any fleet hoped to last 5 more days, its 4 fleet commanders and 40 captains would have to see reason. If they admitted their billets in the Special Operations Fleet were only temporary and that the seats would eventually belong to true prodigies, they should set aside their egos and surrender control of the Attican defense systems. Plenty of overage prodigies were still buried in the ranks fighters who, for various reasons, had yet to make their mark. All of them were above level 30, and a few had burned every resource they had to claw their way to level 34 or 35. Put one of those level 34 or 35 prodigies at the helm of a carrier or heavy cruiser, and the ships might survive a little longer. With luck, they might even use the guns to ambush a careless level 60 enemy. Sadly, none of the current commanders appeared ready to face that reality. Warning, warning, suspected level 60+ soul entity detected. Warning, warning, suspected level 50+ alien detected. Warning, warning, suspected level 40+ alien detected. The shrill alarm blared through every compartment of the 4th Fleet. Scanner strength decided what data each ship received. Carriers and heavy cruisers could profile anything under level 60, medium ships locked onto targets below level 50, and light ships caught only those under level 40. Even the smallest corvette, however, registered a high-level soul closing to within 1,000,000 kilometers. All ships, accelerate. Engage jump drives. Choose your own coordinates. Fleet Commander Mark reacted at once, mirroring the other 3 commanders, scatter and run, delaying annihilation for as long as possible. Large Warship 4, prepare for departure. On its bridge, Captain Lifone muttered, running? What a hassle. Finish the fight early and clock out, wouldn't that be nicer? Complaints aside, he moved fast. His months on the scout corvette NB 4444 had drilled orders are iron into his bones. He pushed the ship's AI for more speed and locked in a jump point. All hands to battle stations. Form 10 strike teams, 1,000 strong each. If we're intercepted, they launch immediately. Lifone eyed the level 60 soul blinking on the star map and rattled off commands. The 4-race exercise was being streamed live by the Federation, cameras covering bridge and readiness bays alike, so the mood on board was outwardly calm. Officers and cadets glued themselves to consoles, senses fused with instrumentation, while combat troops sprinted for the armory. The strike team roster instantly set off an uproar. Most officers hailed from the Frontier Defense Force in Sector F. They obeyed orders, but this was only an exercise and nobody wanted needless trouble. The geniuses and prodigies, however, balked. The so-called strike teams were cannon fodder meant to charge a level 60 soul and by a few seconds. They were here to win glory, not die pointlessly. Captain, give me weapons control. I'm level 30, my reactions beat yours. Captain, let me on the bridge. I can handle the guns. The public channel dissolved into noise as several top talents tried to pressure Li Feng and seize command. He remained expressionless. One silent order to the AI revoked every loudmouth's comm privileges. As for the strike teams, he knew they would never form. The order was merely a gentle reminder, bait to ensure the so-called prodigies kept revealing themselves the next time they felt brave enough to stir up trouble. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the level 60 Hun warrior pulled out a communication talisman and contacted the 10 other level 60 Huns. After a brief exchange, he ordered his subordinates to stand by, then blurred into motion and, at an even more terrifying speed, swept around to the front of the Allied fleet. Crackling bolts of energy flared as soon as the two sides were tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Many captains personally manned their main batteries, locking salvo after salvo of lightspeed beams and plasma rounds onto the lone figure. Each shot missed. The reason was obvious. Even an ordinary level 20 Hun can dodge within a hundredth of a second once danger is sensed. This peerless level 60 prodigy, empowered by secret arts and artifacts, could already move faster than light and react with absurd precision. Brilliant beams streaked uselessly through the void. When the gap shrank to roughly 10,000 kilometers, he stopped closing in and instead held a perfect relative position. No matter how the fleet accelerated or altered course, he clung to them like a shadow. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist. A golden leaf shot from his body and, in the blink of an eye, unfolded into a barrier thousands of kilometers long and wide, sealing the fleet's only path forward. The ships were already pushing past 100,000 kilometers per second. Fleet Captain Mark reacted instantly and ordered a full-scale course change. Yet by the time the flagship's AI relayed that command through the hierarchy, the barrier loomed directly ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted along the flank. One heavy warship and more than 100 medium and light vessels slammed into the shield. The interception artifact had been designed to counter high firepower, high defense targets, yet even it could not completely block the flagship-class cruiser. Wrapped in a massive energy shroud, the larger vessel punched through with barely a loss of speed. The smaller craft were not as lucky. Their velocity plummeted, power reserves drained violently, and the tiniest hulls exceeded their shock absorption limits, shuddering under continuous alarms. Paying no mind to the delayed ships, the level 60 Hun activated his talisman again, transmitted coordinates to a band of level 50s, and then rocketed after the heavy cruiser that had broken away from the main group. Alarms blared across the flagship and every escort. Scanners detected a surge in spatial law fluctuations where he had first appeared, and 10 formidable auras appeared in quick succession. The remaining 10 level 60 Huns were tearing open space to arrive. 15,000, 16,000, 17,000 kilometers per second, every vessel pushed its engines to the edge. Captain Mark's judgment and orders proved decisive. As the 10 new threats closed in and their signals lit up the displays, the fleet clawed its speed up to 300,000 kilometers per second, skimming the very threshold of light. Engage the jump drive. More than 1,000 warships formed a tight formation, the light strips on their prows igniting in unison. Li Feng, quickest to react, was the first to issue an order to the ship's AI. A heartbeat later, Battleship 4 unleashed a torrent of energy that sliced open a dark fissure in the void, and the entire vessel vanished. Fleet Commander Mark activated the flagship next. The third, fourth, and fifth ships plunged in after it, each silhouette blinking out in rapid succession. Far off, 11 level 60 Soulkin hovered with folded arms, their eyes playful, like cats toying with mice. They were in no hurry. 300 billion kilometers away, Battleship 4 rematerialized, as if hurled by an unseen hand into a silent star sea. Its inertia engines had entered cool down from the jump and would stay offline for more than 10 minutes, leaving the ship drifting, navigation lights flickering. Before Li Feng could speak, the veteran logistics chief waved the repair teams forward to examine the battered shield nodes and power conduits. Li Feng strode to the main console, fingers gliding across the holographic display as he armed every main gun, rail cannon, and special weapon in one sweep. The two vice captains stepped onto their stations, ready to assume fire control, but the AI flashed a frosty notice. Their main gun privileges were denied, and even their former access to special weapons had been revoked. Marcus masked his unease, eyes locked on the enormous virtual star chart, saying nothing. On the other side, Bogut muttered a curse under his breath, yet clenched his fists and kept silent. No one dared question the captain's authority now. With a thought, Li Feng opened his personal system interface and, for the first time, triggered reset. The 5 attribute bars reshuffled instantly. Constitution 00, Strength 10, 0001, 000, Endurance 10, 0001, 000, Agility 1, 00037, 000, Spirit unchanged at 10,000. The sharp drop in Constitution, Strength, and Endurance mattered little in a non-combat state, while the quadrupled agility vaulted his reflexes, dexterity, and speed to the brink of level 41 standards. That, precisely, was his goal. A tidal wave of psychic power spilled outward. 10,000 spirit points granted a 10,000 kilometer sensory radius. Paired with level 4 extrasensory perception, pinpoint detection stretched to 4,000 kilometers. Li Feng stood in the bridge's center, quietly awaiting the hunter's arrival. He scarcely needed deduction to know the Soulkin would appear before the ship's engines came back online. The logic was simple. In open battle, a heavy warship's jump limit was 10,000 light-years. Yet this exercise sector spanned barely 0.01 light-years, just over 90 billion kilometers. For level 60 Soulkin, even for level 50s wielding spatial artifacts, tearing a rift across the entire region was trivial. That impossibility of holding out for 5 days had driven the 4 special operations fleets to scatter. 11 level 60 Soulkin and 100 level 50s fanned out, each expected to hunt a dozen ships faster, safer, and more efficient than a full encirclement. Reality matched the prediction exactly. 2 minutes later, the ship's scanners detected a violent fluctuation in spatial laws. The level 60 Soulkin tracking Battleship 4 were cautious. After tracing the residual signature from the warship's jump to confirm its position, they tore open a temporary spatial rift more than 2 million kilometers away. The moment they pinpointed the battleship, the level 60 Soulkin wasted no time and streaked toward it. He accelerated so quickly that the naked eye caught only a fading blur, and even the ship's high-resolution scanners could mark him as nothing more than a dashed line racing across the tactical display. Yet the real chill swept through all 110,000 crew members when, at a range of 100,000 kilometers, his blip vanished from the three-dimensional grid altogether. He was no master of spatial laws, but he carried a top-tier spatial artifact and another treasure that masked every form of detection, turning the warship's electronics and psionic sensors blind. Only Li Feng remained unperturbed. The instruments were useless, but the moment the intruder slipped inside 4,000 kilometers, Li Feng's extrasensory perception locked onto the wraith-like presence. Gripping a devastating offensive relic and shrouded by his cloaking treasure, the Soulkin drifted silently toward Battleship 4 from high astern. His tactic was obvious. Creep in, land a sudden blow to crack the shields, disengage, then harry the ship repeatedly until its reactors bled dry. Once the energy was gone, the 110,000 geniuses aboard would be nothing but snacks and airtight plan, had he not run into Li Feng. 1,000 kilometers 900 800 the Soulkin crept forward, deliberately slowing to keep room for evasive maneuvers. The distance tightened 190-80 inside 5 kilometers, Li Feng struck. Keeping the enemy in the corner of his mind's eye, Li Feng suppressed every hint of killing intent to avoid triggering alarm. A single thought sent the internal gravitic arrays surging to maximum output, all of it concentrated above the stern. Such a non-lethal field shift was too subtle to trip a seasoned warrior's danger sense. The Soulkin felt a flicker of unease, but before he could identify the anomaly, a tidal wave of gravity swallowed him whole. Panic flared as he poured energy into an escape that came too late. His retreat slowed to a crawl. He barely clawed back a dozen kilometers before the same gravity yanked him like a falling star straight toward the shields. The main cannon perched above the stern hummed at full capacitors. 100-meter-wide lance of sapphire energy lanced forward, skimming the shield and barreling down on the trapped invader. To cut off any last-second escape, Li Feng overlaid the blast with weakening and tracking emissions, knitting a light web that sealed every exit. The Soulkin never stood a chance. Pinned under dual force fields, he watched the beam close in. A capital-grade main cannon could make even a level 70 alien think twice, and Soulkin creatures of mind rather than flesh were friendlier than most at their tier. The energy column sheared past the shield in a flash, and the level 60 Soulkin disintegrated into particulate dust. Not even his storage rings or peerless artifacts survived the strike. The battleship's main gun dwarfed the one on the scout craft Li Feng used to serve on. The upgrade went far beyond a wider barrel. Its beam density and raw output were each more than 100 times greater. After the blast erased its target, Li Feng cut power to the gravity and inertial grids. Their drain was even worse than the cannons. Running them ship-wide would empty the vessel's colossal reserves in barely 4 or 5 minutes. Job done. He shut down the radiation shielding with the same stroke. His face stayed calm, even bored. Killing enemies didn't earn him any stat points, so why bother getting excited? What just happened? On the bridge, officers and crew exchanged stunned looks. According to the plan, a level 60 Soul Clansman was supposed to sneak in with a perception-jamming artifact and bleed the ship's power. Instead, the AI had calmly announced, level 60 Soul Combatant eliminated. That line was not in the script. 4th Fleet, Battleship 4. Someone just vaporized a level 60 Soul. Who did it? Did the captain surrender the console to some prodigy? The Federation's social networks, already swamped with rants about the 3 dominant races rigging the match, suddenly lit up with new reports. Terabytes of posts flashed by every second. Yet many users had keyword alerts. The news spread like fission, racing across every platform in an instant. Battleship Captain scores the first kill on a level 60 foe. Who is he, the man who piloted a battleship and deleted a level 60 soul prodigy heathen? Cheating? Targeted sabotage? Worthless. One energy beam just slapped the ruling triad in the face. News outlets pounced, blasting out eye-popping headlines in a desperate bid for clicks. At military headquarters, relieved sighs drifted through a dozen offices at once. Not bad. They had expected captains to hand control to high-level prodigies. Yet a battleship skipper had single-handedly erased a level 60 Solon opponent armed with top-tier artifacts and a prodigy himself. Their dignity was intact. Even if the four fleets failed to last 5 days, they could still hold a press conference and pontificate about the Force PC's wargame. Pity the kid isn't a cultivator. His ceiling is stuck at level 40. If he ever finds an advanced method, maybe he can push past 50. Even so, a former independent scoutship officer with a glowing record, a bag of unorthodox tricks, and the skill to pilot a battleship and one-shot a level 60 soul is perfect poster material for the Special Warfare Fleet, at least for now. The brass sighed at the lost potential and switched their holofeeds to Li Feng's control room. Inside, Li Feng spared none of that chaos a second thought. At that moment, more than 30% of the Federation's 300 quadrillion humans and second-class alien citizens were watching his console through the live feed. Had he known, he would have tossed in a quick ad for the Yangon group. Zhang Wanqin would have been on the phone to suppliers within seconds, opening emergency sales channels. 10 minutes flashed by, the engines finished spooling up. The remaining 10 Soul Clansmen were apparently busy raiding the flagship and the other battleships and were nowhere in sight. On Li Feng's command, Battleship 4 eased forward and began to accelerate. At high speed, any level 60 Soul that tried to close in would be even easier to kill. Once they hit 30 million kilometers per hour, he ordered the ship to spiral around the area instead of fleeing. Finish early, clock out early. In his mind, a warship like this belonged on a real interstellar battlefield, deep in hostile territory, not on some glorified sports field. Why is he just flying in circles? The Class 60 Soul races hammering the hulls of the mothership and the other capital ships were the real danger right now. Under normal circumstances, the fleet should be accelerating out of the combat zone as fast as possible. Even if the enemy had some top-tier artifact that could trace a battleship's energy signature, putting distance between them would still buy precious time. Every streaming platform was flooded with the same question. What on earth is Li Feng thinking? Viewers were baffled. Someone finally snapped. Are you really going to tell him how to fight? After all, Li Feng had single-handedly piloted a capital ship and taken down a Class 60 Soul race. Class 60 meant the pinnacle of talent, and the Soul race was one of the 3 dominant species, each warrior armed to the teeth with customized artifacts. Anyone capable of clearing a raid with that level of difficulty had skills and nerve that defied ordinary judgment. The comment feed quickly changed its tone. Don't doubt him, must have a plan. A few tried to rationalize it. Maybe he just wants to finish the fight early. Meanwhile, lights blazed in the military command center. Senior officers with full access to Li Feng's records exchanged intel at high speed and arrived at almost the same conclusion. He was aiming to end it quickly. Control room, capital ship 4. Li Feng steered the vessel while skimming the constant data stream from the ship's AI. A medium escort had been punched straight through. A light recon craft had disintegrated in a fireball. Each report stabbed at him, a reminder that this battle would not be wrapped up with a swift knockout. The Class 60 Soul race he had killed was only the tip of the iceberg. Every remaining enemy was on the same level and carried artifacts designed to counter warships. Fortunately, Fleet Commander Mark and the other 9 captains were seasoned veterans. They couldn't win heathen, but their experience kept them alive, stalling the enemy. 2 hours passed before the fleet lost its first capital ship. 10 minutes later, Ship 4's high-resolution scanners caught their first ripple of spatial law, yet they still couldn't pinpoint a Class 60 Soul race. Clearly the enemy had activated artifacts that masked detection. Li Feng pushed his senses and extrasensory perception to the limit and ordered maximum speed. 10,000 kilometers per second, then 20, 30, but the ship could only keep looping through the sector at high velocity. The 4th Osan kilometer sphere covered by his extrasensory field was empty, not a single soul race in sight. He understood at once. The enemy refused to attack alone and was waiting for reinforcements. He promptly had the AI cut throttle. Staying at peak speed made it easier to annihilate an ambusher the instant they appeared, but it also forced him to hold that 4th Osan kilometer sensory bubble at full tension. Mental strain he couldn't sustain for long. Half an hour later, the fleet channel flashed red again. Another capital ship destroyed. Almost immediately, the scanners picked up a second spatial ripple. Li Feng hit the throttles and abandoned the circular pattern altogether, switching to a constantly shifting course to avoid giving the enemy anything predictable. If a Class 60 Soul race had pre-deployed a defensive or binding artifact, Ship 4 would be pinned in an instant. 20-odd minutes later, 2 glacial presences entered his extrasensory range, one above, one below. Both were Class 60 Soul races. Li Feng realigned the fire control systems and pushed the engines to overdrive, while the 2 enemies, boosted by speed techniques and high-grade artifacts, darted in erratic, breakneck curves, closing in for the kill. At times they would surge forward, closing to within 1,000 kilometers, only to veer away again, slipping beyond Li Feng's extrasensory range. The two level 60 members of the Soul Clan prowled like crafty sharks, hugging the hull of the battleship in the deep void. Clearly, they feared the vessel might possess some hidden tracking system that could repeat the instant kill delivered to their fallen kinsman. By constantly stretching and shrinking the gap, they hoped to feel out the ship's true detection limit. Li Feng sat quietly in the command seat, rhythmically tapping the armrest. His sensory field covered a full 4,000 kilometers, and coupled with near-instant neural reflexes, these petty tricks had no chance of confusing him. The two Soul Clan warriors circled the ship patiently, experimenting with every speed and vector. Li Feng would have liked to clock out early, but that didn't mean he was going to cut them any slack. After more than half an hour, the battleship's perimeter batteries roared to life once again, precisely detonating another enemy capital ship. Moments later, a third level 60 Soul Clan fighter arrived and unhesitatingly joined the dance. The trio, seasoned hunters all, sought to test whether the prey could lock onto them while steadily grinding down its focus and patience. Strategically, they were also buying time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive and form a kill box. 10 minutes flashed by before the three Soul Clan warriors suddenly acted in unison, converging on the battleship from three directions at the same speed. True to their usual doctrine, they carried top-tier offensive artifacts, intending to punch holes in the energy shield at point-blank range. They were gambling that, even if the ship detected them, it could suppress at most one of them. When they slipped inside 5 kilometers, Li Feng motionless until now finally moved. Gravity system, max output. A web of gray-black conduits lit up across the battleship's belly, and the local gravity field went berserk. To guarantee their artifacts would pierce the shield at close quarters, the three soul warriors had to match the ship's speed and heading. The sudden tidal pull slammed into them like wet cement, making acceleration or evasion impossible. Their only hope was to brake hard and let the ship slide past. But Li Feng had timed it perfectly. Had triggered the system while 5 kilometers still remained, and by the time they sensed the anomaly, the distance had shrunk to barely 2 or 3. At that range, even level 60 spirits could not break free of a capital ship's highest grade gravity well. They were yanked flush against the shield, stuck as though in industrial glue. Even rolling an eyeball felt strenuous. An instant later, 1,000 gun ports fired at once, weaving a lethal mesh of disruptive radiation through the vacuum. All three main cannons discharged in unison, loosing azure beams as thick as mountain ridges. The three level 60 Soul Clan elites disintegrated on the spot, leaving not so much as a trace of energy behind. In that moment, hunter and prey traded places completely. Holy crap, he just wiped out 3 level 60 Soul Clanners in one go. Am I dreaming right now? Give that man a capital ship, and he solo kills 3 elite level 60s. Bullet comments, forums, and livestream chats erupted at once. Someone pictured an even wilder scenario. If you put him in command of a space fortress or a planetary fortress, could he casually vaporize level 70 or level 80 aliens? Others stayed pragmatic. He'd still need another 10 to 20 levels of reaction time bonuses for that. But what he's done already is insane. He's running the whole show by himself with nothing but an AI assistant. A veteran ship engineer chimed in. Pair him with a few deputies whose reflexes beat the AIs and let them handle gravity control and main guns independent lino amount of level 60 Soul Clan would be enough cannon fodder. The Federation's social platforms always overflowed with information, yet traffic spiked to unprecedented heights. Viewers had expected the captains of various ships to hand the helm over to higher-level champions who lacked combat merits. No one had imagined a single captain of a capital ship would, alone, butcher 4 level 60 Soul Clan prodigies. Aboard battleship number 4, Li Feng checked the carrier and the rest of the task force. The carrier and 6 other capital ships were holding out with shields maxed and weapons at full power, trying to weather the constant attrition from 7 or 8 level 60 Hun warriors. The medium and light ships had turned into targets for level 50 Huns, breaking apart one after another under torrents of energy beams and homing missiles. Although number 4's jump drive was fully charged, Li Feng stayed put. There was nothing he could save. Any ship he reinforced would simply be hit from another angle the moment he drove the Huns away. Unless a captain ceded full command so he could teleport aboard, seize the fire control system, and turn the guns on the Huns himself, it was pointless. No one was going to take that risk in a nobody dies exercise, and Li Feng had no wish to expose more of his tricks when no attributes were on the line. So number 4 cruised in wide circles at 10,000 kilometers per second. Whenever sensors caught a transient spatial rift, he ordered an instant burst of speed and a sharp turn, handling the warship like a slippery eel. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours level 60 Huns kept arriving. 5 or 6 hours in, level 50 Huns with large escorts also showed up on the tactical net. Yet none dared lunge at number 4. The obvious level 50 and level 30 Huns looked like bait. Li Feng didn't need analysis to know elite trapping artifacts were lying in ambush nearby. By November 5th, the 4 special operations fleets were gone, leaving this lone battleship number 4 surrounded by a Hun armada. Li Feng would have loved to clock out early, but the enemy's power and caution made that impossible. On the 6th, with the Huns still holding back, he idled the engines and let the ship drift. No one approached. The 7 remaining level 60 Huns had been spooked by his record of downing 3 of their peers. As long as number 4 avoided the preset traps, they didn't even bother with probing shots. The result was certain. Of 4th Fleet. Only this capital ship could still move. Even the carrier, loaded with energy crystals, had been blasted apart by several level 60 Huns, leaving the fleet virtually annihilated. The Huns had lost only 4 level 60 fighters and a handful of level 30 SA near-perfect rout. The 7th, 8th, 9th, not until the early hours of the 11th was the exercise finally called off. Li Feng, half asleep for days, suddenly brightened. He ordered the jump drive spun up and headed straight for 4th Fleet headquarters. Leaving the command deck, he triggered his reset ability and redistributed every attribute point evenly across his 5 core stats. Then he stepped into the captain's office and opened a video link to Fleet Commander Mark. "Congratulations," Mark said, his holographic image hovering in the center of the room, voice a little hoarse. His gaze on Li Feng was complicated. In that live-fire engagement, the biggest winner was undoubtedly Li Feng, who shot to fame overnight. For Mark, it should have been fantastic news. Li Feng was the man he had been courting, the one he wanted at his side in the 4th Fleet. Now that Li Feng's reputation had exploded, it could help him intimidate and weld the whole fleet together. Because Li Feng wasn't a cultivator, his growth ceiling was limited, so Mark never feared that his protege would someday turn on him. The problem was that the spoils of this battle were outrageously large, so large that jealousy stabbed Mark like a needle. Had he been the one who stole the show, had he become a legend in the 4-species war game, he believed he could have ridden that head start all the way to the edge of an admiral's star within 30 years, no matter how many prodigies flooded into the service later. The office was brightly lit, yet the air felt almost solid with silence. Li Feng spoke first, his impatience undisguised. "Issue me an op order that takes me into Windrat space." "You can't go," Mark blurted, talking fast. "Spec Ops, just Caladir to report to headquarters immediately." Military HQ and Spec Ops are both holding press conferences, and every major interstellar network has requested exclusive interviews. To put Li Feng on camera, Spec Ops had drafted a small army of guards, staff, and tech, setting up a dedicated special events media unit for him. They meant to make him their flagship hero. Li Feng looked up, his tone cool. "Do you realize I haven't set foot in Windrat space since late August? It's November now." Mark stared at him. "And your point is?" "I'm jonesing for a kill," Li Feng growled, his voice like metal on metal. Mark nearly sprang from his chair. "Are you out of your mind? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You're hotter than plasma right now. If you show up at those pressers, Spec Ops and the entire Federation brass will crown you the first military hero. You'll scoop up fame, fortune, and connections in one sweep." He jabbed a finger on the desk. "Even if you never achieve another thing, they'll still float you to Lieutenant General just to save face. But if you want cooperate, they can't sell you. Without media fuel, the story dies." Li Feng answered with one line, "I'm itching to kill." Mark's breathing quickened. "Opportunities like this don't come twice. If you dash off now, you'll be gone for days, and by the time you're back, the Federation Council, the military, and Spec Ops will have wrapped their briefings. They might not bet on you anymore. You're no cultivator. Your ceiling is fixed. You flew in on an independent scout ship. Your battle record is brilliant but blemished. You're perfect as a daredevil poster boy, not as a spotless commanding icon. The Federation would rather push prodigies who are talented, clean, and obedient." His eyes flickered as he spoke. He, too, had come from an independent scout ship, and though he had scraped hard to clean up his past, the old disciplinary slips could never be erased. If Li Feng became the face of Spec Ops, Mark's own path would suddenly open wide. Li Feng stayed on message. "You can give me 1,000 reasons. I have only one I need to kill." The irritation in his voice was growing. Being groomed by the brass sounded great, but only after he swept Windrat space for another haul of attribute points. Real power came first. Everything else could wait. At length, Mark surrendered, rubbing his temples. "Fine. I'll get you a legitimate mission as fast as I can. As for the press conferences and interviews, you'll have to coordinate with Spec Ops yourself." "Deal." Li Feng rose, turned crisply, and strode out, his steps buoyant. He was thoroughly satisfied. After ending the call with Mark, Li Feng sent a video request to Jiang Wanqin. The moment the holoscreen connected, she told him that he was now the hottest topic in the entire Human Federation. The call log alone held thousands of interstellar conglomerates waving checks to sign him as their spokesperson, and invitations for interviews, fashion shows, and ribbon cuttings were piling up without end. Jiang had rejected every single request, knowing he had no patience for that kind of social whirl. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. With so many companies knocking, Why not pull in a few interstellar suppliers and let Yangon Group push some consumer goods while we're at it? His thinking was straightforward. Endorsing someone else was pocket change. Using his own fame to advertise for his own company was the real windfall. With Yangon's cash flow, they could blanket the Federation with ads, turn the buzz straight into sales, and, as long as product quality held up, end up with interstellar brand recognition once the hype cooled. For most regional firms, that leap was a chasm, but his name could carry Yangon right over it. Jiang shook her head. Turning fame directly into cash isn't cost-effective. Yangon will move into consumer goods, but only by losing money for publicity under your name. Li Feng chuckled. With all the dirt on me, what good is a clean reputation? It converts into public goodwill, she explained. Without power, goodwill can cut both ways. With your strength and authority, it becomes pure leverage. Add that public support, and anything you do inside the Federation takes half the effort. Li Feng's eyes cleared. He waved a hand. Handle it however you like. He had no desire to dig into strategy. With a smart wife who always planned from his standpoint, he felt perfectly at ease. Jiang suddenly laughed. Word is you turned the tide and blasted a level 60 Soul Clan prodigy in public overnight. You're the Federation's hottest figure. Li Jinye couldn't take the shock. He coughed blood and passed out on the spot. Li Feng roared with laughter. Send him a fruit basket on my behalf. Already did the next day. In the name of the Li family matriarch, Jiang said, nodding. A basket of spoiled fruit. Best you don't know the details, or someone will use them to smear your name. Doesn't bother me, Li Feng shrugged. Be yourself. Don't worry about appearances. He'll gather the public support and blunt the fallout. Not wanting him to act a part or to play the villain herself, she added. Most of the time, I'll follow my own instincts, too. Li Feng nodded slightly. Jiang steered the conversation back to everyday matters, and they talked about family news, Yangan's progress, and their training plans. Time slipped by on the holographic screen, and after more than an hour, they ended the call. Li Feng remembered the upcoming press conference and interview, but he couldn't be bothered to find out which office handled them. So he called the Special Operations Bureau Director's Chief of Staff, the cultured-looking Major General he had met only once. After hearing Li Feng's decision, the Major General froze for a moment. In his view, the choice hurt both Li Feng's own interests and the Asian faction inside the Bureau. Still, he understood Li Feng's temperament and knew persuasion was pointless, so he simply agreed to relay the message and inform the proper departments. With the paperwork finished, Li Feng slipped into a training pod, his breath misting and frosting the canopy. He launched the simulator and repeatedly drilled a capital ship's fire control, propulsion, guidance, and other systems while he waited for new orders. Roughly 2 hours later, his personal terminal lit up with a video call request from Lin Jingtai. Li Feng assumed Lin wanted to discuss the press event, but he was mistaken. Lin skipped the subject entirely and delivered fresh intelligence instead. First, the frontier fleets have completed their concentration. In 3 days, the Federal Assembly and the military will hold a 4-species combat exercise press briefing, declare the Zhengfeng Army officially formed, and on January 1st launch a full-scale war against the Fengshu under the banner of liberating an oppressed people. Second, 7-star Admiral Chu Weisheng will command the Zhengfeng Army, with 3 full admirals as deputies, 1 of Asian descent, 2 Caucasian. To balance power blocks, the force will be cobbled together from frontier defense commands, 20 capital fleets, roughly 200 billion troops in total. Third, breaking past bans on second-class aliens in uniform. The military is secretly drafting hundreds of millions of high-grade alien second-class citizens for support roles aboard the fleets. The Bureau's 4 special operations fleets will also be folded into the Zhengfeng Army structure and take its orders. Fourth, reports from Fengshu turncoats and independent scouts indicate the tribe's major factions have quietly allied and are mobilizing fast. The General Staff predicts a compound strategy, luring the enemy deep, holding key positions, guerrilla harassment, and organized uprisings. Fifth, the Federal Assembly is still negotiating in secret with the 3 hegemon species. Though unlikely to intervene openly, these powers will not let the Federation swallow a Fengshu realm of 80,000 inhabited worlds. They will smuggle resources, artifacts, and elite aliens to the Fengshu while sowing discord inside the Federation. Given all this, the Special Operations fleets viewed by every side as a testing ground for a new style of interstellar war are bound to stand in the eye of the storm and become prime targets. An hour later, the number 4 dreadnought finally received its mission. Depart at noon tomorrow, slip into Fengshu space, and reconnoiter their movements. The wording was vague enough to give Li Feng plenty of room to improvise. By regulation, the dreadnought was paired with a small scout ship, but because of the Special Ops fleet's unique status, the 2 vessels were merely cooperating, not in a chain of command. Soon Mark sent word. The scout ship's captain, unable to withstand crew pressure, had decided to side with him and would fully back Li Feng, though whether he could keep his own sailors in line remained uncertain. Li Feng decided privately that if Mark kept cooperating, he would be slightly gentler when the time came to knock him out of the fleet commander's chair. After all, headquarters had fixed the invasion date and surely ordered every special ops fleet to stay put and await new directives. Mark, however, had unilaterally assigned the number 4 Dreadnought a reconnaissance mission, simultaneously defying those orders and proving to the brass that he couldn't control his captains. In a fleet full of prodigies, incompetence is deadlier than rebellion. To honor his promise and avoid breaking his word yet again, Mark was willing to stick his neck out. After ending the call with Mark, Li Feng studied the situation and decided to play it safe by striking only a single independent planet of the Windmouse clan that possessed slightly stronger defenses. Lin Zhengtai's latest intelligence showed that the Windmouse powers had formed an alliance. Whether they chose open battle or guerrilla harassment, they had seeded numerous spatial rifts throughout their territory. The deeper anyone ventured, the longer they stayed, the greater the risk. Weighing pros and cons, Li Feng selected a border planet on the fringe of Windmouse space as his target. Decision made. He immediately sent a video request to the captain of the small scout ship to explain the mission. At the same time, he ordered the AI of Battleship Number 4 to issue a return or remain directive to the entire crew and, per regulations, to share the operation plan with all senior officers, summoning them to the bridge for a meeting in 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, Vice Captain Marcus, the logistics chief, and the 3rd Regiment commander arrived. Like Marcus, the latter two had voluntarily joined Li Feng under external pressure. The 1st Regiment commander, Gu Lingxi, behaved as she had on the scout ship NB 4444, sending only a brief message awaiting orders rather than waste time rushing over. 10 minutes, 20, 30 Li Feng sat at the head of the table, waiting patiently. Nearly 2 hours passed before the remaining senior officers finally drifted in. Their expressions were blank. They took random seats and avoided his gaze. Apart from Gu Lingxi, everyone was now present. Li Feng showed no anger. Sweeping the room calmly, he began, "Commander Gu isn't here because she's served with me since the scout ship days. All the senior officers on that ship were so diligent, they didn't want their cultivation interrupted. They petitioned me not to disturb them until the detailed battle plan was ready. Once they replied approved, the meeting procedure was complete. Since that workflow worked so well, I propose we adopt it here on Battleship Number 4. Marcus answered first, clicking his tongue. "Excellent idea. The hard work's on you, Captain." The logistics chief nodded. "Agreed. The captain is truly selfless." The 3rd Regiment commander added, "Fully support it." "Thank you, Captain." The others only sneered. "Go ahead and try, Captain," someone said with icy sarcasm. "Let's just hope no one reports your arbitrary actions and blatant breach of regulations to Special Operations Command." The speaker was the other vice captain, Bogut. With a cold smile and measured tone, Bogut continued, "Your reputation is legendary, Captain. You turned the tide in the recent 4-race engagement and saved humanity's pride. I understand you consider us senior officers dispensable. File a complaint? Childish. I won't do that. Instead, they'll formally request that Special Operations Command strip me of all rights to mission details and advisory duties aboard Battleship Number 4. Captain, I refuse to be anyone's lapdog, so please, show some mercy." Bogut's declaration instantly tightened the atmosphere. Everyone realized the issue now touched their very authority aboard the ship. None of the senior officers, Caucasian or Asian alike, made room for compromise. Every one of them joined the chorus of cutting remarks. Cold white lights bounced off the metal walls, setting epaulets and medals ablaze with reflections. Mockery whirled through the air like a swarm of bullets, yet it steered clear of Li Feng at center stage, locking instead onto the 3 officers behind Marcus. Li Feng's expression stayed flat as his gaze drifted across the crowd. His voice was as even as a weather report. "We'll adjust the plan once we reach the target planet. Anyone have a different suggestion?" Barely 2 seconds of silence passed before Bogut raised his hand, pale knuckles sharp under the lights. One after another, everyone except Marcus' trio lifted an arm in perfect, slicing arcs, as if drawing a blade around their prey. Li Feng raised his own hand slightly, palm pressing down on empty air. "All good suggestions. I won't be taking any of them." Before the words settled, he snapped his terminal shut. "This briefing is over. If you disagree, file it with the supervisory board or decline the mission." The words cut like steel. Chairs scraped back. Bogut and the others rose as one. Boots hammered the alloy deck while they marched out without hesitation. To them, it was a symbolic victory. The captain had shown iron will, but also isolation. Regulations were clear. A captain held ultimate authority, yet balancing senior officers' interests was a constant dance. Each operation required a strategy session. Though the brass could only advise, a flood of no votes could paint a captain as incompetent. Enough dissent sank performance scores and invited replacement. It was a classic military tactic for toppling a superior. When the room emptied, only a heavy pressure lingered. Captain Marcus and his 2 comrades spoke up, clearly agitated. In their eyes, Li Feng's move was disastrous. If he wanted absolute power, he should have eased in, follow the crowd at first, then divide and conquer. Who walked in and played the dragon right away, alienating everyone at once. "Go." Li Feng waved them off like flies. "When it's time to bite, they'll let you know." They bowed out, respectful on the surface, cursing inside. Damn him if he won't even pretend to value us. He's practically forcing us to switch sides. Silence returned. Li Feng lifted his wrist and sent the real battle plan to Gu Lingxi under heavy encryption. Within 10 seconds his wristcom vibrated. Gu Lingxi requested a video link. When the feed opened, her silver-gray hair swayed with her sharp movements, anger barely contained. Do you realize what you've done? 2 months of trials, half a month of prep, and weeks of isolated deployment for 4 special ops fleets, all of it was a deal between the Federation Council, the top brass, and the interstellar clans. It gave them time to recruit those top prodigies. She took a quick breath. Now look, you killed some of those prodigies on the spot. Every one of them had a clan behind them. The rest, spooked by your power play, have their clans on edge too. Just to seize the ship faster, was it worth it? Li Feng nodded, voice calm to the point of unsettling. I'm aware. Gu Lingxi pressed again. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Li Feng didn't hesitate. Commanding a supercarrier as if it were an extra limb, with over 100,000 promising soldiers on board, pays for itself. On top of that, I harvest a surge of attribute points. The more people hate me, the more people will rally to me. Gu Lingxi fell silent for 2 seconds, then exhaled hard. Fine. She cut the call and threw herself back into training, done worrying for him. If he knew the cost and chose it anyway, let him face the fallout. If the sky caved in, odds were Li Feng would be crushed first, not her. Being second in command to such a man wasn't all bad. Should he bring down a storm, she might just overtake him in sheer longevity. Noon, November 12th. Warship number 4 and a small reconnaissance frigate weighed anchor at the same time, leaving the magnetic berths of the fleet base as pale blue plasma roared from their belly engines and cut through the thin cloud layer above the starport. The moment they cleared the harbor, every comm channel in the base lit up with angry traffic scores of captains hailed Commander Mark directly, demanding to know whether those 2 ships had been given special orders and why their own vessels had received only one curt directive. All hands aboard, shore leave cancelled. After departure, warship number 4 reached the edge of the surveillance grid, some 50 million kilometers from the coverage zone, and began circling as though deliberately stalling. Meanwhile, the scout frigate broke formation, accelerated ahead, and streaked toward the target sector, charged with removing any potential threats. Later that afternoon, the Special Operations Bureau's Statistics Office sent a merit bulletin to every ship through an encrypted channel. The results of the Force PC's combat exercise were finalized. Ever since Li Feng had become an officer, his name had always topped the disciplinary actions column. Yet this time the space was blank, leaving him momentarily stunned. Because the final outcome was judged a failure, he earned nothing under strategic contribution, but individual kills from the top-tier duel could be cashed in at 10% value. Warship number 4 had eliminated 4 level 60 Solkin prodigies, worth 2.1 million merit points, more than 90% of which were credited to Li Feng alone, an impressive 1.9 million. Added to his previous 1.19 million, his total climbed to 3.09 million, enough for promotion to 3-star major. The 4th Special Operations Fleet was already stationed on the frontier bordering the Fengshu clan's territory, and the planet Li Feng had selected lay alone on the outer rim, roughly 900 light-years away. At the scout frigate's top speed, the trip should have taken only 10 hours, yet Li Feng did not receive the AI survey data and precise coordinates until noon on the 13th. Clearly, although the frigate's captain held sweeping independent authority, he lacked Li Feng's nerve to ignore his senior crew. He had spent an entire day wrestling with unruly personnel before reaching the destination. Chaos was brewing aboard warship number 4 as well. Rebellious prodigies, other elite talents, and even peerless champions all began to make trouble. They were new recruits, but their families and corporate backers had already coached them on how to sideline or even overrule superior officers once on board. Their agitation centered on 2 demands. 1. The right to know. They insisted on immediate disclosure of the entire mission, claiming they would not risk their lives on someone else's secrets, while probing for a chance to force Li Feng to reveal his plan early and seize more command authority. 2. Personal leverage. If Li Feng broke regulations and divulged the plan, they could use the rulebook against him, then demand even greater control the next time around. Regulations state plainly that, to prevent leaks, ordinary crew members and junior officers are not entitled to mission details until arrival at the target. If Li Feng yielded, it would brand him a rule breaker who lacked competence. Next time these prodigies would use the same ploy to strip even more authority from him. Likewise, if he violated protocol by announcing the mission now, it would be a glaring sign of ineptitude. The agitation came mostly from the unruly prodigies. Most of the true paragons were still biding their time. Captain Li Feng was not yet an obstacle worth removing. The second undercurrent, however, surged much faster. The first sortie meant the first chance at merit points, and whoever seized them first would dominate the rankings afterward. Every squad-level officer, whether from operations, logistics, or the frontline units, became a focus fire target. Within hours they were all carted to the infirmary, shuttled into healing pods like canned goods on a conveyor belt. Unless they promised on the spot to stay in the back during the mission, they dared not step out of those pods. Fighting was officially forbidden in the medical ward, but the moment a hatch opened, 2 or 3 high-caliber geniuses would be waiting. A sparring accident was the excuse. A thorough beating was the goal, after which the victim was tossed back into the pod. Company and battalion officers fared slightly better. They had private quarters to hide in. The prodigies made their stance clear. The quarters were only a short-term shelter. Either surrender your claim to the merit, or skip the battle and face insubordination charges. If you do show up, you will be carried back to the infirmary all the same. Li Feng ignored the commotion. He knew the infighting would not touch his plans. Against alien armadas, pure AI pilots could not match human reflexes in maneuvering or firepower, and an ambush demanded boots on the ground to block, sweep, and intercept. This mission, however, had been tailored for him alone. The crew existed only as a warning, not as frontline fighters. Once a recon corvette forwarded its intel, he ordered the ship's AI to lock the coordinates and change course. Ship 4 throttled up to full power, brushing light speed in a dozen seconds, then fired its jump drive and, an instant later, emerged inside the target system. Per protocol, the engines shut down after the jump, and the warship drifted in the void like a cooling steel leviathan, motionless. The sensors remained fully operational. The main array, sweeping 100 million kilometers, immediately picked up the corvette a million kilometers out. Li Feng signaled it to keep patrolling the sector. After 10 minutes of engine reheating, Ship 4 began a slow burn toward the planet F12536. F12536 was an independent windrat colony world. Such outposts were scattered everywhere, each sharing one trait. They lay far from any other inhabited planet. The remoteness bred rebellion. Garrison leaders often crowned themselves kings once they severed the spatial corridor. Retaking a world then required staggering amounts of time, manpower, and material. F12536 fit the pattern. It sat inside a triple sun system whose axis spanned more than 10 light years, yet among the dozens of planets, only this one was naturally habitable, could be terraformed into one. Ship 4 closed the distance under tight thrust control. At 100 million kilometers, Li Feng ordered incremental deceleration. When fewer than 2 million remained, the Leviathan settled into a steady, low-speed sweep around the planet enough to announce its presence without revealing its true intent. It's time, Li Feng messaged Gu Lingxi. Within minutes, Gu Lingxi appeared outside the captain's quarters. Li Feng pushed the door open, and she stepped inside. Bathed in the light, the young woman's silhouette was sleek and striking. Flawless features carried an innate nobility, and the faint lift of her brows revealed an inborn pride. The sharp cut of her lieutenant's uniform traced her long frame with crisp lines. She shone like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling, yet untouchable. Her eyes, as deep as the sea, swept the room, and the air seemed to grow colder. Already at level 26? Did you take a top-tier elixir that boosts strength directly? Li Feng's gaze roamed over her, curiosity thick in his voice. So what if I did? Gu Lingxi shot back, then took half a step closer. Give me some more, and I'll owe you a favor. That single line hooked Li Feng at once. Zhang Wanxin was also exceptionally gifted in his eyes, at least top-tier talent, perhaps even destined to become a peerless prodigy. Yet resources were scarce. After level 10 her progress had slowed to a crawl, and now she was stuck at a bottleneck. If he could secure those elixirs, Zhang Wanxin's power would skyrocket. He had no intention of letting that chance slip away. Gu Lingxi caught the spark in his eyes and felt a flicker of surprise. She knew all about Li Feng's pride. Since they'd met, had borrowed a defensive artifact from her only once when they ambushed 2 white mid-level captains. Otherwise, his reputation was simply take without returning. This was the first time he had ever asked her to hand something over for free. Realizing why, her eyes lit with understanding. I have conditions too, she continued without pause. You're not allowed to fight back while I beat you up, but no hits to the face. Li Feng almost laughed aloud. What was wrong with this girl? She could have asked him to take out one of her rivals, yet she'd come up with something this absurd. Gu Lingxi spoke even faster. Add to that an entire set of top-rank secret technique skills, cultivation methods, everything in the best resources, artifacts, and formations needed from level 10 to 30. During their first joint mission, Li Feng had provoked her so many times she nearly snapped, and Shed wanted to beat him ever since. But the gap in their strength had only widened, leaving her no outlet. The pent-up frustration was almost forming a heart demon. After 4 or 5 months of military service, she had finally broken through to level 20 and completed her first life evolution. This was the perfect chance, and she wasn't about to miss it. Deal. Li Feng agreed almost instantly, nodding again and again. Once it was settled, he could hurry back and deliver the supplies to his unit. For the third time in front of him, Gu Lingxi lost her composure not from anger, but from sheer delight. A smile burst across her face like a rose in full bloom. She couldn't wait. She produced a high-grade isolation artifact that shimmered with soft light, infused it with spiritual power, and the spatial ripples vanished, sealing every trace of perception around them. Li Feng clicked his tongue in admiration, finally understanding why this girl kept butting heads with him. She knew she could never surpass him, yet she relished the thrill of a pending fate. What a pity. Li Feng stabbed whoever crossed him. No mountain was too high, no superior too daunting, so he would never savor that kind of fun. He placed a hand on Gu Lingxi's shoulder, letting his senses and extrasensory perception surge outward. With a single thought, Li Feng and Gu Lingxi materialized 10,000 kilometers away. Even at full power, the battleship's high-precision scanners could not penetrate the shielding treasure around Gu Lingxi, and the crew had no idea their captain had vanished. The huge vessel drifted in confused circles while officers argued over the public channel. Li Feng activated his flight ability, pulled Gu Lingxi close, and shot across the void like a streak of light. In 30 seconds, he forced his speed past 1.4 million kilometers per hour. Within half an hour, they sliced into the target planet's atmosphere. Unlike cultivators or espers who could dampen wind resistance, Li Feng's passage still hammered the air and triggered sonic booms, so he had to throttle back sharply. His spiritual sense fanned out, absorbing every movement on the independent world. Windrat patrols roamed the sky, and a handful of level 20-plus picket ships floated beyond the atmosphere. But on a planet this size, such defenses were meaningless. The main fortress was pinpointed immediately. Assassination was second nature to both of them. A heartbeat later, they settled in an unused room inside the inner keep. The planetary chief was a level 40 windrat, so Li Feng unleashed his extrasensory perception, mapping the stronghold in an instant. He located a hidden chamber beneath the keep and memorized the structure of the entire fortress. The old frontier records were dead wrong. Scouts had reported only one major ward around the inner keep and no spatial rifts. Yet a ward of equal strength now shielded the outer walls, and a modest spatial rift had opened under the keep. The adjacent vault held nothing but low-grade resources, while a host of windrat elites above level 25 clustered inside the keep. The chief was clearly prepared to flee with his closest followers. Li Feng opened his system interface and triggered a reset. Host, Li Feng. Unassigned points, 0. Constitution, 2,000. Strength, 22,000. Endurance, 1,000. Agility, 22,000. Spirit, 300. Abilities, Armor Pierce LV4, Blink LV4, Flight LV4, Extra Sense LV4, Reset LV3. After the change, strength and agility climbed to the level 39 range. The other stats dropped sharply but stayed usable. Ready, he murmured, drawing his spirit sword. Gu Lingxi nodded. The next instant, they burst into the hidden chamber and appeared behind the level 40 chief. With level 39 speed and force, the chief noticed danger only when the blade hovered above his skull. Slash. Armor Pierce LV4 and a high-grade spirit sword combined into one lethal swing, cleaving the chief in two. Ding. You have slain an enemy. Attribute points 2,925. 2 more. Li Feng said softly. A level 38 and a level 37 officer were still at large. He dumped the new points into spirit, pushing his perception even higher. Gu Lingxi deftly stripped the chief's storage treasure and tucked it away. Li Feng blinked again, infiltrating the sealed rooms where the level 38 and level 37 windrats were meditating. Attribute points 1,829. Attribute points 1,356. Each chamber was ringed by a minor ward, yet the outside guards remained oblivious. Li Feng hit reset one more time, distributing the hall evenly. Host, Li Feng. Unassigned points, 0. Constitution, 11,300. Strength, 11,200. Endurance, 11,200. Agility, 11,200. Spirit, 11,200. Abilities, Armor Pierce LV4, Blink LV4, Flight LV4, Extra Sense LV4, Reset LV3. A lucrative start, more than 6,000 attribute points in the bag. Go. Li Feng let his extrasensory perception fan out. With a sixth teleport, he pulled Gu Lingxi close and blinked more than 10,000 kilometers across open space. The moment they materialized, he called up Battleship 4's coordinates and flight path, locked onto the ship, and streaked toward it at full speed. Barely half an hour later, the massive vessel re-entered his sensory range. He triggered a seventh teleport and reappeared in the captain's quarters. One glance at the comm panel showed that in the 2 hours had been gone, the public channel had filled with curses. The tirades named not only the captain but also both vice captains, the 2 legion commanders, and every regiment leader. Li Feng swept the ship with his awareness. Chaos was everywhere. Junior and mid-level officers were trapped in their quarters or in medical pods, unable to step outside. Engage tactical route, he ordered the ship's AI. Battleship 4 wheeled about and shot toward the target planet 900,000 kilometers, 800,000, 700,000. A shrill alarm blared through every corridor. Emergency assembly. All combat personnel report to the combat bay. The mission brief appeared on every screen, and for the first time the ordinary crew saw their objective. The uproar died instantly. The top prodigies kept their faces calm, Yet their footsteps were quick as they streamed toward the combat bay. Many operators and logistics crew followed. With the systems running on automation, the only way to earn merits was to fight. But the hatchways were already sealed, leaving junior, mid-level, and even some senior officers stuck outside, unable to move forward or back. 100,000, 90,000, 80,000 kilometers the battleship kept closing in. The young elites tried to stay composed, but excitement flashed in their eyes. This was their first mission, their first chance at military merit. 10,000, 9,000, 8,000 scanners and holographic projections refreshed in real time, showing windrat sentries scattering at the ship's approach. 1,000, 900, 800 when only a few hundred kilometers remained to the main fortress, Battleship 4 came to an abrupt halt. Deploy all troops, Li Feng ordered. Assault the fortress and recover every piece of data and intel. The massive bay door slid open. No one rushed out. Every genius froze. A moment later, the public channel erupted. Are you kidding me? You think rookies don't know anything? The intel says the Windrat Chieftain is level 40, with level 38s and 37s backing him up. We can't take that. Damn it. You want us to charge in before the energy cannons break their shields, or take out the high evils? That's suicide. Li Feng, we've had enough of you. Hiding in the captain's cabin like a turtle was one thing, but this. It was supposed to be a recon mission, yet they want us to storm the Windmouse clan's main fortress on a life-bearing world, and on top of that, they're sending us to die on purpose. He doesn't have the guts. He just wants to use this order to make us cave and show us how far a captain's authority goes. If he's brave enough, let him come out captain or whatever. If I don't beat him half dead, they'll change my name to Li Feng's grandson. The public channel erupted with curses, but Li Feng stayed silent. Instead, he had the ship's AI issue a top-level alert. Warning. You are in serious violation of a direct order. Mobilize all forces immediately or face court-martial. The shrill synthetic voice echoed through the ready bay again and again, making the bulkheads vibrate. The mid-level officers blocking the corridor blanched, especially those from the Sector F Frontier Defense Force. They knew too well how independent scout crews operated the craziest daredevils in the entire fleet. Yet the prodigies crammed into the ready bay still refused to back down, and the insults grew louder. Come on, court-martial us. Even with 8 lives, you wouldn't dare leave the captain's cabin. In theory, they knew the cost of disobeying orders, but they saw this as a bluff. If things reached Special Operations Command, the too many to punish rule would protect them. With over 100,000 elite cadets involved, the only one who could pay was Li Feng. The seconds ticked by. After 3 minutes, Li Feng rose, lifted his spirit blade, rolled his neck, and strolled out. Gu Lingxi followed close behind, sword in hand. Relax, Li Feng murmured. If the sky falls, just watch me prop it up. With my ranking, headquarters will at worst sweep this under the rug. Gu Lingxi snorted in reply. They stepped into the main passage. See, Captain, what are you doing? Please think this through. A murderous chill poured from Li Feng like a wind from the pit, forcing the officers against the bulkhead. As he passed, they whispered prayers. If he killed 1 or 2 as a warning, fine. If it became a bloodbath, they were finished too. Ice flashed in Li Feng's eyes. His senses burst outward and locked on the loudest mouth in the channel bulwark. You think I'm joking? He thought. Li Feng's out here looks like he's out for blood. Someone at the hatch joked, and the ready bay roared with laughter. In their minds, this was his final bluff. Hold firm, and his authority would crumble. 10 meters. 9. 8. The alarm still wailed, but no one realized it was a death knell. At 5 meters, Li Feng surged forward, flight boosters flaring. Steel flashed. Blood sprayed. The crewmen blocking the passage saw only a blur. Fountains of crimson erupted. Heads rose into the air in perfect unison. Ding. Enemy killed. Attribute points 212. 146, 163, 205. The electronic prompts kept chiming, counting each kill. The corridor that had been jammed solid was cleared in a heartbeat, a path carved in blood. Thud. Severed heads, faces frozen in terror, hit the deck and rolled, splattering crimson. The mid-level officers collapsed, scalps tingling. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Splatters of blood accompanied every swing of Li Feng's sword, the corridor echoing with shrill screams. The crew saw only a silver flash, a blade thin as a cicada's wing slicing the air as though tearing space itself. The dim passage turned into a mist-filled slaughterhouse, bodies collapsing at his feet. Has he lost his mind? Someone screamed, their voice shaking. He's killing people. He's actually doing it. Stop him now. Yet no one stepped forward. The terrifying speed and thunderous power Li Feng unleashed reduced these level 26 to 32 prodigies to onlookers who could grasp only a fading afterimage. He moved as though the place were deserted, striding into the armory while a cold aura choked every breath. Only then did they understand Li Feng had stayed in the captain's quarters not out of fear, but to wait for the mission orders, to wait for the instant they disobeyed. The shrill alarm, ignored before, now stabbed their ears like steel needles. They shoved toward the exit, suddenly the most obedient soldiers alive, terrified that a single misstep would let that spirit sword harvest them. They thought about joining forces, but against that despair-inducing blur, they no longer possessed the courage to resist. You can't kill me, Bu Urwo shrieked as he fled. I'm a peerless prodigy. Interstellar clans fight to recruit me. Thunk. The cold tip of the sword punched through his chest, beads of blood sliding down the edge. Bu Urwo stared in disbelief, trembling fingers reaching for the blade, as if proving it an illusion could make death retreat. Swish. The spirit sword snapped free and came down again, cleaving Bu Urwo cleanly in half. Attribute 138, Attribute 157, Attribute 195. System prompts chimed in Li Feng's mind, mingling with the stench of blood. The cramped armory soon felt spacious, the floor piled with corpses. Within 5 or 6 minutes, every crew member had fled under the persuasion of Li Feng's sword. Shattered limbs lay everywhere. More than 400 bodies carpeted the cold deck, a thick bloody mist hanging in the air. Quick reflexes, Li Feng snorted. Power surged beneath his feet, and he shot off the deck, streaking out of the armory. Behind him, Gu Lingsuo had managed to finish off a single crewman amid the chaos. Followed quietly, keeping her usual silent position at his flank. Clatter. Those once surrogate geniuses lurched backward, widening the gap between themselves and Li Feng. Gazing at the blood-soaked figure who looked like a demon incarnate, they were left with nothing but primal terror. Li Feng raised his sword, the tip aimed at the cloud-shrouded fortress below the battleship. His voice was ice. All troops, assault the main stronghold. Disobey, and face court-martial. You can't do that. Someone screeched. There's a level 40 leader in the Windrat clan stronghold. Doubt and hesitation tugged at their hearts, but the next instant, Li Feng exploded forward. A mere 1,000 meters was nothing more than a streak of lightning to him. In the blink of an eye, he was inside the crowd. Slash after slash heads arced through the air. A cadre of elite prodigies once again became battle-hardened soldiers. Their alloy boots spat blue-white flames as they dove almost vertically from high altitude toward the main fortress, each one pushing speed to the limit, sharp as a shower of falling stars. Li Feng stood at the center of the bridge aboard the scout ship NB-4444, watching streaks of light race across the main screen, a satisfied smile curling his lips. The long-lost feeling of command had returned. Pulling up the latest scans, he assessed the fight in an instant. The so-called chosen ones possessed flawless instincts, but his kill rate was just as impressive. In 10 short minutes, he had personally cut down more than 500 of them, amassing 77,500 attribute points. With a thought, he distributed every point evenly across the 5 basics: constitution, strength, endurance, agility, and spirit, raising each to roughly 26,700. His overall level jumped from 36 to 39, leaving him a single step from 40. The surge of power was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the fastest attackers were closing on the fortress outer wards. Li Feng snapped an order. Ship 4. Main gun online. Lock onto the spatial rift. A massive beam tore through the sky, skimming past every friendly fighter before striking the outer barrier, then the inner shield. The first shattered after half a second. The second collapsed a heartbeat later. The beam punched through bedrock and walls, disintegrating the rift. Scanners, now unobstructed, swept the entire stronghold. Only then did the Vanguard realize that the level 40 Windrat chieftain mentioned in their intel didn't exist, and the supposed level 38 and 37 elites were missing as well. Among hundreds of thousands inside the fortress, the strongest were merely level 34 and 33. Crew who had died earlier had perished for nothing, and those who had hesitated only to be slain by Li Feng had fallen even more unjustly. Teeth were clenched in silent fury. Li Feng clearly knew beforehand that no top-level Windrats were present. The entire mission was a setup. Free hunt, Li Feng announced over the public channel. 2 hours, then back aboard. Same rules. Want a promotion? Kill more. Want money? Find treasure. Want both? Kill while you search. Silence reigned. No one answered, and no one dared curse aloud. He didn't mind. These prodigies had been treated as protagonists all their lives, arrogant and iron-willed. A few more purges would tame them. He turned to Gu Lingxi. What about you? He'll wait in the dorm, she said, uninterested in rank or riches, and flew back to the ship. Li Feng activated his heightened senses, absorbing every detail of the battle. With the crew already pouring into the fortress, he locked onto a level 27, a level 28, and a level 30 Windrat. He plunged down, crippling each with a single strike before sedating them. After alerting the robots to deliver the prisoners to Gu Lingxi, he moved to intercept those trying to breach the encirclement. 52, 63, 19 enemy rank didn't matter. Each fell in one blow. Yet he never stepped inside the fortress. The mission granted full credit for any Windrat kill, and since he couldn't use the main gun to harvest points en masse, he left the prey inside for his rebellious subordinates, giving them a shot at both promotion and profit. In under half an hour, nearly all the Windrats were dead. Fewer than 1,000 surrendered, not from bravery, but because the 100,000-strong Vanguard never gave them the chance. The fortress was stripped of every resource and treasure. Most scoffed at the low-grade spoils. but war trophies could be exchanged for merit. Li Feng immediately ordered an early withdrawal to the warship. No one dared hesitate. Dragging crates of spoils and herding their prisoners, the crew shot into the sky toward the vessel hovering barely 100 kilometers above the surface. Seconds later, the hatch slid open, and they filed inside, forming up again in the ready bay. Within half an hour, the deck, once carpeted with corpses and rivulets of blood, was spotless. Autonomous drones had erased every trace of the massacre, as if it had never happened. The handful of surviving prodigies now stood in stunned silence, their faces blank. The public channel was equally mute, broken only by the occasional hiss of electromagnetic static. Their fear was simple. The bay doors were still sealed. The operation was over, yet they were not being dismissed to their quarters, meaning Li Feng could burst in at any moment to finish the job. Suddenly, the bridge broadcast crackled to life. Hold position and rest for 20 minutes. After that, you'll deploy in waves and hit every fortress on this planet. Retrieve all data, records, and intel. Logistics chief, ready the airships and get a team down here to process the prisoners. Orders fell one after another, each delivered in a voice so cold it felt like a hammer to the chest. Assault every fortress on the planet? Is he planning to conquer an entire biosphere? Someone whispered on a private channel, then cut the line in panic, terrified Li Feng might be listening. Shock gave way to sudden clarity. A routine mission to monitor fengshu movements could be twisted into something like this. Any assignment lacking detailed procedures could become a snowball for racking up merit. If Li Feng weren't so brutal, he would be the perfect mentor and old captain every crew member would willingly follow. At the bay entrance, the officers still locked outside hesitated on the public channel. Li Feng's stream of high-value tasks had mentioned only 7 people, Vice Captain Makas and 6 officers who had long since pledged their loyalty to him. Everyone else understood at once this was merit distribution. Being barred from the ready bay by common crew had already exposed their incompetence. Li Feng's slaughter of more than 500 elite talents meant the officers would inevitably be blamed for failing to intervene. With just those 2 strikes, Special Operations Command would have little reason to keep favoring them. If they failed to earn fresh merit here, their promotion paths would slam shut. The moment replacements appeared, they could be exiled to Records Division's cold storage jobs a central AI could handle without them. Every military branch had such retirement posts. The Special Operations Bureau was no exception. Normally, high merit orders still had to pass through officers with formal rank, and Li Feng couldn't bypass them. But now they commanded no loyalty and no manpower. They could only stand at the hatch and stare. The cruelest stroke was that Li Feng had spoken every order aloud on the public channel. The message was crystal clear to every prodigy in the room. Those 7 officers under Marcus were under his personal protection. Anyone with a survival instinct would do well to cooperate. At the same time, he was warning everyone else any officer outside that circle meant nothing to him, so they were free to keep their arrogant attitude if they wanted to die. When the hesitant officers lingered at the passageway, Li Feng merely swept his gaze over them and offered no response. In his book, only those willing to push into the combat zone and reclaim their authority under pressure deserved his approval. The rest were destined for elimination. Li Feng's timing was almost mechanical. Exactly 20 minutes later, more than 800 prisoners were herded to the designated spot. 32 were level 20 or higher. 1 even reached level 30. Moving like lightning, Li Feng crippled and knocked out 3 high-tier wind rodent captives on the spot, then sent them off with service robots to Gulingxi. The 2 at levels 27 and 28 became her sparring partners, while the level 30 prisoner was kept for future planetary governance. Battleship number 4 carried a military-grade surgical bay and a stockpile of slave chips. Every wind rodent at level 20 and above was implanted immediately, eliminating loyalty concerns. At Li Feng's command, countless elite talents poured out of the combat bay and sped along routes calculated by the ship's AI. Small shuttles packed with wind rodent prisoners accompanied them. Following his orders, each team would broadcast to a target fortress on arrival. Surrender within 3 minutes, and the shuttle's prisoners would take over. Humans would simply collect resources. Miss the deadline, and an all-out assault would begin. Battleship number 4 became a colossal seed drill, scattering more than 100,000 top-tier fighters across the planet. The fortresses varied in size, yet the strongest local leader was only level 25, forced to face human attackers who averaged level 29. The outcome was never in doubt. Back when Li Feng commanded recon ship NB-4444, conquering a wind rodent world of 1 billion souls took him a full day just to sweep once. This planet was larger and more populous, with over 2,000 fortresses, yet it was wiped clean in 7 to 8 hours. Wherever troops landed, a fortress fell or surrendered within an hour. When the operation ended, everyone rallied back and Li Feng ordered an immediate withdrawal. Reconstruction, consolidation, and rounding up scattered wind rodents would be handled by the level 30 captive and other high-tier prisoners. The humans merely had to wait for results. Crew members across the globe regrouped at the appointed time, filing into Battleship number 4. My rule is simple. Li Feng told the bridge. The captain takes half. Ordinary crew, who never set foot in the control room, get their share from their squad leaders. He was talking about the spoils. Many were unhappy. No one likes handing over hard-won loot, especially when it converts directly into military merit, but nobody dared speak up. Once everyone was seated, the ship lifted off. Squad leaders funneled their gathered resources and treasures into the control room. True to form, Li Feng handled them methodically. Gu Lingxi had already skimmed half of the high-grade assets collected from wind rodent leaders and delivered them to Hima's sizable haul by itself. The remaining spoils were divided by robots into 3 equal parts. One for the control and logistics crew, split according to rank and headcount. One for Li Feng's own coffers, and one bundled for Marcus, to be handed over to the captain of the smaller recon ship when they rendezvoused. The 2 vessels had no formal hierarchy between them, but the other captain had taken real risks. Fair compensation was non-negotiable. The rendezvous with the scout corvette went off without a hitch. Assigned to patrol the surrounding sector, the small recon ship immediately accelerated, engaged its jump drive, and raced toward the base. Following Li Feng's orders, Dreadnought No. 4 stayed at top speed. Patrolling the outer rim on the way out, the corvette had led the way. On the return trip, the behemoth would guard the rear. By noon on the 15th day, the corvette confirmed the route was clear and no support was needed. Only then did Li Feng issue the order to head home. No. 4 instantly pushed to light speed, opened its jump gate, emerged on the station's perimeter, and glided along the rail into a brand new berth. With a metallic clatter, Mission 1 officially ended, and the officers and crew poured down the gangways as if on cue. The crushing victory had humbled every so-called prodigy on board. No one dared contradict Li Feng or question him to his face, and the ship maintained an air of forced cordiality. The moment they stepped ashore, however, the mood flipped. Everyone had pocketed a fortune in battle merits and bonuses, yet no one credited Li Feng for it in their eyes. He had merely shared a few tricks, and any other captain could have done the same. Now it was payback time. Anonymous complaints and spliced videos snowed down on the Special Operations Bureau's JAG and Internal Affairs offices. Li Feng simply told the ship's AI to collate every recording and forward it to the statistics division, then placed a quick video call to Jiang Wanxin before heading straight for Gu Lingxi's dorm. Seeing him walk in to get beaten, Gu Lingxi deftly produced a small porcelain vial from her storage ring, tipped out a single pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. What was that? Li Feng asked. A spirit pill that gives me a massive temporary boost, she replied, still brimming with excitement a day later. Don't think I don't know how strong you've become. I can't even lay a finger on you now. Is that really necessary? Li Feng laughed wryly. A life-saving pill like that was worth a fortune, yet she had already traded a top-tier cultivation manual, a full set of resources, and an entire array of artifacts just to spar with him. Now she was willing to burn another pill. She was getting crazier by the day, nothing like the profit-driven heiress she used to be. Absolutely, Gu Lingxi declared, nodding hard. All right, let's do this. Li Feng stripped off his uniform, the lighting outlining every ridge of muscle. Though her main path was the sword, Gu Lingxi was equally skilled with her fists. As the medicine surged through her, she drew a deep breath, spirit energy roaring, and launched a straight punch at Li Feng's chest. Bang! Her fist slammed into muscle as hard as steel. Li Feng grunted and staggered back until he hit the metal door, while the recoil sent Gu Lingxi skidding several steps before she steadied herself. Just how strong are you now? She asked, staring at him in disbelief. Li Feng had thoughtfully provided level 25 and level 26 prisoners for her to spar with after her recent breakthrough to level 26, but they were no longer enough. They had snagged 2 more wind mouse prisoners, level 27 and level 28, just so she could have sparring partners. She never meant to turn Li Feng into a pulp. All she wanted was to vent the resentment she had been nursing, then call it quits. That punch used only 30% of her strength, yet the backlash still scattered her inner energy. Had she gone all out, she would probably have crippled herself. It's no big deal, Li Feng said, rubbing a chest that felt no pain while forcing a grimace and staggering 2 steps for effect. Taking a beating was a small price for top-tier manuals, resources, and artifacts. Once he got hold of the techniques that had rocketed Jiang Wanxin to level 30, plus all the other goodies, he'd be way ahead. For Gu Lingxi, pounding on him was a chance to blow off steam. She knew she'd never surpass him, but landing a few hits would at least be satisfying. Everybody won. Unfortunately, Li Feng's strength left no room for him to throw the match. The latest mission had netted him another 3,000 scattered stat points, pushing each of his 5 attributes to an average of 27,300. With that much constitution and endurance, even a tier 3 mecha energy cannon couldn't shake him. Gu Lingxi was only level 26. Even with power-boosting pills, her punch was weaker than a tier 3 cannon. All he felt was an itch. Your acting is terrible, Gu Lingxi snorted. Li Feng spread his hands. No need to call me out. Want to slash me a few times with a spirit sword? Or give me a minute, and he'll drop my Bodis defenses. He honestly wanted to give her some real satisfaction. Otherwise it felt like daylight robbery. He could dial down his strength, but softening his body was tricky. Not impossible, though. She could pick a higher grade sword, or he could reset his stats and dump his constitution to rock bottom. Seething, Gu Lingxi merely grunted, turned, and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. She had already swallowed power-boosting pills just to throw that punch. Now she was supposed to use a sword or wait for his cooperation. This wasn't venting anger, it was stockpiling it. After looking forward to this all day, she wanted to crawl into a hole. Right now she just wished Li Feng would vanish. As for those elite manuals, resources, and formations, she would ship them straight to F-369. Sensing her mood, Li Feng wisely changed back into his uniform and left. In the captain's cabin, he reclined in his multifunction chair, brewed a cup of hot tea, and waited for headquarters to finish its tug-of-war. The combat merit report should have been out in under an hour, yet nothing appeared. What arrived first was a terse fleet channel message from Mark. Awesome. One word, but an unmistakable show of support. It came more than an hour after the data had been filed, proof that Mark had agonized over the decision. Still, taking a stance before Senior Brass declared theirs took guts. As commander of the 4th Fleet and the number 4 battleship, Mark had every right to speak. Whatever the upper-level power struggle, his opinion carried weight. Keeping your distance and staying out of this mess was just as easy. Mark lifted his wrist and powered down the comm unit. The crystal blue display blinked out, and with it all the chatter. Though he had been put forward as the fleet's interim commander, the current power balance meant no one dared force him to pick a side. Thanks to his talent and sharp mind, many senior officers privately believed he was more than a placeholder, was the heir apparent. Besides, he was military royalty. His father ran the information division at Border Defense Base 777 and held real clout. Mark had never joined a faction, yet whenever the high command needed leverage, full admirals still reached out to him first. Military headquarters, deep inside the information division. A dusty, obsolete trunkline transceiver stood in the corner of a dimly lit storeroom, most of its cables long dead. Lin Zhengtai leaned against the metal casing, tea in hand, flipping through files. Beep beep beep. His watch vibrated. One look and his eyes narrowed. Liang Qiqing, director of the Special Operations Bureau, was requesting a private voice channel. A dozen scenarios flashed through Lin's mind. He took the call. General Liang, did you authorize Li Feng to execute more than 500 crew members under the charge of disobeying orders? Liang's tone was level but carried unmistakable weight. Lin's eyelid twitched. Ruthless, he thought. He quickly gathered himself and chuckled. All I ever taught him was how to sprint to admiral and then get stripped of the rank in the next power play. My experience is outdated these days. I back his choices but never interfere with his thinking. Is that so? I suspected you were pulling strings. Liang's voice eased. No wonder off the 512 crew members, 435 were white, and 57 were elite prodigies. Lin sighed cooperatively. Success or failure always hides in the details. Leaving that many loose ends really was careless. Apparently satisfied, Liang went on. In all recorded history, no training system outside cultivators and espers has ever broken level 40 in the open. Even that infamous method refining high-level aliens into serum and pairing it with top-tier biotech never pushed anyone past level 35 in a single year, let alone granted abilities no manual even mentions. Lin took a slow sip of tea, still smiling. When Li Feng first met me 6 months ago, he swore he could break level 40 and beyond. I didn't buy it, but nothing is absolute, and I adore his bravado, so I lashed the entire welfare faction to his belt right then. I've called a strategy meeting with senior staff in 2 hours. I need your answer within 1 hour, Liang said, then cut the line. As soon as the signal dropped, Lin wiped the call log and sent Li Feng a video request. My plan, of course, is to cooperate fully. Once the video link was established, Li Feng listened quietly to Lin Zhengtai's briefing and agreed almost without hesitation. He wasn't blind to the pros and cons. He simply ranked leveling up his own power above everything else. He had just pocketed a massive haul of attribute points, and the crew of Battleship 4 had learned to follow orders during their recent missions. Rather than clash heat again, he preferred to keep any fallout to a minimum. Not just cooperate. Lin Zhengtai paused, then revealed Liang Qiqing's real agenda. He wants you to de facto him. What about working together as equals? Li Feng frowned, but his voice stayed calm. Lin Zhengtai chuckled, half teasing. Li Feng, you really think you're a big deal? I'm the heir apparent to the welfare faction. Under me are a demoted full admiral, 2 lieutenant generals, 7 major generals, and nearly 100 field officers. Li Feng snorted, unimpressed. Liang Qiqing is only a 9-star lieutenant general right now. If we're talking potential, sure, he might one day head the Special Operations Department and become a military heavyweight. But if potential counts, I'm a future Federation Marshal. So who's really reaching here? He doesn't buy your future Marshal hype, Lin Zhengtai said, eyes narrowing in amusement at Li Feng's confidence that bordered on arrogance. Li Feng thought for a moment, then asked, the welfare faction's never been popular. Isn't he afraid that getting tied to me will drag him down? If I ever spark a mess that threatens every consortium and family, even a top military post won't save him. That's why he wants you alone, not the whole welfare faction, Lin Zhengtai explained evenly, every word on point. Otherwise he'd be talking to me, the faction leader. When you finally have real rank and status and stir up a hornet's nest, he can simply stay silent and keep his hands clean. Fine, I was too naive. Li Feng smacked his lips and got to the heart of it. What do I do then? Instead of giving a direct answer, Lin Zhengtai laid out the landscape. Liang Qiqing is the Special Operations Bureau chief, pushed forward by the Asian bloc's top brass, and almost guaranteed a seat in the high command. Given his age, as long as he shows enough skill, he can firmly control the bureau, oversee the future Special Operations Department, and maybe even become the Asian bloc's leading voice in the military. But the pressure on him is immense. Variones watching, waiting to topple him. That's why he's recruiting you. Lin Zhengtai raised two fingers. He wants two things. First, to thrust a sharp bloody into the Special Operations Fleet, pile up combat achievements, and use them to overshadow the white bloc, proving his judgment. Second, to let you stir the pot inside the fleet, draw enemy fire, and force his rivals to show their cards so he can cut off their wings and flip the entire table. Your personality, style, current power level, and abilities check every box for both the blade and the poker table. The only drawback is that your potential hasn't been fully proven. He's under so much pressure that he has no choice but to gamble on you. The benefits and risks are both huge. In the end, it's your call. Li Feng stayed silent for a long time, a dull ache building in his skull. All he had wanted was to harvest some attribute points by the book and carry out the first purge on Battleship 4. At worst, the families backing those top prodigies would bear a grudge and strike at him from the shadows. In public, however, his rank was high and his methods ruthless. The Special Operations Fleet was in its spotlight phase, and his dazzling performance during the 4 races combat trial had already sent shockwaves through the military. With a fellow Asian heading the Bureau of Special Operations, these factors formed an ironclad shield. As long as he kept everything above board, even slaughtering every mutinous crew member wouldn't shake his rank or his post. As for the families behind the geniuses he had killed, he had a simple plan. Make an example of the extreme skin color faction and the Neil clan. Silence the rest, then keep sprinting along the path to supremacy. As long as his power rose fast enough, no hidden threat could keep up. Sooner or later, every force that menaced him would crumble like wet plaster in his fist. What he didn't expect was Liang Qiqing stepping in personally and offering a tempting proposition partnership. Li Feng hesitated little. Just as he had thrown in with the welfare faction to seize the captaincy, he was decisive again. Yes, the higher vortex of power was dangerous, but Liang Qiqing's backing would let him purge Ship 4 faster and forge a hand-picked unit of absolute loyalty and staggering potential. Once the purge was done and the integration complete, Ship 4 would burn like one mass of fire or scatter like stars, and he would finally have his own foothold in the fleet. What difference does it make? The moment you board Liang Qiqing's ship, everyone will see you as his man, Lin Zhengtai warned with a strange look. There's a huge difference, Li Feng shot back. First, it clears my conscience. Second, if he blocks my way in the future, I can kick him aside without guilt. They'll sort out the details and talk to Liang Qiqing myself. Lin Zhengtai paused, lowered his voice, and said, in that arena you're just a chess piece. From today on you face open enemies and must watch most of the people around you. At that level they can dangle offers no one can refuse, and they love planting agents in advance. I understand, Li Feng nodded. They'll start by sacrificing the Neil clan and the extreme skin color faction. The Neil clan is easy, blades are my specialty. The faction is harder, most of them are officers. Killing officers is taboo, and killing is all I do. I need you to mobilize the entire welfare faction and crush their middle and lower tiers at any cost. Lin Zhengtai chuckled. Targeting only the middle and lower ranks isn't really your style. Li Feng gave a wry smile. Do I have to spell it out? The 2 lieutenant generals in the welfare faction are basically retired and placed together. They still can't beat the real power holders. Lin Zhengtai waved a hand calmly. Murdering officers is taboo, yes, but rules bend for the right people. The skin tone extremists are ruthless precisely because they ignore every rule of engagement. They assassinate, poison, and even hire high-level alien mercenaries. Anyone they mark for death won't survive long if they insist on playing by the book. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, incredulous. I can actually strike at their top officers? He tightened his grip on the teacup until his knuckles turned white. Lin Zhengtai tapped the tabletop, his tone calm but firm. Control your timing. First, be certain they've already targeted you. Second, no collateral damage. Third, clean up afterward, keep it quiet if you can, and, with luck, pin the blame on the aliens. Li Feng's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet. That makes it simple. Please track their movements for me. He began pacing, clearly eager for battle. Lin Zhengtai shook his head, steering the conversation back. He'll handle the messy details, but you have to step into the spotlight and formally take over the welfare faction. Li Feng stopped mid-stride, confusion flickering across his face. Smiling, Lin Zhengtai teased him. You've got nerve. You're only a 3-star major, yet here you are negotiating with a future titan of the military. If I went in as your private envoy, I'd lose face. But if you appear as the head of the welfare faction, that's a different story. Outsiders will see a partnership, not a hierarchy. And if Liang Qiqing ever tries to block you, you can stand your ground without being called ungrateful. Li Feng rubbed the bridge of his nose, still doubtful. With my current rank and status, will anyone listen to me? You're right. Your rank is still low, Lin Zhengtai said, tapping the table as his gaze sharpened. But the fact you wiped out more than 500 top prodigies in one stroke is enough to silence most critics. The fighting spirit in Li Feng's eyes blazed. Deal. Seeing his resolve, Lin Zhengtai grew solemn, his voice slower but weightier. One last thing, figure out, stage by stage, exactly what support you need from Liang Qiqing. Even without allies, the tide of the new era will lift you high. As long as you don't cause a world-shaking incident, the top brass of the yellow race will step in for the greater good. This time, even if you refuse to work with Liang Qiqing, he'll still protect you for his own interests, and for the race only the degree of help will differ. If you dive into his power struggle, you accept greater risk. Fail, and you're expendable, while he bleeds heavily, no debts either way. Succeed, and he won't be stingy with rewards. Ask for whatever you like. Putting you at the head of the welfare faction gives you another bargaining chip. If the payoff you want outweighs your personal value to Liang Qiqing, you can throw the faction into the deal. Li Feng nodded, understanding exactly what Lin Jingtai meant. Special Operations Bureau Headquarters. A small conference room glowed under cool white lights, an oval alloy table dominating the center, its polished surface reflecting the ceiling fixtures. More than 30 senior officers took their seats, most in person, a few projected as holograms behind the chairs. Solid figures and flickering images mingled, with Asians and Caucasians present in equal numbers. Only a single cup of steaming green tea rested on the tabletop. The pale green at its rim made it obvious which faction really held the floor. The mood seemed casual. Voices stayed low, an occasional pleasantry passed back and forth, as if nothing serious were at stake. Yet each glance cut like scanning equipment, silently weighing gains and losses. No one showed their edge, but every mind ran the numbers. That, after all, was the Special Operations Bureau's version of harmony. Technically, this was just a workshop, not a meeting that required an immediate ruling. Outwardly, everyone appeared composed, but the calm was paper-thin, for one reason: Li Feng. In a single mission, he had wiped out more than 500 top-tier prodigies. During the past 40-odd hours, every person in the room had fielded family calls, discreet in wording, blunt in intent. Find a pretext to pull this high-risk asset off the warship. The Asian officers, squeezed by their own clans, found no refuge from the barrage. Layer upon layer of interest, humanity at large, the Bureau, each ethnic bloc, family fortunes, even personal careers had all been dumped on a table barely 30 square meters wide. Most Asian brass had a clear stance: keep it quiet, lock down the story. As far as they were concerned, Li Feng, as a capital ship captain, held full legal authority to execute or discipline personnel who flagrantly disobeyed orders. The procedure was airtight. A smaller Asian contingent, buckling under heavier family pressure, tried to soften things, recorded demerit against Li Feng, maybe even a major one, just to balance the scales. Across the table, most Caucasian officers alleged that Li Feng had set a trap and deliberately targeted Caucasian crew. They proposed shelving the case for now, but downgrading his performance rating. A more hardline Caucasian minority, under the most severe family threats, insisted Li Feng had purged dissenters, shown racial bias, reveled in bloodshed. Their recommendation: slash his rating to the basement, relieve him of command of Ship 4, and force him into psychological counseling. Once he passed every test, the acting captain's record would decide his future. The session stayed calm only because every faction recognized two red lines: treat it quietly, keep it sealed. The Federation Parliament needed the Special Operations Fleet's victories, the military needed them, the Bureau needed them, and no one around that table could afford to lose a glowing battle report. Li Feng's power level, his ruthless methods, and the nerve it took to kill over 500 elite talents in one stroke were now the fleet's sharpest calling card. The four-race combat trials had stamped that fact on everyone's face. Until the next generation of prodigies matured, he was the safest guarantor of victory and the fleet's brightest showcase. Even the majority of Caucasian brass, unhappy to see an Asian captain towering above the rest, had to curb their urge to suppress him, limiting themselves to tinkering with performance scores, narrowing his promotion track. In short, put the issue on ice, but keep the lever ready. Li Feng's combat record didn't just enhance his own reputation. It also showcased the vision and competence of the Bureau's senior officers. Whether the Special Operations Bureau could be elevated to a full-fledged Special Operations Department and whether these executives could ride that wave into the new organization's inner circle was the real issue they cared about. As the meeting opened, Liang Qiqing delivered the routine formalities. Just as everyone relaxed, he abruptly raised his voice. The wind-chasing army is about to set out, and the rescue of the Fengshu clan is urgent. Other races are working hard to sabotage our strategy by stirring up internal strife. The The Special Operations Fleet, our testing ground for a new combat doctrine, has naturally become their primary target. The mass mutiny aboard Battlecruiser Number 4 is the clearest proof alien infiltrators had to be pushing it from behind. He swept the room with his gaze, his tone growing firmer. As captain of Number 4, Li Feng acted decisively, quelled the revolt in one stroke, and saved more than 100,000 elite talents and peerless prodigies. Under those extreme conditions, he also exceeded his mission objectives, leading his ship to conquer a Fengshu life planet ahead of schedule and opening a breach for the rescue effort. In strength, intellect, audacity, and crisis management, he stands above every other captain in the fleet. I propose that we immediately compile all combat footage and performance data from his entire career for use as the Bureau's public showcase, that his latest operation received the highest evaluation rating, and that we launch a new round of counterintelligence sweeps inside the fleet while requiring every captain to study his crisis handling protocol. What the hell? In the conference room, executives of every complexion, no matter how unflappable they believed themselves to be, stared in shock. Had he lost his mind? From their perspective, the safest course was to keep the incident quiet and bury the news. Showering Li Feng with praise, broadcasting it, and making it mandatory study material for the captains felt like brand suicide. According to the Bureau's growth plan, they attracted elite talents and peerless prodigies by selling the underdog narrative of junior ranks overthrowing their corrupt superiors. A crooked captain colludes with aliens, the prodigies uncover the plot, strike back, smash the scheme, and almost as an afterthought the mission by conquering a life-bearing planet. That was the sort of story you packaged and promoted. Yet Liang Qiqing now wanted to publicize a tale in which a captain used his authority to slaughter more than 500 top-tier talents, hint that the dead might have been alien collaborators, and then require every captain to study the case. Who would still dare enlist in the fleet? The air grew heavy. Liang Qiqing said mildly, "It seems we're not in agreement. Let's continue the discussion. If we're still divided in 30 minutes, we'll put it to a vote." He leaned back in his chair, quietly observing. His plan had always been to let them argue first, then reveal his stance, signaling unwavering support for Li Feng and seizing the initiative. Events unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. The four competing proposals, once locked in stalemate, soon softened, their conditions dramatically scaled back. No one wanted to force a non-strategic issue to a vote. Doing so would brand Director Liang Qiqing as a leader who couldn't balance interests or maintain control. Those senior officials were hardly any better. Their infighting was disgracing the entire Special Operations Bureau. Forcing Liang Qiqing to wield his veto at a meeting of this level would only worsen the fallout. Liang was painfully inept, and the rest of the brass had no sense of the bigger picture. They were already clawing at each other during the Bureau's startup phase, leaving everyone wounded. In less than 20 minutes, 2 rounds of blatant horse trading forced the 4 factions to fall in line. The price Liang paid was merely a vague promise to hand over a few mid-level posts that had nothing to do with the Bureau's core functions. 3 hours later, the Merit Office released the official battle report for Dreadnought 4. The first thing Li Feng saw was the familiar disciplinary notice. Suspected embezzlement of spoils, suspected underfeedable deals with the fleet captain, suspected suppression of ship's officers 3, suspected charges that docked more than a month's pay. Yet the very next list catapulted him straight to the heavens. Dreadnought 4 had outshone every other vessel. Not only had it overfulfilled its assignment, it had also seized a Fengshu homeworld in a critical strategic position and foiled a major alien plot. Li Feng's personal merit points alone totaled 2 million. His running balance hit 5.09 million, enough to shove him into the upper tier of 5-star majors. The Merit Office was clearly acting under orders from above. This time, they spared no expense in rewarding him. Next on the list was Gu Lingxi. She had played the pivotal role in eliminating senior Fengshu leaders and, more importantly, had led the entire chain from spotting clues and verifying intelligence to devising the plan and smashing the conspiracy while Li Feng had merely carried it out. Her combined merits exceeded 1.7 million points, catapulting her to 2-star major. Further down were Marcus and the 7 officers who had thrown in with Li Feng, followed by the rank-and-file crew. Between confirmed kills and loot contributions, each of them earned at least 1,000 points, enough for most to make it to 1-star ensign. "This is insane," Li Feng muttered, eyes wide. A mission that normally topped out at a few 100,000 points had ballooned into the millions because had exploited a loophole, the mission parameters to be determined clause, and slapped on the achievement of conquering a sentient planet. That alone was outrageous enough. The Special Operations brass had gone even further. The line successfully thwarted a major alien plot, stuffed an extra million-plus points into Gu Lingxi's account, while Planet of Extreme Strategic Value boosted the seized world to a price tag north of 100 million points. And the strangest part was still to come. Half an hour later, he received an appointment order. Outside the Bureau's existing investigation division, a separate alien collaborator independent task force was to be formed. Li Feng would keep his post as captain of Dreadnought 4, while simultaneously heading this new task force. He would have a private office at headquarters Butte, at least for now, not a single subordinate. He would have to recruit them himself. The word independent sounded grand, but the actual authority was wafer thin. No right to investigate headquarters personnel, no power to compel cooperation from other departments. Within the Special Operations Fleet, he could barely access junior officers' files. Pull surveillance logs from a warship? No clearance. Summon a senior officer for a chat? Forget it. In effect, it was a blank check with a high ceiling and a very low floor, capable of becoming a fearsome weapon or turning into a broom closet emptier than the archives. How many zeros it would eventually carry depended entirely on the value he could create for Liang Qiqing. These bastards play a mean game, Li Feng growled, slapping the papers onto the table. He resolved to chat more with Lin Zhengtai in future. Had risen too fast and knew nothing about the games the people upstairs played. Raw strength could bulldoze a lot of obstacles, but understanding the rules would save him a great many detours. Not only had he won the bet, he had hit the jackpot. In the 4th Fleet's flagship office, Mark punched the air as he read the latest appointment order. The number 4 battleship's combat merit report had just gone live, confirming he had called it perfectly. He had predicted that the Special Operations Bureau would opt for a soft landing. After Li Feng's breakout performance in the 4-race combat exercise, he was already the fleet's first bona fide war hero. With his exceptional power ranking and the Bureau's hunger for merit points, even the ultra-cautious white executives would settle for a token punishment rather than stripping him of rank. So Mark had stepped up first to back Li Feng, and the return on that stance was far greater than he had expected. 1. To the Bureau's leadership, he now embodied responsibility, political savvy, and nerve. 2. Even more telling were the numbers. Li Feng alone pulled in over 2 million merit points, while the aides Mark had brought from the recon ship logged another 1 million. Such lopsided credit made one thing clear: someone high up had decided to push Li Feng at any cost. As commander of the 4th Fleet and Li Feng's direct superior, Mark's cooperation let that senior official pay a smaller price to secure those astronomical points. The favor would be noted, and as long as their interests didn't clash, that invisible hand would tilt toward him in the future. He had scored big. Then, only a few hours later, the fleet received another document. Li Feng was appointed head of the newly formed Independent Task Force for Alien Collaborator Investigations. A military brat like Mark could see at once that Director Liang Qiqing himself was behind it, and the push was extraordinary. Now the bureau chief owed him a favor, and once it was repaid, the payoff would be obvious. Li Feng also owed him. Mark had once thought Li Feng's upside was limited, making any favor negligible. But if the director was willing to go Allen, the equation changed. Even if Li Feng had already peaked, his future was still wide open. The value of that favor had just skyrocketed. Gritting his teeth in disbelief, Mark realized he really had drawn the grand prize. The Federal mothership looked like a gigantic platform slipper. Its lower half housed the core section, crammed with offensive and defensive systems, vast resource vaults, and tens of thousands of crew. 2/3 of the upper half was spread across 5 decks, home to thousands of airships and transports, and able to berth 1,000 small and medium-sized warships in an emergency. The remaining third rose dozens of stories to form the living district restaurants, lodging, entertainment, and shopping all in one place. It wasn't as lively as the great populated planets, but it was a self-contained world. For safety, every service was fully automated, and even the winning contractors couldn't access the full operating data until a month later. On the day the number 4 battleship returned to port, hotel occupancy in the living district doubled. The restaurants inside the hotels were packed around the clock. The lobby overflowed with crew members from Dreadnought Number 4. Too lazy to return to their training pods, they wolfed down food while fishing for the latest battle updates. After 2 restless days, the long overdue merit report finally dropped, and the dining hall went up like a powder keg. 1,325 merit points. A sailor shouted, fist clenched in disbelief. That's an instant promotion to 2nd lieutenant. I scored 185, nothing to sneeze at. Another hollered, so keyed up he nearly shattered his bowl and chopsticks. It had been their first, risk-free operation, nowhere near a real interstellar battlefield, yet a lieutenant's bar was within reach. The promotion felt effortless. A veteran voice quickly doused the excitement. Don't celebrate too soon. With over 100,000 people on this ship, those points spread thin wouldn't even fill a cavity. We got ours only because we captured an entire habitable planet, and that world was pure strategic gold. Once the list went public, cliques hardened inside the ship. Centered on the brightest prodigies, small groups cheered and punched the air as if the lieutenant rank were already pinned to their collars. A 2nd lieutenant can apply for platoon leader, and some were already daydreaming about pushing the current leaders aside. Not so fast. A grizzled trooper slapped his tray on the table, broth spraying everywhere. To unseat a serving officer, you have to wait for them to transfer out or die in action, or for the annual review. Your composite score rank, combat record, and power level has to be at least 30% higher than the platoon or squad leaders before personnel will even come knocking. Most of those leaders came from the Frontier Defense Force in Sector F, and their records were built in real blood and steel. One mission isn't nearly enough to outrank them. A younger man, however, smiled calmly. Remember, those officers are proud. The moment their subordinates outshine them, their egos will blow. They won't wait for a humiliating letter from personnel tile, pull strings, and transfer out on their own. He paused, lowered his voice, and added, besides, is that strategic world really as critical as everyone thinks? It's obvious the Special Operations Bureau is paving the way for us. We may be clueless about politics, but those platoon and squad leaders aren't. 9 times out of 10, they'll step aside voluntarily. Even so, the tension hardly eased. Even if seats opened up, there would still be too many monks for too little porridge. After one mission, no one's composite score cleared the 30% bar. In the end, who moved up would depend entirely on personnel's web of connections, and very few people could grease that line. Amid the uproar, the smile of one top-tier talent slowly froze. A nightmare episode in the readiness zone flashed through his mind. The cheers around him lost their heat. He pressed his lips together, eyes heavy. Fighting for a commission is secondary, can compete on our own merits. What really worries me is Li Feng, that devil with captain's authority who keeps setting traps for us. It's been 2 days already, why hasn't there been any word about punishing him? On an entire floor the prodigies had reserved for themselves, a chorus of young talents talked over one another. The most eye-catching of them, a top genius from a powerful family, twirled his wineglass and spoke with conviction. If he doesn't go down, that second lieutenant insignia and those so-called platoon and squad leader posts mean nothing. Trust me, once the combat merit numbers are out, this will be settled for good. He tapped the air, and a holographic screen popped up, displaying the latest merit rankings. The figures were so inflated that everyone could see how hard the brass was working to pad the scores of these newly minted seed recruits. The aristocratic prodigy scoffed. They've practically jacked our merit points to the ceiling just to lure us into the special operations fleet, and Li Feng wipes out a bunch of geniuses in one sweep. If that news spreads, who would still sign up? It goes against everything Spec Ops Command and the whole military wants. No matter how strong or by the book Li Feng is, they'll throw him out. The logic sounded flawless, and the uneasy crowd finally relaxed, nodding in agreement. The conversation naturally shifted to what excuse the Special Operations Bureau might use to boot Li Feng, and guesses flew back and forth amid bursts of laughter. The place felt like a festival. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp alert cut through the commotion. Zhong Tianyu glanced down at his wristwatch, frowning slightly. Zheng Wenlin, a senior member of the Zheng family, was requesting a video call. The Zhengs were a mid-tier interstellar house. During the selection trials, Zheng Wenlin had laid careful groundwork, sending resources, arranging chance encounters, catering to every preference, practically doting on him. But Zhong Tianyu, a native of one of the great clans on a life-bearing planet, understood both his own potential and the timing of this era, so he had always kept his distance. He hadn't pledged loyalty, not even signed a cooperation contract. Now the merit tally lay before him, and the military's eagerness to prop up the first batch of recruits was obvious. His interest in the Zheng family had cooled further. Better to wait, he told himself, let his strength and status climb one more rung, then bargain with a mid-tier or even major house from a place of real leverage. Only then could he secure better terms and true autonomy. With that thought, he looked up at his companions and excused himself. I need to take a call. He picked up his drink, slipped away from the noisy crowd, and strolled into the corridor. The lights dimmed, the traffic thinned. Finding a quiet corner, he drew a deep breath, tapped the accept icon, and opened the video link. As the channel opened, Zheng Wenlin's hologram shimmered into view before Zhong Tianyu. Uncle Zheng, my apologies, an urgent matter came up just now. Standing beneath the tactical beige gentle blue lights, Zhong Tianyu lowered the brim of his cap half an inch, his expression contrite. A scion of an influential clan, he understood the depth of a mid-tier interstellar family's resources and the etiquette of part ways if the deal fails, but stay courteous. No worries at all. Zheng Wenlin's smile was warm, as if the vast stars between them did not exist. Tianyu, where are you at the moment? Though he had already showered the Zhong family with rare elixirs, precious materials, and high-grade artifacts, even leveraging contacts to steer lucrative projects their way and promising to propel you up the military ranks, Zhong Tianyu had never given a definite answer. Yet Zhong, the elder, remained patient and affable. I'm aboard the flagship of the 4th Fleet, Zhong replied truthfully. Oh, the battle credit report for Battleship 4 should be out by now. How did you do? Zhong asked, direct and concerned. Yes, it's out. Not bad, he earned 1,685 merit points this time. As he spoke, Zhong's back straightened almost imperceptibly. Impressive. However, Zheng's tone shifted, wasting no time on pleasantries. Did you know the tally was actually completed yesterday and only released today? Zhong kept his face calm, though a faint jolt of surprise ran through him. He couldn't yet see where this was heading. Catching the younger man's puzzlement, Zhong understood. With talent of a once-in-a-generation caliber, Zhong Tianyu had never faced real political rivals in his sheltered clan. Machinations were mostly theory to him. In the field, Reaction time lagged. So Xing chose a conversational tone to avoid resistance. You're new to the service, so some procedures are unfamiliar. The delay exists for one reason: only a directive came from Special Operations Command. Zhong nodded, attentive. With your gift and intellect, there's no need to fuss over these trivial delays. Zhang continued gently, yet with crystalline clarity. In truth, the brass agreed on two things. First, they want to give interstellar families they favor a window to reach out to prodigies like you. Zhong understood the reminder. The Zheng family had influence that ran straight to Special Ops top brass. Second, Zheng said, idly tracing a finger across the holo display, they need time to minimize any potential fallout. Zhong's brows knit. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Zheng, do you mean the leadership intends to cover up Li Feng's crimes? Not cover them up, Zheng corrected, shaking his head. They want to frame the story so that Li Feng slaughtered more than 500 prodigies sounds lawful, even heroic, rebranded as smashing a major alien plot, and added to his service record as a mark of distinction. At the same time, it quietly warns the families who had wagered on those dead prodigies. His gaze turned solemn. Plenty of high-ranking officers dislike Li Feng for no reason other than the color of his skin. Achieving this level of backing means not only that senior officials in the Special Warfare Bureau are sparing no effort to support Li Feng, but also that promoting him serves the Bureau's agenda and even the military's wider interests. At the very least, any family that tries to exploit his slaughter of more than 500 prodigies to sway public opinion would be openly challenging the Bureau. Sitting before the holographic projection, Zhang Wenlin added with conviction, I'm sure every prodigy on Battleship Number 4 has been anxious these past 2 days, and the real reason is the deafening silence from the Mediano coverage whatsoever, not even a whisper. Then Li Feng can't possibly be kicked off Number 4? Even if he kills more gifted crew members, the top brass will probably still tolerate him? Zhong Tianyu's face went white as he sprang to his feet, his voice almost shrill. It's more complicated than that. Zhang Wenlin smiled faintly and opened an encrypted file. I sent a transport ship so we could talk in person. From what I've learned, the leadership has agreed to create an agency solely for Li Feng. In theory, its authority will be so vast that even mid-level officers at headquarters will have to tread carefully. How is that possible? He's not even a cultivator. His talent hardly warrants such patronage. Zhong Tianyu stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. There are too many secrets involved to explain in a few words, Zheng Wenlin said calmly, his tone carrying an irresistible pressure. Bringing down Li Feng or forcing him aside is impossible in the short term. Either the Zheng family transfers you to another capital ship, or you treat this as an opportunity. The choice is yours, and we'll give you whatever support you need. Turmoil churned inside Zhong Tianyu. With this single piece of inside information, the Zhangs had already placed him deeply in their debt. Now they were offering a steady flow of intelligence and resources. The price was clear: a partnership that could last a lifetime. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said, all right. He had no alternative. Li Feng was too dominant, too terrifying. A demon who could raise his blade against every prodigy on the ship meant Zhong might become the next sacrifice if Li Feng stayed aboard Number 4. His own family had no way to reach the Bureau's inner circle, let alone secure a transfer for him. Whether he stayed or left, he would have to rely on the Zheng's intel and backing. He had no other choice. A closed-door symposium at Bureau headquarters dissected every interest down to the last detail. Interstellar clans sensed the vacuum deliberately created by the top brass. Armed with classified information, they frantically contacted the prodigies on Number 4. Some even stretched their reach to other ships, showing potential recruits that, in a crisis, the ally who holds the secrets and offers a lifeline is the one worth relying on. In just a few days, an invisible chill swept through the entire fleet and spilled over onto the other battleships. Meanwhile, Li Feng locked himself in the captain's quarters for several days, hardly setting foot outside. Taking over the welfare faction was not something Lin Zhengtai could finish with a mass notification. Li Feng personally held video calls with every core member, asking about their aspirations, explaining the faction's mission, and outlining his long-term blueprint and immediate goals. Then he and Lin Zhengtai, now acting as co-leaders, convened a large video conference to finalize detailed plans, restructure the organization, and reassign duties until the power handover was absolutely secure. On December 20th, after clearing every task on his agenda, Li Feng boarded the Yangon 1. His sole companion was Gu Lingxi. The Yangon 1 was not heading for planet F-369. It merely dropped them at a space station on a border world one steeped in crime. At the space station, Li Feng and Gu Lingxi activated artifacts that masked their appearances and suppressed detection, slipping away from Yangon 1 disguised as ordinary crew members. They moved swiftly through the corridors and entered a bustling commercial district. In the next instant, Li Feng tightened his grip on Gu Lingxi's hand and surged forward, their figures blurring across the surveillance feeds as they wove through the crowd, leaving every analytic program grasping at shadows. Gu Lingxi triggered her artifact again, altering their features, skin tones, and even their mannerisms, New iris patterns and fingerprints replaced the originals. Through welfare faction contacts, they obtained fresh identity files and purchased tickets to another lawless planet. Every step was designed to evade the Neil family. Like many small interstellar clans with holdings on multiple worlds, the Neils had long maintained quiet partnerships with major military bases, granting them informal access to the Federation's sprawling surveillance web. Wherever Yangon 1 docked, the faintest anomaly could be reported within seconds. When Li Feng hit the Carlos holdings, he never bothered to hide, because their private troops were weak and unable to touch him. This time was different. The Neil family fielded stronger forces and secretly backed the extremist colorists, a group that respected no authority. To them, his rank of major was worthless. If his location leaked, the colorists could summon elite alien assassins through underground channels at a moment's notice. Li Feng's extrasensory perception and teleportation made him hard to kill, yet to cripple the Neil assets he had to strike before they could mobilize. True surprise required perfect concealment, but the Federation's sensors blanketed nearly every cubic meter of space, making secrecy a rare commodity. Even so, after today's layered deception, the Neils would need time to locate them, and that window was all the pair needed for the next phase. Li Feng did consider a simpler option: lock onto a target freighter with ESP, teleport straight from Yangon 1 into its cargo bay, and rely on the new identity to cover the rest. Yet teleportation was a trump card he preferred to save for a genuine life-or-death moment. 5 hours later, the transport ship docked at the destination station. Li Feng and Gu Lingxi disembarked openly, cleared security, and boarded a shuttle headed for the planet's surface. Most crime worlds share the same template. Their skylines may differ, but chaos, lawlessness, and bloodshed rule them all. Shuttles, airships, and mech suits streak across the low sky. Towers and factories bristle with energy ports like ever-ready gun emplacements, making newcomers breathe faster and hearts pound. That, however, is how ordinary people feel. For some, simply drifting in orbit, watching through the shuttle's windows as riotous multicolored spotlights whirl unrestrained toward the stars, already feels like dizzying freedom. His pulse was already racing, his blood humming with excitement. The Near clan made its name in private security, covering everything from low-end bodyguards and escort teams to the design, installation, and upkeep of massive fortifications. Their subsidiaries and training bases blanket the entire human federation. All the high-risk branches are concentrated in the F zone, while the 5 secure zones A, through a house the clan's most critical facilities. Every one of the top 20 subsidiaries is rooted on the F zone's infamous planet of sin. Most of the money comes from the countless settled worlds in the 5 secure zones. Yet the truly astronomical contracts worth tens of billions of Federation credits are usually signed on the planet of sin. Bloodshed there never stops. Factions rise and fall overnight, and the constant turmoil drives demand for protection ever higher. The Near clan's branches are repeatedly attacked by competitors, vengeful clients, and even pirate fleets, but they have never fallen. Those branches are not only the family's public face and reputation, they are the heart of its private army. Even the weakest of them is terrifyingly strong. When Li Feng reached the perimeter of the Near branch on the planet of Sin, he finally slowed. Using his super sense, he let his gaze slip through the energy shield and seep into the structure. The tower stretched roughly 100 meters above ground with 8 stories, and sank another 100 meters with 2 subterranean levels. The top floor held offices. The next 7 displayed weapons, defense systems, and battle matches. The first underground level served as quarters for combat personnel. The second housed the control center and the core of the Attican defense systems. Deep inside, an escape tunnel ran for thousands of kilometers to the planet's core, and a spatial rift was hidden on B1. The whole building was a fortress whose firepower rivaled a small warship. As for manpower, 2 alien elites sat at levels 42 and 40. More than 30 fighters were above level 30. Over 500 were above level 20. That lineup could crush the Karis family's largest refinery or subdue an entire Windrat homeworld with ease. Had he still been at the strength head used against the Karis refinery, Li Feng knew he would have turned around immediately. Is there a self-destruct system in the energy storage area? Gu Lingxi asked. No. Li Feng shook his head. Then we have to pull back, she said evenly. Without a self-destruct, we can't erase the whole branch at once. Do you have a large-scale binding artifact? Something that seals the building going-way traffic only, in but not out. I do, Gu Lingxi nodded. But at my current strength its range is limited. That's enough. We only need to trap the lower-tier fighters. Since we're here, we leave nothing behind. That's the best answer to the Near clan. A cold light flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Gu Lingxi blinked. You can assassinate a level 42 alien? I can, Li Feng said with certainty. He was a breath away from level 40 himself, and with his reset ability to tweak his attributes, he could one-shot a level 42 target level 44 if it came to that. Then what level are you now? Gu Lingxi couldn't help asking. Don't ask, or you'll lose all confidence. Li Feng's reply was honest. Gu Lingxi wisely kept quiet. Li Feng took a fist-sized hollow projector from his storage ring, something Jiang Wanxin had prepared for him long ago, but he had never used. The device was pricey yet common in civilian life. Once linked to a wrist comp, it could generate precise holograms of environments, buildings, and people. Film studios and video forgers relied on gear like this, whose realism surpassed anything a simple AI prompt could render and easily passed professional scrutiny. After syncing it with his military wrist comp, Li Feng used his formidable mind and reflexes to recreate the entire tower in minutes, mapping every piece of equipment and every member of staff. He even tagged the exact positions of all fighters above level 25 in their mechs, then sent the data to Gu Lingxi. Pulling the three-dimensional model up again, he refined the operation step by step. A little over 10 minutes later, he finalized the plan and forwarded the detailed mission brief to Gu Lingxi. After poring over the plan, Gu Lingxi produced several defensive treasures. A pale gold shield of energy bloomed around her, followed by a silvery barrier, and then she raised a top-tier artifact, flooding it with spiritual power to block every outside probe. Li Feng opened his system panel and, without hesitation, triggered reset. Host, Li Feng. Attributes, 0 Constitution, 7,300 Strength, 57,300 Endurance, 7,300 Agility, 57,300 Spirit. Abilities, Armor Pierce LV4, Blink LV4, Flight LV4, Hypersense LV4, Reset LV3. The numbers jumped. Strength and agility shot to nearly level 43, while constitution, endurance, and spirit filled to their current limits. Confirmation complete. He drew his spirit sword, grabbed Gu Lingxi, and blinked away. A heartbeat later, they landed in a training room of roughly 100 square meters. Blue light traced an outer shield, with a second ward layered inside 2 airtight barriers. In the center, a level 42 alien sat cross-legged in a formation piled high with spirit stones, absorbing energy. Li Feng raised his sword, and, the instant the alien sensed danger, cleaved downward. A crimson spray burst forth. The combo of Armor Pierce 4 and nearly level 43 attack sliced the enemy clean in two. Ding. Enemy killed. Attribute gain, 5,017, chimed the system. He split the 5,017 points evenly among Constitution, Endurance, and Spirit, pushing all 3 past level 40. Beside him, Gu Lingxi swung at the alien's wrist, aiming for the storage bracer. Clang, a fine line of blood appeared, nothing more. Unruffled, she sheathed her blade. With a follow-up strike, Li Feng severed the wrist and tucked the bracer into his spatial ring. Loot secured, he cut through the remaining minor shields and reached a nearby spatial rift. Channeling a trace of spatial law through his sword via hypersense, he slashed more than 20 times, shredding the rift's framework. A dull boom sounded as the tear collapsed completely. Li Feng caught Gu Lingxi's hand again and blinked a second time. The pair appeared behind a level 40 alien. SHHK? Before it could turn, one blow ended it. Ding. Enemy killed. Attribute gain, 2,925. While the notification still echoed, he funneled the 2,925 points evenly into the big 3 stats, solidifying the new totals. At that moment, alarms wailed through the building, their shrill buzz cutting across multiple walls. The level 40 alien had not been a second-class citizen, but a slave. A top-grade slave chip had already relayed its death to its master. The sirens meant the enemy knew, yet Li Feng stayed calm. He patted Gu Lingxi's shoulder and focused. Blink activated a third time, dropping them behind a level 39 alien. The level 39 alien had already heard the alarm and broken off his cultivation. Although he was no longer fully focused, he knew intruders were inside, which made an ambush far more difficult. After a brief adjustment, however, Li Feng's agility and strength both neared level 43. He closed in, his sword slicing through the air splurt. Even though the alien triggered a defensive technique and raised a respectable energy shield, Li Feng's blade pierced his chest and killed him instantly. The system interface popped up, attributes 2,205. Phase 1 is complete, Li Feng said, the corners of his mouth lifting. He had just eliminated the last of the 3 top-tier enemies. The strongest foe left in the building was only level 37. With that gap in power, he could wipe out the rest hidden without breaking a sweat. He opened the system menu, hit reset, and poured every newly gained point evenly into the 5 main stats. Host, Li Feng. Available points, 0. Constitution, 29,300. Strength, 29,300. Endurance, 29,300. Agility, 29,300. Spirit, 29,300. Skills, Armor Breaker 4, Blink 4, Flight 4, Hypersense 4, Reset 3. The 10,000+ points earned from his previous strikes had sent his combat power soaring. Beside him, Gu Lingxi summoned a combat mech weighing several dozen tons from her storage ring and slipped into the cockpit. Li Feng blinked for the 4th time, teleporting himself and the mech straight to the largest control room on B2. Boom, boom, boom. Their roles were clear. Gu Lingxi piloted the mech, smashing consoles and terminals with titanic cannon fists, while Li Feng darted like blue-white lightning, slitting the throats of operators and guards and cleaving through any combat robots that stumbled in. Once the main control gear was reduced to debris, every external defense and weapon system in the tower went offline at once. Li Feng charged forward, tearing down energy shields as he went. Gu Lingxi followed close behind, her mech blasting each sub-control room apart with incandescent cannon fire. Meanwhile, a swarm of high-level fighters on B1 was converging at top speed. That's enough, let's move, Li Feng ordered. His fifth teleport took them, mech and all, up to the roof. With the control center destroyed, every turret, launcher, and exotic weapon mount had fallen silent. Gu Lingxi pulled out a binding artifact and flooded it with qi, spreading a vast, but relatively thin energy barrier over the entire building. Li Feng blinked a sixth time, reappearing at an escape corridor on B2. Cold light flashed. Screams and blood erupted together as the senior officers trying to flee underground collapsed where they stood. He hardly paused. Sweeping through the structure, he turned the interior into a veritable hellscape. Low-grade combat robots lay in twisted heaps, assorted mechs exploded on the spot, and every alien above level 30 was cut down in the blink of an eye. Those below level 30, even if they had sharpened their senses, couldn't so much as track his movements. Attribute points 325, 192, 256. The system chimes poured in without pause, drumming against his ears like driving rain. Li Feng focused on every opponent above level 25, anyone who could threaten Gu Lingxi or shred a large suppression shield in, felled them the instant his sword left its scabbard. A silver streak carved through the hallway. Blood and metal shards sprayed outward, plunging the tower into instant hell. Request backup. Hurry. Screams rose from floor to floor, yet the comms were jammed and rescue was impossible. Some sprinted into an abandoned switch room. Others crawled into vents. A few killed the lights hoping darkness would hide them. To Li Feng's extrasensory perception, every life sign shone like a target. Nowhere was safe. Basement 2, Basement 1, ground floor. He advanced from the bottom up, eliminating high-risk targets first. Internal and external defenses had already collapsed under his and Gu Lingxi's assault. Only a handful of minor wards flickered at doorways and corners. Those gossamer barriers held for 2 or 3 strokes before flashing out in a burst of static. When Li Feng reached the second floor, Gu Lingxi was still on the roof level, clearing the last combat drones and stray mechs. Sparks sprayed across the hall, twisted armor plates clattering on metal decking. Sensing 2 level 30 enemies racing for the top, Li Feng touched the guardrail, blurred, and shot upward. The fugitives had barely set foot on the upper corridor when a cold light swept past. 2 strokes, 2 heads parted from their bodies. Li Feng sheathed his blade, dropped back to the second floor, and continued the harvest. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Attribute points surged like a flood. The counter finally stopped at 45,000 just as he joined Gu Lingxi on the top floor. By then the building registered no living combat personnel at all. Outside, scraps of the shattered shield still spat blue sparks. A few bold scavengers slipped through the breach, hoping to pick the charred corridors clean. They had no idea barely an hour had passed since Li Feng felled a level 42 alien and finished the sweep. The near-family reinforcements, a heavy transport retrofitted with attack and defense systems, were only now brushing the edge of Li Feng's sensory range. Time to pull out. Almost at the very instant the warning flared in his mind, Li Feng sensed dozens of level 4+ alien powerhouses hidden aboard the massive freighter. If they pinned him down, the fight would turn ugly fast. His thoughts flashed like lightning, but his body never hesitated. The moment Gu Lingxi sprang from her combat mech, he seized her wrist and triggered his 7th blink of the day. Space shrieked and collapsed around their ears, then vanished. In one breath the two of them spanned several thousand kilometers and landed on the deck of an ordinary cargo ship, following an unknown route. Only then did Li Feng finally have a second to pull up his status panel. After a quick calculation, he dumped 11,000 attribute points without a second thought. Blink upgraded from level 4 to level 5. Daily uses doubled from 8 to 16. Reset upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Daily uses increased from 4 to 8. The remaining points were distributed evenly across his 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Unassigned points, 0. Constitution, 36,100. Strength, 36,100. Endurance, 36,100. Agility, 36,100. Spirit, 36,100. Abilities, Armor Pierce LV4, Blink LV5, Flight LV4, Hypersense LV4, Reset LV4. The raid on the Neal family security group's branch netted more than 10 times what he had taken from the Carlos family refinery. 55,000 points in one haul pushed his overall level from 39 to 41. With Blink and Reset each advanced a tier, his combat power had leapt forward again. By human standards, Level 41 already placed him among the true heavyweights, only a dozen short of the apex. The Neil family estate sprawled across millions of square kilometers, a forest of palaces and castles housing the upper echelon and core members. At its center, a lavish main hall towered skyward, gold filigree pillars supporting vaulted ceilings while inlaid energy crystals glimmered with a cold light. Inside, a circular conference platform projected the clan's leadership as hovering avatars, voices overlapped in heated argument. At the head sat the patriarch, Least, his expression like stone, fingers drumming the armrest as his thoughts churned. When news first arrived that Li Feng had set foot on Yong'an, Least never imagined the man would dare hit a Neil security branch. The intelligence he held insisted Li Feng lacked that kind of power. His first, reflexive order had been simple: remove Li Feng at any cost. But Bu Erwo was dead. The prodigy they had hoped to groom into a peerless champion, the future second captain of their fourth battleship, had fallen to Li Feng. To secure Bu Erwo, the Neil family had poured in oceans of resources, even providing rare herbs that boosted innate talent, and had secretly aligned with the extremist pigmentation faction to clear Li Feng from their path. Instead, Li Feng hijacked a routine mission and struck first. The result: the Neil family's investment was wiped out, and their long-term blueprint thrown into chaos. According to the plan, Bu Erwo, bound by a perpetual cooperation pact, would one day helm a special operations fleet. Wartime privileges would let him funnel a steady stream of high-level slaves back to the clan, setting the stage for a lucrative, mutually beneficial partnership. Now, that entire future lay in ruins. The Neil family's wealth and influence skyrocketed on the strength of the high-grade slaves supplied by Bulwo. In return, Bulwo enjoyed their full backing, and the two parties climbed the ranks together, bound at the hip. Yet, just as the venture began, Bulwo was cut down, leaving a void the Neils had no time to fill by recruiting another peerless prodigy willing to sign a permanent pact. Driven into a corner, Rist fought on two fronts. He swore to kill Li Feng with his own hands, while rushing envoys to the prodigies aboard battleship number 4, offering Li Feng's assassination as the price of a renewed alliance. Meanwhile, Liang Qiqing, director of the Special Operations Bureau, for reasons unknown, championed Li Feng at every turn. Rist had no time to dig deeper. He simply had to keep the truth behind the 500 murdered geniuses from surfacing. If the pressure came only from Liang Qiqing, the Neil family could bear the cost. So long as Li Feng was destroyed, Liang's political rivals would applaud. Before any plan could solidify, Li Feng struck first, mounting a night raid on the security group's subsidiary on the criminal planet. Though it was the weakest outpost in Neil territory, its defenses should have withstood a capital ship for hours. Instead, every fighter was wiped out in under 60 minutes. When the report reached them, Rist and the senior staff turned ashen. It made no sense at all. The main hall erupted. Some called for immediate peace, convinced that Li Feng's prowess made him an untenable enemy. Even the hardliners wavered. If they did sue for peace, what could they offer? After so much bloodshed, Li Feng was surely bent on erasing the Neil family. Both sides had suffered grievous losses, and Li Feng now held the initiative. A glib "let's bury the hatchet" would never sway him. After hours of stalemate, Rist made the call: split their forces. One contingent would race to intercept Yong'an 1, Li Feng's current ship. The other would strike directly at planet F-369, putting pressure on Li Feng's assets and allies there. Carlos family headquarters. When news of the slaughter at the Neil subsidiary arrived, Patriarch Abot convened his inner circle at once. Shock and disbelief soon morphed into deep fear. If Li Feng freed up his hands, the Carlos mines could vanish overnight. Every executive was ordered to conceal their movements and travel only with elite grade II alien bodyguards. We lost the bet, so we pay, whatever it costs, Abot said quietly after a long silence. His potential keeps outstripping every forecast, and he's growing at a terrifying rate. If we wait any longer, we won't even qualify to ask for peace. The others exchanged glances and nodded in silence, tacitly accepting his decision. F-369. Yong'an Corporation's financial clout means nothing in the wider human federation, yet on this remote colony world it rivals that of any local power. A red alert streaked across the PR department's holoscreen. An assistant director from the F-369 Traffic Authority's Transport Security Bureau reported in haste. A large number of level 30 and even level 40 alien second-class residents were racing toward the planet on a passenger freighter. Under the security protocol personally drafted by Jiang Wanxin, every human or alien above level 30 entering or about to enter F-369 must be reported and vetted immediately. The officer encrypted the intel and relayed it to Jiang without delay. Lights flared in the command room deep inside the villa. While giving Li Feng a brief rundown over a secure line, Jiang stepped into the underground bunker. As the heavy alloy doors sealed behind her, she mobilized every alien slave on the estate, along with the high-level alien hirelings she had recently recruited at generous salaries. They moved out in waves to man the outer sentry posts, putting the manor on full alert. Less than half an hour later, the Yangon PR desk received another request, this time from a small military outpost in Sector F004. More than a dozen cargo ships, large, medium, and small, newly fitted with weapons and shields, sought landing clearance on F-369 under the pretext of delivering supplies. Jiang immediately called the base commander, Ma Ducheng, on his private channel. Members of the Neil family had already warned Ma to stay out of it. Unable to offend either side, Ma weighed the options. Yangan's offer was too lucrative to pass up, so he simply signed himself out on leave and vanished from the network. On Li Feng's side, several trusted captains dispatched by Welfare Faction Major General Lu Rongwang filed an urgent request to conduct military exercises near F-369. With Ma on leave and the command chain broken, the captains took one heavy battleship and two medium destroyers and set off, offering covert support along a circuitous route. Thus, on paper, Ma had neither blocked Yangon nor disobeyed the Neils, while the blame for the unauthorized deployment fell squarely on the captains. Regulations are clear. Taking a ship out without orders is a major violation. If the Neils let it slide, Lu Rongwang can smooth things over. If they press the issue, none of the captains will survive the court-martial. For those captains, however, punishment is a down payment on future compensation from Lu or even Li Feng, because the heavier the blame they carry, the higher the price they can demand, provided Li Feng and the Welfare Faction remain standing. Outside Yong'anwan's viewport, space lay in dim, featureless shadow. Li Feng was heading back from the front to the fleet's staging area, with no intention of detouring to F-369. There simply wasn't time. On January 1st, the Conquering Wind Army would launch, and the Special Operations Fleet would receive orders to rendezvous with its command within the next 2 days. If he tried to swing by F-369 now, he would probably have to turn around halfway there. The top priority was still keeping Jiang Wanqin absolutely safe. The Neil clan was dispatching a swarm of level 40+ aliens and refitted freighters to F-369, hoping sheer numbers would intimidate their target. Even the most vicious feud observed an unspoken bottom line. Unless cornered, the Neils would never march their own freighters out to attack a life-supporting world beyond the Sin planet, much less collude with level 50 aliens to break into the Federation's heartland and raid someone's estate. The former would spark mass panic. The latter was outright taboo, a declaration of war on the entire elite. Everyone only has one life. Level 50 marked the threshold of second stage evolution. Aliens at that tier possessed inconceivable abilities. If one slipped in and launched a suicide hit, the Federation's Defense 7 equal-level bodyguards could be erased in a heartbeat. If such killings were ever tolerated, senior officials and great house leaders would lose all sense of safety. Galas and state functions could not all be cancelled. Politicians still had to mingle with the public, and no guard could foil a point-blank strike. Besides, no magnate could assign level 50 protectors to every relative. The Federation did harbor a handful of level 50+ second-class citizens and alien slaves, each bound by harsh contracts. They might serve as guards, but never as hired assassins. So long as no level 50 alien joined the fray, Jiang Wanqin could shelter in her villa or the underground bunker and hold out against dozens of level 40 opponents until help arrived. Even if the Neils ignored public opinion and dragged in a heavy freighter armed for assault, she could still endure until a warship reached her. Beep beep beep, shrill alarm shattered the bridge's calm. Li Feng stayed composed. The scanners had just picked up a nearby vessel. With his extrasensory perception and short-range teleport, plus Gu Lingxi's presence-masking talisman, only an inside job involving a level 50 alien could have ambushed him in Federation space. He pulled up the readout. 1,000,000 kilometers away, spatial ripples kept blooming. More than a dozen freighters of varying tonnage blinked into view, disgorging level 40 aliens and waves of combat mechs. Their timing was perfect. Yong'an had just emerged from a jump and could not cycle the drive again. As the freighter's main guns charged, Captain Li Feng ordered a full stop. A straight fight was hopeless. Yong'an was a small freighter with extra armor and no real main gun. Even with add-on weapons, he could only spar with 10 ships of similar size. Against heavy freighters whose firepower and shields were 100 times stronger, plus a pack of level 40 aliens able to shred Yong'an by themselves, resistance meant death. Still unflustered, he called to the meditating Gu Lingxi, telling her to be ready for an instant escape. Then he zoomed in on the star map and locked onto a set of coordinates. The local garrison base held no core Welfare Faction members. Li Feng immediately contacted Luo Rongwang, one of the faction's 7 major generals, stationed at the massive base in Sector E bordering Sector F. He asked him to blame an operator error, dispatch a capital ship, and jump it here for emergency escort. The operator error pretense was essential because a base warship could not leave its assigned sector without orders from high command. Seeing Yong'an decelerate and stop, with no intention of fleeing, a dozen transport ships, large, medium, and small, held their fire and swept in on a fan-shaped course. 100,000 kilometers, 90,000, 80,000. They finally braked at 5,000 kilometers, forming a tight formation in open space. The Neal family had already watched the footage of Li Feng's ignorial barrier's teleportation during the branch office raid and feared he might slip away. 5,000 kilometers felt like their safe buffer zone. Li Feng, however, merely lifted the corner of his mouth. For ordinary cultivators, the greater the distance, the harder the jump, but ordinary had never bound him. His current spirit attribute stood at 36,100, giving him a sensing range of 36,000 kilometers. Add level 4 extrasensory perception, and that limit soared past 14,000 kilometers. If he used reset to pour every other attribute into spirit, his perception would exceed 50,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers was practically within arm's reach. Captain, the transports just sent a notice. You have 3 minutes to surrender, or they'll open fire. The first officer almost burst into the lounge, rattling off words like machine gun fire. You're a 5-star major, an officer in a special operations fleet. Surely they wouldn't really dare. Yeoman Group was only a few months old and had shallow roots. Even the first officer on Li Feng's personal ride was just a level 6 cultivator, promoted mainly for his years in merchant shipping. The company could afford a higher-level deputy, but couldn't find one both qualified and immune to bribery. Stay calm. Li Feng raised a hand. Of course the Neal family had the nerve. Killing a military officer was a major crime, yet the punishment hinged on the victim's rank and influence and the aggressor's power. He was only a 5-star major, carried a private feud with the Neal family, and the incident was happening off the books. With their wealth and connections, why would they balk at a little legal risk? They hadn't fired instantly only because they feared he might teleport away, treating Yeoman 1 as a hostage. The 3-minute countdown was psychological warfare aimed at stirring internal strife. On that point, they were half right. Li Feng did want to keep Yeoman 1 intact, which was why he hadn't whisked Gu Lingxi away at once. But hoping the crew would turn on him was nearly impossible. Though the operators lacked high levels and battle experience, Zhang Wanqin had paid top dollar for a stable team. Every coin went into making them unbuyable. 1. Crew members lived aboard long-term and were forbidden to leave the ship without permission. 2. All communication channels were monitored and regularly audited. 3. Their families were resettled within Yeoman territory. As for the onboard combat personnel, they were merely low-level alien slaves. In barely 2 minutes, Li Feng used his heightened senses to size up the dozen or so transport ships around him. 2 large, for medium, and 8 small vessels formed the main force, their primary cannons and energy ports all trained on Yangon 1. If they opened fire, its shields would fail within seconds. A mass of combat troops and mechs crowded the decks and bays. 9 aliens were above level 40, the strongest at level 46, and warriors over level 30 were everywhere. The gap in power was staggering. Yet that was only the surface. Li Feng quickly focused on the control room of a large transport ship, where a level 36 Esper in his early 40s sat beside a level 46 alien bodyguard. The man was clearly the operations commander and a high-ranking member of the Neal family. Among the Windmouse race, he would rank in the top 10 on an entire life planet. And within the human sphere of hundreds of worlds and trillions of people, a level 36 was almost unheard of. Capture the leader, and the rest would follow. That became Li Feng's plan. Inside that control room, Brooke was issuing orders. Stick to the timetable. Break Yangon 1's shield on the first volley, but don't wreck the hull. Units above level 40 move only after Li Feng is located. If he slips away, collect his energy trace and track him with the secret art. His voice was steady, eyes brimming with confidence. The Neal family's private forces far outmatched the Carlos family's, and they had a level 40 alien tracker in tow. Even with teleportation and masking artifacts, Li Feng was doomed. In the vast star field, he would have nowhere to hide. 56 seconds later, Brooke sensed a new presence at his side. The level 46 guard lunged, but a heartbeat too late. Before Brooke could react, an arm slid over his shoulder and his vision blurred. He was yanked out of the control room and into a cramped lounge. The man holding him was their target Li Feng. Terror surged, and Brooke's psychic power spiked. Crack! Li Feng's arm tightened. Bone and muscle warped under the pressure, the grinding sound drilling into Brooke's ears while pain twisted his features. You can't kill me. Senior Neal family hurt me, and you'll face their wrath. The reflexive threat spilled out, but seconds later, he switched tone. Order the ships to pull back. Li Feng relaxed his grip, then turned, clamped a hand around Brooke's throat, and hoisted him like a chick. We'll talk later. First cease all fire. Then every alien above level 40 boards one light ship and leaves this sector at full speed. The first, yes. The second, impossible. Brooke shook his head frantically. Li Feng's fingers tightened again. Another crack came from deep in Brooke's neck. Agony spread, his eyes bloodshot, yet still clear. He knew the rule. Refuse and die. Yield too much and still die. Just as his vertebra was about to snap, Li Feng loosened his hold. Gasping, Brooke wasted no time and ordered every captain to halt their attack. Bang! A single knife-hand strike from Li Feng knocked him cold. Ceasing the assault and securing a hostage were all Li Feng had wanted. Bargaining was never on the table. He produced another sedative and injected Brooke. With a casual flick of his wrist, Li Feng tossed the unconscious Brook to a level 26 Windmouse slave and told him to stand guard. His eyes then locked on Gu Lingxi. "Combat mech," he ordered. The cockpit opened, and she slipped inside. Sword in hand, Li Feng grabbed the mech's pauldron. A heartbeat later, they blinked into the bridge of a massive freighter. Any vessel equipped with a spatial jump drive, military or civilian, carried a remote self-destruct system to prevent capture. The power bay, however, was crammed so tight that Li Feng couldn't sneak in and plan a nuke the way he had at the Carlos refinery. The bridge would have to do. Wreck it, and the ship became dead weight. The air split with a thunderclap. The freighter's lone level 40 alien slave spun around, defensive art already forming a pale blue shield. The blade struck a moment later, shattering the barrier and carving a bone-deep gash down his back. Li Feng pressed the attack like a storm. Within seconds, the alien's head rolled across the deck. "Ding, you have slain an enemy." Attribute points 2,955. Before the prompt faded, Gu Lingxi's mech cannon roared, blasting the bridge's core consoles into showers of sparks. Li Feng spread his extrasensory sense, monitoring every alien elite outside the hull, while darting between workstations on flickering wings of light. Flash! A single sweep severed the operators' heads before they could even scream, their holoscreens still scrolling unfinished data. Attribute points 0.59, 0.72, 0.66. The numbers climbed. Powerhouses outside received the distress call, but without bridge clearance, the shields held them back. They could only watch, furious and helpless. In under 2 minutes, Li Feng butchered more than 1,000 crew members. The bridge was now a charred ruin. He didn't linger, ignoring the fighter squads, and the armory time was tight. With Brook as a hostage and a hold fire order in place, the transport captains dared not attack Eternal Peace 1. But the Neal family might still gamble on eliminating him, hostage or not. He had to keep them off balance. He flashed in front of Gu Lingxi's mech, gripped its metal arm, and jumped again. They reappeared in the bridge of a medium freighter. Screech! The spirit sword sliced the resident level 38 alien officer in two. Attribute points 1,795, 0.77, 0.52. The panel refreshed again. Gu Lingxi immediately unleashed a barrage, her mech's cannons tearing through every piece of equipment in sight. Fall back and open up the distance. The captains of every transport were seasoned veterans. As soon as the urgent message came through, 2 freighters under attack, they had their radios report to the Neal family and immediately ordered a retreat. Dozens of massive hulls spat bright plumes as the convoy pulled back and accelerated. Li Feng dashed into Yangon 1's control room with Gu Lingxi, took the helm himself, and told the AI to launch. The main drives thundered. Speed climbed by the second, and the starship skimmed past a transport whose bridge had already been blown apart, punching through the encirclement before the enemy captains even received the order to fire. The gap widened rapidly. Out of danger, Li Feng eased a fraction. With his reflexes, he could still outfly any incoming barrage, but the jump drive needed another 30 minutes to cool. If the enemy fielded enough armed freighters and read his course correctly, they could still cut him off ahead. A shrill alarm blared. Scanners caught violent spatial turbulence hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. An instant later, a large warship with austere markings blinked onto the display, its registry identifying it as part of Lu Rongwang's naval base. Li Feng swung Yangon 1 onto the safest vector toward the newcomer and finally felt calm. The Neal family might dare ambush an officer, but they would never fire on a naval vessel. With the warship as cover, no number of armed freighters would matter. Yangon 1 was safe at last. In the control room, the crew exploded into long-suppressed cheers. Li Feng glanced at the interface. 6,126 attribute points gained. He divided them evenly among the 5 primary stats, pushing the average to 37,300. Yet satisfaction eluded him. Had taken no losses, but he hadn't destroyed the convoy either, just captured their leader and wrecked 2 bridges. On his record, it felt like a stain He'd have to live with. The facts were what they were. Every enemy captain was a veteran. Even if He'd abandoned Yangon 1 and pursued full tilt, he could only have finished off the 2 already compromised ships. Keeping one eye on the scans and the 3D tactical display, he stayed ready for any surprise energy beam while drifting Yangon 1 closer to the warship. The warship still needed more than 10 minutes of warm-up before it could jump. After Yangon 1 slipped around to its far side, Li Feng brought the starship to a halt. No hails were exchanged. This vessel had strayed here by operator error, and in a base hosting tens of thousands of capital ships, such mishaps were hardly rare. After all, in a huge military base there were more than 10,000 warships of this class. If Captain was handpicked by Lu Rongwang, he clearly knows the drill and how to complete this escort mission. 10 minutes later, the gunmetal-gray dreadnought rumbled to life, sapphire fire spraying from its aft thrusters. Li Feng stood inside Yangon 1's panoramic observation deck. With a single gesture, he had the deputy helm swing the ship away, opening a safe gap, then sliding into formation at exactly 100% of the dreadnought's speed. Only when both radar and spectral scans flashed FTL ready did the larger vessel reach jump status. Li Feng did not hesitate. Jump, he ordered. Yangon 1's main engines roared to maximum. A multicolored arc crackled across the hull, and the entire ship seemed to be yanked into the void, vanishing in an instant. 100 light-years away, Yangon 1 dropped out of hyperspace and steadied in the silent star sea. Bridge lights shifted from red to greeno ambush in sight. Once secure, the ship eased toward the 4th Fleet Station. Under the standing plan, if an ambush appeared here, he would simply transmit the coordinates to Lu Rongguan. The dreadnought could then correct another operational error and jump in to cover him. Beep beep beep. His military wristcom vibrated. An incoming request flashed red. Li Feng glanced down, brows rising slightly. A video call from Dennis, Chief of Reconnaissance, Base 777 Information Division. He accepted. A pale blue hologram opened in front of him, first forming Dennis, and beside him an imposing middle-aged man, Carlos family patriarch, Albert. Dennis had dealt with Li Feng before and knew he liked brevity. One line of introduction, and he went straight to business. Patriarch Albert would like to discuss a settlement. Didn't manage to wipe out every attacker, Li Feng said flatly. Am not in the best mood. Patriarch Albert, come back in 3 to 5 months. His gaze never wavered. Albert understood the rebuke, yet had no counter. The Carlos family had tracked Yangon 1's every move and received intel the moment the ambush began. In theory, he should have scrambled every armed freighter as proof he would help even at the cost of breaking with the Neal family, which would have made today's negotiation far easier. Instead, head gambled if the Neal family's strike succeeded, he could profit without lifting a finger. Once again, the wager failed. Fortunately, Li Feng had not cut the feed, leaving a narrow path to negotiate. Albert dropped needless excuses, inclined his head slightly, and spoke with genuine respect. Mr. Li, if you will grant me one more chance, the Carlos family can offer terms that will satisfy you. For example, we'll use our connections to guarantee Yangon Group's shipping division and secure every permit Yangon 1 needs to mount offensive systems and other special weaponry. We'll also transfer to Yangon Group the permanent employment contract for a level 42 alien, second-class citizen. Not enough, nowhere near enough. Li Feng shook his head, though a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Albert clearly understood people. He had aimed straight at Li Feng's greatest needs. Even his opening bid was a solid one. So, Mr. Li, what will it take to satisfy you? Hearing the tentative question, Albert quietly exhaled in relief. He could see that as long as the terms suited Li Feng, the man was open to a settlement. Li Feng didn't bother with pleasantries and casually named a figure that would make most great houses blanch. 1 large, 10 medium, and 100 small transport ships, all fitted with offensive and defensive systems and special weapons. Add 1 level 45 alien slave. You may swap that for double the number of level 44 slaves, or triple the number of second-class aliens under permanent contracts. His tone was flat as he waited for a reaction. Albert smiled. I've spent a fortune on top psychologists and analysts these past days. Based on everything they found about you, they concluded that even if I cut the offer to 1 large transport ship and 1 level 45 alien slave, you would accept. Am I right, Mr. Li? Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Money well spent. Indeed, he was dissatisfied with his recent combat record, and Albert's offer was exactly what he needed. The exact numbers were secondary. What he really wanted was that fully armed large transport ship to grind the Neal family into the dust. The level 45 alien slave would serve as a bodyguard for Jiang Wanxin, greatly boosting her security. Albert fell silent for a few seconds, then clenched his teeth. He'll meet every one of your original demands, and upgrade the level 45 alien slave to the Carlos family's last remaining level 49. He'll also add 5 more slaves over level 40, one of them a fire spirit master craftsman skilled in artifact forging, plus 50 more slaves above level 30. Anything below level 30 will be plentiful once the real war starts, and a special operations battleship captain like you won't lack them, so I won't insult us by offering those. Li Feng had seen plenty of people name an outrageous price only to haggle downward, but this was the first time someone had countered by raising the bid. He looked Albert over. Interesting. What do you want? He already understood that Albert's aim was no trivial matter, because both promises were astronomical. 1. Outfitting more than 100 transport ships with weapons was a huge risk under the Federation's strict regulations. If any ship had its self-destruct removed, disappeared, or fell into alien hands, the authorities would move against the sponsoring house at once. Even the Carlos family might not survive that fallout. 2. Alien slaves above level 40 or second-class aliens bound by permanent contracts commanded staggering prices. At level 40, even in the Milky Way's stronger races, one is typically the ruler of an inhabited world. Within that echelon, every alien can crush an ordinary civilization and has long since grown used to looking down on lesser beings. Capturing one alive and breaking it until it willingly accepts slavery is nearly impossible. Each of them is a walking fortune. Second-class aliens are precious as well. Many high-level second-class beings swallow their pride and sign employment contracts with human clans or conglomerates in exchange for better cultivation resources. Such contracts are ordinary labor agreements, whereas a permanent indenture is practically a bill of sale, something strict federal law forbids. A second-class alien above level 40 would never sign one unless pushed to an extreme. The risks are simply too high. So Albert's request could not possibly be trivial. Our Carlos family sees tremendous potential in Mr. Lee, he said candidly. Would like to cooperate. A huge holographic screen bathed the spacious calm room in cool light, outlining the hard angles of Li Feng's face. He glanced at the scrolling analytics and drawled, "Those top-tier psychologists and analysts you paid a fortune should have their fees docked. How could they miss the fact that I can't stand white turtles, let alone work with them?" Colonel Dennis cleared his throat, a subtle reminder to mind the setting. Li Feng looked up, recognized his former superior, and softened a fraction. Had Dennis not tilted neutral to friendly when Li Feng broke with the Carlos family years ago, Li Feng would have cut the connection already. An enemy he could legally harvest for attributes inside the Federation tempted him more than any offer. If he acted, he preferred to wipe the Carlos clan out outright. He also stayed on the channel for another reason. He wanted Dennis to keep an eye on the veterans still serving aboard the scout corvette NB-4440, for a lonely ship he had left only months earlier and still thought about often. Want an update on NB-4444? Dennis asked when the silence grew thick. No. Li Feng's refusal was blunt. Independent scouts lose 99% of their crew. Hearing the latest would only weigh on him. Soldiers forged in that hell don't indulge in sentimentality. If trouble exceeds their limits, they'll seek out the officers who once fought beside them. Li Feng refocused on Albert. Feeling the pressure, Albert finally steeled himself. Cooperation aside, everything I promised Mr. Li is yours. We want renege. If you insist on giving it away, I won't stop you, Li Feng replied, voice cold as tempered steel. Just make sure you can handle your family's backlash, and don't annoy me for no reason. Once you're sure, gather the right people and contact Yangon Group. Their legal and business teams will hammer out the details. Understood. Albert nodded rapidly, exhaling in relief. He had decided to gamble everything on Li Feng's character and potential, offering every benefit up front even if he walked away without so much as a verbal promise. That's all. Li Feng severed the link and immediately sent Jiang Wanxin a video request, briefing her on the entire situation. On Sin Planet, nothing is off limits. The big freighter Li Feng had armored with offensive and defensive systems was already enough to grind the near family into dust. Add another 100+ transports and a batch of high-level alien slaves, and Yangon Group's expansion would rocket forward. If Albert wanted to hand them over, Li Feng would gladly accept. Whether he repaid the debt with interest in a few years or settled for short-term cooperation would depend on whether the Carlos family kept producing value. His hesitation about teaming up had two roots. First, the Carlos family was white. More importantly, Albert's initial offer hadn't even qualified them for a short-term deal. After a long trip, they finally arrived at the spaceport orbiting a habitable planet that had direct transport links to the 4th Special Operations Fleet. From there, Li Feng sent a brief message to Lu Rongguang. The big warship that had barged out of Sector E into Sector F under the excuse of operator error was now cleared to head home and undergo overhaul at a naval base. Brooke, the Neal family's man who had ambushed the convoy, remained on Yangon 1 as a hostage. For now, the merchant vessel sat quietly at an ordinary civilian spaceport. As long as the crew stayed on board and kept to their contract, the chances of a second attack were slim. At dawn on the 24th, Li Feng and Gu Lingxi took a shuttle back to Battleship 4. Captain. Good morning, Captain. Everywhere they went, uniformed prodigies snapped to attention, saluting with stiff backs and solemn faces, a far cry from the indifference that had greeted Li Feng the first time he set foot on this ship. He smiled and nodded in return, yet he knew exactly what was happening. Most of this respect was an act. He actually missed his days commanding the small scout ship NB-4444. Those sailors were wild and lawless. They wouldn't have lifted a finger for the Emperor himself, yet deep down they were disarmingly simple. Promotion and fortune were their only gods. Whoever could make them rich and famous was automatically dad. Even with a knife at their throats, they would spit in your face, but one shout of "Captain, Dad," and they would follow you through hell. That raw, absolute trust was addictive. Li Feng meant to drag Battleship 4 in that same direction, though the difficulty was set to nightmare for 3 reasons. 1. The ship was packed with the brightest prodigies, arrogant to the bone and born convinced they should follow no one. 2. Their motivations were all over the map. The scoutship crazies cared only about who could make them rich. Here, some wanted rank, some craved glory, some sought hard experience. Others swore to shed blood for humanity. Each ideal required a different kind of respect. 3. These geniuses shone so brightly that the great clans had already begun courting them with favors. Some had openly pledged loyalty, others cooperated in secret. Tangled interests and hidden loyalties made true unity almost impossible. A sane commander would never dream of turning such a disparate, self-willed crowd into another NB 4444 style independent madhouse. Li Feng, of course, intended to try. He liked being called Captain Dad. Now that he wore the badge of Battleship Force Skipper, every genius on board would play by his rules or leave, or die, or throw him overboard. Compromise was not on the table. Back in the captain's quarters, Li Feng pulled up the ship's data and started to study it. There were far more bold and self-assured volunteers than he had expected. Even knowing Li Feng would remain aboard Dreadnought Number 4 as its captain, more than 20,000 crew members still returned to the steel Leviathan that carried over 110,000 souls. What stood out even more was the shift in demographics. Over 70% of those coming back were Asian, whereas the ship had originally been more than 60% white. The reason was obvious enough during the first purge. Most of the brilliant officers Li Feng killed had been white. He had not consciously targeted any race, yet the whites annoyed him, so he instinctively slaughtered more of them. The chain reaction, now driving whites to flee, suited him perfectly. Edging them out had always been part of his plan. That afternoon, new intel confirmed his hunch. The ship's AI received the official notice. The Fourth Fleet would depart at dawn on the 28th to report to the Zhengfeng army. Li Feng immediately ordered a ship-wide recall. The once empty corridors burst back to life. Footsteps echoed through the maglev tubes, and cargo lifts shuttled personal belongings to every berth around the clock. As the crowd surged in, electronic transfer requests flooded Li Feng's terminal. A wave of officers and enlisted personnel wanted off the ship. By regulation, the final decision rested with the Personnel Division of Special Operations Command. The captain held only a right to recommend and a narrow veto. Li Feng couldn't be bothered to read the petitions. He tapped his wristpad and told the AI to approve them in bulk. Unless someone tried to reassign Gu Lingxi, the second in command he had personally chosen, anyone else was free to leave or stay. In fact, the scramble to get transferred was a key element in the purge he had orchestrated from the start. At dawn on the 26th, another flood of inquiries arrived, most of them seeking promotions to squad or platoon leader. Because no one in the upper ranks had resigned, the higher echelons remained calm. Although Gu Lingxi already held the rank of major, she was still listed merely as a regiment commander. This time the personnel officers were playing dumb. Within a fleet as promising as special operations, whoever first grabbed a squad or company post could rocket up the hierarchy, and every promotion slot was tied to hefty family interests, normally a gold mine for personnel. Yet they had neither greased the captain's palm nor asked if he had protégés who needed advancement. Li Feng scoffed silently. For now he planned to clear only one deputy captain's seat for Gu Lingxi, and lower levels were indeed fully staffed, but fully staffed did not mean personnel could ignore him. Very well noted a major black mark against the department. How to punish them? He ordered the AI to reply to every promotion request involving a white candidate with the comment likely to die young, unsuitable for the post, while refraining from using his formal veto power. At higher levels, a veto is a symbol of the top dog's authority. Using it too casually would make him look weak. He wasn't worried that his own evaluation might suffer. With a combat record like his, any fallout would be negligible. He didn't have the authority to block every reassignment. So instead of firing indiscriminate shots, he figured it was more satisfying to answer with a barrage of cocky, outlandish proposals. 2 hours later, just as expected, the personnel office ignored the wall of sarcasm and issued the official transfer notice. Li Feng glanced at the memo and let out a faint snort. Interesting. He had first assumed the personnel office was simply hoarding opportunities, ignoring the long-standing rule that guaranteed him reserved slots. Now it was clear the personnel director was secretly sparring with bureau chief Liang Qiqing. Otherwise, faced with such an outrageous volley of proposals, someone would have called just to placate him. This was the man who once slaughtered more than 500 prodigies in a single operation. If he started causing trouble, no one could predict his next move. Even if the higher-ups truly dismissed a mere ship captain, the families behind those rising stars would lose sleep before letting matters slide. Normally, connections from every direction should have swarmed the personnel office, forcing it to broker peace. Their silence could only mean one thing: they had another agenda. On the 27th, Jiang Wanqin sent 2 updates. First, she had finalized every clause of the contract with the Carlos family, and the terms matched Albert's earlier verbal promise without a single deviation. Clearly, Albert had pushed this super giveaway through despite heavy pressure from his family's upper ranks. Second, a wave of interstellar conglomerates and corporations had begun submitting letters of intent to Yangon Group. Each one discreetly carried the same name. Obviously, the families and factions behind the squad leaders from Battleship 4 were making their play. Since the personnel office wouldn't yield, they had turned to courting Li Feng in private. Li Feng read the updates and issued one order: reject them all. Too late for last-minute offerings. 6 a.m. on December 28th. Floodlights bathed the Fourth Fleet's orbital port. Every piece of spaceborne infrastructure had been torn down during the night, and the last maintenance logs were still uploading. As the final support beam slid into a cargo bay, departure protocols engaged, and the fleet headed for the deep space coordinates assigned by Zhengfeng Command. Because Zhengfeng patrol vessels would clear the route, the fleet could dispense with its usual reconnaissance screen. Small and medium ships were swallowed by their carriers one after another, while the heavy warships eased out of their berths in groups and lined up in 3 columns. One FDL jump later, the formation dropped out exactly on target and settled into its preset defensive grid. Ship 4, a heavy cruiser, was a glaring exception. It had once carried more than 110,000 officers and crew. Barely 50,000 remained. Operations, logistics, and combat stations were all critically short-handed. More than half the personnel had buckled under Li Feng's punishing training regimen and pulled strings to transfer out. With recruitment for the Special Operations Fleet still closed, those gaps simply stayed open. January 1st, 21021 on the federal calendar date, now etched into every textbook. After 10 millennia of silence, humanity announced it was returning to expansion. 20 grand fleets merged into the Zhengfeng force, and under the live cameras of the Federal High Council, they flashed their warp drives in unison. The slogan was, "Overthrow Fengshu tyranny and rescue the ordinary Fengshu." Brilliant ion plumes sliced across the frontier as the fleets crossed without hesitation into Fengshu space. Flagship of the 4th Special Operations Fleet, main conference hall. More than 1,000 captains from ships of every class packed the room, chairs jammed against the walls. Unlike the last Force PC's combat drill, held entirely in VR, Mark had insisted on bodies in the seats. This time, wherever a captain had been operating, they were to appear in person. On paper, there was little difference between a virtual and a live meeting. In practice, it was all about authority. Last time, Mark had lacked the confidence to strong-arm these unruly captains. But today, under the banner of humanity's day of expansion, issued a thunderous order and centralized power. Almost no one dared challenge him in such a moment. Li Feng was the one possible exception. To him, every unwritten rule in the service fell into 2 categories. 1. Break it, and you lose your post, or worse, your rank. 2. Break it, and nothing happens. Rules in the second category he ignored without hesitation. By that logic, don't make waves on a big day clearly belonged there. Even so, he showed up on time. Had anyone else skipped the meeting, he would gladly have fetched them himself ship and all and delivered them to Mark. Toppling Mark and taking his place was one matter. The favors it would cost was another. Whatever he owed, he would repay, and always with interest. In the military, personal credit outranks any civilian contract. That was why Albert had dared to present him with generous terms up front, without a single promise in return. He was betting on Li Feng's future rise, and on the man's ironclad sense of debt and duty. After a brief greeting, Mark cut to the chase, instructing the shipboard AI to hand out a dossier that explained the Zhengfeng Corps' overall battle plan and the part reserved for the 4th Special Operations Fleet. At its core, the dossier relied on one concept: an all-out, carpet-style advance. The Zhengfeng Corps would push outward from the border between the 2 species, deliberately elongating the front line and sweeping everything aside. With humanity's superior long-range mobility, they aimed to overrun the entire Windrat race in the shortest possible time, inspect every spatial rift along the way, build a monitoring network, and lock in their gains through large-scale resettlement. A stretched front, however, carries its own risks. If even one rift went undetected, or if the Windrat factions united and received covert help from other races, the long line would turn into a string of weak spots, vulnerable to raids or a focused counterstrike. The Special Operations Fleet technically reported to the Special Operations Bureau, but the Zhengfeng Corps had assumed temporary control. Because the 4 Special Operations Fleets were still adjusting to one another, headquarters treated them as 4 independent strike groups. All 4 would take part in the opening offensive. During the pre-battle meeting, headquarters published several target star sectors ranked by difficulty. Without exception, every fleet chose the toughest assignment. "I'm claiming sectors F0176 and F0177, Mark announced. A holographic star map flared to life in front of him. The 2 sectors contained 182 inhabited planets, all under a single Windrat faction. Intelligence placed that faction's leader at level 57 second-tier life evolution and identified 5 other high-level Windrats above level 50. Mark paused, swept his gaze across the room, and continued, "My plan is to split into 10 task forces. The mothership and a heavy escort will form one group and go straight for the primary planet. Each of the 9 remaining heavy warships will lead a separate group to its own zone. They'll distribute the exact coordinates later. To guard against ambushes, medium and light ships will be temporarily folded into each task force. The captains of the heavy warships will have provisional command authority." Beep, beep, beep. Almost every captain in the conference room hit the request to speak button at once, their eyes cold and fixed on Mark. The commanders of the medium and light ships looked ready to drag him out by the collar. Their frustration was obvious. A meeting that should have produced a joint plan had turned into Mark's unilateral briefing. Each of them was already an elite among peers, and none appreciated Mark seizing full control, especially when his plan ignored the personal stakes they valued most. The captains of the heavy warships were the angriest of all. They had been eyeing the primary planet themselves, where the military merit would be richest. The captains of the small and medium-class warships were furious at having their autonomy stripped away, forced to take orders from the commanders of the larger ships, and relegated to the role of mere auxiliaries. That simmering resentment gathered in the hall like a pocket of low pressure, and Mark, seated at the head of the table, sensed it perfectly. He had deliberately shifted the focus to the clash of interest between the two groups of captains, hoping the internal bickering would dilute the collective anger. If they fought among themselves, the pressure on him as fleet commander would ease, giving him room to pick sides and play favorites. But the captains present were no fools, and none intended to let him get away with it so easily. Mark scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Li Feng in the center of the front row. He gave a casual blink. Li Feng lounged against the back of his chair, expression unreadable, and ignored him. Mark blinked several more times. Only then did Li Feng incline his head the barest fraction, an offhand gesture that allowed Mark to breathe again. Li Feng had not decoded the silent signal. As the longtime captain of an independent reconnaissance ship, he had never taken part in multi-ship operations or attended meetings like this, and no one had briefed him beforehand. Still, he could guess what Mark wanted. One blink meant a small favor, several blinks a generous reward, if Li Feng would rise and steady the room. With that in mind, Li Feng tapped the speak request button on his armrest. "Captain Li, you have the floor," Mark said at once, the urgency in his voice barely concealed. Li Feng stood, his cloak stirring. From the storage ring on his finger, he drew a spirit sword, whose blade flashed coldly under the lights. He turned slowly to face the packed ranks of captains behind him, his tone calm, yet brooking no dissent. "The fleet commander's plan is flawless as far as I'm concerned, and there's no need to waste another second discussing it." Arrogant, overbearing, contemptuous. The conference room erupted like oil splashed on a hot griddle, a buzz of outrage sweeping the hall as countless hostile eyes locked on Li Feng. His gaze, sharp as a drawn blade, swept over the crowd. Wherever it passed, the commotion died at once, the air freezing solid. Once the hall had fallen into a deathly hush, Mark spoke at the perfect moment. "Does anyone have an opposing view?" Fists tightened and teeth ground in silent fury, but no one reached for the speak button. They feared not Mark, but Li Feng, unpredictable, powerful, and quite possibly willing to spill blood right here if challenged. No one wished to be the first target and test his resolve. Let him have his moment. Someone fumed inwardly, yet still kept silent. "Since there are no objections, we'll proceed with the plan." After waiting a few seconds and seeing no requests in the system, Mark crisply declared the operational planning session adjourned. Beep, beep. Li Feng had only just returned to Battleship 4 when his military wristwatch signaled an incoming video call from Mark. He raised his hand and tapped, "Connect." A pale blue holographic screen unfolded, and Mark's full body projection sprang to life. The man looked as severe as ever, hair cropped like steel bristles, eyes sharp as a knife's edge, his fitted uniform stretched across a solid frame, the whole of him like a javelin planted on deck. Yet tonight he seemed even more formidable, confidence and steel-edged energy wrapping around him like invisible armor. Li Feng instantly recalled their first meeting at Military Base 777, a young, unstoppable Mark surveying the world as if it were dust beneath his feet. "So, thinking of changing careers and becoming a lackey? I let you flaunt my name for half a minute and you're already strutting," Li Feng teased, a half-smile tugging at his lips. Knowing whose name to flaunt is a skill in itself, Mark shot back, then cut straight to business. "Tell me what you want. If it's the entire sector around the homeworld, I can sign it over." "Feeling generous, are we?" Li Feng arched an eyebrow. "You just did me a huge favor," Mark admitted. Since the day he arrived at the 4th Special Fleet, had been running on fumes. The deputy fleet commanders undercut him, the ship captains obeyed in name only, and even the mothership crew dared stall his orders. He might be level 28 with the title of fleet captain, but in a unit packed with prodigies that ranked him squarely in the middle, winning real authority was an uphill battle. Back at Frontier Defense Base 777, he had been the brightest young officer in F sector, virtually unbeatable among his peers and bolstered by a top-tier military pedigree. Everyone else had seemed like trash. Stepping into the 4th Special Fleet, had finally tasted helplessness and suffocation. Only raw willpower kept him from walking away. Today, for the first time, he saw daylight. By borrowing Li Feng's fearsome reputation, Head cowed every ship captain at the meeting and launched a plan to redirect their rivalry, make them compete against each other. Losers would cling to him for a sliver of mission time. Even the temporary winners wouldn't dare confront him heat. If he could keep dividing, wooing, and pressuring them, full control of the fleet was within reach. "By the way," Li Feng suddenly asked, "that wink of yours, what was it supposed to mean?" "Nothing complicated. One wink. I need help. 2 quick ones. It's urgent," Mark answered breezily. "I figured it was some code for trading favors mid-meeting," Li Feng chuckled. "Codes like that exist, but you have to rehearse them first," Mark said with a shrug. "I never got the chance, too little time, and the deputies were busy throwing wrenches at me." Meetings based on quick quid pro quo are always ironed out after the formal discussion ends. I've already got what I came for, Mark announced to the room, and by the unspoken rule, the payoff can only go up, never down. Li Feng understood at once and sighed to himself. Everything still came down to personal credit. He suddenly smiled and asked, "You're leveraging my influence and handing me the sector around the homeworld. Aren't you worried my campaign record will soar, my prestige will double, and with the Special Operations Bureau behind me, it'll knock you off your perch?" "I am," Mark admitted without hesitation, "but a promise is a promise." Li Feng thought for a moment. "Forget the homeworld sector. If you keep it, the brass won't see you as my puppet. Give me any other sector, and add one line to the order. After completing their missions, all warships may apply to reinforce other sectors." Mark's brow tightened. Something fell off. "What are you planning?" Li Feng answered calmly. "One sector isn't enough. I want them all." "Don't get cocky," Mark lowered his voice. "That's frontier space. The Windrat clan may be weak, but hidden rifts are everywhere. A special ops fleet is a thorn in every faction side. You could run into high-level Windrats or even other races at any moment. Do I look careless to you?" Li Feng shot back. Mark had no retort. Back at large military base 777, he had once joined Li Feng in raiding a Windrat shipyard for his lieutenant colonel promotion. He knew the man's bold exterior hid extreme caution. "Send me everything," Li Feng said, ending the call. Minutes later, his military wristcom vibrated. Mark had broken regulations and forwarded a trove of data. Not only the 4th Fleet sector intel and battle plans, but also the maneuvers of the Vanguard's other fleets, their assigned regions, and even the rough coordinates of space fortresses for beyond what a line ship captain should see. Act brash, work cautious. Lamp in hand, Li Feng studied the files, and 3 hours later felt fully prepared. At the same time, Battleship 4 officially received its orders. He neither summoned the captains of the 110 attached medium and light warships, nor convened an officers' meeting. Instead, he had the ship's AI issue 2 commands. 1. Recon ships move out first. 2. All remaining vessels depart in preset formation. The senior officers received a blunt, one-page plan and approved it without debate. Armed with the illicit intel, Battleship 4 launched a full 3 hours ahead of the other capital ships. Peer captains scoff special ops fleets tackle extreme difficulty missions as a matter of course, and the 4th Fleet's deadline was 3 months. Leaving a few hours early offered no real edge and risked drawing the first volley. The 4th Fleet's jurisdiction formed a near sphere, 460 light-years at its widest, 420 at its narrowest, totaling roughly 45 million cubic light-years. Within it lay 182 habitable worlds, one every 250,000 cubic light-years, well above the Milky Way average of 1 per 400,000. The difference came from the galaxy's spiral arms. Most matter crowds the arms, while the void between them can stretch a million light-years without a single life-bearing planet. Battleship 4 and its escorts were assigned 19 of those worlds, about 400 light-years from base. For a light recon craft or patrol corvette, that meant only 4 to 5 hours at speed. While they traveled, the captains of the smaller ships kept requesting a conference. Li Feng ignored them all, letting the AI broadcast one line: follow or there's no drama. In his view, the rules for these non-core ships, pulled in on short notice, were simple. Obey, and you get a share of the soup. Disobey, and you get a slap in the face. At 1:05 p.m., Battleship 4 received word from every medium and light vessel that their defensive grids were in place. Li Feng immediately ordered a spatial jump. At the consoles, technicians verified that the engines, reactors, navigation array, and shields were all green, then fed in the jump coordinates. A searing blue-white glow gathered at the bow as the drive spun up. Moments ago, the ship had been cruising at light speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from its sector and reappeared hundreds of light-years away at the preset coordinates. Scanners to maximum output. The sensor officer barked. Within a radius of 100 million kilometers, every dust belt, asteroid cluster, drift of interstellar plankton, and faint energy ripple was projected as a three-dimensional hologram above the command deck. Li Feng scanned the data. A faint smile touching his lips. Conditions were optimal. Elsewhere, the captains of the other 110 ships worked frantically. Li Feng's relentless oversight, coupled with the pressure of their own gifted crews, left them little room to breathe, yet they still maintained combat efficiency. Following his defensive blueprint, they pulled in to form a protective ring. When the flagship arrived, they maneuvered again, nestling close behind it and waiting for the next command. After a dozen minutes of engine warm-up, Li Feng ordered the advance on the target planet. The 111 warships formed a razor-sharp wedge, Battleship 4 at the tip, 10 mediums behind it, and 100 light craft fanning out to form the trailing edge, all accelerating in perfect unison and holding their assigned gaps. The route stayed clear. No hostile signals appeared. Even so, Li Feng kept his awareness and extrasensory perception stretched to the limit, ready to catch the faintest anomaly should a high-level alien suddenly emerge. Intelligence suggested this should be a one-sided route. The strongest Windrat leader was only level 57, backed by 5 clanmates above level 50. In a straight fight, the flagship alone could vaporize their entire elite. But major wars are never settled by frontal clashes alone. A level 57 Wind Rat would never slug it out with a human dreadnought. They favored harassment and guerrilla strikes, using superior short-range agility to overwhelm weaker ships, while an alliance supplied them with resources and artifacts to seed space rifts across the system. From those hidden gaps, they could ambush mediums and lights at will. Worse, the alliance might drop in level 60, 70, even 80 reinforcements through the rifts, aiming straight for the Special Operations Fleet, which was both prime target and irresistible bait. Yet in extreme-range mobility, no known species could touch humanity. More than 600 Zhengfeng core space fortresses stood ready, each able to jump 30,000 light-years at a time, enough to cover the entire Windrat domain. The main command post was a fortress the size of a small planet, its firepower and defenses eclipsing any conventional ship. At 1:50 p.m., the fleet closed to within 100 million kilometers of the target world, and the planet's outline appeared on the scanners. Li Feng issued 2 orders: reduce speed and assemble at once. Exhaust plumes cooled from white-hot to deep red as every vessel obeyed. Crew members sprinted from living quarters, labs and recreation decks to their stations, while engine rooms, armories, and medical bays snapped to red alert. Beep, beep, beep. The incoming deceleration command left more than a few captains pale with fright. They all tried to reach Li Feng, urging him to abandon such a reckless, dangerous plan. The comm channel, however, offered nothing but the cold prompt call declined. One by one, captains slammed their armrests in fury, curses echoing across the bridges. Damn it. Does he even know the basics of large-scale invasion warfare? Hell, he commands a heavy battleship with absurd firepower, can still outrun a level 70 Fengshu swarm. What about the rest of us in medium and light ships? Grumbling aside, no one dared openly disobey. Frustration mounted, and they turned their anger on Fleet Commander Mark, peppering him with urgent messages and begging him to stop Li Feng's suicide order. Their reasoning was unassailable. The closer a ship flies to a habitable planet, the slower it has to go, the easier it is to spot, and the deeper it sinks into the planet's gravity well. If the Fengshu leader appeared with level 50 elites, every ship would first have to turn, then accelerate back to light speed. Only once clear of the gravity field could they engage their jump drives. How many vessels would survive that long was anyone's guess. The accepted doctrine had always been: 1. Heavy battleships fire a few salvos from a safe distance, then withdraw. 2. Smaller ships swoop in for mid-range potshots, then break off immediately. 3. Maintain mobility at all times. If ambushed, you can still escape. Phase 1. Obliterate every large ward on the planet that can hide it from scanners. Once each barrier falls, repeat the bombardment. Second wave, third wave, until every last shield is gone. Phase 2. Insert assault teams to seize prisoners, turn informants, and pinpoint the spatial rifts. Phase 3. Keep the Hitandran tactics, pounding the rifts from range until they are erased. Only when the planet lies fully exposed and isolated do you launch a full-scale assault. Victory is never about capturing a handful of planets. It hinges on flushing out the main Fengshu force lurking somewhere in this sector. Track them down, destroy or drive them out, and the mission is complete. If they keep hiding, engineering, support, and transport ships must sweep the sector, wreck every concealed rift, and deploy a surveillance net that blankets the region. Against this backdrop, Li Feng's order looked like outright suicide to every captain. He ignored them, and Fleet Commander Mark sent only one terse reply: each heavy ship captain will determine and execute his own tactics. Battleship 4, Control Room. Cold silver-gray walls glinted under the lights. Li Feng stepped to the main gun console, opened the system interface, and, without hesitation, activated Reset. Blue-white data streams unfurled before his eyes. Host, Li Feng. Attributes: Constitution, 0. Strength, 7,300. Endurance, 7,300. Agility, 7,300. Spirit, 157,300. Abilities: Armor Break LV4, Blink LV5, Flight LV4, Hypersense LV4, Reset LV4. After recalibration, his spirit attribute rose to 157,300, extending his perception radius to that many kilometers and giving his hypersense a range of 62,900 kilometers. Decelerating until only about 30,000 kilometers separated them from the life-bearing planet, Li Feng finally issued a new command. Tell every ship, stop slowing down. Maintain our present speed and circle the planet, using the Citadel as the center of our orbit. The captains glanced at one another, their earlier anxiety instantly giving way to awkward relief. At this distance and speed, and with Li Feng's lightning-quick reactions, even if every high-level warrior of the Fengshu clan charged out at once, the smaller vessels would still have ample time to spool up and retreat. Li Feng's hypersense threaded into the Citadel like silk. The outer and inner wards meant nothing to him. He saw clearly that all feng shui above level 20 were racing toward the central sector. They had detected the enemy and might strike or flee at any moment. Intelligence was spot on. Their leader was a level 41 feng shui, and stronger reinforcements had yet to emerge from the spatial rift. After locking on, Li Feng traced the energy flow to a hidden vault beneath the inner fortress and found a permanent rift. He didn't strike right away. Although such gates were costly and a force this size was unlikely to fund a second one, he swept the entire planet with hypersense to confirm there was no backup before acting. The main cannon charged, and a beam 100 meters thick blasted through the vacuum. Anything within the scanner's range was theoretically a target. Range reduced power, but for a capital ship, 30,000 kilometers was still the sweet spot, especially with a level 4 armor-piercing payload. Boom, boom, boom. The torrent of light kept pouring out. The ship's energy reserves visibly dipped while the beam tore apart the outer wards, punched through the inner shields, and blew high-grade spirit ore barricades aside. In barely 10 seconds, the rift was gone. On the surface, the feng shui leader and his troops stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom how the enemy had pinpointed the rift so precisely. All squad leaders and above, form an assault team and follow me. At the same time, Li Feng triggered his reset ability, redistributing his attributes across 5 core stats. Gripping his spirit blade, he sprinted toward the armory. Inside, the officers stared at the collapsing wards and the level 41 leader with a swarm of level 30 plus feng shui on their monitors, frozen in shock. The quickest among them snapped out of it first. Damn it. He means to send us officers to our deaths. We're done for. If he wants to die, why drag us with him? All officers from squad leader up, form an assault unit and move out with me. Li Feng charged into the armory. His spirit sword flashed, carving a gleaming arc, and he shot through the hatch like an arrow loosed from a bow. Only Gu Lingxi stayed on his heels without a second's doubt. The rest of the officers, senior and junior alike, turned deathly pale. See, Captain. Even Deputy Captain Marcus, who had already sided with Li Feng, and the other 6 officers looked completely baffled. Red scanner beams crossed on the armory's main screen. Inside the fortress lurked one level 41 Windrat chieftain, 12 Windrats at levels 3,539, and more than 30 Windrats at levels 30-34. Any single one could have killed them outright. With the battleship parked 30,000 kilometers away, its firepower barely scratched monsters that strong. No one understood why Li Feng not only led the charge himself, but dragged them onto this suicide run. All officers from squad leader up, assemble immediately, disobey, and face court-martial. Li Feng's voice thundered over the intercom, echoing through every corridor. Once outside, he deliberately kept his pace slow enough to avoid notice. After flying a few dozen kilometers, he halted. BBB. A high-risk alarm blared inside the armory. The familiar rhythm and piercing tone made every officer and soldier's scalp prickle. You useless officers, get out there now. Captain, I'm sorry. A squad leader with the weakest nerves cracked and begged for mercy. This Ancina generation prodigy had lived in the spotlight since birth. Corporations waved blank checks. Countless beauties staged chance encounters. And after he joined the Special Operations Fleet, an interstellar clan even offered its heiress and a mountain of resources, greasing the wheels for him to become a squad leader, golden highway straight to the top. He had no intention of dying here. 1 second, 2, 3. Suddenly, Li Feng reversed course and rocketed back toward the armory. With 37,300 agility and a Tier 4 flight skill that quadrupled his speed, his theoretical burst reached nearly 1,500 kilometers per second. He had strolled out moments ago. Now he covered hundreds of kilometers per second, returning to the hatch in the blink of an eye, fast enough to fool the level 41 chieftain still herding its Windrat elites. No eye. Flash. Li Feng plunged into the crowd and cut off Deputy Captain Bogut's head with one stroke. Ding. You have slain an enemy. Attribute points 62. He raised an eyebrow. The deputy captain's seat was now free for Gu Lingxi. Without pausing, he twisted midair. Thud. Another company commander's head flew. Ding. You have slain an enemy. Attribute points 236. Panic erupted. The remaining officers bolted for the hatch, and even many crew members, unable to withstand the killing intent, stampeded after them. Pop. 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 Attribute points 138, 175, 152. Li Feng had no interest in chasing the mid and senior grade officers. He focused on the lieutenants. His spirit blade flashed, blood sprayed, and system notifications crackled like strings of firecrackers. To avoid collateral damage to the panic-stricken crew, he struck only when certain, yet his newfound strength made each kill faster than ever. By the time more than 5,000 officers fled the combat zone, over 200 squad and platoon leaders lay in pools of blood. His available points shot up by 32,000. Exhilarated, Li Feng thought, a ship full of prodigies isn't so bad, sacrifice them first, then reap the alien harvest. Double profit. He opened the system panel, spent 10,000 points to raise armor pierce to level 5, and spread the rest evenly across the 5 basic stats. Host, Li Feng. Available points, 0. Constitution, 41,700. Strength, 41,700. Endurance, 41,700. Agility, 41,700. Spirit, 41,700. Skills, Armor Pierce LV.5, Blink LV.5, Flight LV.4, Hypersense LV.4, Reset LV.4. All officers from squad leader up, move out with me. He flicked his sword and flew unhurriedly toward the main stronghold. The officers wanted to vaporize him on the spot, but lacking both courage and power, they trailed behind. Except for Gu Lingxi, even Vice Captain Makas and the 7 other defectors kept a dozen kilometers away, wary of high-level Windrat warriors and of Li Feng suddenly turning back to finish the job. The squad and platoon leaders felt even worse. Their interstellar families had briefed them on the real reason for Li Feng's wrath. At a high-level meeting, Personnel Director Smith had browbeaten the yellow-skinned deputies. Special Ops Director Liang Qiqing retaliated, seizing on a minor slip to toss Smith's boldest deputy into the Investigation Bureau for tea. Smith's carefully built empire cracked, so he used his authority to slap Liang's protege Li Feng with a Lesano profit share. No promotion, not one slot. Li Feng struck back with a thunder cannon barrage. Smith ignored the upstart captain and recruited several white executives to block Liang's proposals at the next meeting. The two titans locked horns, and the mid-sized interstellar families heavily invested in special ops panicked. After failing to make Smith yield, they offered alliances to Yangon Group, only for Li Feng to reject them outright. Cornered, these families told their squad and platoon leaders, be careful, and give Li Feng any leverage. The special ops pie was still growing. The high-ups would never force each other to ruin. Once a winner emerged, the loser would yield some power, and both sides would reconcile. Then pacifying Li Feng would be the real task. The squad and platoon leaders cursed silently. Future generals reduced to pawns in office politics. Worse, to eliminate them legally, Li Feng was leading them straight at a stronghold guarded by a level 41 Windrat chieftain. With a captain like this, caution was useless. Both missions so far had been certain death. If Li Feng offered the slightest chance of survival now, some whose nerves were already fraying would gladly kneel and sing for him. Inside the main stronghold, the level 41 Windmouse chieftain had been tracking every warship with his senses and was utterly baffled. Li Feng's fleet hovered in a patch of space that looked random, yet was precisely chosen right at the edge of the chieftain's perception range. The instant those metal beasts appeared, he issued an emergency muster and reported to his faction's overlord. The reply was only 8 terse words: be ready for war at any moment, or retreat on the spot. What made him even more uneasy was a suspected traitor among the upper ranks. Thanks to that mole, the human fleet had pinpointed the spatial rift with uncanny accuracy. A brutal energy beam descended, turning both the layered wards and the rift itself to ash. With a heat-in fight now impossible, escape was the only option left. Even so, he didn't panic. Long before the human incursion, the Wind-Mouse Alliance had supplied every branch with plentiful resources and artifacts, and had dispatched high-level clansmen adept at spatial laws. The chieftain himself had received several top-tier treasures, including one that could block a warship's scanners. Even without a rift, he was confident he could shake off any pursuit. What truly surprised him was that after destroying the rift, the human ships didn't press the attack. Instead, they remained at a distance. Stranger still, a whole swarm of human officers, each wrapped in an energy shield, floated out of their flagship. From this far away, he couldn't read their levels. Yet by common sense, only a human general could reach level 40. Even an elite task force of prodigies would average around level 30. This formation showed no hint of a killing thrust. It looked more like a show of weakness meant to lure him in. Instinct told the chieftain there had to be a trap, so he kept massing his forces and saved retreat for the last instant. The officers kept coming, but at a leisurely pace, as if demonstrating how to take one's sweet time. Their ships still hovered tens of thousands of kilometers away, nowhere near full speed, posing almost no threat. When Li Feng and more than 5,000 officers closed to 20,000 kilometers, every Windmouse elite above level 20 had finally assembled, filing in groups into the level 30 clan members' flight artifacts. Yet the chieftain still withheld the order to run. His calculation was simple. As long as the human ships stayed beyond 30,000 kilometers and didn't suddenly accelerate, they could scatter at any moment. If the enemy pursued as one, at worst they would snag a craft or two. If the humans split up, his sensor masking artifact would let him double back, ambush a few small warships, or even call in a level 50 powerhouse through the nearest rift to pick them off one by one. 19,000 kilometers, 18,000, 17,000. Everyone, match my speed. If you can't, hit full throttle and catch up, Li Feng ordered, his voice calm but unquestionable. He kept nudging the throttle higher, forcing the officers to stay right on his tail. Only when they were slicing through space at 20 kilometers per second did he level off. The squadron and platoon leaders clenched their teeth and sprinted after him, cursing under their breath the entire way. At this speed it felt custom-built for them. The Special Operations Fleet was brand new and recruited only top prodigies and peerless talents, creating a bizarre hierarchy. The enlisted crew's potential and combat ratings were, on average, higher than those of the officers. Most mid-grade officers were only level 2026, and even at full throttle their standard combat mechs couldn't keep up, let alone sustain 20 kilometers per second. By contrast, every newly promoted squadron or team leader was at least level 28, and with various flight techniques layered on they could just barely hold that 20 kilometer per second ceiling. The mid-grade officers Li Feng wasn't planning to purge right away were quickly left behind, while every squadron and team leader clung to his wake. No one dared to drop out. The ship's databanks carried their top speed logs and the video to prove it. 10,000 kilometers, 9,000, 8,000 as the gap to the fortress shrank. A star on the verge of exploding seemed to ignite in the beady eyes of the Fengshu chief. Closer, just a little closer. 5,000, 4,000, 3,000 launch. Intercept those officers. At 2,000 kilometers, he barked the order. Every clan member below level 20 was to swarm. More than 100,000 Fengshu burst from the fortress like a black flood, rushing straight at Li Feng's group. Don't get bogged down. Hold your speed and punch through. With the fortress under 1,000 kilometers away, Li Feng swung his spirit sword. The Fengshu blocking his path was sliced cleanly in two, its remains tumbling through vacuum. The squadron and team leaders had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. Below, the Fengshu chief stopped hesitating. All clear. Prey that comes to us doesn't get away full assault. Wipe them out. Stay sharp. The moment a retreat signal comes, everyone above level 30 pulls back immediately. As he spoke, he produced an artifact that masked scanners and perception alike, flooding it with energy. An instant later, the 3D tactical display lost all trace of the level 41 Fengshu chief. A tide of level 2029 Fengshu poured out of the high-grade flight artifacts carried by their elites, and once those artifacts were stowed, the level 30-plus warriors surged after them. The chase ran for nearly half an hour before both sides finally clashed within a few dozen kilometers above the fortress. Li Feng's plan was flawless. Wielding his spirit sword, he used slightly superior maneuverability to slip out of every encirclement by level 30-plus foes, targeting anything below level 30 for instant kills. Attribute points 112, 53, 19. The numbers on his personal panel climbed at a dizzying pace. A full-scale aerial battle erupted. The squadron and team leaders tried to dodge the height-tier enemies as well, but it was obvious they were out of their depth. Fengshu above level 35 were virtually invincible to them. Countless Fengshu below level 30 fell like birds with broken wings, and many squadron and team leaders died the moment their defensive artifacts and multipurpose uniforms were shredded. Deep inside the fortress, the level 41 Fengshu chief soon locked onto Li Feng's position. After a brief pause, he accelerated, turning into a gray blur that lunged straight at him. That's far enough. Tens of thousands of kilometers still lay between them, but Li Feng's hypersense ignored all matter and energy. The artifact that could fool a capital-class ship's scanners was useless against him. Since the chief had marked him for assassination, he no longer needed to hide his strength. Besides, 1. Casualties among squadron and team leaders had already topped 1,000, and lower-grade officer deaths had passed 20%. Dragging this out would hurt his kill count and evaluation. 2. If personnel kept stonewalling, he could always dig another pit for them in the next battle. 3. The remaining mid-grade officers were closing in, and he only needed to free up one deputy captain slot for Gu Lingxi. Clearing every senior position now would just invite a flood of parachuted officers. Better to leave a few for the moment, cultivate his own inner circle, and let them slide into those seats when the time was right. 10 kilometers, 9, 8 when only 2 or 300 meters remained. The level 41 Wind Rat Chieftain finally sprang into action. A cobalt blue blade of wind ripped through the air, slashing at Li Feng's back. Almost simultaneously, Li Feng, who had been tracking his target with heightened senses, blurred and vanished as though erased, barely evading the lethal strike. Something's wrong. Warning bells exploded in the chieftain's mind, and the fine gray fur along his spine bristled. He suddenly sensed Li Feng behind him. How the human youth had pinpointed his position and teleported here was a puzzle for another time. Instinct took over. He sidestepped and lashed out with his claws, hoping to intercept the blow. Li Feng was faster. Thud! The spirit sword slammed into the chieftain's energy shield like a battering ram. The barrier cracked like glass, and the blade carved a shallow, bloody groove down his back, spraying gore. Not bad, Li Feng murmured, instantly concluding that his own attack, even with a tier 5 armor-piercing buff, had only shattered the shield because the chieftain's defensive artifact was top tier. With a grunt, the chieftain finally grasped why a human dared venture so deep these young man might be stronger than he was. Yet this was no time for questions. Using the recoil, he leapt backward, intent on escaping. Li Feng gave him no chance. With a thought, he blinked a second time, materializing less than 5 meters in front of the chieftain. The rat leader couldn't raise a guard. He twisted desperately, but was a heartbeat too slow. Li Feng swept his sword across. Crunch. With the shield gone, the chieftain's slender waist split open 15 or 16 centimeters, entrails and blood spilling out. The wound wasn't fatal yet, but his combat power plummeted. As the enemy staggered, Li Feng pressed in, sword flashing. The chieftain blocked 2 strikes before the next cleaved his skull in half, sending a fountain of blood skyward. Ding! You have slain an enemy, gained 3,911 attribute points. Before the system prompt faded, Li Feng flicked his blade, severed the chieftain's forelimbs, and swept the storage artifact into his own ring. Over the tactical channel, he ordered Battleship 4's AI, advance at full speed. In the distance, every wind rat above level 30 sensed their chieftain's sudden death and froze in terror. Their ranks shattered. They abandoned the low-level clansmen and fled for their lives. Intercept all wind rats above level 30, Li Feng commanded, triggering a third blink. He appeared behind a level 39 wind rat, drove his sword through its chest, and ripped sideways, killing it instantly. Then came level 38, level 37. Li Feng moved like a wraith, teleporting again and again. Screams echoed as high-level wind rats fell one after another, bodies littering the ground. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. The squad and team leaders dared not disobey. They threw themselves at the level 30 wind rodents, forming a ragged yet determined ring that held the enemy in place and bought Li Feng precious seconds. In just a few minutes he blinked, pierced armor, and cut them down one by one like a blade slicing silk. Every wind rodent above level 30 died, not a single one slipping away. High above, Battleship 4 dropped to roughly 5,000 kilometers above the surface, its massive hull casting a steel-gray shadow. Li Feng immediately told the ship's AI to divide clear sectors according to each escort's tonnage and firepower, then broadcast the coordinates. Tasking done, he stopped wasting time on the lower-level rodents and flashed toward the battleship. All combat personnel, break formation and go for the fortress. Same deal as always. Fight hard if you want promotion, grab loot if you want profit. Want both? Then fight while you're looting. His voice rolled across the hull like thunder. Back aboard Battleship 4, Li Feng issued a full deployment order. The crews, waiting in the ready bays, erupted with excitement. They knew that slogan by heart. Last time, the early phase had painted Li Feng as a terrifying tyrant. But the moment he shouted those words, he turned into the best captain, sparing the ship's prodigies from his surgical experiments and handing out all the subsequent battle merit, even teaching them how to exploit tiny mission glitches for extra credit. Now the same call sent everyone pouring into landing craft and racing toward the main fortress. The only disappointment was that a swarm of allied escorts had come along. Instead of clearing an entire biosphere on their own, they'd have to settle for just half. Once the control room confirmed that all troops, support drones, and flyers had disembarked, Li Feng ordered the ship to climb. He knew that a vessel this size, skimming the surface, would take minutes to break free if a high-level wind rodent locked on. The battleship had to keep altitude and speed so it could decide instantly whether to fight or flee. Battleship 4 rose to a parking orbit 40 or 50,000 kilometers out, circling the life planet at several thousand kilometers per second and ready to jump to near-light speed at any moment. The medium and light escorts, now troop-free, also lifted off and held maneuvering positions. On the dim bridge, torrents of data streamed across the holoscreens. Li Feng pushed his hypersense to the limit, hunting for any sign of high-level wind rodents, while opening his personal system. Attribute points, 32,000. He divided them evenly without hesitation. All 5 stats shot up to 48,100, and his overall level broke past 42. Armor Pierce 5, Blink 5, Flight 4, Hypersense 4, and Reset 4 lit up in the status panel, flooding his body with blazing heat. A solid haul now, on to the next phase. They began by implanting slave chips in a batch of Windmouse prisoners ranked level 20 or higher, bringing them firmly under control. Next, the fleet swept through every fortress in order, seizing each one and assigning those newly subjugated captives as local governors. Unlike the earlier, small-scale infiltrations, this was an unabashed, large-scale invasion. Banners flew overhead proclaiming a single slogan: overthrow Windmouse tyranny and liberate the common folk. Any fortress that refused to capitulate lost only its defenders above level 10. Windmice below that mark, even if they fought back, were merely knocked unconscious and handed over to the level 20 captives for supervision. The tactic both preserved humanity's image of civilized mercy, dampening enemy morale, and avoided goading the Windmouse race's own powerhouses, several of whom exceeded level 90, into a vengeful strike deep inside Federation space. Since entering the interstellar era nearly 10 millennia ago, the human Federation had expanded relentlessly, grinding countless minor species into dust. Concepts such as image, benevolence, and justice surfaced only when dealing with medium or major races. Toward small races, the Federation offered a single choice: submit and thrive, or resist and perish. The other three hegemon-level species, along with every ambitious major race, behaved no differently. More than 100 warships arranged themselves in a fan-shaped formation, hull insignias sparkling in the stellar light. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers average rank just shy of level 29, and almost all peerless talents took only a few hours to blitz every fortress on the planet. When the last stronghold fell, all ground teams disengaged and regrouped at their pre-assigned coordinates. Once the troops had formed tight phalanxes, Li Feng ordered the warships to descend in waves, open their landing bays, and recover their crews. From the bridge, he transmitted a full battle report to the flagship, then issued the next directive: vacate this planet and move directly to the next target. Windmouse crew members who had narrowly escaped hid in remote corners, frantically activating every communication artifact to beg the interstellar clans behind them for help. Yet they knew the truth all too well. This was only the first planet. 18 more of the same class lay ahead. They had survived the first calamity. 18 still waited in line. Flagship of the 4th Fleet. Mark stared at the tactical holo display in front of him. Dense scanner curves and a three-dimensional star map pulsed blue-white in the darkened command bay. Any twitch in the waveform could signal a high-level fengshu raid, and he had to react instantly. Suddenly, 3 urgent beeps shattered the silence. The ship's AI flagged a piece of intelligence marked top priority and splashed it across the main screen. He glanced at it. Interlaced red loss reports and blue kill tallies froze on his retina as glowing lines. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively checked the clock on the bulkhead. 1800 hours sharp. Of course it's you. A grin slipped out. Mark didn't hesitate. AI, sync the latest after-action report to the Special Operations Bureau and to Jinfeng Army Headquarters. Use the highest encryption. Today was the first official day of humanity's renewed expansion. To secure an early strategic victory and boost public morale, 2 massive fleets spearheaded an assault on the fengshu border worlds. Out of more than 20,000 capital ships, 6,000 had been committed on day 1, with the opening strike aimed at 2,000 habitable planets and overwhelming superiority in numbers. Parliament and High Command, however, were riveted on roughly 500 fengshu independent biospheres. These worlds lacked spatial rifts. Seizing them would allow the complete extermination of elite fengshu forces and guarantee absolute conquest. For Special Operations Task Forces therefore targeted the strongest fengshu factions along the frontier, and even a month-long siege was considered acceptable. News that Li Feng's Task Force 4 had captured a biosphere on day 1 carried enormous weight for both Parliament and the military and for Mark personally. As Li Feng's direct superior, every victory the commander earned reflected on him as well. Mark scrolled through the rest of the report, and his brows lifted slightly. 1 deputy captain and more than 300 squadron and platoon leaders had been court-martialed for violations. Over 1,000 had been killed while luring a fengshu chieftain into an ambush. Mark knew nothing about the feud between personnel and Li Feng, but the numbers told him the man was once again making an example of subordinates. This time, the unlucky ones were the field officers. In the grand scheme, it was a minor blemish hardly worth his attention. Special Operations Bureau. The moment Liang Qiqing received the update, he convened an emergency video conference. In the quiet briefing room, more than 30 holographic avatars materialized at their desks. The last to appear was Personnel Director Smith. Whatever plans they were hatching, every face wore a polite smile, even the usually stone-faced Smith. Task Force 4 of the 4th Fleet had wiped out the elite fengshu on an entire biosphere on day 1. The feat belonged to Li Feng, to Fleet Captain Mark, and to the Bureau itself. They had once shielded Li Feng from the pressure of the interstellar clans, and this brilliant victory vindicated their judgment and nerve. Outwardly, the mood was celebratory. Privately, each had calculations of their own. While presiding over the meeting, Liang Qiqing handled the routine pleasantries with practiced ease. Meanwhile, he was already scheming about how to wring the greatest advantage from this battle report. Not far away, Smith was multitasking as well. He wore a courteous smile and tossed out small talk to placate the crowd. While his mind raced through the posts he could surrender to keep losses to a minimum. The meeting had yet to start, and his military wristcom was already being bombarded by calls from upper-level interstellar clans, so many that the device nearly crashed. He finally blocked every incoming call. Blocking was one thing and anger another. A loss is a loss, and a loser still has to yield. Had Li Feng simply by the book eliminated 1,000+ squadron and platoon leaders, Smith wouldn't have even lifted an eyebrow. The higher the body count, the more the mid-sized clans would panic, ready to nail Li Feng the moment he slipped. The problem was that Li Feng, on the very first day and as the fleet's very first capital ship captain, had captured a fengshu homeworld. That feat touched the core interests of the entire Special Operations Bureau. Even the Caucasian brass couldn't openly suppress him, and Smith certainly wouldn't dare. His private duel with Liang Qiqing was one thing. The Bureau's collective interests were another. Under pressure from the interstellar clans, Smith had to compromise over the 1,000+ officers Li Feng had slain, handing Liang a slice of power so the man would stop pressing. Yet Li Feng's dazzling victory also vindicated the Bureau's foresight, proved the parliament and the military correct in creating the fleet, and would fast-track its expansion, paving the way for the Bureau to be upgraded to a full-fledged special operations department. The first outcome forced Smith to give up part of his power and delayed his total grip on personnel. The second could speed up his promotion to future director of personnel in the new department. Weighing the two, he chose to cut his losses now. Thus a meeting that looked tense on the surface but lukewarm underneath turned out remarkably harmonious. The winners asked only for chips equal to the verdictno exorbitant demands. The losers yielded meekly and did not secretly rally allies for another round. Large Battleship Number 4, Squadron Leader Dormitory. Zhong Tianyu had no mind to cultivate, nor could he care about the scan data and holograms on the control panel. He just paced back and forth in the cramped cabin, brow furrowed tight. Busy, the comm talisman inside his storage artifact vibrated softly. He pulled it out at once and poured in his mental power. Tianyu, it's settled, came the voice of Zheng Wenlin, a senior member of the Zheng clan. Because this concerns the entire Bureau's interests, Liang Qiqing and Smith have already cut a deal. Liang is sending someone to tell Li Feng to stop taking heads from squadron and platoon leaders. That's great. Zhong Tianyu was elated. He would no longer have to smash his way through the remaining 18 checkpoints. After a brief pause, Zheng Wenlin added, have you ever thought of taking Li Feng as your patron? Take him as my patron? Zhong Tianyu froze. Ever since Head joined the Special Operations Fleet, Li Feng had been nothing but a pebble on the golden road ahead, temporarily wearing the captain's stripes to pave the way for him. Yet that pebble seemed to grow by the day. By now it had become a boulder blocking the path. He wasn't a cultivator. After all, his potential had limits. The remark hit Zhong Tianyu like a blunt strike to the chest. He clenched the cuff of his uniform on reflex, but couldn't muster a single rebuttal. Zheng Wenlin saw it and slowed his cadence. Only a handful of senior officers in the Special Operations Bureau and the Zhengfeng Army can access the battle footage. We can't get it. But reliable intel says this. The Wind Rat Clan leader, a level 41 combatant, used a top-tier artifact that blocks scans and senses to launch a sneak attack. Yet Li Feng still killed him on the spot. He leaned in, lowering his voice. That means Li Feng's actual combat power is at least level 41. Remember, he isn't even a cultivator, yet he forced his way past the level 40 ceiling and shattered every prediction about his potential. His cap could rise again at any moment. Zhong Tianyu's brows twitched. Level 40 was a threshold countless prodigies couldn't reach even after burning through their resources. What made Li Feng so special? Seeing the shock in Zhong's eyes, Zheng remained calm. Add his ruthless, daring style, the endless tricks up his sleeve, and Director Liang Qiqing's willingness to back him at any cost. He's bound to become the brightest face of the new era, at least in the beginning. His personality is a double-edged sword. The more people hate him, the more people will back him. He might flare up and vanish, or he might soar straight to the top. No one can say. Zhong Tianyu fell silent, his fingertips tapping the armrest without thinking. Zheng pressed on. With your talent, if you were on another ship, the safest move would be to stay clear of someone who dances on a knife's edge. But you're already under his command. Given his temperament, he won't tolerate divided loyalties aboard his ship. Either pledge yourself to him and dance on that edge with him, or wait until this mission is over, and we'll find a way to transfer you off the number 4 heavy cruiser. The room grew so quiet they could hear the instruments ticking. Zhong's gaze turned distant. Even with the Zheng family rich beyond measure and wielding massive interstellar clout was only a partner. They fed him insider news, paved his connections, and kept him a step ahead in rank and power. Now they were telling this Ancient generation prodigy to swear loyalty to a captain whose potential still wasn't fully mapped, someone he might one day surpass. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Zheng Wenlin repeated, the choice is yours. Whatever you decide, the Zheng family will back you. I understand, Zhong said, his voice hoarse, though turmoil still churned in his eyes. Zhong Tianyu needed a moment alone. A dull hum filled the control room as Li Feng stared at the streaming sensor feeds and the floating holomap. In the darkness of space, laser cursors and red grid lines carved the void into neat squares. A light reconnaissance craft, following his orders, had already slipped into a jump corridor toward the second target system to scout for danger. The remaining escorts held a textbook diamond formation beside Battleship 4, streaking through the stars at light speed while they waited for the scout's report. A faint vibration came from the storage ring on his finger. Li Feng raised his hand. A flash of cold light flickered, and a smooth jade token appeared in his palm, the comm talisman. Even beyond Federation territory, it could transmit voice across the stars, and higher-grade models could even project images. He focused his senses and guided a thread of cosmic law into the talisman. Light rippled across its surface, revealing the caller's name, Jiang Wanxin. The link opened, and her clear voice sounded directly in his ear. Feng, General Zhao Yushan, Chief of Staff for the Special Operations Bureau, just contacted me. There was no image on the holoscreen, but he could hear both gravity and excitement in her tone. After deliberation, The independent task force on alien collaborators will be given access to the battle footage of ordinary crew members in the Special Ops fleet. They need new members. If you have candidates, send their names to General Zhao. Even if they're outside the Bureau, he can pull strings to get them reassigned. Her pace slowed. Also, if any posts on Battleship 4 open up, personnel will ask for your input first. General Zhao's exact words: "You can take them all, but if you don't have loyal officers to promote, it's wiser to leave some slots for personnel, so you don't antagonize the entire Asian leadership in one go." And one more thing, she added. The Bureau and the military are about to publicize Battleship 4's record on a grand scale. So far, no dreadnought has faced a high-class wind rat attack. Yours is likely to be the first. The top brass has reached an agreement with the Zhangfeng Army Command to keep a space fortress on standby. Once coordination is complete, a dedicated channel will link Battleship 4 and the fortress. If you come under attack, you can bypass the fleet chain of command and call the fortress directly. The Bureau will only advise. Final decisions remain yours. Li Feng listened quietly, his gaze flicking between the holoscreen and the star map. After the call ended, he shook his head in amazement. The higher-ups had turned "there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests" into an art form. Their ability to make peace at lightning speed was uncanny. If it were Liang Qiqing, he'd press every minor victory to the limit. Director Smith of Personnel would grind on after a small loss until he turned it around. True power brokers, though, avoided fights to the death unless ideology or class line was at stake, and even then the winner would leave the loser a sinecure for retirement. After a brief calculation, he issued new orders. Tell Elder Lin to prepare a list of welfare block officers of suitable rank who are currently in idle or deputy positions and send it to the director's office. As for the postings on Battleship 4, he'll decide when the time comes. Understood. Jiang Wanqi nodded. First across the finish line, Li Feng captures the Wind Mouse race's first life planet. The headline blazed across every major outlet, rolling over sweeping battlefield footage and dominating the sector's public channels. A world riddled with spatial rifts, once branded a demon's lair, now flew Li Feng's banner atop its most treacherous peak. The anchor shouted, "How valuable is a truly powerful captain to an entire fleet?" The visuals supplied the answer. In both the Force PC's live fire drill and the opening assault, Li Feng's flawless victories confirmed the rationale behind the Special Operations Fleet. On air, a commentator cried, "We strongly urge the federal military to expand the SPCOPS fleet immediately, deploy new warships, and let high-grade alien second-class citizens onto the front lines." Politics shifted just as quickly. Insiders revealed that Parliament was debating looser criteria for receiving sacred and spirit stones, and a formal proposal had been submitted. Within an hour of the unexpected battle report, the main federal exchange and every planetary market turned bright red, the defense sector surging more than 10%. After the military and the Spec Ops Bureau released official figures, the press got a green light, and a tidal wave of opinions swept every screen. "A lucky start to the war" became the street's hottest slogan. For ordinary citizens, the stakes were personal. For alien second-class citizens long stuck in an awkward status, the news was even better. Rumors and parliamentary hints intertwined. If high-grade alien second-class citizens perform as expected on the battlefield, Parliament will consider expanding their rights and benefits, and may even open a path to first-class citizenship. For the first time, countless alien second-class citizens felt that if the Federation conquered the Wind Mouse racer, even the galaxy, they would share the spoils alongside humans. Battleship 4, Control Room. Cold white lights cut across arched holoscreens where data streamed like rapids. Gu Lingxi's call request flashed. Li Feng accepted. "What is it?" "A group of elite Asian squad leaders and crew wanted effect to you," Gu Lingxi said bluntly. "They're too afraid to approach you directly, so they're all pestering me. I can't focus on cultivation. I've sent them to Makasi and the other 6 officers who first followed you. You set the terms." Li Feng had anticipated this. 2 missions, 2 public sacrifices of subordinate Tesno prodigy could endure that pressure. The purge had always been meant to force a decision, and it was working. Lacking experience in building a loyal core, he asked for advice. "What terms should I set? And what about crew who've already teamed up with interstellar clans? Do we take them?" "Bring them in by tiers," Gu Lingxi replied without hesitation. "First priority, unrivaled geniuses with no backing. Next, Asian recruits or other top talents. Then, those merely cooperating with interstellar clans. Last, anyone who's formally pledged to a clan. Their low priority isn't about their patron. It's that the SPCOPS fleet has existed only a few months, yet they're already hunting for another shelter. It shows limited ambition and stress tolerance. In a crisis, they may refuse to gamble their lives for you. Still, their connections can bridge you to the clans and deliver unexpected resources." "Makes sense," Li Feng said, suddenly enlightened. Gu Lingxi added, "For now, set no entry threshold. If they publicly declare allegiance, that's their pledge. Once your power grows, raise the bar gradually. After they're under your banner, sort them again by character, goals, performance, and potential." "Understood. Get ready to move." Li Feng ended the call. He briefed Makasi, issued detailed orders, then bent over the command console again. His eyes darted between sensor readouts and the three-dimensional star chart as he maintained full control, guiding the fleet toward its second target world. January 1st, 10:30 p.m. The fourth capital ship, accompanied by dozens of medium and light escorts, slipped quietly into the star system, housing their second target. Sensor readouts showed that the 21,000 kilometer-wide planet was home to roughly 3.5 billion fengshu. Its highest leader was only level 40, and fewer than 100 warriors surpassed level 30, so its overall fighting power was unimpressive. Even better, only a scattering of level 20-plus patrol craft drifted around the planet's outer security ring. Even so, Li Feng did not repeat the slow, cautious approach he had used before. He snapped out a single order. Every ship was to trace a circular course 20 million kilometers from the planet, racing along at 100,000 kilometers per second while holding that separation. The moment the command went out, the captains complied. The prodigies on the bridge, who had been itching for action, wisely fell silent the first time. Li Feng and Battlecruiser 4 had swallowed the lion's share of the loot and tossed them only a token sip of soup. They were proud enough to resent living on handouts and had wanted to hunt on their own, but they also knew Li Feng's methods. He would dole out soup, yes, but he had no qualms about taking lives. He had already executed trusted subordinates for disobedience. What chance did temporary outsiders like them have? Better to keep their heads down than cross that brutal commander, especially since the soup had tasted pretty good. They had to admit that, aside from Fleet 4, none of the other 9 task forces had managed to seize a single inhabited world. Clearly, conquest was far tougher than anyone had imagined. So the flotilla entered its high-speed orbit as ordered, monitoring every movement on the planet while blocking its long-range sensors. After sending Gu Lingxi a brief message time to move, coming over. Li Feng left the control center and headed straight for her quarters. By the time he arrived, the girl had finished cultivating and was standing by. Li Feng immediately activated several defensive artifacts, layering energy shields around them both. A heartbeat later, he triggered his teleportation skill. The two vanished and reappeared more than 40,000 kilometers away. Only after a quick check, Battlecruiser 4 scanners could not pierce the top-grade cloaking artifact Gu Lingxi wore did he fully relax and dive toward the fengshu planet at top speed. With an agility stat of 48,100 and a level 4 flight ability, Li Feng's peak velocity soared to 7 million kilometers per hour. Within a dozen seconds, he hit that limit, the gap shrinking fast: 19 million kilometers, 18 million, 17 million. When the distance fell to 10 million kilometers, he suppressed his aura, kept his sensors and extrasensory probes stretched to their limit, and gradually bled off speed. Had he maintained peak velocity, any level 50-plus fengshu would have detected him long before he arrived. Gu Lingxi's cloaking artifact was high gear, but it only fully masked them from beings below level 50, and with her current cultivation, she could not yet draw out its full potential. If they blundered into a level 50 opponent and were forced into the open, the consequences would be dire. Playing it safe, Li Feng continued his slow approach. By his calculations, at top speed, the 20 million kilometer journey would have taken just 3 hours. Despite breaking all the way, it still took him more than 10 hours to bring the ship to within a little over 10,000 kilometers of the target planet. With a thought, he activated Reset. A translucent display unfolded across his retina. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 0. Strength, 8,100. Endurance, 8,100. Agility, 8,100. Spirit, 8,100, 200 and 8,100. Abilities, Armor Break LV.5, Teleport LV.5, Flight LV.4, Supersense LV.4, Reset LV.4. This time he poured almost every point into Spirit, and the results were instant. His sensory radius jumped from under 50,000 kilometers to more than 200,000, while Supersense's reach grew from less than 20,000 to 80,000. More importantly, the boost in intensity greatly lowered the odds that high-level wind rats would detect him. Li Feng drew a long breath and let Supersense flood the planet's main bastion, probing with peripheral sweeps. 10 minutes later, the fortress was fully mapped in his mind. A spatial rift, one level 40 windrat leader, and slightly over 100 clansmen above level 30, almost exactly what Intelligence Command had reported. He pushed his senses farther, scanning the entire planet down to its core. After half an hour, he still found no higher-level windrat forces. That's not right, he muttered. On the first of the month, he had piloted Battleship 4 to a decisive victory, wiping out the Windrat elite on another life-bearing world and capturing it for humanity. The feat rattled both sides. Because Battleship 4 belonged to Special Operations, it was now both a spearhead and a prime target. Logic said the Windrat leadership would station level 50 powerhouses on any world likely to be attacked, which was why Li Feng had advanced so cautiously. Yet everything was eerily quiet. He considered another angle. During the Force PC's war games, the Soul Clan might have leaked that Special Operations capital ships possess unique reconnaissance systems. If so, the Windrat High Command could have pulled their level 50 elites to nearby systems, keeping them outside battleship sensor range. Realizing this, Li Feng relaxed and crafted a new plan: lure them out, then kill them on the spot. The real question was how much resolve the Windrat Alliance would commit. If they rushed in a level 60 champion as soon as the fight began, he would have to abandon the ambush and call for help from the orbital fortress. Even so, a clean escape would still earn him meritorious service. Decision made. He ordered Battleship 4's AI to file an anti-ambush plan and requested from 4th Fleet temporary control of the main guns, special weapons suites, and command AIs of 110 medium and light ships under its purview. Fleet Commander Mark approved within minutes, but regulations required each individual captain's consent. Ultimate authority over a ship's main guns, specialty weapons, and core AI always rested with its captain. Even a direct superior could not seize it except under extreme conditions. Fortunately, Li Feng's record of blasting a level 60 Soul Clan prodigy during the war games was already legendary. Knowing they might face high-level wind rats, every captain hesitated, yet in the end, all of them agreed. With authorization from both the fleet commander and every captain, Li Feng could now issue orders directly to those ships' AIs and crews. Everything was ready. Now it was just a matter of what level of wind rats would show up. Li Feng remained unruffled. With his extrasensory perception, he blanketed the entire main fortress, tracking every move of the level 30+ wind rats, chieftain included. As he had predicted, the high-level wind rats had arranged a special contact method with their kin outside. Every few moments one of them produced a communication talisman to report in. After confirming the intel, he activated his reset ability without hesitation, redistributing his massive stats evenly across the 5 attributes. Through his military wristcom, he then issued a single order to every warship: move. A cold gleam flashed as he drew his spirit sword, scooped Gu Lingxi into his arms, and blinked behind the level 40 wind rat chieftain. Slash. Unleashing all the power of his level 42 body, he cleaved the meditating chieftain in half with one stroke, giving it no time even to scream. Ding, enemy slain. Attribute points 3102. The system prompt echoed in his mind, yet Li Feng did not even lift an eyebrow. He spun, cut down the small barrier in the adjoining chamber, and charged into the passage leading to the spatial rift. Pouring perception and the power of law into his blade, he hacked again and again. After barely half a dozen strikes, the rift's stability was utterly shattered. Take your time coming out, he called to Gu Lingxi over his shoulder, then plunged deeper into the corridor. Inside the narrow passage, the wind rat guard sensed nothing before a chilling, killing intent engulfed them. Splat, splat, splat. Attribute points 16, 25, 22. The numbers on his display kept jumping. Before Gu Lingxi could catch up, Li Feng expanded his perception to its limit once more, his extrasensory radar sweeping the entire stronghold. Guided by it, he burst from the corridor into the inner keep and locked onto the hideout of a level 39 wind rat. But without the cover of Gu Lingxi's perception masking talisman, his presence instantly alerted every wind rat above level 30. They converged on the heart of the keep while frantically firing messages through their communication talismans, trying to reach the chieftain or the forces lying in ambush outside. Uproar spread in an instant. The inner keep became a whirlpool that spilled chaos into the outer fortress. Li Feng, however, was delighted. The more tightly the pursuers clustered, the less time he would have to spend on them. He therefore slowed his steps on purpose, luring the level 30+ wind rats into tightening their encirclement. Swish, swish, swish. The level 39 wind rat arrived first. 100 meters away, it swept its icy claws, sending a storm of wind blades slicing toward him. Li Feng dodged wave after wave, never revealing his full strength, until nearly all of the high-level wind rats had closed in. In the next instant, he abruptly accelerated. The quadruple boost from his level 4 flight ability turned him into a bolt of lightning that tore through the air. Only the level 39 wind rat could barely sense the afterimage he left behind. Sensing the faint afterimage swinging in behind him, the level 39 wind mouse panicked, whipped around, and clawed at Li Feng. Li Feng wouldn't waste even half a second. He ignored the dagger-like claws and swung his sword. Clang! Metal screamed. The wind blade that sprang from the sword edge could slice high-density alloy, yet it only ripped Li Feng's multi-purpose combat suit and pinged harmlessly off his chest. A pale red welt surfaced. His skin was unbroken. Rip! The level 39 wind mouse recoiled in horror. A flash of steel, and its bald rodent head came off cleanly, blood jetting skyward. Attribute points 2,312. More than 30 level 30+ wind mice had been closing their net. Now they froze, finally seeing what kind of monster they faced. Run? Too late. Li Feng exploded forward like white lightning, beheading a level 32 wind mouse in a blink. He smashed through the ring, landed outside, and began circling. Alone, he rewove the trap in reverse, locking every high-level wind mouse in the lower tiers that had charged in inside a death cage. Swish, swish. Swish. Sword light crisscrossed. Blood mist hung in the air. At that speed, Li Feng might as well have been teleporting. Any wind mouse that tried to bolt was halved at the waist or shot through the skull a heartbeat later. Bursting from the vault, Gu Lingxi saw a surreal tableau. Hundreds of wind mice pinned inside a sphere hundreds of meters wide by a single flickering blur. Blood rained and screams erupted from the boundary. None escaped. Touch the rim, lose your head or your torso. In 30 seconds, the sphere shrank to 100 meters, then to a few dozen. Seconds later, Li Feng stopped. Only corpse piles remained. In barely 10 minutes, the level 40 chieftain lay dead, and of the 100-plus level 30 wind mice, only a few latecomers survived. Go. The masking artifact on Gu Lingxi fooled 40-plus wind mice, but not Li Feng's level 5 extra sense. In one step, he flashed to her side, swept her up, dashed through the inner gate, and a heartbeat later pierced the outer defenses. He called up fleet coordinates. As ordered, the warship had shifted 100,000 kilometers out and was orbiting the life-bearing planet. While streaking toward the ship with Gu Lingxi, Li Feng glanced at his system panel available attribute points, 57,000. He spent 10,000 to raise extra sense from level 4 to level 5, then spread the rest evenly among the 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Attributes: Constitution, 0, Strength, 57,500, Endurance, 57,500, Agility, 57,500, Psyche, 57,500. Skills: Armor Pierce, LV.5, Blink, LV.5, Flight, LV.4, Extrasensory, LV.5, Reset, LV.4. In less than a minute, he and Gu Lingxi blurred into 2 streaks of light and caught up with the 4th heavy warship. As soon as his signal was received, the alloy hatch slid open without a sound. They stepped inside and headed straight for the bridge. A dozen operators stared blankly. Just hours earlier, they had watched Li Feng walk out of this very room, yet none of them could explain Wiener how it left the ship itself. Li Feng offered no explanation. Speaking at breakneck speed, he snapped out orders. All ships, full acceleration. Titan formation. Battle stations now? Command followed command in rapid succession. At the same time, he triggered reset and redistributed his stats. Host, Li Feng. Attributes: Constitution, 0, Strength, 7,500, Endurance, 7,500, Agility, 7,500, Psyche, 137,500. Skills: Armor Pierce, LV.5, Blink, LV.5, Flight, LV.4, Extrasensory, LV.5, Reset, LV.4. The surge in agility and psyche gave him razor-sharp reflexes and heightened perception, while the reduced strength, endurance, and constitution were still plenty for fine-tuned ship control. More than 100 warships roared in sequence, plasma tails whipping out like blue lashes. Their velocity climbed to 1% of light speed, about 3,000 kilometers per second, then locked at that limit as the fleet skimmed the life-bearing planet. The original triangular formation contracted and shifted, reassembling into a standard defensive sphere. The 15-kilometer-long heavy warship became the rotational axis of the sphere, weaving up and down inside the shell even as the entire fleet hurtled around the planet. Small and medium ships interlocked to form a metallic layer 5 to 600 kilometers across. The whole structure turned slowly on its own axis while racing forward like a tiny moon hugging the planet's surface. Each circuit took only 3 or 4 minutes. The paths were so close and the speed so extreme that they created terrifying gravitational disturbances. The planet's rotation slowed visibly. Seas and rivers churned as though stirred by a giant hand. Tides surged, land quaked, and volcanoes spewed molten rock. Shockwaves battered the hulls from both inside and out, and without shields at maximum output, every vessel would have been shredded instantly. Even so, the energy needed to sustain those shields was draining faster than a full-tilt lightspeed run. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes passed as Li Feng pushed his perception and extrasensory senses to the limit. With 127,500 units of mental strength, his perception radius neared 130,000 kilometers, and his level 5 extrasensory field extended another 60+ thousand kilometers. Time ticked by, and half an hour slipped away. Li Feng wondered if the high-level wind mice lurking nearby had approached, seen the tight defensive formation, and silently withdrawn. Just as doubt crept in, a castle-shaped flying artifact entered his extrasensory range. Here they come. A flash of excitement lit up his eyes. The sky castle was roughly 20 meters tall and 100 meters long and wide. Its outer energy shield was both sturdy and cloaking, blocking scans from capital ships and even muffling Li Feng's perception until it crossed into his field. His mind glanced inside one rapid sweep. Then he pulled back, maintaining only a lock on the target. That split-second glimpse told him what he needed. 6 wind mice inside, all above level 40, with 2 over 45. The castle was moving too fast for exact readings, but experience said none of them topped the low 50s. If a level 60 powerhouse were on board, they wouldn't be traveling with level 40 dead weight. Sure enough, the commander on board was one of the faction's core elites, level 51. Yesterday, when their leader Piker learned that every Windmouse commander and High-Gear warrior on the neighboring life planet had been wiped out and the entire world had fallen to the Zhengfeng core, he immediately appealed to the Windmouse Alliance, begging for higher-level reinforcements to strike back and curb the core momentum. After cross-checking intelligence, the Alliance's upper echelon confirmed that the region was under the protection of the Federal Special Operations Fleet. They also wanted to seize the chance to destroy those warships and slap the Zhengfeng core in the face. Yet the human invasion was still in its early phase, and committing anyone above level 60 now would undermine their grand strategy of dragging the Federation into a long, grinding war. The longer the conflict dragged on, the more resources, treasures, and troops the three Overlord-class species would funnel to the Windmouse Alliance. By their veiled promises, if the fighting stretched into the agreed window and the Federation paid a steep enough price, one of those species might even declare war on humanity outright and join the war of attrition. The Alliance leadership also knew that all four Overlord-class species were quietly negotiating a coalition. The three stronger ones were helping only because, on average, their species were more powerful. Their birth rate, however, is far lower than that of most other species. To offset the resulting resource shortage, they stage only minor raids in nearby systems, showing little interest in true large-scale expansion. Rather than carving out yet another vast domain, the three hegemon races prefer to treat Windrat territory as a giant slaughterhouse and proving ground, hammering humanity from both within and without. If the human federation collapses, one galactic overlord disappears, an outcome that perfectly serves their interests. The Alliance leadership understands all of this, yet they have no alternatives. Should the Federation persuade even one hegemon to switch sides, the Windrats would lose their last chance to fight back. For now, they can only cede portions of space, let the Zephyr core seep in, and then launch Hitandran attacks at any cost. With that in mind, the Council flatly rejected Pieser's plea for help, sending only a cache of top-tier artifacts through a dimensional rift and an extra level 50 tracker as support. Pieser had to rely on himself. He ordered every warrior at level 48 or higher to lead a squad of level 40 troops, lie in wait inside spatial fissures near the major habitable worlds, and ambush passing warships. Li Feng's second target lay within the jurisdiction of a level 51 Windrat. When the Black Castle-class vessel closed to just over 10,000 kilometers behind the Federal fleet, the level 51 commander moved at once. 1. He dispatched 5 subordinates, each activating a perception-blocking artifact before leaving the ship. 2. Limited by speed, they could not match the fleet's 3,000 km per second pace, so they halted in ambush roughly 500 kilometers off its orbital path. 3. One deadly artifact after another was readied, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the Dark Castle itself maintained its distance of just over 10,000 kilometers, shadowing the fleet at an unhurried pace. Inside the fleet's command module, Li Feng raised an eyebrow. The Soul Clan had warned Special Operations that someone possessed a battleship able to ignore cloaking artifacts, but their spies hadn't penetrated far enough to identify which ship it was. Confident in that gap, the level 51 Windrat felt safe trailing at 10,000 kilometers and using his 5 mid-level agents to probe. Li Feng pretended not to notice a thing. The fleet completed one circuit. Li Feng issued no orders, altering neither course nor speed. After 5 such laps, the Windrat finally concluded he remained undetected and chose to act himself. Activating his own cloaking device, he slipped out of the castle and raced up the fleet's wake. As the gap narrowed, he tightened his grip on an attack artifact, aiming straight for the battleship's most vulnerable spot. At this range, Li Feng dared not use extrasensory scans for fear of alerting the enemy, but the intruder's crisp, efficient movements told him the assailant was a high-level combatant and, as far as Li Feng was concerned, already a dead man. Back when he was only level 37 or 38, he had used a battleship's firepower to annihilate a level 60 Soul Clan prodigy Hedon. Now, after recalibrating his abilities, his reaction speed rivaled that of a level 46 warrior. Never mind the firepower of a capital ship. Give him a mid-sized cruiser, and, as a level 50-plus Windmouse, anything that came within range would be signing its own death warrant. Prepare to strike. The level 51 Windmouse beside Li Feng slid silently alongside the fleet, its fighting spirit tightly leashed. It shadowed the formation for another circuit, channeling energy into the restraining artifact in its paws, while sending a mental order to its 5 subordinates. Attack on the next pass. Faint ripples of power quivered through the vacuum. The 5 level 40-plus wind mice, scattered around the ship's defensive perimeter, waited with absolute confidence for the moment to strike. Li Feng, however, was faster. The fleet had completed barely a third of its orbit when the gap widened to roughly 160,000 kilometers, well beyond the wind mice's sensory range. Li Feng's will twitched. Above battleship number 4, space seemed to cave in on itself, gravity and attraction layered into an invisible cage that locked the level 51 wind mouse in place. At a distance of barely 1 or 2 kilometers, even a level 71 creature couldn't have broken free. Bang! The gray-white body slammed into the ship's energy shield, the raging gravity, while forcing bones as tough as Spiritor to bend and crack. Li Feng powered up the heavy main gun, leaving it at its lowest setting. A sapphire beam, 10 centimeters across, howled out and punched cleanly through the wind mouse's skull. The system, however, didn't mark the kill. After level 50, life forms entered a second evolution. Lifespans multiplied, higher dimensional laws became easy to wield, and a destroyed body could reform from pure energy. For beings of pure spirit, the changes were even stranger. The holographic scan showed a lifeless corpse, yet a half-transparent energy form still clung between the shield and the broken body. Li Feng calmly switched to an electromagnetic projector, intending to erase the remnant, but the extreme gravity field beat him to it. A soundless tearing spread through the vacuum as the energy form was crushed into glittering motes of light. Ding! Enemy slain. Attribute points gained, 52,700. From first contact to confirmed kill, less than 20 seconds had passed. The fleet was only halfway through its circuit, and the 5 level 40+ wind mice were still more than 200,000 kilometers away. Once he was certain the level 51 Gale Rat was dead, Li Feng shut down both the gravity and traction systems. The mangled corpse, flung out by inertia, drifted into the black void. He could retrieve it later. While firing the main gun, he had deliberately used minimum power and shrunk the beam's diameter from 100 meters to barely a few centimeters. Vaporizing the target outright would have destroyed every treasure and storage device on the enemy, as well something he could not afford. This particular Gale Rat faction had been showered with alliance resources. Almost every senior member carried a top-tier artifact that could block detection. To Li Feng, even a single piece was priceless. If he presented one to Jiang Wanxin and had a fire spirit expert above level 40 refit it for sensory activation, he would be able to operate smoothly even without Gu Lingxi's support. On top of that, these high-level Gale Rats were bound to have other elite gear. All crew, prepare for interception. Everyone else, be ready to break formation at full speed. As he issued orders, he funneled every newly gained stat point into his mental attribute. In an instant, his mental strength climbed to 180,200, expanding his sensory radius to 180,000 kilometers, while his level 5 hypersense now covered a solid 90,000 kilometers. Stretching his perception outward, he quickly locked onto 5 Gale Rats above level 40. The shadow that had flashed by earlier, its rank unknown, now read as level 46. The 5 remained hidden along their preset orbit, scattered and waiting. Li Feng arched an eyebrow. While keeping Battleship 4 at high speed, he let it drift slightly toward the core of the spherical formation. 1 second. 2, 3 The 5 Gale Rats sensed the fleet, but, with no orders from their fallen level 51 commander, grew suspicious. At 3,000 kilometers per second, the fleet closed so fast they had no time to communicate, only to pour energy into their artifacts. When the massive sphere was less than 5,000 kilometers away, 5 supreme artifacts detonated at once. One became an energy barrier hundreds of kilometers wide, thrown up in front of the fleet. One exploded into a storm of lightning, dense as rain, lashing straight at the ships. One surged into layered tidal waves, rolling forward in towering ranks. Clearly, these relics had been tailored to stop warships. The surging power blinded every scanner in an instant. Shift to the flanks now. Inexperienced in coping with total sensor blackout, Li Feng could only order the fleet to scatter to both wings. Boom, boom, boom. The ships in the front row slammed head-on into the massive barrier and ground to a halt. Only the medium-class vessels, with their stronger impact force and shields, managed to punch through the colossal wall and the whirl of hostile energies. But its speed was clearly taking a heavy hit as well. The crew reacted in a flash. The moment Li Feng's order came through, they guided their ships those positioned toward the rear of the sphere, maintaining full speed while sliding sideways to avoid both the incoming energy blasts and their stalled companions. At the center of the formation, Li Feng's extrasensory perception cut straight through the interference. He personally seized the vectoring console of Battleship Number 4, steering it within millimeters of the immobilized vessels. Boom, boom, boom. The cascading energy bursts only forced the shields to burn power at an alarming rate. They could neither stop her nor even slow her down. In the blink of an eye, Battleship Number 4 punched through the layered blockade. What was happening? The 5 Gale Rat warriors who had been about to pounce on the trapped corvette froze. The sudden charge of Battleship Number 4 baffled them. Why hadn't the level 51 Gale Rat in charge used a stronger binding artifact at point-blank range? A heartbeat later, under Li Feng's control, Battleship Number 4 flashed to a position off the bows of the level 46 and level 42 Gale Rats, less than 20 kilometers from the former and barely 100 from the latter. With a single thought, Li Feng triggered both the gravity well and the tractor array that covered the sector directly ahead. Already motionless, the two warriors had no time to marshal their energy. Like shells fired from a gun, they were yanked toward the ship's shields. When they snapped back to awareness, they were plastered against the barrier, pouring power out of sheer panic, but unable to budge an inch. Main guns, fire. Two blue-white lances, scarcely 10 centimeters thick, punched straight through their skulls. Ding. Enemy killed. Attribute points 15,200. Ding. Enemy killed. Attribute points 5,500. In the space of a breath, two Gale Rats above level 40 lay dead. The remaining three had been wearing top-tier artifacts that masked their presence, so they had no idea where their comrades were. The instant the headless corpses lost their owners and the artifacts failed, the survivors pinpointed the bodies stuck to the shield. Terror seized them, and they bolted in 3 different directions. At this point, running was little more than a death throw. The strongest of the trio was only level 44. If Li Feng wished, one teleport strike would end them all. But he carried no Gu Lingxi today, no artifact to cloak his signature, and he had no desire to reveal his true level or his teleportation ability. For now, he would let the ship do the work. Battleship number 4 rolled outward, thrusters howling as it accelerated and swung through a tight arc, bearing down on the level 44 Gale Rat. Even with body arts and speed-boosting artifacts, the target could barely reach 2,000 kilometers per second. Despite her bulk, Battleship number 4 finished the turn in roughly 30 seconds. Yet the ship's velocity didn't fall instead, it climbed past 5,000 kilometers per second. The 44-level wind mouse was still well within Li Feng's 90,000 kilometer supersensory range. In barely 20 seconds, he cut the distance to a few dozen kilometers. He routed power to Battleship number 4's gravity and tractor systems, and an invisible force slammed the creature against the energy shield. A tap on the main gun console sent a thick energy lance crashing down, blowing the wind mouse's head apart outside the barrier. Ding. Enemy eliminated 9, 200 points gained. The alert had barely sounded when a 41-level wind mouse entered his super sense. Even hundreds of kilometers away, it couldn't shake the ship's maximum output gravity lock. Li Feng opened a 100-meter square attraction zone along the port side. At a crossing speed above 10,000 kilometers per second, the target was pinned to the shield with millimetric precision. A beam only a dozen centimeters wide punched clean through its skull. Attribute points 4,300. Li Feng swung the ship toward the last 41-level wind mouse. The whole chase lasted under 2 minutes. With a top speed of barely 1,000 kilometers per second, the quarry had no chance against Li Feng's wide-area sensing and predictive tracking. In less than 30 seconds, the lock was set, and the energy cannon roared once more. Attribute points 4,100. Thus, even after the early kill of the 51-level wind mouse and a few rookie mistakes, Li Feng still delivered results far beyond expectations. Without any outside support, just Battleship number 4 and his own skill sheet, wiped out all 6 high-level wind mice that had come to ambush him. When the field was clear, he ordered the ship's AI to retrace the battle sites, releasing drones to collect wind mouse corpses and every piece of loot. Then he called up his personal system panel. The 6 kills had netted 91,000 light attribute points. A quick calculation and 20,000 points pushed both flight and reset from level 4 to level 5. His speed multiplier jumped from 4-fold to 5-fold, and daily resets doubled from 8 to 16. Activating reset, he funneled the remaining points evenly into his 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Remaining attribute points, 0. Constitution, 71,700. Strength, 71,700. Endurance, 71,700. Agility, 71,700. Spirit, 71,700. Abilities, Armor Break LV, 5, Teleport LV, 5, Flight LV, 5, Super Sense LV, 5, Reset LV 5. Overall rank, level 43. Numbers flickered across the holographic display, and Li Feng's lips curled into a small smile. With power like this and all the tricks he still had up his sleeve, he could swagger through the entire federal military, if not the whole human federation itself. After waiting a few minutes, the service robot retrieved the 6 high-grade wind rat storage treasures, and Li Feng slipped them into his own ring without a second thought. He fired off a string of commands, and more than 100 warships roared into a razor-sharp wedge, their hulls reflecting a cold metallic gleam across the star-strewn void. Battleship 4 lit its engines first, sapphire flames pouring from its stern as it closed on the life-bearing planet, stopping only a few hundred kilometers above the surface. All hands launch. Operate freely in your assigned zones. Same rule, as always, rank and riches are yours for the taking. Li Feng's voice boomed through every public channel. Giant bay doors slammed open in unison, armored panels throwing sparks. Tens of thousands of elite crew members surged out like a tide, their roars and cheers melding into a single war cry. Kill! 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 It's all mine. Though the fortress major wards were still intact, no one hesitated. Li Feng's promise of rank and riches was the signal that the Demon King had switched to peerless captain mode when you heard it. You risked everything for merit and loot. Li Feng personally manned the main gun. After a brief charge, a beam 100 meters wide smashed into the fortress shields. With a thunderous crack, the outer and inner barriers shattered one after another, like thick ice split by a ram, and the interior lay exposed. Inside, 3 Windrat commanders above level 30 had already contacted a level 50 owned powerhouse, hoping for an ambush. Now, with their chieftain dead and battleship for looming overhead, they forced themselves to steady the ranks, ordering hundreds of thousands of clansmen to hunker down and wait for news that the fleet had been repelled. They waited more than an hour. Instead, the sky filled with warships as far as the eye could see. Once every soldier, shuttle, and support drone had disembarked, Li Feng ignored the 3 commanders. At barely level 32, they were ideal targets for his crews to earn merit. On his order, Battleship 4 backed off to a safe distance while the other vessels advanced in waves, dropping their teams into preset zones. For hours later, the outcome was clear. Thousands of fortresses had either surrendered or been overrun. Among those who refused, every Windrat above level 10 was killed outright or captured with serious wounds. Each ship then retrieved its people in batches. Back in the command chair, Li Feng deleted unnecessary video logs and had the ship's AI forward the full battle report to 4th Fleet HQ. He then relinquished remote control of the smaller ships, returning main guns, special weapon systems, and AI command codes to their captains. For any skipper, those rights were paramount. Better to hand them back now and call them in later when necessary. When the fleet regrouped in orbit, Li Feng ordered the AI to file a major overhaul request with Zephyr Corps Command, then contacted the other captains about their next moves. Battleship 4 had pushed its gravity and inertia systems to the limit and had become a prime target for Windrat retaliation, so a full maintenance cycle was only prudent. The carrier normally carried ample repair gear, personnel, and materials, but it too was deep in enemy space and could be attacked at any time. Heading to the Jinfeng Army's maintenance yard was the best possible move. On the primary planet, inside the fortress hidden chamber, Pieser sat cross-legged at the center of a cultivation array, his face as dark as frost and the energy in his body already in disarray. Before setting out, the level 51 Windrat Elite had sent only one terse message: operation launched. After that, nothing. Every attempt to reach him, or the 5 operatives above level 40 on his team, ended in silence. Pieser needed no answers. The ambush he had engineered had been completely turned against them. Wiped out, he muttered. The verdict was absurd, almost impossible to accept. He could still grasp how Windrat leaders garrisoned on various life planets might be hunted when the enemy lurked in the shadows. Exposure was lethal. Once a spatial rift was revealed and an inside traitor opened the door, even top-tier cloaking artifacts might not save them. But this strike team was the exact opposite. They carried premium masking relics that could fool a capital ship's scanners at point-blank range. In this clash, they were hidden and the enemy was exposed. Even if the ambush failed, escape should have been effortless. Yet not a single survivor remained. It was unreal. There was only one explanation. They had run into the capital ship mentioned in Alliance Intelligence, the one equipped with special detection measures. The thought made Pieser curse the Soul, Wing, and Vampire clans. 3 Hegemon-level races. Yet since the Special Operations Fleet's creation, none had managed to infiltrate a spy or track the fleet's sailing orders. Had he known in advance which sector that ship patrolled, he would never have sacrificed a level 51 officer. If that battleship really is cruising through my territory, a chill stabbed through him. Even the primary planet might no longer be safe. Pieser sighed and rubbed his temples. No plan survives reality. He had hoped to hold out another month or two, sparring with the Jinfeng army until they lost face and drafted second-class aliens, then evacuate every life planet in one stroke and switch to guerrilla warfare. Now just 2 days in, he had already lost a level 51 commander. At this rate, he saw no end in sight. Special Operations Bureau Headquarters, Executive Office. In a single day, Liang Qiqing had summoned senior staff to the conference table twice. Everyone wore irrepressible grins. The news was that good. On its very first sortie, the 4th Fleet ship number 4 had seized the lead, becoming the only capital ship to conquer a life planet. Barely half an hour after that report landed, High Command hinted that Parliament and the military would launch an early media blitz to expand recruitment for the Special Operations Bureau and its fleet, and they wanted full cooperation. Now it was day 2. Victory reports kept pouring in, several independent planets falling one after another. Still, the staff remained composed. Nothing beats being the lone flag raiser on day 1. Then, just after noon, Li Feng delivered another bombshell. Ship number 4 had taken yet another life planet, and, in a counter-ambush, had annihilated 1 level 51 Windrat and 5 Windrats above level 40, without the loss of a single corvette. In the expansive operations briefing room, a holographic screen hovered overhead, displaying the latest casualty report. More than 30 generals, each wearing gold and silver-starred epaulets, sat around a circular table, every one of them a heavyweight favored by one of the military's major factions. Any one of them could run an independent command, both on the battlefield and in the halls of power. At the head sat Liang Qiqing, impossible to miss. Barring an upset, he was poised to become the leading Asian face of the armed forces. A fresh victory bulletin had just come in, and broad grins were spreading around the room. So, Liang began, coffee cup in hand, voice calm. What should the Special Operations Bureau be demanding? Administrative control of the second-class alien auxiliaries. Agreed. Agreed. In less than 15 seconds, the entire group spoke as one. During the recent campaign, the military had drafted massive numbers of high-grade, second-class aliens, all currently under central command. Control of that resource was a prize of enormous value. Rumors hinted at a new independent agency, but every core branch was still scrambling to grab the aliens for itself. The Special Operations Bureau was only a second-tier outfit, yet Liang and his lieutenants had no intention of sitting this one out. Li Feng's latest exploits wouldn't win the whole cake outright, but they were enough to let the Bureau shout alongside the first-tier contenders. More critically, the Fengshu alliance was almost certain to target Li Feng. Relying on a single standby orbital fortress was far from secure. Liang tapped the table. Field Marshal Chu of the Zephyr Army hates outside interference. I plan to approach him under the Bureau's banner and request a squad of high-grade aliens from headquarters, assigned directly to Li Feng's ship. Agreed. Agreed. As expected, the proposal passed unanimously. Liang brought up another holoscreen. Last item. This is a list of personnel with strong recent performance. Take a look. The moment the list appeared, the light mood plunged to Arctic cold. Most of the names belonged to Liang's newly recruited protégés. Faces twisted as though everyone had swallowed a fly, yet nods came despite the discomfort. Li Feng was Liang's personal find. If Liang wanted to use this moment to seed his people across the departments, no one could refuse. Reject him? One leak from Liang. And with Li Feng's stellar record and talent for headline-making mischief, a scandal would erupt in minutes, shredding their reputations and authority. Step back once, and the sea opens wide. Step back again, and every worry disappears. Li Feng was the brightest star in the entire Special Operations fleet. In the last skirmish, he wiped out an ambush unit led by a level 51 Windrat commander without losing a single soldier, chalking up a score so explosive that even a simulated battlefield could hardly reproduce it. At midnight tonight, a megacorporation under the Human Federation will host a live stream featuring 150 top strategic analysts to break down the victory and dig into its covert partnership with Li Feng. The announcement sent mainstream media traffic soaring and ignited every interstellar social platform. 7 p.m. on the second forward combat zone. 110 small and mid-sized warships were finally released from battle lock, steering toward the mothership's defensive perimeter to rejoin the main formation. Under Li Feng's order, large warship number 4 initiated a spatial jump, landing just outside the maintenance base assigned by the Zhangfeng Army High Command. Regulations clearly state that during a major campaign, no officer or crew member may leave the ship, even if the hull is heavily damaged. Li Feng ignored the Ruli filed an injury report claiming internal trauma and requested off-ship treatment. No favors were called in. The request was approved within minutes. A small transport vessel opened a jump corridor and carried him to a distant frontier system. There, the brand new Yangon 1 had been waiting. 12 kilometers long and 7 kilometers wide and tall, the rounded transport looked like an enormous bloated fish from afar, lacking a warship's sharp lines. Yet thanks to Zhang Wangxin's foresight, it carried a full offensive-defensive suite and several exotic weapon systems on par with a capital ship. Fewer than 11,000 people served aboard, most of them second-class aliens and indentured laborers. Advanced AIs handled many stations, or the crew shortage would have been crippling. Zhang Wanxin had spent months recruiting and training personnel, even drawing large numbers of alien workers from the Carlos family. Inside the control room, Li Feng met the level 49 hummingbird slave delivered by the Carlos family Sam. Barely a meter tall, the hummingbird warrior suppressed his aura and bowed like a shadow shrinking into the corner. Do you remember every clause of the new contract? Li Feng asked quietly. Yes, sir, Sam answered with his head lowered. Stay here and remain on standby. Li Feng said nothing more and turned to inspect the ship's status. In total, the Carlos family had provided him with 1 level 49 alien slave, 5 above level 40, and more than 50 above level 30. Most of the personnel remained on star F-369 to protect the estate. Only the level 49 alien slave Sam and a handful of slaves above level 30 departed aboard the Yangon 1. Li Feng had a very clear plan for Sam to squeeze every ounce of value out of this level 49 powerhouse. A slave controlled by a chip would obey any order, but most still held back, especially the high-ranked ones. So, once he gained master access to Sam's chip, he asked Zhang Wanxin to add an incentive contract. As long as Sam fought with his full strength at all times, he would receive rewards at each assessment. and if he kept it up for 10 years, he might even earn his freedom. No other faction would have offered terms this generous. Level slaves were far too rare and costly. But Li Feng was confident that 10 years from now capturing another level 49 alien would be a breeze. For the moment, Sam's combat power far exceeded his own, making the alien the estate's single strongest asset and worth far more than any hypothetical future slave. Back when he asked the Windrat clan chief Moss for prisoners to be turned into slaves, he also borrowed 3 clan warriors willing to accept temporary slave chips, among them the level 28 Buck, with a promise to return their freedom in 10 years. In practice, Jiang Wanqin released them in less than a year on Li Feng's instruction when Li Feng had been only a level 10 or 20 fighter. Buck had been the manor's top guardian. But now the estate was crowded with alien slaves above level 30 and Buck's strength had lost its luster. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them chose to stay instead of removing their chips and returning to the Windrat homeworld. They had found loyalty rewarded with Jiang Wanqin's respect, federal credits, and ample resources and artifacts. It was this absolute confidence that allowed Li Feng to treat his most valuable slave more generously than any other family would dare. On his orders, 1 hour later Yangon 1 engaged its jump drive and flashed into Sector F008, just over 200 million kilometers from star F8239. 10 minutes after that, the engines finished warming up, the behemoth swung around and charged toward its target at full throttle. The new jump system could traverse 10,000 light-years in a single leap, so getting home now took only an hour or 2, not the 2 or 3 days it used to require. By the same token, hunting down the Neal family no longer meant wasting several days. Knowing he could retreat at any time put Li Feng in a good mood. He even decided to give the Neal family a resounding slap, just for fun. Star F8239 lay on the frontier of Sector F, infamous as one of the galaxy's crime worlds and home base to one of the Neal family's 20 elite security subsidiaries. The family owned more than 1,000 such firms, but the 20 best-armed ones were all rooted on planets like this. Last time, Li Feng had attacked only the weakest branch, bringing along Gu Lingxi and her top-tier shielding artifact, and even then he had taken great pains to cover his tracks for fear the Neal family would notice. This time he was going in loud and proud. Captain, Major Kalaji, head of the Interstellar Traffic Safety Division at Military Base F008, is requesting a video call with you. At the console, the watch officer looked up and fixed his gaze on Li Feng. Decline it, Li Feng said, waving dismissively without even lifting an eyebrow. He knew exactly what was coming. Neal family enforcers had arrived. Sure enough, a new notice flashed across the screen a few seconds later. Captain, Security Section, Interstellar Traffic Safety, Military Base F008, warns. The Yangon 1 lacks cargo authorization and is proceeding toward planet F8239 without permission, a serious breach of safety regulations. If paperwork is not rectified immediately and the ship continues to approach F8239, it will be treated as a pirate vessel. The military will dispatch warships to intercept and engage. The watch officer looked at Li Feng again. Ignore it, Li Feng snorted. He knew perfectly well that Major Kalaji was not only in league with the Neal family, but was likely one of their longtime assets. When intimidation failed, the man simply raised the stakes, betting his rank on the bluffin' old trick Li Feng had seen countless times. At this moment the Yangon 1 was not headed for any ordinary inhabited world, but for the notorious rogue planet. Interstellar law forbids any freighter without a cargo permit from approaching a habitable planet. If the ship carries offensive or defensive systems, regulations tighten even further. Transstellar clan vessels included, which may dock only at the orbital station. The rogue planet, however, is the exception of all exceptions, lawless, chaotic, a haven for every sort of monster, where shady trades and undefeatable deals run rampant. Even a bona fide pirate ship can pass unchallenged if the bribes keep flowing. Forcing a heavily armed freighter onto an inhabited planet is a capital offense. If the garrison lets it slide, the commander is court-martialed immediately. Conversely, anyone reckless enough to stop a freighter bound for the rogue planet steps on the same landmine, because virtually every transstellar family maintains covert operations there to handle business too dirty for the family name. They would sooner see an entire ship blasted to atoms than allow an inspection. Li Feng therefore concluded that Kalaji would never dare dispatch a real warship, and the Neal family would not risk universal backlash. Even if Kalaji filed the request, no superior would sign off on it. Since the other side had shown its hand, Li Feng intended to answer in kind. He raised his wrist, and the pale blue glow of his military watch's tactical AI flickered on as he initiated a video call to Zhao Yushan, Chief of Staff at the Special Operations Bureau. Moments later, Zhao Yushan's holographic image flickered above the console. General Zhao, I've run into a problem, Li Feng said bluntly. A Major Kalaji from Military Base F008 is threatening to label the Yangon 1 a pirate ship if I keep heading for the rogue planet, and he's talking about dispatching warships to intercept. I'm about to take care of it right now. Zhao Yushan's face remained placid, Yet inside his head, 10,000 mythical beasts were stampeding. Damn if this was only a major from a mid-sized garrison. He grumbled to himself. The welfare faction's top brass could fix this with any one of their contacts, so why come to me? In the director of the Special Operations Bureau Chief's office, a brigadier general with real clout, Liang Qiqing's right-hand mammy, standing even outranks most lieutenant generals. Dragging out a big gun like me to swat a mosquito makes everyone feel awkward. Now that they've spent the favor, I can't very well refuse or quibble. At the other end of the call, when Li Feng mentioned Krejci, Zhao guessed the man belonged to the Neil family, which still had a major general named Matthews commanding a major base in Sector B. Li Feng added, "It's going to be hard, and will take a long time to work." That finally put Zhao at ease. Taking down a mere major would cheapen his stature, but prying loose a major general who ruled his own turf and had formidable backing was a favor worth the price. Helping Li Feng topple the Neil clan's military spearhead would cost him plenty, but the debt he earned would be even greater and entirely justifiable. "Then I'll leave it in your hands, General Zhao." Li Feng thanked him crisply and ended the call. Data from Yangon 1 scanners shimmered across the holographic display. The massive freighter was less than 50 million kilometers from planet F8239 and steadily bleeding off speed. Because the vessel carried a legitimate registry and flew an open route, no one had tried to intercept her. F8239 was eerily quiet. Even the planetary defense grid stayed offline. Corporations and factories merely nudged their alert levels higher. Only the local branch of the Neil Security Group cranked every defense and jamming array to maximum. The Regional Security Bureau issued the routine inquiry, learned the target involved only the Neil family, and promptly dropped the matter. Standing on the bridge, Li Feng opened his personal interface, activated reset, and reassigned his stats. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 0. Strength, 11,700. Endurance, 11,700. Agility, 11,700. Spirit, 71,700. Skills, Armor Piercing LV, 5, Blink LV, 5, Flight LV, 5, Hypersense LV, 5, Reset LV, 5. After the adjustment, his spirit skyrocketed to 251,700 points. His sensing radius expanded to 250,000 kilometers, and level 5 hypersense now covered more than 120,000 kilometers. 10 million kilometers, 9 million, 8 million. The Yangon 1 continued to decelerate. Its energy shields rose to full power, and the belly-mounted main guns came online one after another, locking onto their coordinates. At 120,000 kilometers, Li Feng's hypersense pierced the security tower's outer shields and radiation jammers, revealing the entire internal layout. Since the last attack, the Neil family had pulled in a swarm of high-grade alien slaves and second-class citizens through a dimensional rift, posting them throughout the control rooms as guards. Compared with the Carlos clan, who could field only a single level 49 alien slave, the Neil family's private force was an order of magnitude stronger. The strongest being in the whole building was a level 52 Siriusian slave. Beyond him were 12 more alien slaves and second-class citizens above level 40, and well over 100 at level 30. The sight alone made Li Feng's mouth water. Unfortunately, any thought of a clean sweep had to be shoved back down. The Neil clan already knew his trump card could handle a capital-class warship and had once blasted a level 60 Hun clan prodigy out of existence. They would never let a level 52 alien slave, or anyone above level 40 among the alien slaves and second-class citizens, get within arm's reach of Yangon 1. Yangon 1 was now hovering just 50,000 kilometers from the life-bearing planet. Its enormous mass and size crippled its maneuverability, so it could not accelerate fast enough to chase high-level targets. The Neil clan simply transferred a level 52 alien slave to the scene for one purpose. The moment Li Feng took the transport ship out to hunt level 30-plus alien slaves and second-class citizens, that expert would strike without warning and kill him. By sector law, alien slaves and second-class citizens above level 50 were tightly monitored. They were forbidden to initiate attacks on humans and had to submit to constant tracking. But once they revealed their strength and were assaulted, they had full legal right to fight back in self-defense. So, when Yangon 1 lowered its altitude to 50,000 kilometers, the level 52 alien slave immediately flashed to a position above the security tower, hovering just outside the energy shield, while brazenly unleashing his aura. The scanners captured every detail and projected it onto the main tactical display. If Li Feng dared fire the main gun at the tower, the slave could counterattack under the banner of legitimate self-defense. The Neil clan's trap was airtight. Leaving Yangon 1 to face a level 52 foe meant certain death, yet staying on the ship offered no guarantee of breaking through the tower's defenses. Even if he flattened the entire building, it was unlikely to truly endanger the level 30-plus alien slaves and second-class citizens inside. By the Neil clan's calculations, Li Feng would either die here or slink away in defeat. Li Feng suddenly turned to Sam, who stood not far away. "If I take you with me and blink behind that level 52 Wolfman, Can you seize him within half a second and keep him from breaking free? Sam considered for a moment, his tone steady. Master, the chance of success is about 50%. If I take the booster Madam bought at great cost, it rises to 90%. Then take it, Li Feng ordered without hesitation. Sam pulled a vial from his storage talisman and swallowed the contents in one gulp. The amber liquid slid down his throat and instantly ignited the energy within him. At the helm, Li Feng pressed one hand to the console, ordered, keep dropping speed, and with the other brought up his status screen, activating the reset ability without hesitation. Host, Li Feng. Attributes, 0 Constitution, 191,700 Strength, 11,700 Endurance, 11,700 Agility, 71,700 Spirit, 71,700 Capacity. Skills, Armor Pierce LV, 5, Blink LV, 5, Flight LV, 5, Hypersense LV, 5, Reset LV 5. Once the redistribution was complete, he lowered agility and spirit to the same level and poured every remaining point into Constitution. It leapt to 191,700, pushing his combat rating to level 47. He was still beneath a level 52 powerhouse, but at least he would not be felled in a single strike. 10,000 kilometers, 9,000, 8,000. The Yangon 1 kept falling. Above the security tower, a level 52 slave of the Sirius clan watched the great ship's descent, pulse racing. At his rank, even a slave held status equal to a regular officer. He knew exactly who the attacker was. Li Feng, the poster boy of the Special Operations Bureau, a decorated hero hailed as the Federation's future champion. The prospect of killing him with his own hands made the slave's blood run hot. Potential complications? The near family steward had already spoken. Alive, Li Feng wielded enormous clout. Dead, especially in legitimate self-defense, was just a corpse. The Bureau's brass would not sacrifice everything for a fallen asset. Even if the family had to hand him over, the slave did not care. He had long since grown numb to life itself, dreaming only of a distant possibility of freedom. 1,000 kilometers, 900, 800. At 500 kilometers, the Yangon 1 halted, hovered briefly, then began to climb. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. The Sirius slave raised a brow, disappointment plain. Li Feng was clearly backing off. He stepped through a gap in the shield and moved outside, hoping a provocation would force his foe to fire first, but the vessel kept rising. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. Time to move, he muttered, muscles coiled. Inside the Yangon 1, Li Feng activated every defensive artifact he carried, arcs of light racing across his armor. Sam stood in front of him, obsidian wings spread, power surging like a tide. Li Feng gripped Sam's back, drew several long breaths, and synchronized their breathing. The ship shot up to 25,000 kilometers, and Li Feng gave the signal. Boom. A gigantic net woven of spirit vines burst from the bow, instantly covering more than 500 meters. Inside, gravity and attraction arrays slammed to their limits, as though an invisible hand had wrung space tight. The level 52 Sirius felt the sudden binding field, frowned, and hesitated for an instant. A heartbeat later, Li Feng triggered Blink, appearing beside the level 52 slave with Sam in tow. 3 levels stronger and more than twice as fast, the level 52 Tianlang reacted the instant he sensed Sam's presence. Almost by instinct, he triggered his defensive art, and a pale blue energy shield snapped tight against his body. Sam moved a heartbeat later, but the ambush gave him the edge. One fighter was prepared, the other caught off guard. Folding wings less than a meter long, he clamped them around the Tianlang from the side. The shield blocked direct contact, yet the wings still wrapped the wolf warrior like a net. The Tianlang's face twisted in horror. When Li Feng and Sam showed up, he had only guarded against a sneak attack, forgetting that Yangon 1's gravity and traction field could come online at any moment. The moment Sam hugged him, a deep rumble rose from the ship as the gravity drive roared to life. He finally understood Li Feng's plan, but there was no turning back. Li Feng was slower than the other two, yet the brief opening was enough for another teleport. A flash of white light carried him, Sam, and their captive straight into Yangon 1's high-gravity zone. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 bodies slammed against the surrounding energy barriers. Li Feng's protective aura shattered under the crushing pull, the pressure threatening to grind his bones into powder. The giant spirit vine net in the corner was now redundant under a force rivaling that of a capital warship. The Tianlang could not budge no matter how wildly he summoned his power. Li Feng blinked back to the control room. The torrent of gravity vanished from his view. He drew a deep breath and released the safety lock. The main Kanona high-energy beam, less than 20 centimeters wide, sliced through the compartment with a brief whine. Squelch. The Tianlang's head exploded the instant the beam touched it. Blood mist and bone fragments compressed into a dark red arc deprived of its body. The pure energy soul still hung in the gravity field, fine cracks spreading across its surface. Without hesitation, Li Feng fired a soul-breaking high-frequency electromagnetic pulse. With a shrill buzz, the spirit collapsed, scattering into countless sparks of light. Ding! A system prompt blasted through his mind. You have slain an enemy and gained 71,500 attribute points. Li Feng shut down the gravity and traction systems, then used reset to distribute the points evenly across the 5 basic attributes. White light flashed again as he teleported to Sam's side and seized his arm. Inside the security tower, every level 40+ alien slave and second-class citizen had sensed the fall of the level 52 Tianlang and was fleeing in panic. Cripple them, but keep them breathing, Li Feng ordered. He and Sam blinked into the tower's depths and appeared behind a level 47 alien second-class citizen. Still catching his breath, Sam reacted instantly. His right wing whipped out like lightning, the tip as sharp as a blade, spearing into the alien's chest as a torrent of power surged through the feathers. The target tried to roll forward to escape, but most of his organs were already pulped by the violent energy. Li Feng spun sharply and drove his spirit sword into the wound of the level 47 alien second-class citizen. Puff! The blade had barely entered before a cold flash traced the gash, and with a fierce upward jerk he sliced the heart cleanly in two. Blood sprayed as the system's icy prompt rang out. Ding! You have slain an enemy. Attribute 19.2k. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng flashed behind Sam, gripped his shoulder, and triggered teleport. Both men appeared behind a level 46 alien slave. Puff! There was almost no resistance. Sam's fist shattered the target's energy shield with a crack of bone, and Li Feng's sword flashed, severing the slave's head. Another prompt sounded, attribute 15.2k. Surveying the battlefield, Li Feng saw the remaining level 40+ alien slaves and second-class citizens bolting in all directions. Some plunged into the 2 spatial rifts, disappearing into the swirling vortexes. Others smashed through the windows, spread their wings, and fled the security tower. Li Feng pressed a hand to Sam's shoulder and teleported again, landing beside the rifts on the second basement level. Working in tandem, they collapsed the passage walls, grinding the twin tears to dust. One rift still remained at the far end of the deep corridor leading toward the planet's core. He decided not to waste more teleports chasing the level 40 escapees. At their speed, he might take down one more at best. Better to guard the rift, cut down the slightly slower level 30+ slaves and second-class citizens, and destroy the last passage before the near family could send high-tier reinforcements. Hugging the wall, he swept forward, swordlight flickering like liquid fire. Every enemy who stepped onto B2 lost limbs and life in an instant. Attribute 219. Attribute 586. Attribute 365. The notifications came one after another as he went all out. After obliterating the spatial rifts on B2, Sam charged down the corridor toward the final tear that opened toward the planet's depths. Below level 40, not a single alien slave or second-class citizen could last a heartbeat against Li Feng. His blade flashed, droplets of blood burst in the air, and the shrieks echoing through the second basement died away almost at once. Sam doubled back from the shaft that led toward the planet's core, fresh blood still spattered across his face. The 2 spatial rifts on his side had been completely smashed. Wipe out every piece of equipment in the control rooms on B2. Nothing survives, Li Feng ordered in an even voice, then turned and sprinted toward B1. Most of the aliens above level 30 had already fallen to him in the corridor leading to the rifts. Those who slipped past had long since scattered into the night. But the building was still packed with low-level espers and alien slaves. They wanted to flee, yet they knew the truth. Heading deeper underground meant death. Charging out of the tower meant death. Planet of Sin had always been this way wherever a fight broke out. The place was sealed tight by onlookers. Their thinking was simple. Grab a profit if you can. If not, at least enjoy the spectacle. A level 30 fighter might break through by sheer desperation. Anyone under level 30 who showed their face would be ambushed, shredded, and left without even a corpse to claim. Li Feng bolted upward from B1. His extrasensory scan lit up every target above level 20 like a red dot in his mind. It didn't matter whether they hid behind walls, in vents, or in dark rooms. One glimpse, and sword light tore them apart. 15, 22, 35. The cold notifications kept rolling in. Anything under level 20 he ignored. By the time he reached the 6th floor, Sam had flattened the remaining control rooms and caught up. High above them, Yangon 1 began its slow descent as ordered. With the security tower's defense grid destroyed, the outer energy shield collapsed, and the crowd on the street drawn by the scent of blood like sharks to a spill swarmed inside. Such good people, Li Feng snorted. He flickered past them, heading straight for the 8th floor. Meeting Sam's gaze, he triggered his teleport. The next instant they were standing inside the control deck of Yangon 1, 10,000 kilometers up. Li Feng didn't hesitate. He slammed the main cannon to maximum. With a piercing howl, a 100-meter-wide pillar of white-hot energy lanced downward, homing in on the defenseless tower. Boom, boom, boom. Even top-grade construction materials shredded like wet paper. The beam punched through the floors, steel and alloy vaporized on contact. 0.29, 1.78, 0.66. The system prompts fell like rain. Every low-level Esper and alien slave inside was annihilated, and the looters below were seared to ash as well. Only a handful of bystanders above level 20, acting on pure instinct, managed to dodge clear and scramble from the rubble. The beam kept drilling, sliced through B2, then swept side to side. In mere seconds, the 100 turtle structure 8 floors up, 2 below, sprawling over 200,000 square meters was ground to dust, the ashes scattered on the hot wind. Done. Let's call it a day. Li Feng eased off the cannon, opened his status display, and smiled at the surge of numbers. Giving the Neal family's precious tower a slap on his way home had felt very, very good. Taking down the level 52 Serious Warrior and 2 alien slaves at levels 47 and 46 alone netted him more than 100,000 attribute points. Next, he wiped out over 40 alien slaves above level 30 and more than 300 slaves and espers above level 20, collecting another 37,000 points. Finally, a sweeping energy beam engulfed the entire security tower, reducing thousands of espers and alien slaves to ash in a blaze of white light, and adding another 10,000 plus points. All told, the 3 waves of carnage dropped well above 150,000 attribute points straight into his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured the lot into his 5 core stats, pushing each one to 100,000. Host, Li Feng. Remaining points, 9,500. Constitution, 100,000. Strength, 100,000. Endurance, 100,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 100,000. Abilities, Armor Penetration LV5, Teleportation LV5, Flight LV5, Hypersense LV5, Reset LV5. Ding. All attributes have reached 100,000. New ability unlocked. Domain. Domain, LV1. Instantly projects a barrier within sensing range whose durability equals the user's physical strength. Inside the barrier, all enemies lose their sensory abilities. Each additional level doubles the barrier's durability. Awesome. Li Feng almost burst out laughing. As long as he stayed strong, this barrier was basically a top-tier, instant-cast immobilizer. Paired with hypersense and a capital ship's combat systems, he could wipe out anyone he locked onto. And if things went south, it was the perfect escape tool. The scariest part was that enemies above level 40 who lost their senses were no better than blind, ordinary people. Striking while the iron was hot, he spent 1,110 points to raise domain to level 4. LV1, Barrier Physical Strength. LV2, Barrier 2. LV3, Barrier 4. LV4, Barrier 8. After the math, he divided his remaining points evenly among the 5 attributes. Host, Li Feng. Remaining points, 0. Constitution, 101,700. Strength, 101,700. Endurance, 101,700. Agility, 101,700. Spirit, 101,700. Abilities, Armor Penetration LV5, Teleportation LV5, Flight LV5, Hypersense LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV4. The haul not only gave him a terrifying new ability, but also pushed his overall level to 44, less than 10,000 points shy of level 45. Nicely done. Name your reward, the system chimed. Li Feng closed the interface and patted Sam lightly on the shoulder. Even if he set everyone free on the spot, today's gains would still leave him ahead, but as a slave owner, he wouldn't release useful assets so easily. To serve you is an honor, Master, Sam said, bowing lower than before. The man had realized Li Feng's true power far exceeded his expectations, and the stronger his master, the more likely he was to honor the contract that would one day grant Sam his freedom. Li Feng waved a hand. No special reward? Find your terms cut by a year. The original 10-year contract was now 9. Thank you, Master. Sam could hardly contain his joy, more excited than when Head survived the battlefield. An entire year off his servitude meant everything. Li Feng wasted no more time. He ordered the warship to accelerate away from the combat zone and sent an advance request to Military Base F0004 for jump clearance and a berth at Space Station F369. Through the endless starlit void, Eternal Peace 01 streaked toward its next destination. Inside the grand hall of the Near family's palace, beneath the soaring dome, Patriarch Rist sat scowling, the shadows between his brows almost tangible. Senior members lined both sides of the aisle. Their robes clung to their bodies though no wind blew, and their furrowed brows looked sharp enough to crush a fly. The oppressive silence had stretched on for half an hour. The casualty report they had just received was horrifying. 1 level 52 Sirius Clan elite, slave killed on the spot. 2 high-ranking alien slaves above level 40 both executed. More than half of all alien slaves and second-class citizens above level 30 lost. Nearly the entire force of ability users, alien slaves, and second-class citizens below level 30 wiped out, with only a few stragglers escaping. The Near security group's largest branch reduced to twisted steel and rubble. In millennia of history, They had never suffered losses this brutal. Even harder to swallow was Li Feng's repeatedly skyrocketing strength and unpredictable methods, as if he were riding a rocket straight through the ceiling of possibility. Before the battle, every executive had been certain of victory. 1. If Li Feng tried to leave Yangon 1, he would die. 2. If he stayed, the tower's top-tier defense systems and the level 52 serious enforcer would uproot Yangon 1 itself to kill him. 3. The two welfare faction major generals had no real power. Even if they sought revenge, the damage to the family would be minor. 4. A polished story assassinated by a high-level wind weasel infiltrator plus a stirring funeral speech would unite the army and the public. 5. In the worst case, they could pay compensation and throw the level 52 serious under the bus. The Special Operations Directorate would calm down eventually. They had even rehearsed the eulogies. Now, however, the so-called Shirkill scenario had been torn open the moment Li Feng appeared, his higher level and uncanny abilities slicing the serious enforcer apart and rolling straight over everything in his path. What now? These seasoned schemers felt like puppets with their strings cut. Yes, they could still burn cash and summon alien second-class citizens above level 50. Their wealth and influence could pressure top officials to bear down on Li Feng. Yet his monstrous rate of growth chilled them to the bone, stripping away their confidence layer by layer. Beep beep beep. Wristwatch chimed, jolting every head up at once. He frowned, raised his arm, and with a single glance his already ashen face turned even darker. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Word just came in. A section chief from the Internal Stability Bureau of the Federal Military Security Department has publicly announced that he'll lead a team to Matthews Base to investigate corruption. Damn it. Every executive in the conference room went pale at once. Matthews was the Neal family's flagship officer, a major general who ran a large military base, commanded heavy forces, and wielded real power. Yet a mere section chief dared to issue an open notice and threaten an on-site probe. Everyone understood the signal. Some heavyweight, or perhaps an entire faction, inside the military was letting the word leak that Matthews was finished. The louder message was a demand for every level of the base to turn over evidence of his wrongdoing fast. Has Li Feng's influence in the military really grown this much? Someone muttered through clenched teeth. They all knew that toppling a base commander of Matthews' stature was anything but easy. Without a rich payoff, no senior officer would touch that hornet's nest. If this boulder was moving, Li Feng had put far more on the table than bold words. It was over. The last few Neal family leaders had still wondered if peace with Li Feng was possible finally gave up. Their earlier clashes had been limited to force of arms, and Li Feng had emerged unscathed. The only barrier to reconciliation had been his reputation for ruthless payback. Now, with high command itself cleaning house on Matthews, Li Feng clearly had poured enormous political capital into the effort. Even ceding territory and paying reparations would no longer end the feud. The Neal family was locked in a fight to the death. The Carlos estate, council hall of the central castle. Patriarch Albert lounged sideways in an oversized leather chair, while several bodiless enchanters flitted around him in translucent wisps, slipping in and out of his clothing. Around the circular table, senior members stared at the agenda list Albert had just projected, their emotions a mix of excitement and dread. Why the excitement? They had been watching Li Feng and the carrier Yangon 1 closely. His terrifying battlefield exploits were being trumpeted by every major outlet, and he was on the verge of being hailed as the military's new #1 hero. He had killed a level 52 serious warrior and leveled the Neal family's strongest security tower victories that made the Carlos elders privately rejoice that they'd swallowed their pride once they sensed Li Feng's rapid ascent. After he agreed to a truce, they had taken enormous risks to guarantee more than 100 cargo ships for Yangon Group, and had even sold the family silver to gift him batches of high-grade alien slaves. That decision had not only saved the family, but might also win them Li Feng's friendship. Thinking of the Neal family's current misery sent a chill down everyone's spine. Thinking of the transport fleet and slaves fueling Li Feng's rise made their blood race. If Li Feng started handing out rewards, even crumbs at the end of the table would taste delicious to the Carlos clan. The dread? Most elders had once argued that a truce should end the gamble. Their logic was bluntly Feng was Asian, inherently distant from a white-dominated Carlos family, and old grudges ran deep. Even if he soared, they'd only get scraps. But Albert overruled them, staked his patriarchal seat, and rammed through what looked like a money-losing deal. Now Li Feng's meteoric rise made even those scraps smell heavenly, and Albert wasn't about to miss his chance to claim credit. More than half the agenda items sought broader powers for the patriarch. The leadership had no choice but to yield. If they wanted that savory meal, they'd have to swallow a few bitter pills first. Hence the look on their faces. Exhilaration tinged with irritation. Albert alone, sprawled in his chair, was savoring the moment without a single qualm. Little more than 90 minutes after departure, Yangon 1 touched down at Planet F-369's spaceport. The moment Li Feng stepped off the gangway in the dirigible bay, he saw Jiang Wanxin waiting. Her delicate beauty and calm elegance carried an irresistible pull, yet what truly held his gaze was the bond forged when they had faced death together. One shared smile, and they found solace in each other's eyes. Inside the airship hatch, Li Feng's longing overflowed. He swept Jiang Wanxin onto his lap, her soft body molding against him. His breathing grew heavy, and the slight lift of her skirt sent heat rushing between them. She leaned back, breath tickling his ear, and whispered, "I've just learned a technique that turns force aside with softness." Without hesitation, he opened his system interface, reset his stats, and poured nearly every point into spirit. Instantly, his sensory radius soared to 400,000 kilometers, and his extrasensory range passed 200,000. A heartbeat later, his awareness blanketed the entire planet, pierced the energy shields around the Li estate and its central villa, and locked onto the 6x6-meter multifunctional bed in the master suite. In the next blink, he triggered teleportation. Clasping Jiang Wanxin, he vanished from the airship and reappeared on the bed's soft mattress. Li Feng remained careful and controlled throughout, matching the rhythm of Jiang Wanxin's new technique. But at only level 19, she managed no more than 3 or 4 hours before exhaustion claimed her. Draped across his chest, she pulled out a vial, tipped it back, and let the potion restore her chi and stamina. Only then did she turn to business. The Carlos family sent word. Their development arm holds huge tracts of idle land on several life-bearing worlds. Their construction firm is short of projects, and they own a small security company. They're asking if we want to buy everything to build large-scale slave conditioning centers and a security network. The price is market rate, and Yangon Group can pay in installments. Other interstellar houses have made similar offers, but none as generous. Li Feng thought for a moment, then decided, "We'll take the Carlos offer. The rest not for now." The Carlos family had already earned his goodwill by underwriting transport ship refits and supplying level 49 alien slaves. Now they wanted to double down, and he was happy to accept. Most other interstellar clans were still playing small ball, unwilling to bet big until the outcome was certain. By the time any pilot projects ended, he would have outgrown their usefulness. What he needed were houses in deep crisis, willing to go Allen and tether their entire lineage to his belt. Only such partners could, at this stage, provide the decisive support he required. Jiang Wanxin sighed softly. "No matter how fast Yangon Group grows, it still can't keep up with you. We're not supporting you. We're just riding your momentum." She paused, then laid out her plan. "I want to use alien slaves as a base to secretly build a multiracial interstellar pirate crew. It would let us recruit and shield high-level aliens while planting intelligence networks and safe houses inside every faction's territory." "Genius. Truly groundbreaking," Li Feng said with genuine admiration. Jiang Wanxin chuckled. That flattery was pathetic. "Then I'll try something else." Li Feng raised his hand and gave her rounded hip a loud smack. She shot him a glare, though her eyes shimmered with warmth. A moment later they composed themselves and got back to business. Sector F Frontier Defense Force, Base 777, Heavy Military Installation. When Li Feng was still in uniform, battle merits were posted within an hour. Now, to prevent leaks, the command had lengthened the cycle. Not until the afternoon of the third day did the central AI send him battle report number 1, the conquest of the Wind Mouse clan's first inhabited planet. The first thing he saw was a long list of familiar disciplinary charges. Suspected suppression of junior officers. Suspected embezzlement of spoils. Unauthorized absence from post. The string of honors delighted him. This operation finally pushed his cumulative demerits past 100. For ordinary soldiers, a few charges could land them in the brig. Only the killers who crawled out of Sector FS independent scout ships ever reach triple digits. Those ships suffer a 99% death rate, and most crew never get the chance to break rules. Only when you make it to squadron leader or captain can you scoop up several at once. Li Feng had risen so fast that only today did he hit that legendary mark, worthy of a former independent scout ship captain. Then he checked the merit points. Because he single-handedly eliminated the Wind Mouse chieftain, their high-ranked fighters, and the spatial rift on their first homeworld, he earned 1.3 million merits, bringing his total to 6.39 million and instantly promoting him to 6-star major. On the evening of the fourth day, another report arrived: capture of the second homeworld and his counterkill of a level 51 Wind Mouse strike team. Planet seized 500k merits. Strike team wiped 900k merits, 90% credited to him. The additional 1.4 million propelled his total to 7.79 million, making him a 7-star major. At this pace, a few more Wind Mouse planets would carry him straight past the lieutenant colonel threshold. The number 4 heavy battleship was expected to finish repairs in a day or two. Li Feng had no desire to linger. At dawn on the 7th, he boarded Yong'an. On his way in, he had casually handed the Neil family a solid left hook. On the way out, he meant to balance things with a right. At his order, Yong'an set a course for the Neil Security Group's second-ranked tower. "Captain, we've received a joint request for a video link from Jenny, Second Secretary in Senator Ronald's office, and Voight, holder of the Human Pioneer Medal." The control room lay less than 20 million kilometers from the so-called planet of Sin. Warning lights blinked softly, and every instrument gave off a low hum. The communications officer suddenly looked up at Li Feng. The Neal family is really spending big on this. Li Feng clicked his tongue in admiration. Those two signatures carried real weight. The first belonged to Jenny. Her title might be only second secretary, but she had Senator Ronald at her back. The federal parliament needs no introduction. It outranks both the federal government and the federal military and sits at the very center of human power. By law, every 1,000 inhabited worlds elects one senator. The Human Federation currently governs more than 2.5 million settled planets, yielding a little over 2,500 regional senators. That is not the whole picture. The government and the military may each elect additional members, up to 1/5 of the original total, about 750 seats. On paper, the number of senators could approach 4,000, yet in practice it never reaches 3,000 because the government and military never quite fill their quotas. Above the senators stand the speakers. The Federation is divided into 6 sectors, labeled A through F. Each elects one speaker, giving 6 seats. The government and military may each nominate one more. To appear considerate, Parliament amended the law so those two bodies could barely meet the requirement, bringing the total to 8 speakers. Still higher sits the President of the Assembly. The President wields an absolute veto over any decision. In theory, if the government produced a federal chief executive or the military a federal marshal, each could add a vice president. A vice president cannot override every measure, but can exercise an independent veto on civil or military matters, respectively. Unfortunately, reality is harsher. In more than 20,000 years, the Federation has never seen either a chief executive or a marshal, leaving both vice presidential seats permanently empty. The reason is simple. Parliament refuses to share power with any rival above its own head. Any proposal that might reach the vice presidential level is almost always blocked by legal amendments or procedural vetoes. The military's present predicament is the best example. When the latest expansion campaign began, the general staff included several 9-star admirals and more than a dozen 8-stars. Yet after a parliamentary vote, the commander of the Zhengfeng Expeditionary Force turned out to be only a 7-star admiral, Chu Weixing. Even though Chu crushed the Windrat race in a blitzkrieg, his reward was merely promotion to Ninja-star, still short of the coveted marshal rank. Once promoted, he, like every other 9-star, had to retreat behind the scenes, barred from leading troops again, while his real authority quietly slipped away. In short, supreme power in the Human Federation is almost completely monopolized by Parliament. The government and the military receive only enough authority to keep up the appearance of stability. The Human Federation spans more than 2.5 million inhabited worlds and nearly 30 quadrillion citizens, yet its parliament counts fewer than 3,000 members. Seated at the apex of power, these legislators are untouchable. To put Li Feng in his place, the Neal family recruited one of them, and a heavyweight, who wore the coveted Pioneer Medal. That medal was created 10,000 years ago, during the Dark Era when humanity switched from attack to defense after a crushing defeat. Back then, it required a level 30 combat rating. Today the bar sits at level 40, and it keeps rising as more abilities users creep toward level 50. Anyone who can pin it to their chest stands among the absolute elite, showered with privileges by a grateful parliament. The Neal family was willing to burn favors and resources because Li Feng was just as troublesome. A guaranteed performer for the Special Warfare Bureau and a frontrunner for Military Hero, he had already broken through level 40 and qualified for the Pioneer Medal himself. He was also famous for a mess with me and die attitude that even most legislators preferred to avoid unless core interests were at stake. Put them through. After a brief calculation, Li Feng gave the order, voice flat. He never sought trouble, but he never feared it. Behind every legislator loomed ancient interstellar clans and a host of minor houses, their influence staggering. With his current weight, a heating clash would be painful unless Liang Qiqing was willing to spare no cost to shield him, though that would change in a year or two. The comm link lit up. 2 holograms materialized in the cabin. Major Li, good afternoon. I'm Jenny. The blonde woman's figure was stunning. Every gesture oozed allure. She managed to blend the subtler tastes of East Asian aesthetics with an aggressive, exotic charm. A slight bow made twin snow-white peaks threaten their bounds, enough to derail the focus of 99.99% of adult men. Beside her stood Voight, who looked in his early 40s, his presence as heavy as a star field. Sharp-cut brows and electric eyes showed clear displeasure at Li Feng's relaxed sprawl in the chair. His forehead tightened in a faint frown. Speak. Li Feng let his gaze rest openly on Jenny, appreciative, while ignoring Voight's silent intimidation. Major, your feats are legendary, Jenny said in a soft voice. I rushed here upon hearing you were bound for F-8902. May I have the honor of treating you to dinner and a tour of the starport? To make it more enjoyable, I've invited a popular actress, 2 charmers, and some friends from the Elven enclaves. No. Li Feng cut her off with a single word. If they wanted to show off bodies, he didn't mind watching. If they hoped to probe anything more intimate as 18 centimeters included, they were unqualified. The actress, the charmers, the elves, same verdict, unqualified. Major Ginny's face fell, wounded and fragile. Do pass my regards to Senator Ronald, Li Feng said, unexpectedly polite. If he's free, I'd be happy to share a meal with him. Sending a secretary, a starlet, charmers, and elves that already proves his sincerity. Understood. Ginny bowed deeply and said no more. Serving as a level 2 secretary in a legislator's office took more than looks, poise, and talent. The true requirements were a sharp mind and keen instincts. From Li Feng's posture, eyes, and tone, she instantly gauged not only his stance but the exact degree of it. Ginny and I were standing on the rooftop of the security tower on F-8902. The wind sliced at the hem of her skirt like a knife, and on the holoscreen Major Voight's face was cold as ice, his first words already a threat. Li Feng glanced up, his eyes brushing over the subtle curves of Ginny's chest, then waved dismissively. The wind's brutal up here. Head back inside. Catching his meaning, Ginny dipped in a graceful bow, her deep cleavage fully exposed to Li Feng's view. With a delicate voice, she said, "Thank you for your concern. They'll go now. They'll have someone bring you a little present later." Li Feng lifted his hand again, signaling she could leave. He had already seen through Congressman Ronald's play. Ronald was here only to apply pressure, and the Neal family hadn't paid enough for him to go all out. Since Li Feng refused to yield, the congressman had to back off. According to custom, Ronald would soon send a few high-grade alien slaves and some rare treasures to make amends. "Thank you, Major." Ginny bowed once more, but noticed Voight had no intention of ending the call. She stayed bent forward at the perfect angle, eyes lowered so as not to offend either side. "Leave," Voight barked, tired of her presence. Ginny hurriedly bowed again and exited the video feed. Only Voight and Li Feng remained on the holoscreen. Voight's glare was sharp. "You must be level 40 by now. The Human Pioneer Medal is awarded by the Human Power Association. I'm a core member. If I oppose you with everything I have, you'll never get that medal, and you can forget about joining the association." He wasn't truly trying to rescue the Neal family. They owed favors everywhere, and only after offering a top-tier artifact had he reluctantly stepped in. He intended to give a token effort, but Li Feng's indifference provoked him, so he decided to see it through. Li Feng closed the connection without hesitation. He hadn't meant to antagonize Voight. For millennia, the federal parliament had issued countless policies encouraging universal cultivation, draping high-level warriors in privileges and raising them to neargodhood. Veterans like Voight, even without military or political posts, had vast networks and staggering influence. Congressman Ronald, though, clearly understood Li Feng's character and history, trying both carrot and stick. When the soft approach failed, he retreated quickly. Li Feng knew social etiquette. Sooner or later he would send a lavish gift, so the congressman wouldn't harbor a grudge. Voight, by contrast, perched absurdly high from the start, trying to crush Li Feng with sheer presence before unleashing a string of threats. "He's begging for trouble," Li Feng muttered inwardly. He disliked making enemies, but had never feared anyone. With his current power and unique abilities, he could roam the entire human federation unchecked. Even if the sky fell, he could take Jiang Wanxin to an alien life planet, hide their strength, farm attribute points, and rise again. Still, it was far more convenient to stay within the federal military, with a mountain of support behind him, harvesting every possible attribute point on the battlefield without worrying about attracting the attention of high-level aliens. He must have a death wish. On the rooftop of the security tower, beyond the energy shield, Voight's face was stony, murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Although he looked barely 40, he was actually well past 80. In the decades since his rise to fame, no one had ever dared hang up on him, let alone now, when he was a core member of the Human Power Association. That title meant he not only stood at the apex of personal strength, but also commanded a terrifying network that stretched across countless star systems. Offending him was tantamount to offending that entire elite circle. Yet a rookie who had just earned ordinary member status had the audacity to slam the door in his face. 100 million kilometers out, Yangon 1 scanners swept across the entire F-8902 planet. The Neal family security tower had long since raised its defense and jamming systems, sealing its interior from the scan. Only Voight, standing on the roof, was perfectly outlined in the readout level 48 Esper. "Get ready to strike," Li Feng said after a glance at the data, ordering Sam at his side. Master Sam hesitated. "Give it everything you've got. Obey orders without question." Li Feng cut him off coldly. Sam's worry was obvious. Killing a level 40-plus human of Voight's stature entangled vast privileges and could drag every alien slave and second-class citizen aboard Yangon 1 into the fallout. But refusal was even more frightening. Li Feng could kill him at any moment, or make him wish for death through the slave chip. "Yes, sir." Sam no longer dared delay. 50,000 kilometers. Without any attribute adjustment, Li Feng's heightened senses took in the entire tower. To his satisfaction, the staff had not been evacuated in order to show sincerity. 5 alien slaves and second-class citizens above level 40, more than 60 above level 30, plenty of loot for later. "Issue the warning. Tell him to clear out." Yangon 1 sonic emitters activated. Warning. This transport ship is about to attack the tower. Evacuate immediately to avoid collateral damage. Voight's perception enveloped the ship. Hands clasped behind his back, he radiated nothing but contempt. 30,000 kilometers. Warning. Evacuate at once or be treated as hostile. He remained perfectly calm. 20,000 kilometers. The main cannon locked onto Voight, and the sonic warning switched to a countdown. Do it. The instant the timer hit 0, Li Feng drew his spirit sword, grabbed Sam, and triggered teleportation. A heartbeat later they appeared behind Voight. Bang! Sam gritted his teeth and swung his right wing, the tip sharp as a blade. Schreipnergy's shield torn open. A deep, bone-revealing gash appeared at Voight's waist. You let him wound me? Voight gasped, spinning around in disbelief, certain the spirit sword would halt a hair's breadth from his throat. Li Feng's answer was a blade whistling through the air. Thud. A flash of cold light. No hesitation. The head flew, blood spattering. Ding. You have killed an enemy. Attribute points gained. 25,500. Li Feng reached out and seized the still-wide eyes. With a gentle squeeze. Pop. The skull burst into a mist of blood. And he remained perfectly composed. Li Feng hesitated, deciding against casting his domain over the entire security building. If he could avoid revealing such a sky-defying ability in public, he would. The next instant, he teleported with Sam and silently materialized behind the strongest combatant present, a level 46 alien slave. The sword flashed and blood spattered. Sam's first strike crippled the target, and Li Feng immediately followed, driving his blade through the alien's chest and killing him on the spot. Ding. You have slain an enemy. Attribute points 14,200. Before the prompt faded, Li Feng had already teleported again, dragging Sam toward another level 44 alien slave. A cold arc cut the air, and a head tumbled away. Attribute points 8,500. During the last sweep against the level 52 Sirius clan, he had wasted too much time and let the aliens above level 40 escape through the spatial rift, killing only 2 in the end. Today was different. Voight had been almost one-shotted, and the tide turned instantly. With 2 high-tier targets falling back-to-back, the remaining level 40-plus aliens never reached the rift, nor even escaped the building. Li Feng and Sam appeared on basement level 2, blocking a fleeing level 43 alien. One thrust to the throat. Attribute points 6,500. Before Li Feng could speak, Sam destroyed the rift and charged toward the control room. Li Feng blinked 10,000 kilometers away and targeted a level 42 alien slave. The sword hissed down, and the head rolled. Attribute points 5,100. He had time to snatch the corpse's storage treasure, then flashed even farther to send the most distant level 41 alien to the afterlife. Attribute points 3,700. All 5 aliens above level 40 were dead. Li Feng teleported once more, locked onto a level 39 target, and killed him before he could react. Then he lunged at the level 30-plus aliens scrambling to flee the building. With agility over 100,000 and a 5-fold speed boost from flight level 5, his top speed reached 18 million kilometers per hour, about 5,000 kilometers per second. Against that, escape was meaningless. Attribute points 257, 329, 516. The notifications poured in. Within moments, every high-tier alien outside the core area was erased. Only then did Li Feng blink back to basement 2. By now Sam had destroyed both spatial rifts and every control room. Following protocol, Li Feng cleared the building floor by floor, eliminating every ability user and alien slave above level 20. Once finished, he teleported with Sam back to the command deck of Yangon 1. At his order, Yangon 1 dropped to an altitude of 1,000 kilometers and fired a 100-meter-wide energy beam onto the security building, whose defenses were already down. Inside, the level 20 and below ability users and low-rank slaves were powerless before such destruction. Attribute points 1.1, 0.52, 0.73. Destruction is always easier than creation. In only a few minutes, the 100-meter security building was reduced to rubble. Ascend and accelerate, Li Feng commanded. Yangon 1 sliced through the sky. He opened the system interface and took a quick look. The haul was impressive. The 6 enemies above level 40, Void included, had yielded 63,500 attribute points. Next, he counted the rest of the spoils. Roughly 50 alien slaves over level 30 were wiped out on the spot, adding 26,000 points, while the lower-level psychics and slaves contributed another 15,000. A total of 104,500 points rolled into his panel, and Li Feng felt elated as the numbers climbed. He promptly spent 10,000 points to push domain to level 5, doubling its barrier strength from 8 times his physique to 16. The remaining 94,500 points were divided evenly across constitution, strength, endurance, agility, and spirit. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 120,600. Strength, 120,600. Endurance, 120,600. Agility, 120,600. Spirit, 120,600. Abilities: Armor Pierce 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. Overall level: 45. Breakthrough achieved. The status panel gleamed. Li Feng arched an eyebrow, dealing the Neil family 2 resounding slaps, while skyrocketing his own power felt terrific, especially inside Federation territory. Wartime regulations were already in force. No transport vessel could leave Federation borders without permission. Li Feng steadied himself, called up the military AI on his wrist, and linked directly to the Jinfeng Army Logistics Office. He had no personal contacts there, but his record spoke for itself. As a Special Operations Bureau poster boy, he quickly secured a small freighter and a rendezvous coordinate. After ending that call, he patched through to Jiang Wanxin and laid out the plan. 1. Assemble a batch of top-tier resources and artifacts, then deliver them to Senator Ronald under a reasonable pretext. 2. In the name of the Li family's Yangon Group, donate resources worth 50 billion credits to the Human Strength Association. 3. Submit an application for the Human Pioneer Medal via the Wrist AI, using humble language and stressing their commitment to the association's growth. Void had chosen death. Li Feng would have killed him even without the extra 100,000 points. Still, since the deed was done, he might as well soften the fallout the xenophobic faction stirred up by the Neil family, and Harold would keep supplying him with stats for a while, so there was no need to breed new enemies just yet. Li Feng preferred to choose his targets inside the Federation on his own terms. After you drop me off, Yangon 1 is to return to the F-369 orbital station immediately, he told the deputy captain. Once you arrive, take all slaves and second-class aliens to the Li estate and keep them indoors unless ordered otherwise. Understood. The deputy captain snapped to attention. Li Feng turned to Sam. Unless someone holds a knife to my throat, you won't die. Sam froze. This arrangement was clearly meant to shield him. With Li Feng now at level 45, backed by the Special Operations Bureau, and with Vote's death chalked up to internal strife, the association's leadership would likely treat the matter as an in-house dispute. The real sticking point was that the association could not tolerate aliens helping kill a core member. If Sam and the other alien slaves weren't handed over, they would become targets of relentless high-level bounty hunters. That was the crux of the conflict. Li Feng was no saint. On his first mission aboard the scout ship NB-4444, when had been weak, he had used unfamiliar comrades as shields. But the situation now was far from desperate, and Sam had just rendered great service. Sam dropped to his knees and kissed the tip of Li Feng's boot. Master, I am ready to lay down my life. Get up. We're not at that point yet. Li Feng waved him off. How dare he? Lights blazed all night in the Neil family's compound, a sprawling palace that stretched across 3 wings. Inside the central council hall, the family crest hung high while more than a dozen executives clustered around a long alloy table, their expressions seesawing between outrage and barely restrained glee. They were horrified because Li Feng had publicly beheaded Voight, then leveled all 3 security towers the Neils owned on Sin Planet. With those towers gone, the family's core business was crippled, and its once stable client network was starting to unravel. Something this catastrophic could never be hidden. Competitors would swarm, attacking their reputation and their market share until the Neil family spiraled like a starship in free fall. Yet they were also secretly delighted Li Feng had dared to strike Voight. Voight was a decorated human pioneer and a core member of the Human Strength Association, with connections even stronger than those of this small interstellar clan. Now that he was dead, the intricate web he had spun would collapse. Interstellar houses that once fawned over him would play deaf, but out of pride the association's senior officers and core members who were his close friends were bound to retaliate against Li Feng. The alien slaves and second-class citizens Li Feng had rescued would likely be silenced as well, delivering another heavy blow to his forces. Inventory the vault, Patriarch Lister growled. Every high-grade resource we have, dump it into the hands of association leaders who were close to Voight. Force Li Feng to promise hell never come after the Neil family again. In a fight for survival, hesitation was a luxury. The executives answered in unison, eager to ship the crates out at once. 1 hour later, top brass of the Human Strength Association received covert reports of Voight's death and rushed into a video conference. Around the wide holographic round table, dozens of avatars appeared at once, the channel buzzing with overlapping voices. The Caucasian bloc took a hard line. Li Feng wasn't even a formal member yet, and he had killed a core member, so punishment must be severe. Some hot-headed stewards even called for a permanent ban on his admission. The Asian bloc argued the opposite. Li Feng had given Voight multiple formal warnings, and they bore no deep grudge. Voight insisted on blocking his way and brought disaster on himself. Besides, Li Feng's application was politely worded and came with donations worth more than 50 billion. Rather than letting the scandal spread, they said, the association should keep things quiet and issue nothing more than a verbal reprimand. The debate raged for hours without resolution. At last the leadership had to widen the circle, summoning every core member in hopes of forging a unified decision. Outer ring of the Sin sector, heavy cruiser number 4. The moment Li Feng stepped into the captain's cabin, Deputy Captain Marcus greeted him with a broad smile. Sir, the squadron leaders, team leaders, even the ordinary crew all want to serve under you. I've compiled the list for your review. In just a few days, stories of Li Feng's ruthless methods and meteoric rise had swept through the fleet. Some feared him, others idolized him, and many saw him as the most promising patron they could find. The other deputy, Gu Lingxi, ignored the commotion as usual, buried in her research pod dismantling an energy core. Crew members streamed through the bridge corridor, but no one dared disturb her. After Marcus left, Li Feng skimmed the roster, slipped it into his wrist terminal, and let his gaze settle into calm. The situation was changing by the minute, and he had never been one for half measures. If he needed people, he took them. If he didn't, candidates could wait. With his affairs wrapped up, he turned and walked out. The hatch sealed automatically behind him. Li Feng never looked back. All of the meet and greets and quiet chats fell to Marcus and the 6 senior officers who had defected early. They were run ragged for days, but the payoff was huge. A wave of junior officers and crew had pledged allegiance, tightening Li Feng's grip on battlecruiser number 4, and the 7 early defectors were now firmly seated in the inner circle. Every newcomer was exceptionally gifted, and the priceless gifts they brought piled up like a small mountain, leaving Marcus and his team with aching arms. Even better, each reception helped them forge solid ties with legions of prodigies connections that would be invaluable later. According to the figures Marcus Group compiled, more than 10,000 elite talents had already thrown in with Li Feng, the vast majority Asian, with a scattering of white officers who had finally buckled under pressure. Li Feng ordered the AI in his wrist comp to archive every record using Gu Lingxi's classification system. Whenever an operation or promotion track opened, this sworn cohort would be his first choice. He also intended to subdivide the files further and, once loyalty data were complete, sift out the true inner loyalists and core members. Another matter was the imminent arrival of a squad of second-class aliens. Gu Lingxi would handle the reception, and the captain would wait for her briefing. Marcus had tried to sour Li Feng's view of her in private, but he understood that she was Li Feng's most trusted lieutenant and dared not press too hard. Go on, good work. Contact the captains of the support ships and find out where they stand. Li Feng waved him off, tossing him a juicy bone after sensing the hint in Marcus' words. Yes, sir, they'll handle it right away. Marcus answered, delighted, and hurried out. Liaising with the escort captains had always been the battlecruiser AI's job. That it now fell to him was a clear sign Li Feng was deliberately handing him authority and prestige. After Marcus left, Li Feng didn't wait for Gu Lingxi's report. He opened his wrist comp and placed a call. Talk. Gu Lingxi's hologram appeared, her flawless face etched with impatience. A top lieutenant was entitled to a temper, especially one who had shared life-and-death moments with Li Feng since the reconnaissance ship NB-4444. Ignoring the attitude, he asked, what's the story with the alien squad? Did headquarters send them? Special Operations Bureau, she replied, still impatient. To prevent leaks, neither the ship's AI nor I have clearance. They only asked me to receive them while you were away. If you want details, log into the Bureau's classified site, verify your credentials, and look them up yourself. Li Feng's eyes lit up. Anything wrapped in that level of secrecy had to be special. Curiosity burning. He waited for Gu Lingxi to end the call and exhaled slowly. 1 second, 2, 3, yet Gu Lingxi still hadn't ended the call. Li Feng sat at the communications console in the captain's cabin, one eyebrow arched as he wondered, what's going on? On the holoscreen, Gu Lingxi looked calm, but she cut straight to business. The Seedy family has a Dao stone in their vault. I've already stirred up a conflict around it. When the dust settles, come with me and let's borrow that stone for a decade or so. No problem. Li Feng nodded, instantly grasping her motive. She hadn't been brought along on the Nell raid. After tasting the power gap firsthand, pride gave way to pragmatism. This was the first sign her wings of arrogance had been clipped. A moment later, Gu Lingxi added, by the way, the speed of your growth has already caught the eye of the ancient interstellar clans. She looked into the camera, her voice unhurried. 2 days ago, a Gu elder asked if we could engineer a few accidental meetings between you and one of our daughters, hoping you'd drop Jiang Wanxin and marry into the Gu clan. Li Feng's brow tightened. Didn't your clan investigate my relationship with Wanxin? He knew exactly what was hidden between the lines. Alongside those chance encounters, they would stage a string of events to erode Jiang Wanxin's place in his heart and maybe even pit the two against each other. Gu Lingxi's expression didn't flicker. It wouldn't matter. To an ancient interstellar clan, any heart can be breached if you spend enough. Any crack in human nature can be pried open. Loyalty and devotion just cost more to dismantle. With the potential, rank, and status you're showing now, even if you locked yourself in this cabin, you'd still be surrounded by carefully tailored temptations, people probing every weakness. Understood. Li Feng rubbed the bridge of his nose, recognizing the warning. As the Gu heir, Gu Lingxi had enough clout to shelve the plan for now. But Shed made it clear the elders could revive it at any moment. and countless outside forces were already circling. Her image flickered on the holoscreen. "I can keep the Gu clan off your back," she said, "but you'll have to watch out for everyone else." After ending his call with Gu Lingxi, Li Feng contacted Jiang Wanqin to bring her up to speed. He asked her to conduct another covert background check and screening of every employee at both Li Manor and Yangon Group. The organization is young and expanding fast, and that surge of new recruits is its greatest weakness. Any infiltration or scheme will target a casual hint from a familiar face, or a carefully staged misunderstanding can do 100 times more damage than outside rumors. The same logic applies to security. Even a fortress that a fleet can't crack will fall if an insider finds a weak point. Once the breach begins, the strongest walls collapse. Li Feng refused to leave anything to chance. If it could be prevented, it had to be prevented. With those orders issued, he finally logged in to the Special Operations Bureau's covert website. Fingerprints, iris scans, brainwave readings, and a live video check dragged the process out for more than half an hour before he gained access. The files pleased him. The Bureau's leadership clearly embraced the motto, "Make the strong stronger," and meant to push him even higher. The alien squad assigned to him consisted of only 6 members, yet their power was jaw-dropping. One level 62 striker, one level 61 defender. 4 second-class alien citizens, all past their second life evolution, each over level 50. Those 4 specialists covered mental control, tracking, sealing, and illusions. Every function accounted for, and each carried a cache of top-tier gear. The Bureau gave only one instruction: unless absolutely necessary, do not deploy or reveal these second-class aliens' true levels. The rule would not only silence claims that his victories were unearned, but, more importantly, keep the truth from enemy ears. Right now, the aliens believe Li Feng tops out in the mid-50s. Any assassin they send will likely match that. 2 allies in the 60s can clear those threats with ease. If the enemy learns the truth, their assassins' levels will soar, or they'll resort to far nastier tactics. The thought made Li Feng grin from ear to ear, pure satisfaction. Being the spearhead is risky. He has to ride at the front, draw fire, and watch for knives in his back. One stumble could be fatal. Yet the payoff is clear. As long as the Bureau keeps climbing, and as long as his exploits fuel that rise, a steady stream of resources will flow his way, no matter how the brass might feel about him. Once his mood settled, he ordered Battleship 4's AI to pull up footage of the second-class aliens boarding. The video showed the 6 filing up the gangway and taking their positions. Another screen displayed every crew member's exact location at that moment. Confirming the details, he nodded in approval. Not bad. Gu Lingxi may throw the occasional tantrum, but when it counts, Li Feng's stellar second-in-command never lets him down. From start to finish, the number 4 warship's AI found no footage whatsoever linked to the group of second-tier aliens. It could only confirm that a contingent of non-humans had been authorized to board. Beyond that, there were no images. Obviously, Gu Lingxi had either used a flight artifact herself or had the aliens activate a cloaking device, smuggling them aboard and keeping them hidden ever since. In short, the only people cleared to know of their presence were Gu Lingxi and Vice Captain Makasi. Li Feng contacted Makasi at once and issued a top-secret order. As soon as the call ended, his extrasensory perception spread like a tide and locked onto Gu Lingxi's quarters. Inside the stonehouse-shaped artifact, the 6 second-tier aliens had never left. With a single thought, he appeared directly in Gu Lingxi's cabin. In the center of the array, Gu Lingxi sat cross-legged in midair, cultivating. Sensing an unfamiliar aura, she abruptly stopped, eyes flashing like lightning. When she saw Li Feng, she rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed that he had ignored her privacy, and teleported into her room. "Wow. Level 28, no wonder you're the prodigy of prodigies," Li Feng said with a grin and a thumbs up. The compliment instantly melted her displeasure. Guessing his purpose, she made a beckoning gesture. The miniature stonehouse artifact in the corner lifted into the air, stopped in front of Li Feng, and expanded to 3 or 4 meters tall. The stone door opened, and Li Feng stepped inside. 6 second-tier aliens were cultivating within. Noticing the visitor, they rose and bowed in unison. "Sorry I've been running around these past few days. Your clearance is so high that I only just learned you'd boarded," Li Feng said, cupping his fists in sincere apology. Extra firepower that could save lives deserved respect. "Captain." The 6 responded together, showing no airs at all. They understood exactly what the potential of this warship's Captaina Rising Star in the Federation Navy meant. As members of a lower-ranked species, their strength alone could not outweigh their status. Even if Li Feng were strict, they would have to accept it, let alone when he was being courteous. With the Human Federation restarting its expansion, clinging to Li Feng's broad backing could earn them higher ratings and greater benefits for their peoples, and provide a military contact if trouble arose. Thus, the 6 aliens were not only respectful but lavish with praise. They talked for nearly half an hour in a friendly atmosphere. When Makasi's call request appeared reporting that the captains of all 110 escort ships had unanimously agreed to rejoin warship 4, Li Feng took his leave. The 6 aliens remained inside Gu Lingxi's artifact. Back in the control room, he issued a string of commands. After the paperwork cleared, Warship 4 slid from its berth, left the repair dock, and roared away, accelerating to lightspeed before settling into cruise. When the escort fleet sent confirmation of rendezvous coordinates, he engaged the jump drive and took the ship straight to that star sector. Once all warships had regrouped, Li Feng ordered the reconnaissance corvette to head for the target planet and run a risk sweep. The corvette's captain replied crisply over the open channel. Within seconds, the crew locked into course, pushed the engines to their limits, and the vessel shot out of the formation in a burst of white-hot ion sparks, diving toward low orbit. The remaining medium and light warships tucked in behind large ship number 4, holding at light speed, and waiting only after the corvette cleared the planet could they decelerate for the next phase. This time the entire fleet was visibly faster and more efficient than on the previous mission. The reason was obvious. A few days fighting beside the mothership had convinced everyone that Li Feng was the real deal. The Special Operations Bureau's poster boy and guarantee of victory was no empty title. By contrast, Fleet Commander Mark, who controlled a mothership, a heavy escort ship, and more than 200 other vessels, never dared stray from the safest playbook. He relied on ultra-long-range maneuvering, sniping, and harassing the target life-bearing planet from afar. Only after cracking its planetary wards would he slip in infiltration teams to hunt for the hidden spatial rift. During Operations 1 and 2, Li Feng had taken 2 life planets in a row and wiped out a high-level strike team led by a level 52 Fengshu elite. When Operation 3 reached the sector under the mothership's charge, the planetary wards were already rubble. Yet now Operation 8 multiple squads had captured plenty of locals, but the rift's exact coordinates were still missing. Worse, the fleet had to keep roaming the system to dodge the level 42 Fengshu chieftain who protected the planet. The chieftain carried a top-tier artifact that blanked all scanners. If he caught the fleet while its ships were moving slowly, he might not breach the shields of the larger hulls, but he could easily kill a small ship and call in more high-level Fengshu for a swarm attack. High-speed, random maneuvering was the only safe option. On paper, the logic was flawless. True, the 4th Special Operations Fleet had yet to lose a single ship, while the Vanguard Army had already sacrificed several during similar missions. Even so, the 110 ships riding behind Li Feng and large ship number 4 had scored 3 hot bowls of meat soup in just the first 2 days of Operations 1 and 2 successive victories that delivered loot and resources galore. Their patience for Mark's caution was gone. When Li Feng rejoined the fleet, a single question from him was enough to make those captains and crews pledge themselves to large ship number 4 without a second thought. The mantra "follow Li Feng and eat well" spread, friction faded, and coordination surged. Now, in the control room, the lights glowed a cool blue while the tactical hologram revolved in midair. Li Feng fixed his gaze on the flickering data, his extrasensory field unfolding to blanket the fleet. Captain, the Special Affairs Office of the Zhongfeng Army Headquarters is requesting an encrypted link. Please take the call in your ready room, an operator reported. The Headquarters Special Affairs Office. Li Feng had never realized the command center even had such a department. On his way back to the captain's cabin, he split off a thread of consciousness, letting his extrasensory perception spread like a slow tide, part vigilance, part exercise. When the hatch slid shut, he settled into the command chair and signaled the operator to patch the call through. The holoscreen lit up. A young woman in a long white dress appeared. Her eyes were clear, her skin fair as snow, and a soft, moonlit glow seemed to lift her beyond the dust of the mortal world. Good day, Mr. Li. I'm Lu Yusin, assistant to Vice Chairman Lu of the Human Strength Association, she said, her voice gentle yet composed. I'm contacting you on the association's behalf to discuss how we should handle Mr. Vote's death. Do you have a moment? I do, Li Feng replied, gesturing for her to continue, his expression calm. Lu Yusin offered a measured smile, like a glimmer on a river's surface. The leadership is divided on how to resolve this. 2 executive meetings were held, with every core member present, yet no consensus emerged. Fortunately, Vice Chairman Lu stood firm and offered compensation, which finally brought agreement. Please thank the Vice Chairman for me, Li Feng said with a nod. He already understood the man must wield considerable influence within the association, likely backed by a sizable interstellar clan. Shielding him from internal pressure could only be an overture, perhaps even a recruitment attempt. Soft but precise, Lu Yusin continued. The final decision is to revoke your eligibility for core membership for the next 2 years. Is that acceptable? That's fine, Li Feng answered without hesitation. This vice chairman had indeed paid a price. The so-called punishment amounted to almost nothing. Although the association claimed to honor strength above all else, it valued seniority even more than the government or the military. New members had to wait 3 years before they could even be nominated for core status. Losing 2 years was simply a change of wording. He had no interest in joining their inner circle anyway. His foundation and plans lay with the military. If Voight hadn't forced his hand, he wouldn't have bothered applying for that pioneer medal. A life spent shuttling between the army and home left him little need for external resources or connections, and the medal's privileges meant just as little. On the other end of the screen, Lu Yusin was surprised. The dossier was explicit. Special Operations' most notorious hothead, never willing to suffer the slightest loss, ready to turn on anyone at a moment's notice. He had once killed more than 500 elite prodigies because personnel failed to reserve him a post, then confronted the director and cut down another 300 squad and platoon commanders. She had prepared 2 full pages of arguments, rehearsed them dozens of times in front of a mirror, and simulated every possible objection, yet he agreed in a single sentence. After a brief moment of astonishment, she gathered herself and put on her professional smile. "Since you consent, Mr. Li, shall I report back to the association at once?" Li Feng nodded. "If you're sure this is the only issue and it doesn't involve my alien slave subordinates, go ahead and file the report. Give my regards to Chairman Lu. I'll treat him to dinner when I get the chance." On the other end, Lu Yusin's brows drew together. She swallowed and probed cautiously. "A core member has been killed. Every alien slave involved must die. That's the Human Power Association's non-negotiable rule, you know that. Vice Chairman Lu told me that, if you need them, he's willing to give you a private batch of alien slaves just as good as those from Yangon No. 1. Soft light filled the living room as Li Feng raised his teacup, took a quiet sip, and set it down with a crisp clink. "The association's rules don't concern me," he said evenly. "I appreciate Vice Chairman Lu's offer, but it has nothing to do with this." "Mr. Li." Lu Yusin's mind spun. Landing a job as an assistant to a top-tier leader was already rare, yet the crisis unfolding now was far beyond her reach. Her voice nearly disappeared. She had only worried that Li Feng might reject the mild penalty of 2 years without eligibility for core membership. After all, he had the facts on his side and was famous for taking on anyone. She had never imagined he would challenge the association's iron law over a handful of alien slaves. "They're only alien slaves," she whispered after a long silence. "They're alien slaves under my protection," Li Feng replied, gaze steady but tone edged with impatience. "Tell Chairman Lu that if he shields them for me, I'll owe him one." He glanced at his watch and picked up the pace. "If Vice Chairman Lu can't agree, I understand. Still, please tell those hardline Caucasian executives this. I, Li Feng, have already donated 50 billion credits worth of resources and treasures to the association and have offered to keep contributing. My concessions have been more than generous. Even if they think it isn't enough, the matter must be sealed off for now and any action postponed. We'll negotiate later. They'll produce the paperwork so the association can save face." His voice turned icy. "In principle, I accept that any alien slave or second-tier alien who helps kill a high-level human must die. But these slaves belong to me, and I have my own rules. We can find a solution everyone can live with. If anyone dares propose mobilizing the association's high-level alien slaves or second-tier aliens to hunt them down." Li Feng looked up, eyes cold. "Then don't blame me if I turn hostile. I'm capable of anything." "MMR." Lu Yusin's voice quivered. The calm she had shown earlier had vanished. Her flawless face was now tight with panic. "Goodbye." For Vice Chairman Lu's sake, Li Feng offered the courtesy of a farewell, then ended the call. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I never imagined he'd make such a decision over a group of alien slaves, and I didn't know how to respond." Inside the Lu family compound, in a softly lit study, Lu Yusin stood before the wooden desk, hands twisted behind her back, guilt written across her face. Suspended in midair, the holographic recording of her call with Li Feng played on silent repeat. "You've been with me for less than a year. It's understandable you couldn't handle a surprise like this." Patriarch Lu Kanshun closed the heavy datapad and lifted a hand, signaling his granddaughter not to blame herself. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the footage, playing it over and over. The deeper the furrow in his brow, the worse the headache that showed on his face. As vice chairman of the Human Strength Association, his personal prestige ranked among the top 10, making him a figure no interstellar power dared underestimate. The Lu family itself, however, was only a mid-tier clan, far weaker than the ancient houses that spanned multiple star regions. Because of that, when the Special Operations Fleet was formed, he and many other mid-sized families immediately settled on a single strategy: win over the crew members at all costs and ride the wave of the Federation's renewed expansion. The first priority recruitment list ran on for pages, but Li Feng's name never appeared. Who would spare a glance for an ordinary captain with no cultivation and limited potential? When he later burst onto the scene, he had already offended far too many major clans, so the list still skipped him. By the time Li Feng became the face of Special Operations and every top resource funneled his way, Lu Kanshun realized he had let a blazing new star slip past. Recruiting him now was far too late. A seasoned officer holding real power granted even the great houses only the privilege of cooperation, never subordination. Then fortune cracked open a door. Over a single disagreement, Li Feng killed Void on the Spoda, core member of the association. During the internal meeting, the balance of power flipped in an instant. Lu Kanshun stepped up to back Li Feng, and produced a long list of concessions to calm the other Caucasian executives. Miraculously, it worked. Even better, he had brought along Lu Yuxingrund as a premier marriage prospect for her looks, bearing, and talent. His plan was simple. 1. Let Lu Yuxin's poise leave Li Feng with a strong first impression. 2. Use the favor of smoothing things over with the association, knowing Li Feng, a veteran operator, would certainly return the gesture. 3. Arrange a few private meetings and let nature take its course. If everything went well, Lu Yuxin might not replace the primary wife, but she could at least become a close companion Li Feng trusted and shared his bed with. No one expected Li Feng to clash with the entire association over a single batch of alien slaves. Lu Yuxin, lacking experience, failed to win him over at their very first meeting, and Lu Kongshun suddenly found himself riding a tiger. Li Feng alternated between calling him Chairman Lu and Vice Chairman Lu, making his stance painfully clear. If you can protect those slaves, I'll owe you one. If you can't, stay out of my way. The question of whether to execute those alien slaves cut straight into the privileges and status of high-grade human score interests few leaders were willing to compromise. Most executives refused to tolerate a precedent where alien slaves could kill a high-ranking human and live. In truth, Lu Kongshun felt the same, but the benefits of winning Li Feng's allegiance were far greater. Yet openly defending the slaves against the entire association would cost even a vice chairman dearly. The throbbing in his temples intensified. On the bridge of the fourth capital ship, stars winked across the tactical display. Li Feng spared no thought for the association's predicament. He would do everything in his power for Sam. If he could save him, he would, and if not, then Sam would simply have to die. After reaching that conclusion, Li Feng pulled up his own power rating and mused that, should they suffer losses, he would fly the banner of revenge, pick a few fat targets, and harvest a fresh haul of attribute points. At that moment, the light scout ship reported, risk sweep complete, and he immediately ordered the entire fleet to engage their jump drives. 110 vessels capital, medium, and light tore through the void one after another, dropping into the sector where the scout ship waited. After a brief fix, Battleship 4 began preheating its engines, blue-white flames pulsing in the aft bay. Once the reactors hit full temperature, the fleet held a trapezoidal formation and lunged toward the target world. 100 million kilometers, 90 million, 80 million. Even with 2 alien subnobles above level 60 hidden aboard the flagship, Li Feng kept his guard up. When only 10 million kilometers remained, he ordered the ships into a high-speed lateral sweep, unwilling to expose the main firing corridor. He then slipped off the command deck, headed straight to Gu Lingxi's quarters, and escorted all 6 alien subnobles outside. 5 of them squeezed into the flight artifact of Bulk, a level 62 alien, whose craft carried a top-tier stealth unit from the Special Operations Bureau so refined that even a level 70 powerhouse hundreds of thousands of kilometers away could not catch a trace. Li Feng clamped a hand on Bok's shoulder, blinked with the vessel to a patch of space tens of thousands of kilometers away, and melted into the dim inner hull. The craft had yet to reach full throttle, yet the 10 million kilometer gap vanished in mere seconds. Li Feng released his extrasensory perception. A tide of mental force spread like a vast net over the planet, and what he saw matched his predictions exactly. After conquering 2 life-bearing worlds in a row, the enemy rulers had redeployed their defenses and withdrawn every Windrat chieftain and high-grade clansman. The citadel was still sealed by 2 concentric layers of heavy wards, and the spatial rift beneath the inner keep remained intact, but only a single level 31 Windrat and a handful of level 20+ clansmen stood guard. Li Feng addressed Tony, the level 56 Bone Goose subnoble inside the cabin. Tony, it's been a few days. Can you still pick up any residual energy or scent from the Windrat chiefs? If it's a place where they trained for any length of time, I can, Tony answered without hesitation. Good. Take a cloaking artifact and come with me. Gather whatever residue you find and split it into several low-grade containers. Tony accepted the order, and Bulk guided the vessel through a soft hum as the group slipped out through a seam in space. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. The invasion had grown exponentially harder because the Windrat Alliance was secretly backed by 3 Hegemon-level races. Spatial rifts now lay everywhere, and even level 40 Windrats carried top-tier stealth artifacts. To wipe them out, he would first have to ferret out the high-level gorillas hiding in the dark and destroy them. The fleet carried sensors that could track alien energy, artifacts, and gear, yet their range was limited. Once a sector yielded no residual traces, they had to drift aimlessly until a new lead appeared. Li Feng knew the clock was ticking. Given enough time, even if the target once passed through this sector, the energy trail left by high-speed flight will fade beyond the scanner's reach. Compared with a regular fleet, the Special Operations Armada enjoys a unique edge. Every crew member is an elite prodigy around level 30. In addition to standard guns and sensors, the ships carry a host of tracker psychics and cultivators alike. Some lock onto a target with spiritual perception, others follow lingering sense through spirit beasts, while still others deploy tracking artifacts that weave nets of chi through space. These individual techniques are less precise than the main sensor array, but they cover a far wider area, and together they multiply the hunt's efficiency. Li Feng, however, preferred something even more forceful and direct. Believing the strong should be made stronger, Special Ops Command assigned him a detached squad of high-level alien auxiliaries. Each member had a unique specialty, and among them, level 56 Tony was a tracker without peer. His sensing radius and analytic ability left the level 30 psychics and cultivators in the dust. After Tony gave his artifact a quick calibration, Li Feng triggered a thought. Spatial power blossomed into a silent vortex, and the two of them blinked straight into the Windrat chieftain's secluded chamber. The room was dim, and ripples of the chieftain's wind element chi still floated in the air, thin strands curling along the walls. With a flick of his wrist, Tony released an amber disk. Fine runes lit its rim, drawing in every shred of residual aura and sealing it away. Once the sample was secured, Li Feng flashed again, bringing Tony back to Balky's side. No one noticed their comings or goings. Not even the air had quivered. They slipped into the flight artifact, and, on Li Feng's order, Balky piloted it back to Battleship 4. Upon arrival, Li Feng quartered Balky's alien squad in the captain's suite, the most secure, highest clearance area on the ship. Then he issued two orders. 1. Battleship 4 is to break orbit and accelerate away from the current coordinates. 2. A light scout ship is to depart at once for the next target world and conduct a risk sweep. He offered no explanation, nor was one needed. These snap orders appear when told, vanish when told were the very mark of Li Feng's authority. Battleship 4 pivoted its engines and complied in silence. The captains and crews of the other vessels followed suit, none daring to question him. The reason was simple. The bastard was not only a dictator who brooked no dissent, he also possessed terrifying personal power and wielded psychological manipulation like an art form. His favorite maxim, disobey an order, die on the spot, had already claimed more than 1,000 lives. The result was predictable. Everyone aboard Battleship 4 behaved like lambs, and every auxiliary ship's captain and crew trembled just as hard, terrified that the slightest misstep would leave them out in the cold. The second target, the third, the fourth. Li Feng fixed his sights on one life-bearing planet after another. To keep Tony from missing the perfect window to collect the Windmouse chieftain's energy trace, he shaved every detour from the plan, repeating the same streamlined process almost mechanically. Each time the fleet slipped into high orbit, he personally led a small squad of alien second-class citizens down to the surface. Only after scanners logged every detail, the fishy tang in the wind between the rocks, the unstable magnetic storms above the night sky, the damp sting of vegetation, did he escort Tony into a pre-selected underground chamber. Tony set up his gear, pressed a pale blue conduit crystal against the wall, and with the lightest touch released a faint glow that captured the residual signature they were after. 10 silent minutes. No alarms, no witnesses. Then they retraced their steps to the flagship. Form up, Li Feng ordered from the command chair. Next set of coordinates. Engines rumbled, and the fleet jumped again. Dusk on the 9th, roughly 36 hours after departure. Using her connections, Lu Yusin, vice president of the Human Strength Association, asked the Zhangfeng Army's Special Affairs Office to relay an encrypted request to Li Feng. Her face flickered onto the holoscreen, tired but composed. Mr. Li, she drew a breath and spoke quickly. Vice President Lu has promised everything she can, but the association's overall stance hasn't changed. She read the final resolution word for word. 1. For harboring alien slaves and second-class aliens, an act that seriously violates the association's goals, your membership application is temporarily rejected. 2. You have 3 months to hand over every alien slave and second-class alien aboard Yang'an. 3. Because Mr. Voight crossed you only to protect the Neal family, you are to cease all attacks on Neal assets as compensation. 4. If you refuse, the association will deploy high-grade second-class aliens to kill your slaves and will permanently bar you from membership. 5. In view of your previous threats and retaliatory acts, the association chooses conciliation to prevent further escalation. 6. The entire meeting was conducted in anonymous text. The transcript was destroyed immediately afterward, and only the final vote count remains on record. When she finished, Lu Yusin looked up, resignation in her eyes. That's the situation, Mr. Li. Li Feng skimmed the document, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. Acceptable, he said. The outcome was far better than had expected. His fearsome reputation clearly carried weight not only with the military, but also at the association's top levels. They hadn't even dared use voice or video, choosing anonymous text to avoid future reprisals. More importantly, the 3-month grace period granted by Sam's faction left him ample time to act, to make that reputation even darker. On the other end of the call, Lu Yusin's lips pressed into a thin line. Over the past day, she had consulted psychologists and intelligence analysts, digging through every scrap of Li Feng's history. How to placate him when he flew into a rage, how to help him save face if he backed down. None of it predicted a simple acceptable. His calm tone made her wonder if she had misread the entire script. Li Feng actually seemed satisfied with the decision. But how could that be? If he fought any harder, he'd lose the slaves and his chance at membership forever. Being permanently expelled from the association meant forfeiting the pioneer medal and every privilege that came with high-level human status. Worse still, it closed the door on the vast human power alliance and its elite network of contacts. If he gave in now, the tough front he had shown would collapse at once, and even his last shred of dignity would be gone. Standing before the shimmering holoscreen, Li Feng added calmly, "Please tell Vice Chairman Liu that if he ever needs anything, he's welcome to ask me." Although Vice Chairman Liu might not have gone all out to protect the alien slave guards, his efforts had been significant enough. Li Feng intended to repay the favor. "Yes, of course," Liu Yusin muttered, her voice unsteady, unsure what else to say. "Goodbye." Li Feng ended the call without hesitation. Sigh. In the study, Liu clan patriarch Liu Kangshun went through the call record twice and let out a long breath. Grandfather Liu Yusin was on the verge of tears. "This has nothing to do with you," Liu Kangshun said, waving her off. "I misjudged the situation. I thought a compromise could preserve both sides' interests, but I let the opportunity slip." Puzzled, Liu Yusin was sent away with a single go. The Liu family was a mid-tier interstellar clan that educated its direct descendants according to their talents, assigning each a distinct role. Even the dullest wastrel could be used as a stepping stone to lure ambitious outsiders. With her aptitude and temperament, Liu Yusin was better suited to become prime marriage material for a larger interstellar houser for someone like Li Feng, whose potential was extraordinary. She was taught only what she needed. Too keen an eye for people could unsettle both her own family and any prospective match. Once his granddaughter had gone, Liu Kangshun fell into deep thought. Being called Vice Chairman Liu and receiving only a casual "come to me if you need anything's" reminding me that he knows I didn't give my all, yet he's still willing to accept the small favor I did grant. That result had been within Liu Kangshun's expectations. What he hadn't foreseen was how satisfied Li Feng seemed with the association's final decision. Combined with the intelligence head gathered, there was only one explanation. From start to finish, Li Feng had never cared about the association's elite connections or the privileges of the pioneer medal. He was even confident he could, within 3 months, make the association abandon its plan to eradicate those alien slaves. What have I overlooked? The old man wondered, his brow knotted tight. Afternoon of the 11th. After 3 solid days, Li Feng finally escorted Tony across 17 inhabited planets, collecting the energy signatures of every Wind Mouse chieftain. At Li Feng's request, Tony siphoned off a portion of each signature and sealed it in clearly labeled low-grade artifacts. Back on the flagship's bridge, Li Feng summoned Deputy Captain Marcus. Crystal orbs marked with planetary codes streamed from Li Feng's storage ring into Marcus' hands, each containing a chieftain's energy trace. Have the tech crew load these into the tracking modules and distribute them to every escort ship. While you're at it, gather all personnel skilled in tracking and let each vessel form its own squad. "Yes, sir," Marcus answered, equal parts startled and delighted. He understood well enough not to ask how Li Feng had obtained the signatures. Some questions were best left unspoken. With these traces, they could follow the trail straight to the Windmouse leadership and wipe them out in one strike. After Marcus left, Li Feng walked into the adjoining recreation room and signaled Tony to trace the chieftain closest to the flagship at once. Distributing partial signatures to every warship and mustering every tracker on board was merely a smokescreen. Tony stood nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a gaunt giant goose. His elongated frame supported broad wings, yet his bones were so delicate that a light breeze seemed capable of toppling him. From the storage talisman hanging around his slender neck, he drew a taupe feather whose surface was etched with intricate rule lines, faintly glowing like interwoven veins of light. Channeling his inner energy and the aura he had just gathered from a nearby inhabited planet, he slowly poured both into the feather. A torrent of law power surged forth. The feather floated before him, quivering, then spinning faster and faster until its tip blurred into a streak of light. After about half a minute, Tony withdrew his power. The feather slowed and came to a stop, its trembling tip pointing obliquely downward. "My lord, the direction indicated lies between 72.5 and 72.6 billion kilometers away," Tony reported, suppressing his aura and bowing to Li Feng. Over the past 2 days, as the 6 high-ranking alien second-class citizens had grown more aware of Li Feng's strength and potential, their caution had deepened, and their address had shifted from captain to "my lord." "Impressive," Li Feng murmured. The feather's minute oscillation left an error margin of only a billion kilometers, narrowing the search zone to a space just a few tens of millions of kilometers across virtually nothing on a cosmic scale. Once they reached that vicinity, Tony could lock on with even greater precision without further draining his energy. Li Feng promptly marked the sector on the stellar chart. Tony returned to Box Flight Artifact to meditate and replenish his strength, while Li Feng headed to his office and ordered the number 4 ship's AI to display the current reorganization status. Vice Captain Makas, who had caved under pressure at the outset, was not on Li Feng's personal roster, yet as a top officer chosen from a million candidates, he still showed remarkable organizational talent. Under his efficient coordination, every warship had drawn into a tighter central formation. His plan split the fleet into two groups. Lighter craft ferried the extracted energy traces to each vessel, while the crew members skilled in tracking assembled in their ship's largest combat bays, ready to begin pursuit the instant the aura arrived. Compared with the level 56 Tony, these crew members were slower both in law manipulation and execution. It was more than 10 minutes before the AI aboard Ship 4 finished compiling the tracking data and the latest coordinate map from across the fleet. Interesting, Li Feng muttered, ordering the AI to overlay and compare all inputs. The region with the highest convergence matched Tony's reading exactly, though its perimeter was broader perfect camouflage for Tony's unique method. He marked a point on the fringe and sent the coordinates to a small scout craft for a preliminary sweep. The scout engaged its jump drive and vanished. Within 3 or 4 minutes, it reported back, no enemy signatures detected in the surrounding area. Li Feng ordered every warship to jump at once. 110 vessels of all sizes fired up their drives, blue-white energy churning into 100 brief vortices, and the fleet rematerialized precisely beside the scout craft. Tactical holograms flooded the flagship's bridge. Li Feng scanned each readout, but still failed to locate the Fengshu leader's signal. With nothing to show for it, he teleported away with the level 62 bulky from the number 4 dreadnought, its engines still warming straight into open space tens of thousands of kilometers away, and boarded the flying treasure under bulky's control. He immediately activated reset. Host, Li Feng. Constitution 0, Strength 20,600, Endurance 20,600, Agility 20,600, Spirit 120,600, Ability 420,600. After redistribution, his spirit soared to 420,000. His sensing radius jumped to 420,000 kilometers, and extrasensory coverage doubled to 210,000 kilometers. Following Li Feng's preset course, Bulky pushed the treasure to full speed through the search grid Tony had marked. Bulky alone could hit tens of thousands of kilometers per second. With flight arts, he broke 300,000, nearly light speed. The treasure was even stranger, topping 1,000,000 kilometers per second. At that pace, tens of millions of kilometers vanished in under a minute. His perception was equally frightening, sweeping across tens of millions of kilometers. With that reach, he could carpet search a zone dozens of millions of kilometers wide in barely 10 minutes. Sir, I've detected a ward. Level 62 perception covered vast distances and drilled into detail. The ward laid by the Fengshu leader hid from long-range scanners and left capital ship sensors blind, yet in Bulky's eyes it was naked. Barely 3 minutes passed before they locked the target's coordinates. Too easy, Li Feng muttered. On his own, he would top out at 210,000 kilometers. Even at Bulky's speed, he'd have searched for hours. Bulky eased the treasure to within 200,000 kilometers of the ward. Li Feng swept it with extra sense, and every detail snapped into focus. A 20-kilometer asteroid, hollowed into a 1-kilometer spherical chamber. Large-scale seals lined the inner wall, and a spatial rift hung dead center. The level 41 Fengshu leader sat cross-legged beside it, surrounded by 52 clan members above level 30 and more than 2,000 above level 20. Li Feng checked the timer. The number 4 dreadnought still needed 5 or 6 minutes of warm-up. He waited, sent the coordinates to its AI through his wristcom, and ordered a synchronized strike. The fleet powered up, tailing the dreadnought toward the target. Avoid the ships and wait for my return, Li Feng told Bulky, drawing his sword. He reset again, evening out his stats, and triggered teleport. An instant later, he appeared behind the level 41 leader. Cold steel flashed. The rodent head flew free, blood mist erupting. Ding. Enemy slain. Attribute 4,125. The system chimed before the Fengshu leader even realized death had come. Li Feng kept swinging. He spun and hacked at the spatial rift. Vast low energy, guided by extra sense, poured into the blade. After a few strokes, the rift's balance failed, and with a shrill spatial shriek it collapsed. Only then did the surrounding Fengshu react. Unhurried, Li Feng activated domain. An invisible barrier roughly 30 kilometers wide sealed the entire asteroid. None of the Fengshu could escape. Only after making sure of that did Li Feng swing his sword and charge at every wind rodent over level 30. Attribute points 625, 376, 299 system prompts popped up in quick succession. His agility had soared to 120,000. Together with the 5-fold speed boost from level 5 flight, he exploded to a terrifying 6,000 kilometers per second. It still wasn't as fast as Bach's extreme velocity, but in a space barely 1 kilometer across, Li Feng might as well have been teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a level 30 Fengshu, a flash of cold steel slicing the creature in two. Another blink, and he slipped into the blind spot of another high-tier target. The sword glimmered, the foe crumpled in silence. Those below level 35 never even sensed him coming. All they saw was a comrade suddenly split in half, too shocked to scream before death claimed them. With their leader beheaded and their kin falling instantly, fear swept through the surviving fengshu. They dropped their weapons and bolted for the perimeter, only to slam into Li Feng's domain barrier. A level 5 domain carried 16 times his own physical durability, enough to keep even a level 45 alien at bay for a while, let alone these level 20 and 30 rodents. No matter how fiercely they rammed it, the barrier didn't budge. Li Feng hunted only the level 30 and above targets, moving so fast, even after images were hard to catch. Any creature above level 20 that tried to call for help, brandishing a communication artifact, found itself cut down first. In barely 3 or 4 minutes, by the time the fleet arrived, every fengshu over level 30 lay dead beneath his sword. Once he confirmed nothing had slipped through the net, he sent an order through the comms. A medium warship fired a 10-meter-wide energy beam at the preset coordinates. Tagged as friendly in Li Feng's domain, the beam pierced the barrier without resistance. A thunderous boom followed. The massive ward lasted less than 4 seconds before collapsing, and the asteroid's interior was fully exposed to the fleet scanners. Li Feng never hoarded the spoils, and he never let his people go hungry. He instantly blinked to Bok's side, then brought him straight back to the command deck of Flagship 4. All combat personnel, move out. Same rules as always. Hatches sprang open as 40,000 fighters poured out like a tidal wave, every one of them sprinting to rack up merit. 110 small and medium warships hung back, simply observing. Their captains were used to it. Li Feng claimed the biggest share, his core troops got the scraps, and the auxiliary fleets drank the broth. Even that broth smelled too good to pass up. By Li Feng's plan, once the fengshu chieftain's hideout was confirmed, the mop-up would be handled entirely by Flagship 4's fighters. The other ships had only one job: stand guard. After hitting the hideouts of 17 fengshu chieftains, the fleet would sweep the 17 inhabited planets, completing their conquest. According to Li Feng's plan, 110 small and medium warships would clear every fortress, including the main citadel, while battleship number 4 needed to appear only at the critical moment to blast through the citadel's grand wards and energy shields. Such a rich broth would let the crews of those 110 ships feast to bursting. More than 2,000 fengshu warriors above level 20 met over 40,000 coalition sailors, average level 29 and hungry for credit, in close combat under a domain barrier. The outcome was never in doubt. In under 5 minutes the fengshu elite were annihilated, not a single survivor slipping the net. Every valuable blade, crystal, and scrap of material was crammed into storage rings as loot. If they throw down their weapons and lie face down, don't pretend you didn't see it next time. Li Feng roared over the public channel. Captain, prisoners slow us down and might fake surrender for a sneak attack. We're running a blitz, not a full landing with combat drones. Clearing them on the spot shouldn't breach regs. A crewman who had already sided with Li Feng said nervously. I'm sitting on more than 100 demerits though. I look like I care about regulations? Li Feng rolled his eyes. My family's building a huge slave conditioning facility and a security company. Got it. The words clicked. Everyone's face lit with an awe. That's why expression. Once the spoils were tallied, Li Feng issued 2 orders. 1. Light recon ships depart at once for the fringe of the next inhabited planet. 2. The rest of the fleet will regroup, accelerate, and hold jump formation. In a lull he opened his system panel. 31, 500 new attribute points, a pleasant surprise. He split them evenly across the 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Physique, 126,900. Strength, 126,900. Endurance, 126,900. Agility, 126,900. Spirit, 126,900. Abilities, Armor Pierce 5, Teleport 5, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. An hour later the recon ship sent a risk-clear signal. The fleet jumped to its coordinates. The reduced distance made every tracking system far more sensitive. Li Feng repeated the earlier routine. The AI Tony pinned down the chieftain's rough location, while every ship's trackers added their input. After overlaying all data on the star chart, he chose a drop point on Tony's perimeter mark and dispatched the recon ship for a close scan. A bit more than an hour later the fleet reached the sector. Li Feng and Balky spearheaded the assault. Once the target was confirmed, he ordered an all-out attack. With teleportation, he punched through first, one-shotted the level 42 fengshu chieftain, sealed the spatial rift, and spread a domain barrier that turned the zone into a cage, harvesting every fengshu above level 30. In scarcely 3 hours the chieftain and height-year fengshu of another life planet were gone. The system chimed in with another 34,900 attribute points. Host, Li Feng. Physique, 133,900. Strength, 133,900. Endurance, 133,900. Agility, 133,900. Spirit, 133,900. Abilities: Armor Pierce 5, Teleport 5, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. Overall level, 46 new. The fleet set course for its next target. Target 3, Target 4, Target 5. Li Feng's fleet needed barely 3 hours to wipe out each Windrat chieftain's hideout. In just a few days, the outposts along their route went dark one after another, casualty reports flooding into the Windrat homeworld. Deep beneath that homeworld, inside a sealed black metal chamber, Piker, the ruler of 182 Windrat worlds, sat at the command console, veins standing out on his hand. On the holoscreen, an adjutant spoke urgently. "Chieftain, we've lost contact with the evacuating leader." Piker's brow jerked. He pulled up the roster, then tried hailing the other retreating chieftains. Every call vanished into the void. Including the first to disappear, 7 Windrat leaders had gone silent. A patrol team soon reported that the spatial rift leading off-world had been completely sealed. Debris drifted on the far side, proof it had been destroyed. 7 hideouts wiped out in a flash, and no high-grade Windrat survived. That sector again. That fleet again. A dull ache throbbed at Piker's temples. He remembered clearly. On day 1, the Zhengfeng army declared war and immediately shattered a life-bearing planet. None of its chieftains or elite warriors escaped through the rift. He had rushed to assemble every senior Windrat officer into strike teams and station them near major planets, lying in wait. It backfired. Another planet fell in an instant, its leaders slain, and even the 52-rank strike team was wiped out. With no alternative, he ordered every chieftain in that sector to abandon their planets and switch to guerrilla tactics. For the next dozen days, the enemy fleet seemed to vanish, and the front slowed to a pace he could stomach. Elsewhere, 9 other enemy columns pressed forward, but their advance stayed within projections. The lull lasted less than 2 weeks. Then that same fleet reappeared, striking harder than ever. A single lapse, and 7 planetary leaders were erased. Piker's heart sank. The enemy had clearly locked onto every Windrat chieftain's energy signature, and someone aboard that fleet possessed exceptional tracking skills. Otherwise, they couldn't have located and crushed 7 hideouts so quickly. What now? He wondered. In theory, the safest plan was to order the remaining 10 leaders to take their forces and flee through the rifts, beyond his territory. The fleet was unlikely to risk crossing the border. The problem: once they fled, the enemy could simply turn and attack the other life-bearing planets. He would have to tell every leader to abandon open defense and go guerrilla again. If that fleet could still track their signatures, the war would spiral into an endless vicious cycle. Send every leader beyond his borders? Piker shook his head. He had a pact with the Windrat Alliance. His job was to pin the invaders as long as possible. The longer he held, the greater his rewards and compensation. Only when the losses became catastrophic and the brink of total annihilation could he abandon resistance and hand every world to the vanguard forces. If he retreated this quickly, the Fengshu Alliance would not give him shelter, let alone compensation. They might even eliminate him to set an example. Pike reacted at once, ordering the Fengshu commanders in this sector to abandon their hideouts, stay mobile within their zones, and avoid lingering anywhere. After weighing the options, he decided to sacrifice these subordinates to buy time. As soon as the courier left, Pike activated a communication artifact and contacted the Alliance liaison again. He reported the threat posed by the capital ship and requested high-level reinforcements. The response was unchanged, request denied. The Alliance merely sent a crate of resources through a spatial rift. In their eyes, one capital ship was not enough to justify deploying elite forces. Near a desolate asteroid, Li Feng spread his extrasensory perception. Inside the large barrier on the surface, he found nothing but a spatial rift, exactly as expected. After destroying 7 Fengshu hideouts, he had anticipated such a belated change in tactics. Their retreat made perfect sense. Li Feng told Bulk to return to Battleship 4, then asked Tony to trace the lingering energy of the Fengshu commander. The feather-shaped tracker spun, locked on, and trembled. The target was 35.5 to 35.6 billion kilometers away and on the move. Tony quickly provided precise coordinates. The enemy clearly had no intention of evacuating these already tagged commanders. Li Feng pondered the implications. Pike's calculation was accurate. Li Feng had planned to cleanse every inhabited planet once the commanders withdrew, then lead his fleet to assist the other capital ships. He had instructed Fleet Captain Mark that any force finishing its objectives should reinforce the others. Because the Fengshu commanders remained in the sector, he could not openly support the other fronts. The Alliance had likely made them sign a deal. They must stall until a set deadline. The rulers preferred to sacrifice 10 elite squads rather than let the outer battlefields turn to guerrilla harassment too soon. Understanding Pike's intent, Li Feng relaxed. With Tony's pinpoint tracking, the squads could keep moving and he would still find them. Spending extra time to wipe them out individually was far better than watching them retreat deeper into Alliance space. Each squad was worth 30 to 35,000 attribute points. Since reaching level 46, he had already erased 5 of them. gaining nearly 160,000 points and pushing his 5 core stats to an average of 165,600. The other capital ships had yet to make real progress. If these 10 squads slipped away, he would lose more than 300,000 points. All in all, the situation was actually better than he had expected. Li Feng knew that Pieser, the faction's ruler, was merely trying to buy time, but he felt no urge to hurry. This was a game of strategy. As a major rank battleship captain, he only needed to keep harvesting attributes, and caution had always accompanied his boldness. The moment word reached him that the Windrat chieftain had fled, he ordered every ship to reacquire the target, while keeping the fleet on its original course. A few hours later they arrived at the hideout the chieftain had just abandoned. A medium cruiser keyed in Li Feng's coordinates first. Its main gun thundered, the energy beam shredding the massive barrier that sealed the cave. As the shield collapsed, the fleet's scanners exposed everything inside. A second beam followed, wiping out the spatial fissure prepared for the escape. The fleet swung into action. Tracking specialists merged every trace of residual energy, curvature ripple, and star map data, while Tony's pursuit algorithm propagated to every mainframe. With that, Li Feng had a perfect excuse to dispatch a light recon ship to sweep the outer rim of Tony's projected search zone. Minutes later, the recon ship reported all clear. Once confirmed, the fleet engaged its jump drives in sequence, each ship vanishing in a blink of light. Move. Li Feng stepped onto Bakel's flying artifact with Bakel and Tony, then blinked tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battleship. Tony fired up his tracking talent. Coordinates and data flashed across the holoscreen, and in under a minute he pinned down the Windrat chieftain's new position only 50 or 60 million kilometers ahead. Bakel drove the craft at full burn, energy plumes flaring as their speed climbed visibly. Meanwhile, Li Feng opened his system panel and reallocated his stats. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 0. Strength, 25,600. Endurance, 25,600. Agility, 25,600. Spirit, 165,600, 500, and 85,600. Abilities, Armor Pierce LV5, Blink LV5, Flight LV5, Extrasensory LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV5. The moment his spirit skyrocketed, his sensory radius spread to 580,000 kilometers and his extrasensory field to 290,000. Roughly 30 seconds later, Bakel wrung the last bit of power from the craft at more than 1,000,000 kilometers per second. The stars stretched into blurred ribbons of light. Hold up. Half a minute after that, Li Feng caught a flicker at the edge of his extrasensory field. He ordered Bakel to brake and reverse course. A castle-shaped vessel drifted into view, moving at just over 1,000 kilometers per second, about 4 million per hour squarely inside Li Feng's sensor envelope. His extrasensory power slipped through its walls. A level 42 Windrat chieftain sat in the command core, surrounded by scores of elites above level 20, with no stronger allies hidden aboard. Li Feng motioned for Bakel to throttle back and tail the target from a safe distance. He made no move to attack. The reason was simply had moved too fast. Pieser was almost certainly throwing these Windrat leaders at him to stall his advance and keep him from striking other sectors too soon. If Li Feng wiped them out immediately, it would run counter to Pieser's delaying strategy. Pieser couldn't afford a long delay, and he certainly wouldn't let those Windrat chieftains die for nothing, so he would order the surviving leaders to fall back. If that happened, Li Feng would lose 200,000 or 300,000 attribute points. Pieser's entire plan would unravel, and both sides would be forced to reset their rhythm. Nobody would win. To avoid that fiasco, Li Feng had Bakel keep their flying artifact at a leisurely pace, shadowing the targets for more than 3 hours. He then ordered the Ristcom AI to calculate the fleet's arrival time by combining its own speed, the Windrat chieftain's speed, and the distance between them. After that, he transmitted the coordinates to the number 4 battleship and issued the next wave of orders. Spending an extra 2 or 3 days this way would let him wipe out all 10 chieftain teams in one strike, while giving Pieser 2 or 3 days of breathing room elsewhere. A win for both sides. 10 minutes later the fleet was nearly in range. Li Feng told Bakel to pull back, triggered reset, and redistributed every point evenly across his 5 attributes. Sword in hand, he activated Blink and appeared inside the Windrat chieftain's flying fortress a heartbeat later. A flicker of silver flashed. Before the level 42 chieftain could even raise his arm, sword energy sliced him clean in two. Ding. Enemy killed. Attribute points 5,215. With that notification, the castle-shaped craft stalled, and the premium artifact that had been masking the chieftain's energy signature went dark. Millions of kilometers away, the number 4 battleship's scanners instantly locked onto the frozen castle. Every wind rat above level 30 inside the craft jolted awake, terror gripping their hearts, but only for half a second. Li Feng became a streak of lightning that pierced the gathering. Wherever his blade swept, heads rolled before screams could form. Attribute points 521, 326, 279. The chimes sounded again and again. By the time the level 20 wind rats realized they should run, all 40-plus level 30 comrades were dead. Li Feng ignored the small fry. One thought unleashed his domain, covering dozens of kilometers, and he blinked back to Bakel's side. Perfect timing. The fleet was now only tens of thousands of kilometers away. The pair returned to the bridge, and Li Feng pulled up his status panel. His spare attributes had climbed to 33,500, so he evened them out once again. Host, Li Feng. And used attribute points, 0. Constitution, 172,300. Strength, 172,300. Endurance, 172,300. Agility, 172,300. Spirit, 172,300. Abilities, Armor Break V, Blink V, Flight V, Hypersense V, Reset V, Domain V. He was fewer than 10,000 points short of level 47. Same drill move out on your own. When the number 4 battleship was less than 1,000 kilometers from the castle-like craft, Li Feng gave the order. The combat bay doors opened, and more than 40,000 troops surged out before the ship could get any closer. 5 or 6 minutes later the fight was over. A couple of dozen wind rats who surrendered quickly were captured, and the rest were wiped out. A small recon ship immediately pushed forward to scout the next target, the main fleet following close behind. Li Feng stuck to his slow tail and precision harvest routine. Locate a roaming chieftain. Have Bakel trail him for 3 or 4 hours, then launch a decapitation strike. It doubled the time cost, but after 6 or 7 hours, every elite wind rat in the area was still dead. Attribute points 31,200, 32,700, 35,600. The notifications rolled in nonstop. Pieser grumbled about the pace, but ultimately stuck with the plan. By the afternoon of the 14th, the fleet had swept its assigned sector clean. Every wind rat chieftain and other high-level combatant was gone. Li Feng's attribute haul was staggering. Host, Li Feng. And used attribute points, 0. Constitution, 229,900. Strength, 229,900. Endurance, 229,900. Agility, 229,900. Spirit, 229,900. Abilities, Armor Break V, Blink V, Flight V, Hypersense V, Reset V, Domain V. His composite stats had climbed to level 48, only 2 or 3 levels shy of humanity's current peak. After eliminating 17 Windrat chieftains and their elite guards, the operation moved into a seemingly simple but absolutely meticulous cleanup phase. The fleet advanced in waves as planned. Light reconnaissance ships jumped into near orbit around the target world and ran full-spectrum scans for hidden threats. Once the all-clear was given, the medium and heavy warships arrived in sequence, formed up, and pressed toward the planet. While harvesting the fallen leader's energy signatures, Li Feng marked every spatial rift on the tactical holoscreen, so the action never paused. From more than 100,000 kilometers away, he extended his extrasensory field, confirmed no high-level wind rats were hiding nearby and no new fissures had opened, then took direct control of Battleship 4's main gun. Several annihilation beams ripped through the vacuum. The massive wards and rifts disappeared at once. After the strike, Battleship 4 stayed on a safe, high orbit to keep watch, while the rest of the ships fanned out and closed in at top speed. The landing began immediately. Each vessel deployed its assigned troops, light skimmers, support gear, and combat drones. In less than 3 hours, every fortress on the planet had fallen. Routine administration was handed over to level 20-plus wind rats implanted with slave chips to ensure obedience. The second habitable world, the third, the fourth by the afternoon of the 18th day, 17 planets had surrendered to Li Feng's task force. Together with the 2 captured earlier by Battleships 1 and 2, all 19 target worlds in the sector were secured. A campaign scheduled for 3 months had been wrapped up in just 18 days, more than a planet per day. Marcus, contact the captains. Ask whether they want to refuel and rearm at the flagship or follow us back to the main logistics base, Li Feng said, planning to take a short break during the overhaul and escort the Windrat prisoners at the same time. The reply came quickly. All 110 medium and light warships elected to accompany Battleship 4 to the rear base. Li Feng immediately had the ship's AI file a maintenance request and, after trimming the classified footage, uploaded the combat recordings to the 4th Fleet's flagship. 4th Fleet Flagship, Control Room. Fleet Commander Mark stared at Battleship 4's report for a long moment. Each heavy warship operated independently, so he had no real-time sense of the other's progress. The group under his direct command, equipped with the flagship, a heavy escort, and more than 200 smaller ships, had spent half a month just destroying the planetary wards on 19 worlds. Through infiltration and capture, they had located and sealed rifts on 3 of them, forcing the Windrat leaders and elites to retreat and collecting their energy signatures in the process. By any normal measure, he had thought that progress was outstanding. Although the entire Vanguard force kept submitting reports of fleets conquering one life-bearing planet after another, Those victories were taken from scattered, isolated worlds and couldn't compare with the sector assigned to the Fourth Fleet. That sector lay in the heartland of the Fengshu, Clan 182 inhabited planets bound together in a tight alliance. Backed by the full strength of the Fengshu League, virtually every Fengshu chieftain wielded a top-grade artifact of some kind. Holding an unbeaten record in such an environment without losing even a single small or medium warship, while still driving forward at full speed naturally made Mark feel invincible. If he could keep the momentum, the senior staff of the Special Operations Bureau would have no choice but to praise his exceptional tactical acumen and outstanding overall capability. 18 days, 19 planets, plus the line all Fengshu chieftains eradicated, not driven off, but wiped out. The numbers were so absurd that Mark's stomach tightened. This is crazy. What if High Command thinks I'm padding the report? In the end, he ordered the flagship AI to upload the battle report to both the Special Operations Bureau and the Fengjing Army headquarters. After a brief hesitation, he also told the AI to open a video channel to Li Feng. It should have been a celebration, 19 planets in 18 days. As Fleet Commander, Mark would get a slice of the credit, and, more importantly, he had been the one who'd pushed for Li Feng's promotion. The stronger Li Feng became, the sharper Mark's eye for talent would look, in talent spotting carried major weight in an officer's promotion review. What's up? A few seconds later, Li Feng's image appeared in the hologram. He was sprawled in a multi-purpose chair, hands pillowed behind his head, looking utterly relaxed. 5 or 6 minutes earlier, the logistics base had approved his special deployment request. Instead of dispatching scout ships and the light craft whose jump range was limited to 100 light years, he had sent large battleship number 4 straight through the jump system to a point near the logistics base, where it was now circling lazily. If any of their light or medium ships were hit, that battleship could jump back and provide instant support. At the moment, Head also requested a small transport to pick him up and had instructed Yangon 1 to head for a designated border system. A brief lull in the fighting had given him a rare moment of peace. Mark cleared his throat and led with some flattery. You've taken 17 planets in a row. Your promotion to Lieutenant Colonel is in the bag. What's next on your agenda? Li Feng narrowed his eyes, half smiling. And what do you think I should plan? We worked great together back at Military Base 777, always got along. Mark watched his expression carefully, as though holding something back. You still owe me a personal favor, remember? Li Feng's gaze raked over him, cold and sharp. He snorted. Keep pouting like a spurned lover, and he'll grind you into dust. Mark gave an awkward laugh. I know you respond better to soft words than hard ones. Just trying to win some sympathy. So hat's on your mind? Li Feng flicked the tactical wristband on his arm and said casually, talk too much, and I won't be gentle. You should remember, back on recon ship NB 4444, I even forced Bu Qianzhong to step aside and give me the captain's chair. He's a comrade. I almost died with the only man entitled to hear me call him old captain. As for you, you've always rubbed me the wrong way. If it weren't for our recent cooperation and the fact I do owe you that favor, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Mark cut straight to the point. Do me a favor. Reach out to Director Liang and feel out how soon the Special Operations Fleet plans to expand its intake. From now on, your operations fall under my banner. I'll report directly to me. Li Feng clicked his tongue twice and lounged back in the command chair. Teasing, look at you about to get stabbed in the back, yet you're already eyeing a bigger seat? All this for an acting deputy commander of a medium-sized fleet. The compartment was dim, a tactical hologram floating between them. Mark folded his arms. Even if the fleet does a massive recruitment drive, standards won't drop, so they can't staff a full medium special ops fleet anytime soon. I'm only a 3-star lieutenant colonel. Even with your help and a push from my father's faction, I might reach 7 or 8 stars, but that still isn't enough for the commander's chair. Acting deputy suits me. Once my father's people weigh in, the brass will give me a hand. And my payoff? Li Feng flicked the cursor aside. You want me to keep cooperating, maybe even play your puppet while you fast-track to full colonel and grab the commander's slot? Exactly, Mark said. When a second medium fleet is formed, you help me lock down that commander's seat. Li Feng frowned. On paper, that slot should be mine. True, Mark spread his hands. But the brass need quick promotions so they can upgrade the Special Ops Bureau into a full department. They'll slot in politically favored heirs for a bit of polish. Once you reach full colonel, you'll take over, and it won't take long. The heir gets his shine, the seniors get their stars, the Bureau gets its upgrade, everybody wins. Only catch is, that heir's no slouch. The better you perform, the later you make colonel, giving him more time to shine. Li Feng shook his head. Still not good enough. My rule's simple, anyone who pushes me, I break. Someone needs to warn that heir's elders not to test me. Mark nodded. Once I'm secure in the second fleet's command seat, they'll back you all the way to a large fleet command. Mutual benefit, then. Li Feng snorted. You still owe me? Mark said quietly. Li Feng paused. Your father's faction can talk with Liang Qiqing, and the Bureau's top, brass pretty solid pull. I lead the welfare faction, and 2 of my lieutenant generals are stuck in deadened posts. Find them real jobs. Mark shook his head. Not happening. The welfare faction's poison at the top. Moving junior officers is easy, but lieutenant generals? No way. Colonels at best. I can have my father swing that, but only if the list is short. Fine. He'll send a list. Li Feng nodded. Mark exhaled in relief. Then Li Feng grinned. You used to think I was barely fit to serve under you. Now you're volunteering to be my right-hand man. How's that feel? Mark shot back. With the brass funneling resources your way, you're racking up combat merits like candy, and everyone thinks it's all you. How's that feel? I'm not pocketing any trophies, Li Feng said coolly. Remember, I'm top-tier military pedigree. Your footage looks clean, but I know how much padding's in it. Until the bureau becomes a department, unless another captain pops up, you outrank even the heirs. Every senior officer in special ops is going to bend over backward to pad your record, Mark snorted. I'm not wasting time fighting someone who bows low on the surface, resents it inside, and has a hero complex. Li Feng severed the link, ending the call in one clean motion. Beep, beep, beep. His wrist comm kept vibrating. The usually unflappable Mark had clearly lost his cool and unleashed a flood of messages. Cooperation only during the special ops phase. Mutual benefit. You're the better front man. Right now Li Feng couldn't be bothered. He told the device's AI to block Mark for 24 hours. After a wait of a little more than 20 minutes, a small transport ship arrived. The moment the hatch slid open, Li Feng boarded alone, carrying several storage rings stuffed with high-grade resources and treasures, his customary gift for the logistics base. The last time he had been reassigned, the transport division brass had bent the rules and sent a ship for him. They were doing the same today for one simple reason. He was the face of the Special Operations Bureau, feared by friend and foe alike, and no one wanted to snub him. Even so, a favor owed still had to be repaid, and he couldn't just ignore it. The transport reached the logistics base in no time. Following routine, Li Feng first reported to the transportation division. Within an hour he had visited every director and deputy director, leaving each of them a storage ring. Once the pleasantries were done, he returned to the ship, slipped another ring to the captain, and only then ordered the vessel to proceed to berth 4 of the heavy cruiser docks. Next came the loading. More than 2,000 level 10+ windrat slaves and over 200 level 20+ ones boarded the transport in single file, bulky, and his flying artifact hidden among them. Li Feng's fame might not yet have put him on the enemy's official kill list, but the threat level around him had clearly skyrocketed. Having a 60+ alien second-class citizen at hand was simply safer. Traveling with him was Gu Lingxi, eager to grow stronger and eyeing the seedy family's Dao Comprehension Stone. Half an hour later the transport docked with Eternal Peace I at the border rim. All the windrat slaves were immediately transferred to its holds. In just half a month the giant ship had welcomed several thousand new operators, and its passageways were once again buzzing with voices. F-9155, Li Feng told the executive officer nothing more. The usual drill. Before heading home, stop by the Neal family for a big slap in the face. Eternal Peace I knifed through the void, reactors roaring while the plotted course straightened into a razor-sharp line on the NAV display. Moments later the jump drives fired, the ship flared with silvery arcs, and it reappeared in the F-9155 system. In the lounge Li Feng held a cup of green tea, chatting idly with Sam who was standing nearby, when beep, beep, beep. His military wristcom lit up an encrypted line reserved for the Special Operations Director. He set down the cup, walked into the captain's office, shut the alloy door, and accepted the call. A hologram sprang to life, solidifying into Director Liang Qiqing. Director. Li Feng snapped a crisp salute. Liang nodded slightly. I've read the action report from Cruiser 4. Excellent work. All thanks to your leadership, sir, and the crew's combined effort, Li Feng replied, standing ramrod straight. Liang's gaze showed approval. You've earned it. As soldiers of the Federation, we fight for humanity's honor and the Union's future. Even if we must charge through blades and fire, we do so without fear. Li Feng declared solemnly. Keep it up. Liang returned the salute. Yes, sir. Li Feng nodded and saluted again. The hologram faded and the call ended. Was that a pop quiz on my command vocabulary? He muttered, stowing the wristcom. After the last incident, he understood that people at Liang Qiqing's level. All external communications must be made through dedicated devices, with every record archived for review and future reference. Liang Qiqing's sudden inspection, carried out without notifying Office Chief Zhao Yushan beforehand, clearly had a deeper purpose. He was likely trying to raise Li Feng's public profile, while personally testing his quick thinking and command of official rhetoric, the latter above all. The higher the rank, the more indispensable eloquence and image become. Strength alone is no longer enough. If the leadership meant to groom him for senior posts in the Special Operations Bureau, they would judge his political acumen, sense of balance, and vision. If they aimed to shape him into the fleet's commander-in-chief, they would value strategic planning and decisiveness instead. Li Feng was unfazed. With his current power and influence, his commission was untouchable as long as he avoided major taboos. His foundations were rock solid. One more step up would bring broader authority, stronger protection, and an even easier harvest of attribute points. He didn't return to the lounge. Instead, he pulled over a hard alloy chair and waited quietly. 5 or 6 minutes later, the military comm icon on his watch lit up, vibrating with a private video call from Zhao Yushan. Li Feng raised his wrist to accept, and a one-dimensional hologram appeared at once. Zhao Yushan glanced at the empty corridor behind Li Feng and lowered his voice. Leaving your post without authorization is the easiest thing to get nailed for during wartime. Li Feng shrugged. I've already racked up over 100 reprimands. One more won't make a difference. The half-joking reply broke the tension immediately. They had shared a major favor before, so polite formalities were no longer necessary. Zhao Yushan chuckled. This battle report looks great. There's no sign of any second-class alien involvement, and the entire leadership is pleased. The independent alien collaborator investigation team is about to gain 2 new powers. First, direct authority to investigate ordinary crew members in the Special Operations Fleet. Second, access to junior officers' combat footage. We're also expanding the roster. Send me a personnel list when you have a moment. Got it. Li Feng's eyes lit up and he agreed at once. Once those powers were in place, the once marginal department would instantly become a heavyweight. He planned to pack it with welfare faction officers at every level. With a crew full of members from interstellar family networks, the faction could weave an enormous web of connections, laying the groundwork for his eventual grip on the entire Special Operations Fleet. And since he was still in a honeymoon phase with the Bureau's top brass, the team's authority was likely to keep expanding. The merits are tallied. You're guaranteed a promotion to Lieutenant Colonel, Zhao Yushan continued. But by convention, assignments won't be discussed until your fleet's mission is over. Do you want to replace Fleet Force Commander, Mark, or wait until Fleet 5 is formed? Mark and I get along well, Li Feng explained. He reached out recently to ask when the expansion would start so he could arrange to serve as acting executive officer of a medium fleet and keep working with me. Understood. Zhao Yushan nodded. Headquarters and the military are already discussing the expansion. Best case, 1 month. Worst case, 2 or 3. Li Feng nodded, asked a few more questions about the pressure being applied to the near family's base commander, and ended the call. Li Feng returned to the lounge and checked the holographic scan. Yangon 1 was now less than 100 million kilometers from planet F9155. Beep beep, beep beep. The military wristcom vibrated, a call request blinking a red light. The verified number belonged to Human Strength Association Chairman Kreiji. The Neal family had clearly passed the message along. Li Feng answered at once. A projection appeared, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, dressed in a dark gray robe, eyes like knives. Majorly, you haven't forgotten the association's disciplinary ruling, have you? Kreiji asked, displeasure in his voice. We know you come from the military and tend to be impulsive. We've tried to accommodate you to avoid conflict. So why ignore the ruling and attempt to attack the Neal family's security tower? Classified mission for the Special Operations Bureau, Li Feng replied, offering an easy out. What if I tell you to suspend that mission? Kreiji's tone grew colder. The leadership never meant to shield the Neal family indefinitely, but they had accepted payment and made public statements, so they had to put up a front. They figured Li Feng could settle scores a year or 2 later, and they could play dumb. Yet only 2 weeks after the ruling, he was already at their doorstep, an embarrassment to the association. Li Feng arched a brow. Got time for a match, Chairman? I've grown a lot stronger lately. No, Kreiji snapped. If you need a sparring partner, the association will send you a level 14 alien slave. And if you insist on attacking the tower, we'll skip the 3-month grace period and permanently revoke your membership eligibility. Thank you for the generous gift, Chairman. As for the penalty, I accept it willingly. Li Feng bowed. You're welcome, Kreiji replied icily, then ended the call. Li Feng stared at the darkened projection and shook his head. A level 14 alien slave would be a clan treasure for any small interstellar family. The association was willing to pay that much just to calm things down, an absurd display of wealth. He glanced at Sam nearby. A thought flashed. If he killed Sam and sent the body as a gesture, maybe they'd throw in a level 15 alien slave. Sam, feeling Li Feng's stare, shivered. Master? Nothing, Li Feng said, letting the notion drop. Engines hummed as the distance shrank. 1 million kilometers, 900,000, 800,000. When Yangon 1 closed to 110,000 kilometers, Li Feng didn't even need to reset his abilities. With a mental attribute of 229,900 points, his extrasensory perception enveloped the Neal family's security tower. The Neal family hadn't pulled their forces. Inside the tower were 1 level 4-3 alien slave, 76 alien slaves, and alien second-class citizens above level 30, and nearly 1,000 ability users and alien slaves below level 30. Damn it, if everyone out there is more vicious than I am. I'm just a fancy spearhead with no real bite. Li Feng swore under his breath, a trace of bitter self-mockery surfacing. Images of recent blood-soaked events flashed through his mind. Not long ago, to buy time for their strategy, the Windrat ruler Pieser had coolly handed over a dozen squads, each led by a clan chief, so Li Feng could slaughter them at his leisure. Earlier still, the Carlos family had gathered every alien slave and ability user in their factory, eager to let him butcher them in one sweep while they captured the carnage on video. And now the Near family had locked their captives inside the security tower, ready to sacrifice this batch of ability users, alien slaves, and second-class aliens to inflame his conflict with the Human Power Association. Compared with those ruthless schemers, he thought, they're the real cold-blooded predators. No matter how hard-edged he was, Li Feng could never sacrifice his own people so casually. Sam, get ready, he muttered. Maybe the top clans considered him a soft-handed showpiece, but to ordinary folks, he was still the infamous devil. If they dared deliver victims, he had no qualms about wiping them out. Besides, the Near family's plan was doomed to fail. These sacrificial lambs would never spark a war between him and the association. The association's leaders weren't fools. None of them would risk everything for the Near's reputation. In fact, they had sounded him out in private, and only after he agreed did they issue the token penalty of permanent revocation of membership eligibility. For most powerhouses, that meant losing privileges and a vast network. But for Li Feng, already past level 50 and still climbing it, was laughable. His refusal to join had always made the association look more ridiculous than him. If a galactic war broke out, the military would become the source of all authority. With a high enough rank and a heavy enough command, every network of influence would ultimately funnel toward one name, Li Feng. 60,000 kilometers away, he and the fully armed Sam blink warped to the spatial rift on the security tower's second underground level. Sam attacked the rift at once. Li Feng drew his sword and flashed behind a level 43 alien slave. Slash. Steel ripped the air. The slave's head flew off, eyes wide as if to ask how someone so strong could still resort to a sneak attack. The system chimed. You have slain an enemy. Attribute points 6,528. Before the echo faded, Li Feng leapt behind a level 35 slave and cleaved him in two. He sprinted through the second level, carving a path of instant kills. 19, 298, 56. Every ability user or alien slave above level 20 fell without resistance. By the time he had swept from level 2 to level 6, Sam finally caught up. Together they pushed to level 8, then doubled back and entered Yangon 1's control room. Li Feng manned the main cannon. A 100-meter-wide beam roared forth, and the security tower, stripped of its defenses, collapsed into rubble. All ability users and alien slaves below level 20 were buried in an instant. From the first strike to the tower's total annihilation, barely 10 minutes passed. Around them, opportunists arriving to scavenge could only watch as Yangon 1 slowly climbed into the sky. The fight, it seemed, was over almost before it began. Li Feng brought up the system interface and took a quick look. 52,000 new attribute points were lined up neatly on the light screen, and he distributed them without hesitation. Constitution, strength, endurance, agility, and spirit all rose to 240,300. The ability panel still read: armor-piercing LV, 5, teleport LV, 5, flight LV, 5, extra sense LV, 5, reset LV, 5, domain LV, 5. He needed roughly 270,000 more points to reach level 49. After confirming, he gave the order, Yangon 1, set course for star F369. The giant warship's engines roared to life, jets of blue-white flame shooting from the thrusters as a new trajectory locked onto the star map. Human Strength Association, President's Cultivation Chamber. Lei Jike sat cross-legged at the heart of an energy array, a faint golden halo flickering over his skin. While running his technique, he waited for the summons to a senior council meeting. Beep beep beep. His multifunction wristcom buzzed. Caller, Lizet, patriarch of the Near clan. Lei Jike's eyes narrowed. He already knew what the man wanted. Disdain flashed in his gaze, yet he answered all the same. With his standing, few could contact him directly. Taking the call meant the other party would have to show appreciation. A hologram of Lizet appeared. The man gave a slight bow. Greetings, President. What is it? Lei Jike asked coolly. When facing Li Feng, Thorn, even the top brass, feared his expression was icy. Toward Lizet, his indifference was even harsher. Li Feng has ignored the association's warning again. He destroyed another of our Near clan's security towers and slaughtered thousands of ability users and alien slaves, Lizet said, voice tight. Please, President, uphold justice and impose the severest punishment on him on the association's behalf. I'm aware, Lei Jike replied flatly. I've already notified the council to discuss sanctions. Lizet relaxed, then tensed anew. May I ask what punishment you have in mind? My recommendation is to skip the 3-month grace period and immediately revoke Li Feng's membership for life, Lei Jike said evenly. As compensation, we'll grant him a rank 49 alien slave. He had nothing. By tradition, once the call connected, the Near clan would send a lavish gift. In return, he owed them something useful. Lizite's face darkened on the hologram. The first half he could accept. Permanent expulsion would strip Li Feng of every privilege within the upper echelons, severing his contacts and resources. With a bit of maneuvering, they could have the association dispose of Li Feng's alien slave force in advance. driving him into open conflict with the association. At that point, he would either cave and never trouble the Near clan again, or fight on and, without protection, eventually be crushed. But the second half chilled Lizet just to make Li Feng swallow the penalty. They were going to reward him with a rank 49 alien slave? The chairman's reaction left no doubt that Rejik did not dare provoke Li Feng. If even he refrained, the attitude of the other executives was easy to imagine. Any further plans would become exponentially harder to execute. Shouldn't we be wary of him? Rejik countered. Lister opened his mouth, but could not form a rebuttal. He wanted to cry. With strength like that, a domineering personality, and a military background, who would not tread carefully around Li Feng? Had he antagonized Li Feng by accident, he would have rushed over that very night, gift in hand, to beg forgiveness. The problem was that he had known nothing at the time. Back then Li Feng had seemed unassuming, merely the captain of a heavy warship at roughly level 30. Though he had bruised the Carlos Familia small interstellar clan, like his own, the Neal family's private forces far outmatched Carlos, and the stakes were enormous. How could Lister have predicted Li Feng's meteoric rise in power and status within the military? Go ask a few honorary members, Rejik advised kindly. Otherwise, accept that a bet is a bet. With that, he ended the call. In Rejik's eyes, Lister was a fool. When you offended the wrong man, you should follow the Carlos family's example, apologize immediately, and spare no effort to make peace. Now the Neal family was practically under a death sentence. Given Li Feng's current power and rank, even a counselor or a major interstellar clan would hesitate to move against him unless the reward was tremendous. The same held true for the honorary members of the Human Strength Association, those who had surpassed level 50 and completed a second evolution. The Federation had plenty of heavy hitters capable of subduing Li Feng, but the Neal family could not possibly offer them enough to act. On the other end of the line, Lister sat paralyzed, his face ashen. F-369 orbital station. Gu Lingxi politely declined Li Feng's invitation and stayed aboard the Yangon I to cultivate. Relying on his heightened senses, Li Feng soon located Jiang Wanxin waiting for him in the shuttle bay. The moment he found her, he detected two unusual auras that had appeared during the 2 weeks he had been away. The first came from the control room, a stunning girl, pure and sweet, who looked 18 or 19, yet had already reached level 21. Finishing a first evolution before 20 would mark her as elite in any major power, yet here she was, working as a dispatcher on a backwater station. The second aura emanated from the logistics warehouse, an alien second-class citizen in plain coveralls, an impressive level 47. Someone that advanced would normally retreat into long-term cultivation if well-funded, or hire on with a great clan if strapped for resources. No one at that level would willingly haul cargo on a space station. Even more suspicious, both wore top-grade artifacts that completely masked their presence. If Li Feng had not swept the station with his extrasensory scan, he would have seen only two ordinary workers. He swept the station each visit to pinpoint Jiang Wanxin's location. Since he had never registered them before, they had to have slipped in during his recent absence. There was no doubt they were after him and Jiang Wanxin. On the entire F-369 planet, only the two of them merited infiltration by a human prodigy and an alien at such ranks. Gu Lingxi had warned him. Li Feng remained calm. The stronger and more prominent one became, the more eyes watched from the shadows, recruiters, saboteurs, spies, you name it. Li Feng contacted Jiang Wanxin first, just to keep from startling her. The words had barely left his mouth when space split like an invisible blade. His teleportation activated, and he appeared soundlessly in the main cabin of a luxury airship. Beyond the ornate alloy viewport, the stars drifted backward. Jiang Wanxin was proofreading files on a holographic display and only relaxed when she caught sight of him. Prepare for departure, Li Feng told the ship's AI, then reported everything he had just discovered. The same old weakness, no real foundation, Jiang Wanxin said with a rueful smile. Fortunately, your ability ignores all matter and energy. Otherwise, even the trusted people we pull up from the bottom could be plants from rival factions. Li Feng thought for a moment. Why not issue a statement in Yangon Group's name? Warn everyone against infiltration. Anyone who ignores it and still tries to slip into F-369 or Yangon gets eliminated. She waved him off. That'll only make them more cautious. Better to identify them in advance and keep them as assets. And remember, infiltration is a two-way street. The pirate crew I mentioned is already forming. Once they're strong enough, we can draft a group of rock-solid members to infiltrate those interstellar clans and major powers in return. Her tone was casual, but she drove the point home. They have deep roots and no shortage of loyal prodigies, so getting inside won't be easy. Still, we have an edge. Your rising power and status attract talent fast. Look at the 6 high-rank alien second-class citizens on your warship. Each has huge influence within their species. When the time is right, they can recommend elite infiltrators from their own people. Li Feng nodded, unwilling to spend more energy on what he saw as a minor issue. The flexibility of a young faction was on full display within the entire Li family and Yangon Group. Only he and Jiang Wanqin formed the core. Old families, by contrast, had too many key members, dispersed authority, and a house lord hamstrung by internal checks and balances making them ripe for infiltration. He pulled up the flight path and saw they were already halfway there, only 100,000 kilometers from F-369. Extending his perception, he locked precisely onto the villa on the planet below. Let's go. With a whisper, he teleported them both to the multifunction bed in the villa's master suite. After several hours of business, they finally chatted about Yangon Group's recent progress and the shipment of wind mouse slaves Li Feng had brought. According to Jiang Wangxin's plan, they would first go to the slave training facility and then be assigned in bulk to Yangon's security subsidiaries. With their help, the conglomerate's 2 new branches were finally on track. On the afternoon of the 20th, Li Feng received the battle credit report forwarded from the AI of Warship Number 4. All disciplinary violations were listed first, yet the results were equally striking: 17 life-bearing planets conquered, earning him 8.5 million credits and bringing his total to 16.29 million, enough for an immediate promotion to Fustar Lieutenant Colonel. That evening, representatives of the Human Strength Association delivered him a level 49 alien slave as compensation. Once he signed for it, they followed up with formal notice of his permanent expulsion from the association. For the next few days, Li Feng stayed home handling affairs. He didn't let minor distractions slow him down. Li Feng sat in the makeshift office outside the command pod, sliding his fingertips across the holographic screen as he reviewed personnel files. He first selected several field-grade officers from the welfare faction, whose records and abilities were impeccable, tapped confirm, and sent the list to Mark, letting the willing underling handle the paperwork and grease the wheels. Next, he bundled more than a dozen junior officer dossiers and forwarded them to Zhao Yushan, telling him to slot the newcomers into the independent task force for alien collaborators without delay. With the reshuffle complete, he turned his attention back to developments in Parliament and the military, scanning encrypted intelligence every few hours for even the slightest change in the wind. Just as had predicted, Special Operations Command had begun to elevate his public image. Interstellar media outlets regularly released so-called exclusives. One he had repeatedly turned the tide, surviving ambushes sprung by aliens and traitors working together, and, through sheer power and keen insight, had shattered their schemes. 2. He treated his crew like family. When a sailor lay gravely injured, and beyond a medpod's help, he broke regulations to tap his family's resources, paid a fortune for a rare elixir, and personally stood bedside for hours to save the victim. 3. He was upright and incorruptible. Despite vast influence, he had never sought profits for his family, and had long donated large sums of Federation credits to charities under an alias. The reports no longer highlighted only his courage and combat record. They crafted a multidimensional portrait of a special ops hero with flesh and blood. To blunt any future smear campaigns, the brass even chose to self-expose in advance. Yes, Li Feng had bent rules a few times and did come from an illustrious family, but the coverage was brief and vague: 9 parts praise to 1 part censure, a preemptive inoculation for the public. Fearing interviews would distract him, headquarters canceled all media requests. He merely had to keep winning battles and wait for the honors to land. That was perfect for Li Feng. Fame and prestige might mean money to others, but to him, they were an added layer of armor. With his current rank and power, that halo let him form an independent bloc in the military. Even without pledging to any faction, he could avoid countless detours. At the very least, when Parliament or a general tried to recruit him, they would no longer dare to offer a bargain basement deal. Lin Jingtai had once remarked that senior officers often pressed down before lifting up, parking a star prospect in a deadened post to dull his edge until he bows to a faction. Parliament is even worse, subjecting nearly every promising commander to that falcon-taming routine. Li Feng had no interest in being treated like a hunting bird. His strategy was simple: leverage his strength and his grip on the fleet to bulldoze ahead, while his swelling reputation shattered the invisible shackles. Meanwhile, under media guidance, public calls to expand the special ops fleet were soaring. Even without Zhao Yushan's inside tips, Li Feng sensed that if he maintained his record and kept the spec ops fleet outperforming the Vanguard army, the brass could stall for at most a month or 2 before responding to public opinion, formally expanding the force and aggressively recruiting top talents. That would be a massive boon. Once the 5th Fleet formed, he would glide into the fleet commander slot. If Gu Lingxi cooperated, he could just as easily help her take command of the 6th Fleet. Then he would control 2 small fleets outright. And with Mark's channel in play, even if he met resistance while vying for a medium fleet command, hands above and below would hoist him into the seat. On January 25th, after tying up every loose end, Li Feng reboarded the Yangon 1. This time his destination wasn't the campaign wind's army's rear logistics base, but the life-bearing planet B336571, where he intended to pay a personal visit to the seedy family. The orbital station above planet B336571 lay silent. Li Feng's perception and extrasensory sense swept through Yangon 1 and flooded the entire facility. Within seconds, he knew the station had been evacuated and was firmly under his control. Quite a show of force, he thought approvingly. Berths that once buzzed with traffic now looked like hollowed-out honeycombs, a few private freighters resting in silence. The maintenance deck, once packed with workers, echoed only with the slap of saws on metal. Every technician wore the livery of the seedy conglomerate, calibrating the last layers of jamming gear with a professional, restrained awe in their eyes. Corridor walls and floating holos alike carried the same banner. Welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Li. Standing beside him, Gu Lingxi gave a faint smile. You've spent so long shuttling between the front and F-369 that you've forgotten the weight of your own presence. In wartime, you belong to the Zephyr Corps and can't wander off. The Seedies don't dare offend you, so they emptied the station and stacked extra shields to keep your appearance secret. Li Feng glanced at the newly embedded jammer at his feet and clicked his tongue. They're just burning money. Interstellar families never run short of it. Still, at this level, their patriarch should be here in person. A second scan of the outer berths confirmed it. Elliot Seedy was nowhere in sight. So they still want to test us, Hedon? He asked, brow arching. Not necessarily, Gu Lingxi replied. Until we lay our cards on the table, they have to balance courtesy with intimidation so we don't overplay our hand. Li Feng rubbed the bridge of his nose and chuckled. First time I've ever come to rob someone politely. I still feel a twinge of guilt. Do it a few more times, and the feeling will fade, she said calmly. Anyone who rises high learns to be ruthless. Once you have real power, you can leave the dirty work to people paid to take the blame. Li Feng let it drop. Success, he believed, followed no rigid formula of era, people, or luck. When the hatch slid open, he stepped out first, boots ringing on the deck. Gu Lingxi followed half a pace behind. Honor guards lined the walkway. At their head stood an elderly man in a lieutenant general's uniform, epaulets and nameplate flashing like cold blades under the lights. Lieutenant Colonel Li, M. Louis Seedy, Director of Intelligence for the C-Sector Garrison. Welcome. Louis Seedy, a full lieutenant general, also managed the family's military network. Li Feng's promotion was only days old, still classified to keep alien trackers at bay. Yet Louis already knew. Li made a mental note. Special operations would have to investigate the leak. He stepped forward with effortless small talk. Louis smiled warmly, but kept his guard up. He had hoped superior rank and foreknowledge would give him the upper hand. Yet Li Feng lived up to his reputation. Every casual remark carried a hidden edge, one sharp enough to kill. Being accused of prying into the top-secret files of both the Special Operations Bureau and the Wind Vanguard Army was a burden so heavy that even his rank could scarcely withstand it. Li Feng greeted the gathering with an easy smile, waved to Gu Lingxi, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then followed Louis to meet the reception party one by one. The docking platform buzzed with voices. Commanders from the sector's main military base and executives from interstellar houses allied with the Seedy family had all shown up in force. Even the governor of the planet had to wait at a distance, denied so much as an introduction. After a brief round of greetings, Li Feng and Gu Lingxi, guided by Louis, boarded a luxurious airship. The craft was pure white, its engines humming softly as it sliced through the air and left the platform, bound for planet B336571. Through the broad windows, Li Feng glanced at the vast starry sea, yet felt nothing was only stopping by the Seedy domain as a matter of form. Almost the entire planet B336571 lay under Seedy control. Over 90% of its inhabitants depended on family-owned industries, and much of the land was carved out as Seedy territory. Along the route, towering castles rose among ridges and river bends, their crested walls gleaming coldly in the sun, a silent testament to their owner's power. Outside the main fortress, Seedy Patriarch Elliot and his senior officers lined up to welcome the guests. To the sound of formal music, Li Feng and Gu Lingxi stepped onto a red carpet and entered a spacious banquet hall. Under a crystal dome, lights glittered while young elites and socialites from every major house mingled, their silks and jewels flashing. Curious eyes followed them through the crowd. Around the stage, alien slaves bustled about. High-grade servants showed off flame control or allusions to cheers, while lesser ones circulated with trays of wine and fruit. With this display, the Seedy family flaunted its resources and connections while outwardly paying Li Feng great respect. If not for Gu Lingxi's rare request, Li Feng would have skipped such a time-consuming contest of wills. The party dragged on for 2 or 3 hours before winding down. By sheer luck, he drew a prize of 2 charm folk, slaves above level 20, 1 level 45 fire spirit slave, and a top-tier defensive artifact that activated through sensory power, rated between level 40 and 50. The lottery made a flashy show but followed an old routine half threat, half favor. Ordinarily, Li Feng would have regifted the hall on the spot, yet the whole affair felt too trivial to merit a response. In the end, real victories are won by strength. The small reception room was lavish but not oppressive. Only Elliot and Louis remained on the Seedy side, sitting upright and discarding the earlier mind games. Before Li Feng and Gu Lingxi stood cups of fragrant tea, steam curling into the air. Elliot came straight to the point. Lieutenant Colonel Li, have you come for the Saint Crystal? Li Feng stayed silent. He knew Gu Lingxi wanted the seedy family's enlightenment stone and cared for little else. If talks collapsed, he would simply draw his sword. Direct confrontation was his strongest suit. Yes, Gu Lingxi inclined her head, answering for them both. In any contest of interests, unless one side is so strong it has no rivals, having a just cause still matters. Even the Human Federation had to invent a respectable excuse before moving against the Windmouse clan. When Li Feng returned home last time, he left Gu Lingxi behind. The feeling of abandonment stuck in her heart like a barbed hook. Realizing their power gap was widening at alarming speed, she etched the word catch-up into her bones. Her first step was to get her hands on the Shidi family's heirloom, the Enlightenment Stone. Time was tight. Gu Lingxi had no chance to weave layer upon layer of traps, so she exploited the fierce rivalries simmering inside the Shidi main bloodline. Her agents produced a priceless holy crystal, baiting a restless heir desperate for a breakthrough. Under the banner of a fair trade, she snatched the Enlightenment Stone. She then orchestrated several high-profile spectacles demanding an explanation and petitioning every authority stirring the pot until it boiled over. In the end, the Shidi direct line crushed the commotion with brute force. Some conspirators were crippled on the spot, others were summarily sentenced. The Shidi family assumed the storm had passed, only to watch the tables turn in the next heartbeat. The man who had the stone wrested from him turned out to be a traceable branch of the ancient interstellar Gu clan. Gu family executives fired off a formal inquiry, and right behind it came notice that Li Feng and Gu Lingxi would arrive in person. The Shidi council chamber blazed with light, the air heavy as the sea before a hurricane. Elliot drew a deep breath and ventured, "Major Gu, what sort of compensation do you want?" Gu Lingxi said nothing. She pulled a contract from her storage ring and slid it across the table. The document was starkly simple. A man named Jerry sold the ancestral gem to Enlightenment Stenito, a member of the Gu clan. Attached were video evidence, energy spectra, and material analyses, all matching the stone in Shidi possession. That's impossible. Elliot and Lewis went pale. Squeezed between an ancient interstellar powerhouse and a rising star favored by Special Operations Command, the Shidi family weighed compromise yet clung to one absolute. The Enlightenment Stone could never be surrendered. The gem is a high-grade treasure that sharply heightens one's grasp of cosmic laws. After level 20, raw energy alone is useless. A cultivator must comprehend these laws, and the stone is the key. 1,000 years ago, the Shidi family spent more than a decade undercover, skirting Federation statutes and the Human Association's rules, to dispose of a level 45 Esper and steal the stone. When the gem fell to his son, an interstellar pirate raid erased every trace. Since then, the Enlightenment Stone has been Zydus' most closely guarded heirloom, loaned only briefly to blood heirs on the brink of breakthrough. A century ago, a rogue descendant fled the clan, letting rumors of the stone leak out. Countless aristocratic houses and superpowers have coveted it since, but none prevailed. The price of forcing Zydus' total surrender far exceeds the stone's value. At last Gu Lingxi spoke, her voice almost devoid of emotion. What if we borrow it for only 3 months? Each side can invite one senator as witness. First they took it for free, now they want to borrow it for 3 months. This dizzying about face stunned Elliot and Lewis, and even Li Feng felt his ears ring. I'm sorry, but the Wudao stone is the Shidi clan's most prized heirloom. By tradition, it cannot be loaned out. Elliot was the first to rise, torso slightly bowed in apology, yet his eyes never left Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi's expression stayed cool. She ignored him entirely, letting her gaze slide past the table until it settled on Li Feng. Li Feng lifted a single finger. The conference tabline, enormous slab of high-density alloy packed with miniature instruments, flipped into the air and smashed into the wall. Bang! Metal struck alloy plating, sparks showered, and the impact boomed through the room. Bertred strobes flashed as alarms wailed. Major Lee, calm down, calm down, calm down. Elliot repeated the plea, hands flapping as though shooing away an insect. Lewis rose without haste, ordered the AI to silence the sirens, and spoke into his wrist calm. All units on standby. Hold your positions. His voice was steady. He knew that if Li Feng truly lost control, the man would never have survived the Sector F independent reconnaissance ship's 9% fatality rate, nor returned to be enshrined as a hero by Special Operations. The alarms cut off. Only a dented wall and scattered equipment testified to what had just happened. Li Feng flicked away a sliver of nail and glanced at Elliot. Does the Shidi clan really keep the stone under a Noloan rule? Well, the rule depends on circumstances. Elliot forced a laugh. Major Li and Major Gu are certainly qualified to make an exception. Privately, he found Li Feng insufferable, too volatile, no grasp of negotiation beyond intimidation. Li Feng drew a spirit sword from his storage ring. Its edge flashed coldly, yet he used it to file his nails with leisurely precision. Good. Cold light danced at his fingertips. So, Patriarch Elliot, you'll lend me the Wudao stone for 3 months? Gu Lingxi took the cue. If I retrieve it personally from your estate, will that suffice? Major Gus' visit would be an honor for the Sheedy clan. Elliot sighed inwardly. In truth, the moment Gu Lingxi softened her tone, he was ready to yield. He just worried they might never return the stone. Negotiation, after all, is a game of steady retreat until the price drops beneath your opponent's bottom line. No, Gu Lingxi's refusal was crisp. She had clearly caught Li Feng's fiery mood and had no patience for semantics. Elliot groped for words. Gu Lingxi tilted her head, eyes flicking toward Li Feng as he continued to manicure his nails. All right. That fleeting glance made Elliot step back. He hurried to smooth things over, and Gu Lingxi returned her attention to him. Elliot's pulse hammered. Instinctively, he looked to Lewis. Lewis' face remained blank. You're the patriarch. This one's on you. Think I'm going to flip a table too? Lending it isn't out of the question. For the stone's safety, however, would need a Dao contract signed and a squad of high-grade alien slaves assigned as escorts. Elliot retreated another step. Unnecessary. Gu Lingxi cut in, rejecting both conditions. Elliot risked another glance at Li Feng, still calmly trimming his nails. And the collateral? He hesitated, taking another step back. They'll tell the Gu clan to send artifacts and resources of equal value as collateral. Gu Lingxi mirrored his movement, her words cutting like steel. Fine. Elliot finally nodded. He knew the times had changed. A tidal wave was coming, countless illustrious houses would ride it, and even more would capsize and sink beneath the storm. Strictly speaking, he didn't fear the Gu clan. They spanned multiple star systems, and Gu Lingxi was their heir, but a behemoth that size was riddled with factions. It would never burn its entire hand over a single treasure to crush a mid-tier interstellar family. What truly unsettled Elliot was Li Feng's presence. Veterans who walk off the battlefield again and again are destined to become unrestrained powerhouses in an era like this. Every family wants to board that ship and ride the waves. Failing that, keeping a wide berth is wiser. If conflict did erupt, they could only lie low, wait for the starlight to dim or a new epoch to dawn, then use their heritage for a comeback. Elliot was sure Gu Lingxi had a backup plan to keep the Enlightenment stone, but she was publicly asking to borrow it for 3 months under the banner of seeking an explanation. If he refused, it would paint the Sheedy family as bullies toward Li Feng and the Gu clan. Once the agreement was reached, everything fell into place. Each side summoned a friendly counselor to witness via holographic projection. Breaking the contract would offend both counselors at a price even the oldest, richest houses couldn't afford. The Enlightenment stone arrived quickly. About 20 centimeters long, it hovered in silence, pitch black like solidified starlight, thin cracks leaking intense strands of lawlight. A fine piece, Li Feng murmured as his extrasensory field washed over it. Inside lay time, space, even fate of daunting purity. With this stone, he could outpace any one of his tier in sensing laws up to level 60 or 70, whether they were cultivators, espers, or aliens. If it weren't amazing, would I have jumped through all these hoops, even asked you for help? Gu Lingxi slid the stone into her storage ring, checking one last time to be sure. You're getting rougher. Li Feng offered a quiet reminder. Head straight back in case anything changes. Gu Lingxi paid him no mind. Li Feng triggered his reset ability, pouring most of his stats into spirit. His perception surged like a tide, sweeping the docking bay 200,000 kilometers away on one. A heartbeat later, he wrapped an arm around Gu Lingxi's shoulders, teleported, and the pair vanished from the secure room to reappear on the ship's deck. Launch. As he redistributed his stats across the 5 attributes, he gave the order. Yangon 1's thrusters spat blue fire, and the vessel lifted off. Starlight flickered past the porthole. Gu Lingxi suddenly asked, "Can you reach level 50 in 3 months?" "Probably. Maybe there's a chance." Li Feng looked up at her. "It depends on how you perform. I'm planning to make you the 6th Fleet's commanding officer." When Gu Lingxi changed a free grab into a 3-month loan, Li Feng had been caught off guard. Then he realized it was a classic drawn saber ploy: yield a little, lull the enemy, stall for time, then strike when the moment is ripe. He knew the trick all too well. When he first met Gu Lingxi, he had used the same move to win her cooperation, buying time to overpower her. Now she and the Sheedy family were running the same play. The difference was that she wasn't betting she could gain the leverage to extend the loan herself. She was betting Li Feng's clout would rise enough within 3 months to do it for her. It's only a temporary command of the 6th Fleet. Marcus should be able to handle that, right? Gu Lingxi stood before the tactical sandbox, yet her gaze lingered on Li Feng, a hint of hesitation in her voice. After breaking through level 20, she had stayed in the army, treating Li Feng as a whetstone she meant to surpass. But the gap kept widening, crushing her confidence again and again, until she traded ambition for alliance. When she returned to inherit leadership of the Gu clan, a limitless talent like Li Feng would be priceless. Besides, fighting at his side and bleeding on real battlefields had advanced her level faster than any secluded cultivation ever could. Whatever her motives, one condition was non-negotiable: she had to stay near Li Feng. Taking an independent post as the 6th Fleet's captain held no appeal at all. "If I step in and back him, Marcus could seize the fleet for a while," Li Feng said calmly. but he lacks the strength, nerve, and finesse to keep it. He can't project my authority over the whole fleet, let alone control it for good. He turned to Gilingxi, his tone hardening. And you've never commanded a ship, let alone a fleet. If you don't patch that hole in your record now, when the day comes that I need you to run an army, you'll be stuck as a deputy, nowhere near the command chair. Gilingxi grunted and nodded, clearly reluctant. Fine. Li Feng muttered under his breath. Unbelievable. You've been second in command so long that a promotion to fleet captain feels like a bother. I'm worried that while I'm off captaining the 6th Fleet, you'll get ambushed and never see it coming. She shot back, then lowered her voice. Have you really thought through the heat you'll draw once you break level 50? I have. Li Feng spread his hands. What else can I do? If trouble comes, they'll deal with the anyone who crosses me pace. He knew exactly what she feared. A non-cultivator racing to level 40 was shocking enough. If he weren't rooted in the military and the welfare faction's heir apparent, countless clans would already have tried to snatch him, rip out his memories, and copy his path. Once he crossed level 50 and became the first East Asian to complete a second life evolution, the frenzy would explode 1,000-fold. His vastly extended lifespan alone could drive any schemer mad. There are ways to mitigate the risk, Gilingxi said seriously. First, convince everyone your breakthrough can't be replicated. You could claim you consumed a unique treasure or obtained an artifact that fueled your leap past level 50. Publicizing your wife's level and her cultivator status would reinforce the idea that the method isn't scalable. Given your power, position, and usual iron-fisted style, that doubt should keep most factions from sticking their necks out. She paused, then added, second, stage a high-level alien assassination attempt the moment you ascend, make it look authentic, even take serious wounds. That will divert attention and show the world you're not untouchable, discouraging reckless moves against you. You're still in the honeymoon phase with the Special Operations Bureau's upper ranks. Making a move like this would force them to assign higher-grade alien second-class citizens as your bodyguards. It would also make every clan and faction think twice before risking an accusation of colluding with outsiders. These two ideas aren't bad. Li Feng gave a slight nod. He never rejected anything that could ease the pressure. Gulingxi added, there's actually an even safer route, but I doubt you'd choose it. Pick a white senator with a real shot at breaking level 50 and use him as your patron. Forget it. Li Feng waved a hand, clearly uninterested. He felt had barely earned the right to stand on his own, let alone hide under some white man's umbrella. Gulingxi wasn't surprised. Preparation only lowers the risk. What truly keeps anyone from coveting you is how fast your strength, rank, and authority are climbing. Simple example. At first I wanted to recruit you. Now I view you as the Gu clan's future strongest ally. Keep rising, and you might end up our patron instead. But the brighter your edge, the warier the aliens. How you balance that, what you give up, how you plan ahead, you'll have to decide. My head hurts. Do the thinking for me and write a plan. Li Feng had clear direction, but always dumped the details on his staff. Sadly, he had none. Only this second-in-command. Gulingxi snorted. Do I look like Jiang Wanxin, orbiting you like a satellite? I'd die before doing that patch-up drudgery. She drew out a Dao comprehension stone and went into the lounge to cultivate. Her confidence might be battered, yet she still saw Li Feng as the target she must surpass and eventually topple. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. Li Feng shrugged and followed her into the lounge, dropped into a chair, and told Sam, bring those 2 Meizu slaves, I want to look. He only meant to see what this so-called top-tier plaything looked like, but was disappointed at first glance. Before him hovered 2 disembodied spirit forms, no flesh, no fixed shape, barely visible to the naked eye, detectable only through perception or scanners. The Milky Way has plenty of bodiless races. The best known is the Soul Clan, one of the 4 hegemonic species. The Meizu owe their status as luxury pets entirely to their talent, spirit-flesh fusion. Similar yet distinct from the Soul Clan, the souls can override or replace a host spirit and take full control, even boosting its power. Meizu choose to merge, overlaying themselves atop the target's spirit and body as an auxiliary enhancer. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Meizu were just a small to mid-tier race, allied with another mid-tier species and holding a modest galactic foothold. Then a neighboring great race produced a king strong enough to unify its people. With infighting gone and resources suddenly scarce, large-scale expansion became inevitable. The Meizu and their ally were crushed, enslaved in the process. Since then, though never wiped out, they've been twisted into living toys, bred and trained to offer both physical and spiritual pleasure to the elites of many races. Li Feng waved for Sam to take the 2 Meizu away. Master, may I speak with you alone for a moment? One of the Meizu suddenly prostrated itself on the floor. Should we speak in private? Li Feng frowned slightly. If you're trying to seduce me, spare the effort. The succubus remained prostrate, her voice soft and pleasant, yet utterly devoid of charm energy. Master is unaffected because his will is ironclad and immune to our racial gift. I've also heard you rose from nothing, your power and status soaring, and that you're expanding your influence and cultivating confidence. So I dared to beg you for a new identity. Li Feng silently activated his heightened senses, examining her in detail. The energy leaking from her was clear only level 22. Inside her body, he detected nothing but a slave chip, no artifacts or hidden devices. I hope you won't waste my time. He waved Sam and the other alien servants out of the lounge, then ordered the AI to withdraw every support bot and cut the surveillance. In a blink, the spacious room held only him, the succubus, and Gu Lingxi, who was meditating on a comprehension stone nearby. Speak, Li Feng commanded. Without hesitation, she declared, I have awakened imperial blood. What the hell? Li Feng glanced at Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi seemed wholly absorbed in the stone, oblivious to everything. Drop the act, Li Feng scoffed. A brand new level 22 slave asking for a cleared room would spark anyone's curiosity. Even his own gossip flame had been lit, let alone Gu Lingxi's. Sure enough, Gu Lingxi paused her cultivation and explained calmly, the stronger a being is, the harder it is for them to have offspring. Yet once they do, the bloodline often carries their gifts. Those traits should weaken over generations, but sometimes they reawaken after a few or even 100 generations, causing a sudden surge. Li Feng nodded in understanding. Gu Lingxi pressed, the succubi have always used a peerage system that tops out at royal rank. Where does an imperial line come from? The succubus bowed again. According to my bloodline memories, 1,000,000 years ago a ruler above level 90 arose. After unifying our race, he spent 100 millennia turning us into a major power that ruled tens of thousands of inhabited worlds. Because he granted so many royal titles, he called himself the Charm Emperor. Empires rise and fall. I never thought your race had enjoyed such glory, Gu Lingxi said with interest. How strong is the imperial blood you awakened? I was only slightly stronger than an average prodigy, she answered. When I crossed level 20, the imperial blood awoke. My cultivation speed didn't rise much, but my comprehension skyrocketed. The bloodline memories hold many of the Charm Emperor's original techniques. He led us to our peak not just because he was above level 90, but because his extraordinary insight let him create countless wondrous abilities. The most advanced of these stealth arts lets its user remain undetectable at point-blank range as long as they don't draw on a large amount of energy, no matter how powerful the observer. At level 21, I wrestled with the decision for a long time and finally risked angering my former master by testing it with the residence's scanner, the Meizu recalled, her voice low yet steady. Once the art was activated, the scanner registered nothing. Li Feng and Gu Lingxi exchanged glances, disbelief in their eyes. The scanners the Shidi family used to guard alien slaves were top grade. Disappearing from those was terrifying. Invisibility skills weren't uncommon among human espers, cultivators, or other races, but neither of them had ever heard of one that could fool a full-scale scanner at only level 21. Give it a try, Li Feng said with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. Energy surged through the Mises body, and her figure seemed to be swallowed by the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Feng and Gu Lingxi spread their senses at the same time, only to find in astonishment that even at this range they still couldn't detect a trace of her. Li Feng pushed his extrasensory perception outward and finally caught a faint sign of movement at a much greater distance. He immediately ordered Yangon 1, the ship's AI, to reboot every monitor in the lounge. Its scanners were on par with those on a battleship, yet the displays remained blank. It was as if the Meizu had never been there. Unbelievable, Li Feng marveled inwardly. Even Yangon 1 can't pick her up. That's practically a treasure that blocks perception across 40+ levels. He turned to Gu Lingxi. Your Gu clan should have some high-level alien slaves or second-class citizens who specialize in wards, right? Gu Lingxi looked up in confusion. Send them to planet F-369 and have them set up a set of high-grade wards around my family's estate, the villa, and the underground fortress, Li Feng explained. Gu Lingxi's expression turned odd. You just scored a Meizu slave worth a priceless treasure, and the first thing you think about is Jiang Wangxin's safety? Is that a problem? Li Feng replied. Fine. They'll contact the clan, Gu Lingxi nodded. She knew exactly when throwing a tantrum would soothe her bruised ego, and when never to cross Li Feng's bottom line. Li Feng turned back to the Meizu. Show yourself. Can this stealth art be taught to other Meizu? She reappeared and answered. As long as a clansman's talent and physique meet the requirements, they can learn it, although the effect may be slightly weaker. What do you want? Li Feng asked bluntly. I asked the master to bind a heavenly Dao contract with me, the Meizu said evenly, each word ringing with determination. If you gather as many Meizu slaves as possible and provide the resources and treasures that will speed our cultivation, I will repay you with everything I have, leading my people to carry out assassinations, intelligence gathering, surveillance, any task you require. When your lifespan ends, grant freedom to me and the Meizu under me, and allocate whatever resources you can to help us return to our ancestral land and restore our kingdom. Whether we fail and give up, succeed in revival, or even if I ascend the throne as a new queen, we will continue to work closely with your family. Should your clan ever face a grave crisis, I swear to support you at any cost. Li Feng chuckled. You're that certain my lifespan will be shorter than yours? Since she still knew little about her new master, Li Feng, The Meizu hesitated, afraid that a careless answer might offend him. By all accepted wisdom, their lifespans exist on two entirely different planes. The stronger the individual, the longer the life, a hard rule that holds across every race. Yet among humans, personal strength ranks last, and their biological limit is pinned at roughly 120 years. Longevity is ultimately dictated by the laws of life, a taboo among taboos. Even with technology unmatched throughout the stars, humanity has never managed to break these shackles. Consciousness transfer. After 2 or 3 successive clone bodies, the mind begins to falter and eventually collapses. Cellular regeneration. The flesh can stay forever young, but the soul decays irreversibly. Gene restructuring. Push the alterations too far, and the recipient simply morphs into a completely different species. Such technologies can help fragile human bodies break the 120-year ceiling, but none can erase every fatal flaw or truly cross the bottleneck. Today, the strongest humans, those who have surpassed level 50 and completed a second life evolution, can extend their years to only 5 or 6 millennia. Even worse, these level 50 pioneers have no predecessors to guide them. They inch forward in darkness, each generation filling the gaps with their own time, gradually raising the cap on power and life. By conventional estimates, without tens of thousands more years of collective evolution, humanity is unlikely to birth a level 60 being. Therefore, even if Li Feng someday breaks the level 50 barrier, his upper limit will still be a mere 5 or 6,000 years. By contrast, this Meizu royal-blooded awakener, armed with unmatched insight and supreme inheritance, could theoretically climb beyond level 90 if resources abound, pushing her lifespan past 100,000 years. The disparity is obvious. What if I end up living longer than you? Li Feng lifted his eyes and asked offhandedly. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight. The young Meizu girl knelt on the floor, her shoulders quivering ever so slightly. She didn't dare answer. Seeing that, Li Feng changed to a clearer question. The longer my master lives, the stronger he must be, and the greater his status and influence among the human race. The Meizu replied with textbook submission, her voice soft and steady. With humanity's power behind him, my master can surely help my people reclaim our former glory. I could wish for nothing more. I am willing to lead the Meizu in eternal service to my master. Good. Li Feng turned and nodded at Gu Lingxi standing beside him. Gu Lingxi's eyes blazed as she stared at the Meizu girl, clicking her tongue inwardly. You pick up a slave on a whim, and she's worth millions of times more than the enlightenment stone I just got from her storage ring. She produced a dark gold heavenly Tao contract scroll. With a flick of her finger, faint light glimmered along its edge, and envy filled her gaze. She knew all too well that if they poured top-tier resources into this Meizu, the girl might one day carry the Gu clan to heights never seen before. The stealth art created by that ancient Meizu emperor was terrifyingly powerful. Li Feng didn't seem impressed. Raising his brows, he laughed. Envy all you like. Even if she were yours, you don't have my kind of personal magnetism. She'd be trying to shake off her shackles instead of openly admitting she's awakened imperial blood. Personal magnetism, my foot. Gu Lingxi snorted. It's really just your strength, potential, background, and the rumors she's heard. She thinks you're a gamble worth taking, that's all. Li Feng countered. Put those factors together, doesn't that add up to charisma? Gu Lingxi could not be bothered to argue. She dumped a mound of spirit stones and rare materials from her ring. Spiritual energy surged into the scroll like a tide while she bent her head to draft the contract clauses. A heavenly Tao scroll is forged by cultivators and must be activated with the cultivator's own power. Bathed in spiritual light, runes flowed across the parchment, giving it an air of solemn mystery. Li Feng asked the Meizu girl casually, "What's your name?" The Shidi family named me Massey. She lifted her head, purple eyes shining. If master disapproves, he may rename me. She couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. Clearly she felt she had backed the right man. We'll call you Mei-yin, Li Feng said offhandedly. Thank you for the name, master. Mei-yin immediately prostrated herself, palms to the floor, forehead touching the flagstones at Li Feng's feet, her devotion complete. Gu Lingxi shot Li Feng a glare. That's the best you can do? She's awakened the Meizu Emperor's blood-lineal inheritance of staggering power. One day she might revive her race, become a savior-level empress or queen, and make the history books. You have naming rights, and that's what you go with? Give the privilege to me. Fine, name her something pretty. Li Feng laughed helplessly, then teased. While you're at it, name my spirit sword, too. Believe me, a few hundred millennia from now it'll sell for the price of thousands of life-bearing planets, just because I once wielded it. Gu Lingxi ignored him and looked to Mei-yin. What kind of name would you like? To receive a name from my master's own lips is the highest honor of my life. Mei-yin remained prostrate at Li Feng's feet, humble and unmoving. Gu Lingxi nodded slightly. Very clever. She assessed silently. She still shows respect to the Shidi family who treated her as a prized toy. Toward her current master Li Feng, her awe runs even deeper, and she answered my test flawlessly. Then she added, But I also know that the more patient a slave from another race is, the more likely she is to rebel once her power catches up. A spirit-type slave remains truly loyal only when she fears her master completely. One of her signature tricks was to reshape her body into a fragile-looking human form, a stance that both flattered her master and made his acceptance easier. The Meizu spirit crouched lower still, her trembling outline mirrored on the icy metal floor. The sight told Li Feng at once that Gu Lingxi's earlier harshness had been a show of force on his behalf, a warning that once a talented alien slave advanced in cultivation, rebellious thoughts would follow and had to be stifled early. All right, read it first. Gu Lingxi flicked a silver-white contract scroll toward him. Li Feng unrolled it and skimmed the pages. The clauses matched everything he had agreed on with Mei Yin, only phrased more tightly. Drawing his spirit sword, he opened a small cut on his fingertip, letting a drop of blood infused with the power of law slide down the blade and land in the center of the parchment. White light flared, and he tossed the scroll to Mei Yin. Still shaken by Gu Lingxi's words, Mei Yin barely glanced at the terms before channeling her energy into the scroll. A second flash erupted. Chains of covenant appeared in midair, then vanished. The violator would face Daoic punishment. Only then did Li Feng store the document in his ring. Gu Lingxi immediately tossed him a brand new scroll. What's this? Li Feng arched a brow. You're worried about lifespan, yet you're sure you'll break the human limit, she said with a shrug. So why not hedge our bets? He'll make an ink that lasts for a Spirit Stone powder and rare sap mix. Whenever you're bored, fill this scroll with praise for meth more, and the richer, the better. If I die young, it becomes a Guklin heirloom. If you live 10,000 years, it'll serve as our clan's talisman. You've got way too much time on your hands, Li Feng chuckled. What family or race stays brilliant forever? Worrying about something 10 millennia away is just silly. Calmly, Gu Lingxi replied. I've already mobilized the pirate fleet our clan secretly controls. They're raiding the regions with the most Meizu slaves, and am stockpiling top-grade resources suited for their cultivation. Farsighted indeed. She was every bit the heir to an ancient interstellar house. Li Feng tucked the new scroll into his ring in tacit agreement. Gu Lingxi pulled out the enlightenment stone and closed her eyes in meditation, while Li Feng called Jiang Wanxin, reporting everything about Mei Yin. When the call ended, he opened the scans and three-dimensional star chart of Eternal Peace 1. Without his noticing, the battleship had slipped within 100,000 kilometers of the crime planet where the Near family's security tower stood. Spreading his perception, Li Feng located the building with ease, completely deserted, save for swarms of robots dismantling expensive machinery. The Near family had clearly learned Eternal Peace 1's course in advance and fled. Missing out on tens of thousands of attribute points was a shame, but at his current level it made little difference. Li Feng confirmed drop-off coordinates with the Zhangfeng Army Logistics Base, then headed to the control room. When Eternal Peace 1 descended to roughly 3,000 kilometers, he personally aimed the main cannon and blasted the entire security tower into rubble. At first light on the 26th, after barely a week of leave, Li Feng boarded capital ship number 4 once more, accompanied by Gu Lingxi, 6 squads of second-class alien troops, and Mei Yin, only level 22, yet already remarkably effective. To help Mei Yin integrate, he had asked Gu Lingxi to have the Gu family send over a cache of artifacts tailored to the Meizu before they returned to the ship. Executive Officer Marcus hurried onto the bridge almost the moment Li Feng set foot there, beaming as he delivered his report. The Special Operations Bureau had been heavily publicizing Li Feng lately, and his accumulated merits now equaled those of a lieutenant colonel. A promotion to fleet commander could come at any time. The combined pressure and allure were nearly unbearable for the crew of ship number 4. Even sailors from attached vessels on rest at the logistics base were flocking in, eager to pledge their loyalty. Acting as Li Feng's spokesman, Marcus handled the reception duties, collected a mountain of gifts, forged extensive connections, and found plenty of chances to claim credit. Was raking it in on every front. Excellent work, Li Feng said after skimming the figures, clearly satisfied. A rough tally showed that, including personnel from the support ships, more than 40,000 top-tier talents and prodigies had now enlisted under his banner. Following Li Feng's instructions, Marcus had logged each of them with detailed notes on personality, power level, special skills, first impressions, and linked video files. Even with an AI assisting, the data entry had been painstaking. Just doing my duty, sir, Marcus replied modestly. Li Feng gave a slight nod. I'm planning to pick a successor. Do you have any suitable candidates? A successor, Marcus' throat tightened as his mind raced. Ideally, he would name Vice Captain Gu, yet he secretly longed to recommend himself, though he dared not. He knew he was simply a managerial type who had risen out of millions of officers, useful, but far from irreplaceable. He might wield authority on shipboard and outshine Gu Lingxi, who often secluded herself for training, but he understood that Li Feng would never pour resources into someone as dispensable as him. Wet-lipped, he answered respectfully, the best candidate is, of course, Vice Captain Gu. Li Feng shook his head. Anyone besides her? Marcus switched tack. Then there's Commander Liu of the 3rd Regiment. He's unaffiliated, with no family backing, and both his strength and acumen rank near the top among the regimental commanders. He's currently an 8-star captain. A little help from you would see him promoted to major, meeting the minimum rank to take over the ship. Li Feng shook his head again. Anyone else? Drawing a deep breath, Marcus decided to be blunt. Excluding Major Gu, the truly optimal choice is Chun Xiang from 2nd Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 6th Company, 7th Squad. He's a prodigy with no family ties, exceptionally capable and shrewd. He was among the first to pledge to you, not out of pressure, but out of genuine respect and admiration. He's worth grooming as a trusted corps subordinate. Then we'll go with him, Li Feng said. Li Feng finally nodded in satisfaction. Have him come see me later, he ordered. Yes, sir. Marcus snapped to attention, his reply crisp and sharp. Li Feng raised a hand for calm. Unless something unexpected happens, he'll take command of the 5th Fleet within the next few months, and Deputy Captain Gu will be reassigned to lead the 6th Fleet. As for you, I'm taking you with me to the 5th as Deputy Fleet Commander. Deputy Fleet Commander? Mac's eyes flew wide, his Adam's apple bobbing as he staggered half a step back, breath suddenly short. Jumping straight past ship captain to Deputy Fleet Commander was beyond anything he had imagined. Li Feng's voice stayed even. This is as far as I can carry you. After that, it's on you. Understand? Marcus nodded hard, sweat sliding down his temple. At Li Feng's level, the precious promotion slots went to those with great potential, proven loyalty, and real value. His own talent was average. Among the elites of the Special Operations Fleet, he barely held his ground. Pouring scarce resources into him wouldn't help Li Feng or yield much return. He had always known that, which was why he never pushed himself forward, choosing instead to cling to Li Feng, endure, build a solid resume, and eventually escape the place that smothered him. Emotion welled up, his eyes reddened and his mouth worked, but no words came. You were the first officer from Battleship 4 to throw in with me, and you've never let me down, Li Feng said with a dismissive wave. You've earned this. Take every benefit you can, build every connection you need, just don't cross the line. Yes, sir. Marcus snapped a textbook salute and strode out of the captain's cabin. Once the hatch closed, Li Feng instructed the ship's AI to shut down all scans and surveillance inside the room. Then he tapped his military wristcom and called Mark, asking for an update on the 4th Special Operations Fleet's theater and hammering out their next moves. Mark had to pile up merits fast, push his rank to senior lieutenant colonel, and slide into the deputy command seat of a medium-sized special ops fleet. Li Feng, meanwhile, needed to stockpile his own achievements for a future bid at medium fleet command, while reserving a hefty chunk of merit points for subordinates worth grooming so they could ride the coming expansion wave. Even the other crew members and attached units had to get a taste broth or not, they had to taste it. Fortunately, the sector under the 4th Fleet teamed with Windrat forces, offering plenty of chances for combat merit. With Mark's faction and the Special Operations Bureau's top brass fully behind them, the overall pool of merits would be ample as long as they were divided wisely. Balancing interests was Mark's forte. The general's golden boy son handled both theory and practice with ease. Li Feng was far more direct since becoming a captain. He preferred to eat the meat himself and let his brothers drink the soup, building prestige through sheer strength and dazzling victories. They talked for a full 2 hours. Most of the time Mark mapped out the plan and carved up the spoils, while Li Feng asked questions and soaked up the lessons. The higher the rank, the more common this kind of balancing act became, and he needed to learn it early. Once the plan was finalized, they ended the call. Within minutes, Battleship 4 and its escorts received a string of orders, issued under Mark's authority, directing them to head for the combat zone at once. The captains of every auxiliary fleet were busy contacting their crews, asking why the fleet commander had suddenly issued orders. On the bridge, data streams flickered across the holoscreens, and the comm channels were jammed with calls. Deputy Captain Makasi hurried in and spoke in a low voice. All ships are on standby. No one has carried out your order to depart. No one's moved. Li Feng glanced up, his eyes sweeping the holographic star map. Not a single ship, Makasi confirmed. Excellent. A subtle smile touched Li Feng's lips. His authority was intact. The moment Fleet Commander Mark released his operation order, the captains of more than 100 medium and light warships assumed Mark and Li Feng had fallen out and chose to ignore it, proof they preferred to follow Li Feng. He had always made sure those attached ships received a share of the spoils, and now that goodwill was paying off. Notify every auxiliary ship, Li Feng said, his tone calm, yet unmistakably firm. Tell them I've reached an agreement with Fleet Commander Mark. From now on, overall command returns to him, but every order he issues is executed under my direction. Makasi frowned. Captain, we've got 110 auxiliaries. Their captains can't keep this from their crews. If someone records the briefing and it leaks, both you and Mark could be in trouble. Relax. That's already covered in our agreement. Li Feng replied with a casual wave. Makasi felt a jolt of disbelief. Impressive. A single capital ship captain had just told the entire fleet the commander was effectively his puppet. That took staggering confidence. 3 minutes later, The medium and light warships lit their engines one after another and pulled out of their berths. The number 4 capital ship acted first on Mark's standalone order. It eased away from the logistics base, linked with a scout craft to verify a safe corridor, then fired its jump drive. A flash of blue-white light sent it into the flagship's patrol sector, barely 2 billion kilometers from the main target world. Once its primary engines finished warming up, the ship surged toward the planet at full speed. Mark urgently needed the rank of High-Star Lieutenant Colonel before Special Operations Fleet completed its expansion. With command centralized in his hands, all combat credit would be logged under his name. His faction would inflate the records, and if they could wipe out the target forces, his promotion would be nearly guaranteed. Yet the real architect of the battle plan was Li Feng. Every instruction reached Mark in advance through a military wristcom. 2 hours slipped by. When number 4 closed to a mere 100 million kilometers from the planet, it received new orders: maintain speed and begin a holding pattern around the perimeter. At that moment, a faint spark flared in the dark void. Li Feng and the level 62 powerhouse Balky, riding Balky's flight artifact, Blink jumped into existence a few 100,000 kilometers from the ship. They boarded the craft, and Balky accelerated onto a trajectory that would bring them close to the planet. Outside the hull, starlight carved razor-sharp streaks across the black. Neither Balky nor the 5 second-class aliens with him sensed Mei Yin's presence. Before boarding, Li Feng had merged Mei Yin into his left arm. Thanks to her exceptional racial gifts and concealment skills, even a level 62 warrior standing at arm's length couldn't detect her. Without activating his heightened perception, Li Feng couldn't even sense Mei Yin fused with his left arm. The thing was ridiculously powerful. Balky's flying artifact shot through space like a strand of midnight blue lightning. Its peak velocity exceeded the speed of light, reaching 1,000,000 kilometers per second. Crossing a star field more than 100 million kilometers wide took barely 20 minutes. Patrol ships and detection devices filled the route, yet not one managed to register their passage. Only when they were 2 or 3,000 kilometers from their target planet did Balky silently decelerate and bring the craft to a halt in the void. Li Feng immediately triggered reset and began reallocating his stats. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 0. Strength, 40,300. Endurance, 40,300. Agility, 40,300. Spirit, 240,300. Abilities: Armor Pierce LV5, Teleport LV5, Flight LV5, Hypersense LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV5. He forced his spirit up to more than 800,000 points. His perception radius swelled to over 800,000 kilometers, and hypersense now covered upwards of 400,000 kilometers. More importantly, his sensory strength was approaching the threshold of level 53, drastically lowering the chance of being detected by higher-tier aliens. A vast tide of mental power rolled outward, slowly spreading over the entire life-bearing planet below. This world was the primary planet among 182 life planets, 15,000 kilometers in diameter, and boasting nearly 20 billion square kilometers of surface. Its chi was rich, and natural treasures were far denser than elsewhere. Li Feng soon locked onto a main fortress spanning several 100,000 square kilometers about the size of a small kingdom and began probing it layer by layer with hypersense. Wards, mineral-rich walls, and formation shields were useless against him. After more than an hour, he had the fortress mapped to the finest detail, including 5 hidden spatial rifts, and discovered that the level 57 ruler, Pieser, was secluded in the deepest chamber. Retracting hypersense for the moment, he reached toward other parts of the planet. In the molten core where violent magma surged, and in a toxic wasteland where poisonous mist churned, he located 1 additional spatial rift apiece. Altogether, the planet held 7 rifts, their coordinates now precisely logged. He pulled up a 3-dimensional display, marked each location, then used reset again to distribute his 5 basic stats evenly for balanced combat. At Li Feng's instruction, Balky activated a sensory masking relic and left the craft with him. In the next instant, Li Feng seized Balky, triggered teleport, and the two materialized in a deserted corridor just outside Pieser's chamber. Mei Yin slid soundlessly from Li Feng's left arm, turning into a faint blur that pounced on a nearby wind rat guard. Even with level 62 combat power and a hint of energy flight, Balky felt nothing from Mei Yin, which pleased Li Feng greatly. He teleported again, taking Balky back to the flying artifact. "Sir, what are you?" Balky's face was full of confusion. "Sorry, can't share that," Li Feng replied with a smile. "No problem. Of course," Balky said quickly, waving both hands. Li Feng didn't leave right away. Instead, he spread hypersense through the fortress a second time, keeping Mei Yin's position locked. Only after confirming that Mei Yin had slipped into the body of a level 35 windrat guard and that the target was completely unaware did he finally relax. During the next 2 hours, he and Balky discussed nothing but how to divide military merits. Every tactical decision was left to Li Feng alone. In truth, he had no elaborate battle plan, just a simple and ruthless goal: Eliminate as many high-level wind rats as possible and harvest the maximum amount of attribute points. The obstacle was clear. If the life planets began suffering heavy losses, Pieser would surely lead his forces into hiding or escape through a rift to rear sector worlds. If Pieser were killed immediately, the wind rat leaders on the other planets would scatter and vanish. To wipe them out in one stroke, he first had to keep a tight grip on Pieser's movements and decisions while collecting the energy signatures of every high-level wind rat in advance. Leaving Mayene in the fortress was the key to that. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The principle was simple. When you fully understand your own strength and completely control the enemy's strength, movements, and decisions, you don't need complicated schemes at all. Although Mayene is only level 22, Li Feng already sees him as a future right-hand man and the head of Yangon Group's intelligence network. To ensure Mayene has no worries while operating alone on the home planet, Li Feng double-checked the intel and still left a level 60 second-class alien nearby. Equipped with a top-tier artifact that masks all perception, the alien lurks in the planet's shadows and will rush to Mayene's aid the moment a distress signal arrives. After finishing these arrangements, Li Feng told Bulk to return to battleship number 4. With a quick calculation, he sent new orders to Fleet Captain Mark via his military wristcom. Moments later, the heavy ship received its redeployment directive. Jump to another combat sector, link up with an attached scout corvette, and survey a life-bearing planet there. Under Mark's command, the corvette reached the target system first and completed a risk assessment. Battleship number 4 then engaged its FTL drive, warped in, and began a high-speed approach toward the planet. 90 million kilometers 80-70 when the range closed to 50 million kilometers, Li Feng and Bulk left the battleship. Bulk's flight artifact became a dark red beam that sliced through the void. Roughly 3,000 kilometers above the surface, it steadied into a hover. Li Feng's extrasensory perception swept across the world. Terrain, energy pulses, and every strong aura emerged in perfect detail. The rodent folk chieftain's secret chamber, a hidden spatial rift, and the secluded rooms of high-ranked rodent warriors, nothing remained concealed. Drawing his spirit sword, he triggered a teleport. The next instant, he stood behind the level 43 chieftain. One flash of the blade, the target was cleaved in two. Ding. Enemy killed. Attributes 6,528. Before the prompt faded, Li Feng had already dashed into the adjoining rift chamber. With the power of laws wrapped around his senses, a few strokes shattered the fissure completely. From then on, he stopped relying on teleportation and advanced with raw level 48 force. The uproar alerted every nearby sanctum, and rodent elites above level 30 poured out, only to be harvested with ease. Within minutes, more than 60 of them lay dead, leaving behind shattered stone and the stench of blood. He glanced at the orbital readout. Battleship number 4 was less than 10,000 kilometers away, timing to the second. Turning into a streak of silver lightning, Li Feng burst through the main ward, reunited with Bulk, and together they returned to the ship. The rest followed the usual script. He locked onto the fortress primary defense node, ordered the main gun to smash the barrier, and unleashed all combat personnel to clear out rodent warriors below level 30. The sweep of other fortresses across the planet was handed to the escort vessels. This time, however, the orders did not come directly from Li Feng. Fleet Captain Mark relayed them to every supporting ship. Meanwhile, Mayene was already sending a steady stream of updates on the faction's ruler, Pikul, so Li Feng had no fear of battleship number 4 falling into an ambush. After the crew took the fortress and returned to the dreadnought, Li Feng had Mark issue the order to head for the next habitable planet. No scout corvettes were launched, and the escort ships were still clearing the outlying castles when Dreadnought 4 powered up and leapt toward its second target. Li Feng pulled up his personal system. 36,000 attribute points had appeared, and he spread them evenly across his 5 core stats, raising each average to 247,800. The ship exited its jump at the edge of the new system and began engine warm-up. The AI reported an incoming video request from the captain of Dreadnought 6. Li Feng told it to decline. He knew exactly why the man was calling. The planet Li Feng had just raided lay inside SIX's patrol zone. Their crew had already been staking it out, only to have Dreadnought 4 swoop in and take the kill. When pressuring Mark failed, the captain turned his sights on Li Feng. Li Feng couldn't be bothered. His rule was blunt. Serve under him, and you'll at least get a taste of the soup. Refuse, and you either fight for the credit yourself or go hungry. Engines hot, Dreadnought 4 roared forward, a white-blue plume trailing behind. At 50 million kilometers, Li Feng and level 62 Bulk left the ship on box flight treasure and punched straight in. His extrasensory field washed over the planet. The main fortress lit up like a beacon. One teleport put him behind the level 41 Windmouse Chief. 1 strike, instant death, 758 points. He shattered the spatial rift and cut down every Windmouse above level 30 he met on the way out. By the time he and Bulk regrouped, the dreadnought sat less than 10,000 kilometers above the surface. Back aboard, Li Feng personally fired the main gun, shredding the fortress wards. Assault teams finished off every holdout below level 30 in a little over 20 minutes and stripped the treasury bare. Everyone re-embarked, the ship accelerated, and they drove toward the third target. Skipping recon cut the gap between worlds to barely 2 hours. Another 32,000 points rolled in. Each primary stat now averaged 253,900. The regional overlord, Pieser, moved fast. When Dreadnought 4 arrived at the third planet, the fortress was empty. The Windmouse chief had fled through a rift with his elites. Li Feng changed tactics. He took Tony, a level 56 Bone Goose adept at tracking, planetside. The chief's retreat chamber had been wrecked, yet Tony still locked onto the fading energy trail. Back aboard, Li Feng loaded the sample into the tracking array and let the crew go through the motions. Tony had already nailed the coordinates, but this kept his existence quiet. Once they confirmed a rough fix, the Dreadnought jumped straight to the mark. With box speed and Li Feng's extrasensory sweep, they shadowed the fugitives for a few hours, then struck another 33,000 points. Targets 4, 5, and 6 fell in succession: 32,000, 35,000, 33,000. Between box level 62 power, Tony's tracking, and Li Feng's ESP and teleportation, even chiefs who slipped into the shadows lasted only 5 or 6 hours. And that was with Li Feng deliberately slowing the hunt to keep Bulk and Tony out of sight. Why in the hell won't that damned battleship stop? Deep inside the main planet, cold white lights bounced off metal walls as Pieser crushed his alloy vambrace, his roar ricocheting through the narrow chamber. He loathed Li Feng on instinctive, bone-deep hatred. Everything had been unfolding exactly as Pieser arranged. Every war zone was locked in the planned stalemate, trading blows at a measured pace. But in just 18 days, Li Feng broke through an entire defensive line, wiped out the Wind Rat clan leadership on 19 inhabited worlds, and even destroyed an ambush unit led by a 51st level officer that Pieser had personally deployed. The loss of that team severed his follow-up traps like a blade slicing a lifeline. It got worse. After only a brief refit, Li Feng's ship swung into another theater and, in 5 days, cleared it as well, uprooting an entire defense network, killing 18 commanders and every high-level Wind Rat on site. Pieser had run the numbers. The Dreadnought should have needed at least a week to resupply, just as before. Instead, fresh intel now claimed that on another front an inhabited planet had suffered a sudden strike, leaving nothing but shattered hull fragments and a scorched atmosphere. At the current pace, Pieser would never hold out until the strategy meeting he had scheduled with the Wind Rat leadership. What now? He forced himself to breathe, each inhale rasping like a file. Ambushing the Dreadnought was impossible. Judging by its record, it had to be the very weapon that had made headlines during the 4-clan live-fire exercise, beheading several 60th level Soul Clan prodigies. Unless the Alliance sent someone far stronger, leading his entire command would be suicide. Even if such a powerhouse arrived, the ship would have to be destroyed in moments. Otherwise, Federation space fortresses and second-tier militia could jump in at any time and flip the battlefield. So change the target. We can hit their support fleets. The idea burst forth as Pieser snapped upright, tracing an attack route in midair. Intel showed 110 escort ships handling cleanup, scouring ruins left by fallen Wind Rat leaders, and overseeing planetary logistics. If he struck fast and hard, he could at least cripple a batch of small frigates. Over the past month, the human vanguard had advanced across Wind Rat border space, losing its share of vessels, but 4 special operations flotillas still boasted high combat strength. Whenever they called for fortress support, they jumped to the top of the quay. So far, only a handful of their ships had been destroyed. If he could hit them while they were spread thin, blast several small craft, maybe even wipe out the human prodigies on board, the Wind Rat clan would get a badly needed shot of morale. Once the plan solidified, Pieser wasted no time. He activated his communication artifact, contacted his alliance liaison, and filed the full strike proposal, including a request for higher-level Wind Rat support. As expected, the answer came back the same. No elite reinforcements. The priority was still to stall for time and keep the trump cards hidden. Yet they approved his plan with enthusiasm, promised another shipment of top-grade resources, and stressed that as long as the raid succeeded, even if casualties were light, and even if he could not delay the enemy to the agreed deadline, Pieser would still be rewarded. He would receive new life-bearing worlds and treasures potent enough to raise his talent ceiling well beyond the 60th level, provided he made it back alive. Piker was thoroughly satisfied. The latter was exactly what had wanted. In his view, no number of subordinates could match a treasure that raised one's potential ceiling. Yet if he could also pull a cadre of high-level followers to the rear, it would give him an extra margin of safety. After all, real strength still took time to build once that ceiling was raised. He therefore issued an immediate order. Every Gale Rat commander in the embattled sectors was to withdraw through the spatial rifts at once. He then summoned 5 senior officers to draft a detailed evacuation plan. The 5 Gale Rat executives above level 50 arrived quickly. One of them was not under Piker's direct command, but had been assigned by the Alliance, a level 52 specialist in spatial laws who had personally led the teams that built every rift in the sector. The meeting in the sealed chamber lasted a full 2 hours before they dispersed, and the orders were relayed downward. Nobody noticed that, when the wards opened to admit the 5 officers, Mayeen had slipped in without a sound. When the discussions ended, he left just as quietly and transmitted everything he had heard from an empty corridor. Outside the combat zone assigned to Battleship 9, a castle-shaped flying artifact glided through space. Bok's vessel was still following it at an unhurried distance. That should do. After shadowing them for more than 2 hours, Li Feng was ready to strike. He sent the exact coordinates to Battleship 4 via his military wrist comp, drew his spirit blade, and activated his intent. His figure materialized inside the castle ship. A flash of cold light, the level 42 Gale Rat commander dropped dead on the spot. Ding, you have slain an enemy. Attribute points 5,126. Li Feng turned into living lightning, hunting only targets above level 30. At the same time, he unleashed his domain, a barrier hundreds of kilometers wide that sealed the entire vessel. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 Gale Rats above level 30 were wiped out. An instant later, he appeared beside Balk and swept his perception outward. Battleship 4 was less than 20,000 kilometers away. The remaining enemies above level 20 could be left to the crew. Seizing Balk and the man's vessel, Li Feng blinked straight back to the captain's ready room. He pulled up the system interface. Another 35,000 points had been added to his pool. Distribute evenly. Host, Li Feng. Available points, 0. Constitution, 372,700. Strength, 372,700. Endurance, 372,700. Agility, 372,700. Spirit, 372,700. Abilities, Armor Break LV5, Blink LV5, Flight LV5, Hypersense LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV5. In just 5 days, he had swept 18 inhabited worlds in Sector 6, and had now eliminated the Gale Rat command teams on 2 more worlds in Sector 9. Counting the original 19 conquests, Battleship 4 and its escort fleet now controlled 13 life-bearing planets. The other 9 strike groups were still busy sabotaging spatial rifts and sampling energy signatures, and had captured only 2 worlds in total. Without Battleship 4, Li Feng alone had outperformed the combined special operations fleet several times over. Military merits were only incidental. What mattered to him was the flood of attribute points. After 5 days, he had reached level 14, and with another 40 or 50,000 points, he would hit level 50, complete his second life evolution, and formally join the ranks of humanity's apex powerhouses. Buzz. While he watched the crew chase down the Gale Rats trapped by his domain, the communication talisman in his storage ring began to vibrate softly. Only 2 people can reach Li Feng through his communication talisman, Jiang Wanxin and Lin Jingtai, the former leader of the welfare faction. His talisman isn't the standard model carried by most espers or cultivators. It was custom-built for sensory type users. Only someone with perception abilities can activate it, and it can communicate only with talismans of the same design. Li Feng drew a slender piece of jade from his storage ring. It looked almost identical to a cultivator's message slip, warm and smooth, with fine lines forming a faintly glowing miniature array. The moment he extended his senses inside, a call request appeared. Jiang Wanxin. He accepted without hesitation. I just got intel from Mayeen. Her calm, pleasant voice came through the jade. Piker, the Windrat ruler who controls your sector, is mobilizing all his top officers to attack the 110 small and medium warships under your command. Their provisional plan is to keep your flagship under close watch, reach your fleet ahead of time, and the moment it finishes its next spatial jump, launch a fierce strike. Priority targets are the small ships and their crews. Impressive, Li Feng said with genuine admiration. He hadn't let Dreadnought number 4 jump ahead and scattered the other 110 ships on a whim. Weeks ago, he had planted Mayeen inside the main fortress on the capital planet to monitor Piker's every move. Any stir among the Windrat leadership would reach her ears through the guards, giving Li Feng time to respond. Over the past few days, Mayeen had been possessing high-ranking guards on rotation, slipping through the fortress while collecting energy signatures from Windrats above level 40, much to Li Feng's delight. Now she had surpassed herself. Not only had she raised the alarm early, she had also infiltrated Piker's private chamber and uncovered the entire battle plan. Truly remarkable, Jiang Wanxin agreed. She's only level 22 and already this effective. If we pour resources into boosting her rank and let her train a hand-picked group of talented clansmen until they're just a notch below her, we could build a seamless intelligence network in no time. Focus on countering the raid first. If you need Mayeen to dig up anything else, let me know. With that, she ended the call. Because every race used a different talisman design, Mayeen's messages had to pass through another Charmfolk slave and then be relayed up the chain to Jiang Wanxin. Any orders for her had to travel back the same way. Understood, Li Feng said, ending the link. Maybe I've been moving too fast, he mused. With Tony, a master tracker, bulky, whose flying artifact could exceed 3 times the speed of light, and his own teleportation and extrasensory perception. Wiping out the Windrat chiefs on 20 inhabited worlds would take only 2 days. He had stretched it to 5 partly to keep Tony and Balky hidden and partly, he admitted, to give Piker a little breathing room. The advance was so rapid that it failed to buy any time. Instead, it was likely to force Piker to pull the Windrat chieftains back to the rear to cut his losses. In 5 days they had captured 20 life-bearing planets. The blitz was even fiercer than the previous fight. 2 days, rest 2 days rhythm. Yet it still failed to satisfy the Windrat supreme commander in the rear. Piker didn't withdraw every chieftain at once, but he did change tactics decisively, ordering the entire Federation auxiliary fleet to launch an unprecedented, simultaneous assault. This was the last scenario Li Feng wanted. For him, dazzling victories, haggling over credit with Mark, and promoting his subordinates all took a backseat to one thing: upgrading his own stats. He had to wipe out every high-level Windrat in this theater at minimal risk. Only then, when the frontier was secure and the enemy either redeployed their elites or mounted a sudden counterattack, could he be sure of surviving. Plans, however, rarely survive contact with reality. Faced with this full-scale raid, he couldn't just watch the auxiliary ships get blown apart. Even a quiet warning would tip Piker off to a leak and provoke an even bigger reshuffle. After weighing his options, Li Feng settled on a single compromise: declare an early holiday, unleash one lightning strike to erase every high-level Windrat in the raid, and treat the chieftain units on the remaining planets as bonus targets. Kill what he could and leave the rest to fate. Decision made. He pulled out his communicator and contacted Jiang Wanxin, instructing her to brief Mei. 1. Confirm immediately whether Piker himself is directing the raid. 2. Check if the Windrat executive who masters spatial laws, the one at level 52, is present. The one non-negotiable condition: absolute safety. Had he known a level 22 Mei could slip into Piker's level 57 war room while in transit and eavesdrop for hours beneath the noses of 6 Windrat powerhouses above level 50, he would never have sent her alone on such a high-risk infiltration. Her potential was terrifying. The more resources he poured into her, the faster she grew, and that was exactly what Li Feng valued most. If she slipped once and was lost, he wouldn't just lose a top-tier intelligence asset, his entire covert network would collapse. The risk-toward ratio was unacceptable. After ending the call with Jiang Wanxin, he used his military wrist comp to reach Mark. The slowcook strategy was dead, so they would have to stay up all night rewriting the plan, drafting a new merit ledger that looked fair and impressive to everyone. Li Feng skimmed the scans and holograms projected over the bridge. Aside from the 50-odd Windrats who surrendered quickly and saved their skins, no level 20 grunt left a complete corpse. The credit-hungry crew had blasted them to fragments. Once all combat personnel were back in the ready area, the number 4 heavy warship set course for the next life-bearing planet. With Tony's tracking skills and the speed of Bok's flying artifact, Li Feng finally located the Windrat chieftain squad. He repeated the familiar tactic. Bok took the helm, keeping their craft a safe distance behind, drifting in and out of the starfield as though half hidden, half revealed. This time, however, Li Feng kept his entire focus locked ahead. His extrasensory perception spread out unreservedly, covering the enemy ship and monitoring every subtle movement of the high-level Windrats on board. Exactly as he had predicted, those above level 20 pulled out their communication artifacts every so often, replying in low voices. Several powerhouses never ended the call at all. Pieser was almost certainly on the other end, trying to judge when his capital ship would finish wiping out the chieftain's team. Once Li Feng knew the moment the cleanup ended, he could backtrack the approximate coordinates of the capital ship's next space jump. If he struck the escort fleet at that precise instant, he would have a window of at least an hour to wreak havoc, for 4 simple reasons. 1. After a jump, the capital ship's main engines need more than 10 minutes to preheat before they can restart and accelerate. 2. A second jump requires a full hour of maintenance, servicing, and component replacement. 3. Even if a distress call comes in, the ship must still spend over 10 minutes preheating before it can accelerate. 4. Capital ships accelerate more slowly than smaller vessels and need several additional minutes to reach top speed. More than 2 hours slipped by. During that time, Mei kept sending back every bit of intercepted information. On the home planet, Windrats above level 40 had silently gathered, while those above level 30 received no orders at all. Pieser feared a human spy might leak the plan. Over 60 Windrats above level 40 rushed to Pieser's hidden chamber, accepted a cache of top-grade artifacts, and then waited without passing through the space rift next door. Only a level 52 Windrat versed in spatial laws and a level 53 companion had gone ahead, presumably to lay an ambush and monitor the escort vessels. All signs pointed to Pieser holding off on a full assault until the current chieftain squad was erased. Li Feng revised his strategy at once. He had intended to leave not even a drop of soup, wiping out every Windrat above level 20 in this raid, and pushing himself straight to level 50. The raw increase in attributes would have been only a few tens of thousands. Yet level 50 marked a second stage of life evolution. His lifespan would expand dozens of times, his body would undergo a qualitative leap, and his grasp of higher laws would sharpen. Simply having a tougher body and a stronger domain barrier would be a massive advantage in the impending counterstrike. Since another batch was still on the way, he simply left the extra rations for the crew. Sensing the time was right, Li Feng followed his usual routine. He transmitted the exact single-digit coordinates to the capital ship still sweeping the sector, drew his spirit sword, and blinked straight into the Wind Mice chieftain's shuttle. A flash of cold light, a muted squelch, the chieftain's throat burst open and, in the next heartbeat, he was on his way to meet his ancestors. A system prompt appeared. Attribute 3158. Li Feng moved like a phantom. The instant his domain unfolded, every inch of surrounding space locked down. Wind Mice stronger than level 30 never even saw their attacker. Their throats and hearts exploded one after another. Blood spattered the bulkheads, yet not a single scream was heard. He entered fast and left even faster. Masterless, the shuttle drifted to a halt in the silent void, the only sound the groan of metal plates grinding together. With a major engagement looming, Li Feng saved a precious teleport by not returning directly to Balky. Instead, he punched through the shuttle's hull and shot out like an arrow. Only after his senses picked up the capital ship's massive energy signature did he teleport back to the captain's cabin, bringing Balky and the captured shuttle with him. The crew stormed in next, sweeping every deck and passageway clear of Wind Mice above level 20, stripped the vessel of anything valuable, and reboarded their own ship. Li Feng then contacted Mark, instructing him, as fleet commander, to order Capital Ship 4 to proceed at full speed toward the next target system. As expected, the Wind Mice chieftain on that life-bearing planet had already withdrawn. Li Feng deliberately slowed down, first collecting the residual energy signature, and then having Tony use the scanners to lock onto a more precise set of coordinates. Only when the tracking specialist had overlaid every datum onto the star charts did he finally give the order to pursue. Meanwhile, Maine reported via comm talisman that all Wind Mice above level 30 were lying low. More than 60 fighters over level 40 and 2 elites over level 50 had slipped away through a spatial rift. Only Piker and another level 50 officer still held the homeworld. Li Feng monitored the fleet's position but refrained from having Mark issue new orders. Those 2 level 50 elites were certainly watching. The moment they noticed the fleet veer off or form a defensive posture, Piker would smell a trap. An hour later, Capital Ship 4 reached the target sector. Li Feng again took Balky and the alien second-class squad, leaving ahead of the fleet to search for the chieftain's trail. Within 10 minutes, they had fixed on the target shuttle and began shadowing it from a distance inside Balky's craft. 2 uneventful hours passed. Piker seemed to have timed everything perfectly. Jiang Wangsun's latest intel arrived. A few minutes earlier, more than 1,000 level 30 Wind Mice, led by a level 50 officer, had assembled and slipped away through a spatial rift. Piker himself still held the homeworld. For Li Feng, that was a mixed blessing. The ambush force had lost its backbone and would be easier to wipe out, but afterward he would still have to track down and eliminate Piker. Half an hour later, Li Feng struck. One teleport took him into the chieftain's shuttle, spirit sword flashing. Attribute 4257. Attribute 567. Attribute 398. System prompts cascaded across his display. In the span of a single breath, every Wind Mice above level 30 lay dead. Li Feng burst out of the compact flight vessel and, unable to wait, hurried Balky back to the captain's cabin of battleship number 4. As soon as he sat down, he pulled up the system interface and split every available point evenly among the 5 primary attributes. Host, Li Feng. Attributes: Constitution, 0. Strength, 385,900. Endurance, 385,900. Agility, 385,900. Spirit, 385,900. Skills: Armor Piercing LV, 5. Blink LV, 5. Flight LV, 5. Extrasensory LV, 5. Reset LV, 5. Domain LV, 5. In an instant, it felt as though a higher dimensional rift had opened, and a torrent of law energy flooded his flesh, bones, and soul. Every fiber of his body strengthened at breakneck speed, and his skeleton was reforged into something unbreakable. His extrasensory perception underwent a qualitative leap. Without even trying, he could feel the temperature of every eddy of air in the office and catch the faintest trace of every scent, a tidal wave of detail pouring into his mind. A brutally clear pathway to the essence of higher dimensional laws had been forced open. As his soul swelled, a strange shockwave churned within him. It felt as though his soul had grown strong enough to exist independently, capable of carrying vast stores of energy, consciousness, and perception. With a single thought, his awareness slipped into that soul, as though he now possessed a second body made entirely of energy. What is this? At the lounge doorway next door, Bach, still carrying the shrunken flight vessel as protocol required, whirled around. and the 4 alien serfs with him sent out their senses at the same time. Outside the vessel, they could clearly detect the law energy pouring into Li Feng and the terrifying pressure spilling from his body. They knew this sight all too well. Congratulations, my lord, on completing a second life evolution and joining the ranks of humanity's supreme powerhouses. Balky reacted first, rushed forward, and dropped to his knees, reverently kissing the deck at Li Feng's feet. Congratulations, my lord, congratulations. Tony and the other alien serfs flew out of Balky's vessel and likewise bowed around Li Feng. One kissed the floor, another his combat boots, all of them visibly elated, more excited, in fact, than Li Feng himself. Li Feng pulled his attention away from his internal changes and swept his gaze over them, making no move to stop their prostration. From calling him captain at the beginning, to lord now, and finally using the most formal submission rites of their respective races, the gradations in their attitude were unmistakable. Their intentions could not have been clearer. They wanted to pledge their allegiance. The reasons were simple. 1. He was the first East Asian to break through the level 50 barrier and one of humanity's true powerhouses. 2. He served in the military, had an illustrious combat record, and was viewed as a future star commander. 3. In this turbulent new era, his potential was immeasurable. 4. They had seen his style and character firsthand, always took the lion's share, yet never forgot to leave soup for his men. He was the kind of man who would go head-to-head with the Human Strength Association just to protect an alien slave in his service. They all sensed that Li Feng not only possessed extraordinary potential, but was also someone worth following to the death. If he fell, they would die gloriously without regret. If he prevailed, wealth and honor were guaranteed. Even more crucially, backing the right leader could allow their own races to soar. Balk and the other 4 high-ranked alien Class II citizens had rushed to answer the military summons with one clear aim: to win better treatment and status for their peoples. If they wanted nothing more than resources and rare treasures, pledging themselves to a council member or an interstellar clan would have offered far higher returns at far lower risk. Stand up, all of you. I understand your intentions and welcome you to special operations. Li Feng spoke calmly, yet every word hit like a hammer. Once the 5 aliens finished their salute, he stepped forward and helped them to their feet one by one. In a few understated sentences, he delivered an unmistakable promise. Earn enough merit and your clans will share the reward. The 5 were thrilled. Their chests heaved with excitement, and they could hardly catch their breath. When they had returned to the lounge next door, Li Feng composed himself and refocused on the battlefield. All combat troops were already deployed, mopping up Windrat elites above level 20, while the auxiliary fleet was overrunning castles on a life-bearing planet, completing the conquest in mere minutes. The slain were reduced to ash, and the captives knelt on both knees. Li Feng's timing was flawless. As the troops filed back into the readiness bay with loot and prisoners, the auxiliary fleet had already consolidated each castle under high-ranked Windrat commanders willing to submit. Once the warships began recalling their crews, Li Feng sent an order to Mark through his military wristcom. Acting as fleet commander, Mark instantly issued a string of commands to the number 4 dreadnought and the entire formation. The 4th ship pushed its reactors to full output and lunged into high acceleration in barely 10 seconds. Almost simultaneously, Li Feng received notifications from every captain in the auxiliary fleet transferring primary command authority to him. Such a complete handover of a captain's supreme clearance was difficult even for a direct superior to secure, and Li Feng was only a temporary commander. But earlier, to ambush a level 52 Windrat strike team, he had requested that same authority and returned it immediately afterward, earning unquestioned credibility. Realizing something major was underway, the captains confirmed the transfer almost without hesitation. Sir, we've lost contact with all of them. On a small asteroid roughly 20 million kilometers from planet F10258, Tuaboda level 55 powerhouse overseeing the raid clenched his data pad. Every signal from the Windrat chieftains group and the level 20 plus elites caught in the ambush had gone dark. The entire force had clearly been annihilated. In 10 minutes, that wretched dreadnought would jump to its next target. Shame we couldn't strike while they were all off the ship. Tuaboda sighed to himself. If they had, they could have butchered a host of elite crew members without destroying the heavily armored vessel. Even so, the current situation still met the operational criteria. He made his decision. Move out. He and 4 other senior officers launched from the asteroid in flight artifacts that masked both presence and scans. Black, silver white, emerald, dark gold, and deep blue vessels of wildly different designs streaked into open space, accelerating toward planet F10258. The 4th heavy warship accelerated to light speed, where the pull of nearby celestial bodies was negligible, and then activated its spatial jump system. In an instant, the vessel tore open the void and reappeared in another starfield nowhere near the site Picol and the others had predicted, but a mere 200 million kilometers from planet F10258. Move. Li Feng barked, flashing himself, Bakel, and the latter's flying artifact more than 100,000 kilometers away. At the same moment, he issued two orders. Once the engines finished preheating, the fourth warship was to race toward F10258 at top speed, and he and Bakel were to enter the artifact. Energy roared as streams of light rippled across the craft's hull. In just over 10 seconds, it was slicing through space at 1,000,000 kilometers per second, arrowing straight for F10258. All the while, Li Feng stretched his perception and extrasensory awareness to their limits. When the artifact closed to within 10 million kilometers, they began a staged deceleration. 4 or 5 minutes later, they came to a halt less than 200,000 kilometers from F10258. By then, the entire fleet lay within Li Feng's sensory field. 110 escort ships were lifting off and forming up, and 5 scan-shielded artifacts, once invisible, now stood fully exposed. Every crew member had returned to their vessel. The escorts arranged themselves in a stepped formation and glided toward open space. At the same time, Tuaboda and 4 other Windrat executives positioned their personal artifacts 30,000 kilometers along the fleet's ascent path. Accompanied by more than 60 Windrats above level 40, they hugged the formation's flank, rising with it. These level 40-plus Windrats were as strong as clan chiefs on any life-bearing planet. Yet not all possessed top-grade artifacts that could completely mask them. Roughly 3 of them shared one. To stay hidden, they had to cluster within the same shielding field. The level 30-plus Windrats remained inside the 5 artifacts for the same reason. This large-scale ambush had clearly been in the works for some time. Inside the 5 artifacts, more than 1,000 level 30-plus Windrats waited in full battle readiness, poised to strike the fleet the instant a signal was given. The 60-plus level 40-plus Windrats were paired off, each pair shadowing a light warship. The 5 executives, all above level 50, had likewise locked onto individual light warships to ensure success. Every target had been chosen for its comparatively weak defenses and energy reserves. Once the attack began, a coordinated assault could cripple a light ship's offensive and defensive systems in a matter of seconds. Even more cautious than I am, Li Feng muttered to himself. In a straight fight, an ordinary level 40 Windrat would be crushed by a light warship, but these foes were stronger and carried top-grade artifacts that masked their presence. Before the light ships reached full speed, any one of them could take a vessel down on its own. Assigning 6 people to attack a single ship was already excessive. The 5 Windrat executives, all above level 50, were even more outrageous. Instead of hammering the better-armed medium warships, they had fixed their sights on the lightly defended gunboats, making casualties almost unavoidable. Stand by. If the binding barrier breaks, split up and pin down the highest-level Windrats. Keep one person on comms. The rest stay hidden, Li Feng told Barker and the others. An instant later, he blinked straight into the control room of the gunboat currently targeted by the level 55 Tuaboda. Commander Li, the captain and operators froze at the sudden intrusion. Their first reaction was that someone had used an illusion to impersonate Li Feng, but the absence of alarms quickly quashed that thought. Only 2 explanations remained. Either the ship's scanners had confirmed the intruder as Li Feng himself, holder of full fleet clearance, or he possessed a top-tier artifact that masked him completely. Because Li Feng had taken no hostile action, they leaned toward the first answer. We're out of time battle stations, now? His tone was calm and clipped, and he offered nothing further. The flotilla was climbing hard, the 5 hovering flight treasures drawing closer by the second, and the elite wind rats could strike at any moment. Li Feng opened his system panel and triggered ability reset. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 035,900. Strength, 885,900. Endurance, 35,900. Agility, 885,900. Spirit, 85,900. Abilities, Armor Pierce 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Extrasensory 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. After the adjustments, both strength and agility reached level 53 intensity. The gunboat's main cannon simply could not kill a level 55 wind rat equipped with a supreme defensive treasure. Unless Barker and the others revealed themselves, Li Feng would have to take Tuaboda down personally. He raised his wrist and fired off a series of rapid orders to Mark. 1. Combat personnel are to disperse around the hull. 2. Operators and logistics staff must do the same, using the high-density alloy bulkheads to delay enemy boarding. 3. Any gunboat not yet targeted is to scatter immediately. With the directives issued, he hesitated no longer. At his mental command, a 5 or 6 meter square section of bulkhead facing Tuaboda came alive as its attraction generators roared to maximum, while the compartment's gravity plate stayed offline. Activating both would crush even someone with his 35,900 constitution. Outside, only a few hundred meters away, Tuaboda was winding up to smash the energy shield. The sudden gravitational pull caught him completely off guard. His body slammed toward the frigate's energy shield without warning. Tuaboda realized something was wrong almost instantly. With his top-tier cloaking talisman running at full power, the ship's ordinary scanners shouldn't have been able to see him, yet a sudden gravitational pull had locked onto him with unnerving precision. He had no time to think. Summoning his inner power, he fought the drag with everything he had. The momentum of his charge slowed sharply in the void, each inch of distance wrenched back through sheer force of will. Just as he forced the gravity to its limit and was about to break free, a silent figure appeared behind him, Li Feng. A streak of icy light fell from above, the sword's force cracking like thunder. Tuabada's reflexes were normally half a beat faster than Li Feng's, but every ounce of his focus was tied up resisting the pull. He had no room to defend himself. Boom. An attack on par with level 53, combined with a level 5 armor-piercing effect that ignored half of any defense, shattered the protective field conjured by his priceless artifact in an instant. The shock wave dulled the sword's edge slightly, yet the blade still carved through the splintered energy, lodged against his skull, and ripped a bloody furrow across it. The searing pain forced a muffled groan from Tuabada. His once steady energy flow faltered, and gravity hauled him toward the shield again. Li Feng, whose frame was even larger, was dragged along as well. A heartbeat later, the gravity system shut down. Following Li Feng's prior instructions, the gunnery captain had triggered the cutoff the moment Li Feng appeared, but the hardware couldn't react as fast as Li Feng himself. It only took full effect after that sword blow had crippled Tuabada. Freed, Tuabada slashed out with a claw, sending a blade of wind ripping across the void to block Li Feng. It sliced nothing but an afterimage. Li Feng had blinked again, vanishing as if he had never been there. In the next instant, he rematerialized at Tuabada's flank, cold light flaring once more. Tuabada's skull still throbbed. He couldn't even lift a hand. With his defensive talisman destroyed, he could only watch the sword flash past. SHHK? His body was cleaved clean in two, blood droplets scattering through the zero-G cabin like crimson rain. At the same time, a pale blue energy form shot out of the split corpse, desperate to escape. Li Feng was ready. His perception wrapped the sword in the power of laws, and the blade chased the fleeing essence. Ryup. The energy form was brutally sliced in half. Ping. Enemy eliminated. You have gained 152,000 attribute points. At last, the pleasant chime of the system announcement rang in Li Feng's mind. The high-ranking Windrat warriors poised to launch a full assault froze the instant they sensed Li Feng materialize outside the warship. Even more shocking, with a single stroke of his sword, he shattered Tuabada's top-grade treasury, an artifact that masked all perception and scans along with every defensive item on the man's body. The razor-edged sword light tore straight through, gravely injuring the level 55 powerhouse, and before anyone could react, Li Feng followed up with two more swings, finishing Tuabada on the spot. Is he really human, or some other species in disguise? That horrifying thought flashed through the minds of the four remaining Windrat executives, all above level 50. They had no time to wonder how Li Feng had found Tuabada. By any logic, a human expert of this caliber should never appear on the front line. For now, they could only bite the bullet and hurl themselves at the ring of small warships forming the human defensive line. With a single mental command, Li Feng poured the 152,000 attribute points earned from killing Tuabada into Constitution, Endurance, and Spirit, his three lowest stats. Balance was restored in an instant, and his blink ability lit up again. A heartbeat later, he appeared silently behind a level 53 Windrat leader. Rip. The rat reacted far slower than Tuabada. His premium defensive artifact shattered on impact, and the spirit sword cleaved downward, splitting his head in two until bones stopped the blade. The disembodied energy core bolted free, only to be snuffed out by a second strike infused with the power of laws, turning to ash. Ding. You have killed an enemy. Attribute points 85,600. While the system prompt echoed, the remaining three Windrat leaders punched through the energy shields and reserves of three small warships. Under the storm of wind blades, high-density alloy hulls tore like paper, black cracks spreading everywhere. On the other flank, more than 60 level 40-plus Windrats finally reacted, pouncing on the ships as gale-like blades fell in waves. Li Feng kept moving. He dumped the newly gained points into his lowest stats once more and triggered blink repeatedly. He appeared behind a level 52 Windrat adept who specialized in spatial law and had already barged into a ship, slaughtering the crew. Thud. One sword pierced the spine. The rat crashed to the deck, stripped of any ability to resist. Li Feng didn't bother finishing him off. He blinked again, reappearing behind another level 51 Windrat. Two linked slashes head off, body split. Attribute points 55,300. In the blink of an eye, three more leaders above level 50 lay dead. The last one, a level 51 Windrat hunting crew members inside a wrecked ship, finally snapped. He spun and bolted through a breach, desperate to flee. Rip. A sword light tore through the void. Li Feng blocked his path, cleaved him in two, and vaporized the energy core with a second swing. Attribute points 52,300. Exhaling at last, Li Feng felt the tension ease. 5 Windrat leaders above level 50 had been eliminated without any serious casualties on his side. He sent out a mental command. He quickly pulled up the system interface, activated the reset function, and redistributed every attribute point evenly across the 5 primary stats. Boom, boom, boom in the blink of an eye. The concentrated barrage from more than 60 Windrat warriors above level 40 shredded the energy reserves and shields of over a dozen light frigates. 5,000 kilometers overhead, 5 flying artifacts hovered in formation. Deck hatches yawned open, and a flood of Windrats above level 30 spilled out, diving straight for the crippled ships. The undamaged small and medium vessels scattered at Li Feng's command. The very next second, Li Feng surged forward. With 468,600 agility points amplified fivefold by level 5 flight, he blasted past the terrifying mark of 23,000 kilometers per second. In an instant, he was inside one of the light frigates. Thud, thud, thud. The narrow, twisting alloy corridors slowed him only slightly. Thinner bulkheads gave way beneath raw physical power. Attribute 3,568, Attribute 5,256, Attribute 4,269. 6 level 40 Windrats that had slipped aboard to hunt the crew suddenly faced annihilation. In barely 20 seconds, Li Feng cut them all down. He darted out through a breach in the hull and lunged at a second damaged frigate. 30 more seconds, 6 more level 40 Windrats dead. A third ship, a fourth. Blood mist billowed, sword light flashed and vanished. By the 5th vessel, the Windrats finally cracked. Their level 50 elites were gone. Peers were falling one after another, and under that crushing pressure they abandoned the crew and fled at top speed. The retreat became a signal. The approaching Windrats above level 30 wheeled away at once. In an instant the rout was complete. Li Feng Relaxed had broken the will of their high-level fighters. To prevent a desperate last stand, he had held back his domain until now. At a single thought, it unfolded. A colossal barrier more than 100,000 kilometers across sealed every escape route. Li Feng went after each level 40 Windrat at full speed. Attribute 5,259, Attribute 6,378, Attribute 3,796. To them he was death incarnate. The moment he drew near, a lightning-swift stroke claimed another life. 3 or 4 minutes later, every one of the 30-plus Windrats scattered around the barrier lay dead. He pivoted sharply and began harvesting the level 30 Windrats. Attribute 312, Attribute 568, Attribute 659. Within the domain their senses were stripped away. With only their eyes they could not track his blurring afterimages. Squads managed only a glimpse of a companion's bisected corpse before terror swept through them. Some dropped to surrender, but Li Feng showed no mercy. Anyone who tried was cut down the next instant. From the moment the domain opened until the last Windrat fell, barely 10 minutes passed. Apart from a level 52 Windrat adept in spatial laws grievously wounded, yet barely alive, every enemy perished under Li Feng's sword. The 4 officers above level 50, who had pressed on after seeing Tuo Boater killed and thereby cut off their own retreat, likewise failed to escape. Inside every bridge, officers and crew stared speechless at real-time scans and holographic displays. Li Feng's strength had already eclipsed anything they thought possible. Hardest to accept was this: he carried no premium artifact to block detection, yet the intense scans of a medium frigate could label him only as above level 50. How could that be? The Yellow Race faction had yet to discover a cultivation method beyond level 50, and Li Feng was not even regarded as the cultivator with the highest potential. Reaching level 50 should have been impossible. All medium-class ships set course for the destroyed corvette and pick up any survivors. Li Feng stood before the main holo display on the 4th capital ship and issued the order in a low voice. He flipped open the protective cover of his military wristcom and patched in mark. Transmit the command in the fleet captain's name. Then he vaulted out of the ship and shot toward the shattered hulk adrift in space. The air reeked of scorched metal and blood. He clamped a hand around a level 52 Windrat officer whose abdomen had been speared by an energy shard, intestines spilling out, yet the creature's resilience kept it clinging to life. Li Feng tightened his grip on its throat and triggered a thought. Blink, engage. A heartbeat later they materialized in front of Berk. Jagged viewport fragments drifted around them, and 200,000 kilometers away the 4th capital ship was just arriving. Li Feng's extrasensory field spread out, capturing every nuance of the battle space. Congratulations, sir. Your divine might has annihilated the enemy. Berk and his 4 adjutants saluted in unison. The praise carried genuine awe. Aside from level 62 Berk, no one here had dared hope to wipe out a 1,000-strong elite Windrat fleet in minutes. Routine work, Li Feng replied coolly and tossed the level 52 captive to Berk. Together they stepped onto a flight artifact and blinked again, reappearing in the captain's cabin of the 4th capital ship. Stephen, Li Feng addressed the level 57 scion wrapped in a spirit thread robe. How long to extract his memories? Stephen glanced at the prisoner and noted the fading consciousness. He's critically wounded, mental defenses in tatters. About an hour. An hour? Li Feng's brows twitched, but he nodded. Do it fast. With the ship's memory extraction chamber and a full drug suite, cracking a level 52 Windrat mine would still take days. Stephen doing it in an hour was already the limit. Li Feng moved to the console, pulled up the latest scans and a 3D battlefield map, and let his gaze sweep over every piece of wreckage. A system panel blinked into view. Battle gains. 1. Windrats above level 50. 4. Yielding 340,000 attribute points. 2. Windrats above level 40. 60 plus, yielding 350,000 attribute points. 3. Windrats above level 30. Over 1,000, yielding 630,000 attribute points. Total, 1.32 million attribute points. He poured the available points evenly into the 5 core attributes. Numbers surged. Host, Li Feng. Physique, 649,900. Strength, 649,900. Endurance, 649,900. Agility, 649,900. Spirit, 649,900. Abilities, Armor Break 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Extra Sense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. Overall level, 52 Breakthrough. Before the battle, he had been one of humanity's premier powerhouses. Afterwards, the qualifier one of no longer applied. Even the earliest level 50 white powerhouse barely brushed level 51, and none possessed his suite of god-tier abilities. He could sweep the entire species. Missing, still missing. In the chamber beneath the main fortress on the homeworld, crimson warning lights flashed incessantly, while the communications panel repeated the same alert. Pieser grew increasingly frantic. No matter how hard he tried, every comm channel to the senior members of the Fengshu clan remained dead. 1 or 2 unanswered calls could be blamed on their pursuit of the gifted cadets, but when every high-ranked Fengshu went silent at once, only one conclusion was left: they were all dead. That should have been impossible. The raid had been meticulously planned and was supposed to be foolproof. Even if the humans launched a surprise counterstrike, the medium ships were expected to break through the vanguard and request help from Zhengfeng Command, which would then trigger emergency protocols and bring in an orbital fortress. To safeguard those prodigy cadets, they would have flooded the line with elite alien auxiliaries long before the task force was annihilated. Pai Kier's confidence lay in the fact that every senior Fengshu under his command carried a top-tier stealth artifact. The Zhengfeng army would never deploy level 70-plus auxiliaries just to rescue a handful of special operations cadets. Intelligence showed that fighters of that tier appeared only beside parliamentarians, interstellar house patriarchs, or top military brass. Within Zhengfeng itself, perhaps Commander Chu Weisheng and a few deputies had 1 or 2 such guardians, but they would never risk exposing themselves or spring what might be a trap for a group of cadets. Even if their calculations were off and the human captain had some method to ignore those artifacts, at best he could have saved a few light ships. He couldn't possibly wipe out every senior Fengshu in Pai Kier's force. What now? Clenching his teeth, Pai Kier dashed into an adjacent vault and stepped into a pre-positioned spatial rift. He could have stayed to bleed the humans meeting the set attrition quota, or holding to the deadline would earn him treasures that could raise his talent ceiling, but no reward was worth dying with his men. Throughout the entire invasion of human space, some high-level Fengshu were ready to die for the cause, but far more, like Pai Kier, were not. Time mattered most. He didn't even bother to warn his blood relatives, let alone take them with him. On the far side of the portal, Maine instantly relayed the intel. Pai Kier just fled through a spatial rift. Cautious, aren't you? Li Feng actually felt relieved. No Fengshu above level 20 had stirred on the main planet, so Pai Kier had fled alone. A lone fugitive was unlikely to run straight back to Alliance territory. As long as he didn't reach their heartland, there was still a chance to hunt him down. A few minutes later, the spoils were tallied. Survivors from the 14 destroyed light frigates were moved to a medium ship. Earlier, 4 Fengshu executives above level 50 had turned back to attack the light ships instead of fleeing, causing heavier than expected losses. Even after Li Feng eliminated them, more than 500 crew members from the 14 frigates were dead. Begin withdrawal, Li Feng instructed Mark. Heavy battleship 4 surged upward, punching through the cloud layer. The escort ships accelerated after it, all heading for the next inhabited world. After accelerating to light speed, battleship number 4 streaked through the void, the Milky Way stretching into dazzling lines while the hull howled forward like a razor-sharp arrow. The instant the console indicated that the jump drive was ready, Li Feng gave the command. A heartbeat later, the vessel emerged from hyperspace scarcely 100 million kilometers from the primary planet. Li Feng unleashed his extrasensory perception, a tidal wave of mental force sweeping outward and confirming that no high-tier Windrat clansmen were nearby. Without waiting for the ship to finish its cooldown, he grabbed Bulk and the flying treasure, blinked 200,000 kilometers away, and sent Bulk ahead to approach the planet in the craft. Sir, the memory extraction is complete, Stephen reported. After an hour of relentless psychic interrogation, every recollection held by the level 52 Windrat officer had been stripped away. At Li Feng's signal, Stephen injected the memories into a crystal orb. Li Feng's mind plunged inside, and with superior will and reflexes, he skimmed the key data in an instant, pinpointing the spatial rift coordinates of the sector and securing a trove of Alliance secrets. This spatial law expert had been the very reinforcement the Alliance had dispatched. With a muted pop, sword light pierced the silence, severing both body and soul of the Windrat officer. A chime followed. Enemy killed. Attributes 67,500. Li Feng spread the points evenly across his 5 core stats, boosting the average from 649,900 to 663, for 101 step closer to level 53. Reaching the planet's orbit, his super sense fanned outward and quickly locked onto the remaining level 60 alien second-class citizen and Mayne, who stood guard outside the hidden chamber. Taking bulk and the flying treasure, Li Feng blinked directly inside. Tony shot from the treasure to collect Piecer's residual energy, while Li Feng swept his longsword and shattered the surrounding wards. Sensing the disturbance, Mayne slipped into his left arm as a shadow, shocked at how dramatically her master's strength had surged in mere days. Li Feng burst forward, sword light flashing. The guards rushing down the corridor fell before they could react. Within minutes, Tony completed the collection and returned to the treasure. With only a few teleports left for the day, Li Feng waited until battleship number 4 drifted into range, then brought bulk back to the captain's cabin. In the control room, he ordered every main cannon beneath the hull to power up. Chaos already reigned within the planet's fortress. Patrols had spotted the behemoth as soon as it crossed the 10 million kilometer security perimeter, yet they had failed to reach any high-tier Windrat officers. They had no idea those elites had joined the raid and had been wiped out to the last. Inside the main fortress, Wind Mice above level 20 dashed off to report to higher-ranked kin as soon as the alarm came in, only to find no one in charge. In seconds, the leaderless stronghold became a kicked hornet's nest, shrieks and scrambling erupting everywhere. 5,000 kilometers away, the main gun of battleship number 4 rumbled under Li Feng's control. 100-meter-wide cobalt beams sliced through the stars, locking onto the fortress and 2 other spatial rifts with surgical precision. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening blasts merged into a single roar. The first beam bored into a poison-fogged swamp and shredded the rift hidden inside. The second punched through thick bedrock, plunged to the planet's core, and erased another rift at its root. The crust split apart, scarlet magma spewed like an enraged dragon, and scalding shockwaves swept the sky. The vast barriers surrounding the fortress, reputed to outperform those of peer life planets, lasted barely 30 seconds under the rain of beams before shattering into motes of light. The inner shield collapsed a dozen seconds later, leaving the entire stronghold naked to the battleship's guns. Li Feng angled the barrel slightly, and 5 more energy lances descended, flattening every rift buried deep inside the fortress and eliminating any future threat. Peaker had already destroyed the exits on the far side in his flight, so using the rifts to pursue him was no longer an option. Same drill as always. Don't chase too far. Be back in the combat zone within an hour. The other fortresses are the escort ship's problem, Li Feng ordered. When battleship number 4 dropped to an altitude of 1,000 kilometers, the assault bay doors yawned open, and more than 40,000 combatants surged toward the fortress like horses off the ring. Li Feng swept the surroundings with extrasensory perception, then returned to the bridge and told Tony to start the tracking program and pin down Peaker's location. Trace difficulty rises exponentially with distance and target level. This time, Tony needed 6 or 7 minutes before producing coordinates. Peaker had fled more than 2,000 light-years away, with an accuracy window of about 100 light-years. Not pinpoint, but close enough to match Li Feng's own assessment. Since Peaker had failed to cripple the human warship or stall for time, he didn't dare traverse the chain of rifts back to the Alliance stronghold. Right now, the odds of a successful hunt looked good. Li Feng accessed the memories of a level 52 Wind Mouse adept in spatial laws, marked every rift in the sector on the star chart, and sent it to Mark, ordering the escort fleet to split up and eliminate them one by one. Inside the main fortress, there had been over 10,000 Wind Mice above level 20, and many times that number below. It took the 40,000-strong assault force more than half an hour to wipe them out. No sooner was the job done than Mark, following Li Feng's plan, issued orders for the full-scale pursuit of Peaker. Battleship number 4 lifted off, thrusters stacking in stages until it cleared the primary's atmosphere. Once the jump parameters were met, Li Feng entered the coordinates. The vessel turned into a streak of light and reappeared more than 2,000 light-years away, in a sector not yet slated for the Vanguard offensive. Under Total War regulations, jumping a capital ship straight behind enemy lines without a recon sweep was a serious breach and incredibly risky. Li Feng remained unruffled. He had 6 alien second-class citizens acting as bodyguards, 2 of them above level 60, so unless they ran into a level 70 Wind Mouse, the ship was safe. As for the violation, it would be logged under Mark's name anyway, and Mark was no stranger to that kind of black mark. Li Feng's extrasensory perception fanned out, sweeping the ship from stem to stern. The 50-plus thousand officers, crew, and support staff looked perfectly calm. The combat troops were seated in meditation, following protocol. Not a flicker of anxiety about the danger or the rule breaking. After 2 months of training, Li Feng had finally started to like this crew. Sir, the target is roughly 95 to 98 light years out. After completing another round of tracking, Tony projected Piker's approximate coordinates onto the viewport display. Li Feng nodded slightly, letting a vast surge of mental force and hypersense ripple outward, combing every trace of energy in the surrounding void. During the 10-minute engine warm-up, he kept his perception at full intensity, confirming that nothing was amiss. As the countdown ended, Battleship 4 rumbled in a low growl, its aft thrusters flaring into a blue-white tail hundreds of meters long. The vessel eased toward the target vector, then snapped past light speed. Clear of any large celestial bodies, the ship held that velocity, slipping through the endless star sea. An hour blinked by. Using Li Feng's continuously updated coordinates, Fleet Captain Mark gave the order, Battleship 4, engage the jump drive. A flickering blue field wrapped around the hull, vision collapsed for an instant, and they emerged almost 100 light years away in unfamiliar space. Li Feng pushed his hypersense to the limit again, sweeping for hidden high-grade Fengshu clan vessels. Nothing troubling appeared. The Fengshu border touches the Human Federation's F sector, where frontier forces have long run scout ships beyond enemy lines, charting systems, planting agents, and gathering intelligence. The result is a complete star map of Fengshu territory, which planets are habitable, which resource worlds attract Fengshu treasure hunters, and where violent cosmic storms or black holes lurk. As long as the jump drive avoids those coordinates, the odds of stumbling into a high-tier Fengshu fleet are slim. Once the area was secure, the second engine warm-up began. Repeated max-level tracking had drained Tony's mind and energy. Only after downing 2 vials of top-grade elixir did his focus return. The new margin of error shrank to between 1.2 and 1.3 trillion kilometers. Another hour passed, and the warship completed a second jump, arriving in the designated sector. A quick adjustment gave Tony a fresh fix, cutting the distance to 5.5 billion kilometers. In the third hour, after the fifth jump, the gap to Piker was compressed to barely 100 million kilometers. Li Feng expanded his hypersense, verified the vicinity was safe, and left a level 60 alien second-class citizen in the command chair to stand watch. Then, with Berk and 4 other alien second-class citizens in tow, he instant-shifted 20-plus thousand kilometers into empty space and slipped into Berk's flying artifact, activating ability reset at once. Host, Li Feng. Attributes: Constitution, 0. Strength, 163,400. Endurance, 163,400. Agility, 163,400. Spirit, 2,163,400. Abilities: Armor Breaker 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. With the adjustment complete, his spirit surged past 2 million points, pushing his perception radius beyond 2 million kilometers and extending hypersense coverage to more than 1 million. Guided by Li Feng's instructions, Berk pushed the artifact to maximum speed toward Piker's last known heading. En route, Tony performed another track. The closer they came, the sharper the data grew. Armed with precise coordinates, Li Feng needed barely 5 or 6 minutes to locate the castle-shaped flying artifact drifting in the black void. A tidal wave of mental power rolled out, his awareness seeping inside to scan it with a sidelong glance. Inside sat Piker, a level 57 windrat. This high-ranking clansman, who had once ruled more than 100 inhabited worlds and basked in millennia of glory, now paced the dim castle, cursing under his breath. He dared not return to the Windrat Alliance. Going back meant certain death. The Alliance had equipped him with a level 52 spatial adept and a trove of high-grade artifacts, hoping he would stall the war and drain the enemy fleet. He had failed on both counts, and the leadership would surely make an example of him. His only chance was to flee into the territory of a major race. The Alliance might hesitate to commit real heavyweights to the front, but it would gladly send a squad to hunt down a traitor. They would track the faint residue of his energy, drag him back, and punish him publicly to cow every Windrat ruler. Even slipping out of their territory offered no guarantee of safety. Only in the sphere of a great power could he hope to deter pursuit, and even then life would be a pale shadow of the past. Gone were the days of commanding hundreds of billions with a word. The thought made Piker regret not bringing a few lieutenants along. At least then he wouldn't be stuck brooding in an empty castle. Inside Balky's flying treasure, Li Feng drew his spirit sword. When Balky nodded, Li Feng blinked them both away. A heartbeat later they materialized inside the castle, right behind Piker. A surge of danger prickled Piker's neck fur, but he was half a beat too slow. Balky, a level 62 berserker bear, brought down a skywide palm. Before the blow even landed, lightning-charged laws coiled into chains, freezing Piker in place. Boom. His body was ripped to pulp in an instant. Amid the spray of flesh, his spirit fled in panic, but the crackling bonds held firm. Following Li Feng's orders, Balki checked his strength at the last moment, stopping short of total annihilation. As the lightning dispersed, Li Feng's sword flashed. Thunk! Piker's spirit was cleaved clean in two. Ding! You have slain an enemy. Attributes 265,500. The system notification echoed in Li Feng's mind. Not bad, he muttered. One strike had netted over 260,000 attribute points and removed the enemy's top commander in one stroke. Everything Piker had hoarded over the years, plus the fresh supplies from the Alliance, now belonged to Li Feng. He produced a treasure designed to harvest flesh and swept up every scrap of level 57 Windrat tissue hard proof that would carry more weight in a merit report than any sensor log and was far harder to forge. The Special Operations brass usually turned a blind eye to his creative bookkeeping, but Li Feng disdained falsification. It set a bad example for the ranks. He opened the system interface and divided the newly earned 265,500 points evenly across his 5 core attributes. Host, Li Feng. Available points, 0. Constitution, 716,500. Strength, 716,500. Endurance, 716,500. Agility, 716,500. Spirit, 716,500. Skills, Armor Piercing 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. All 5 stats had now broken the 700,000 mark. Closing the interface, Li Feng sent his coordinates to the warship's AI, ordering Heavy Cruiser Number 4 to rendezvous with them. Back aboard Capital Ship Number 4, the space jump system powered up. A surge of spatial energy roared around the hull, and a silver-blue veil swallowed the vessel. In the blink of an eye, Capital Ship Number 4 slipped out of the void and reappeared above the combat zone. Li Feng immediately pulled up a holographic screen and checked the damage reports and energy reserves of all 110 escort ships one by one. The enemy's main force here had been virtually annihilated, leaving only a handful of level 4+ Fengshu clan leaders. Even a corvette could now survive an ambush without panic. During the previous 6 or 7 hours, Li Feng had been hunting Pike here, while the 110 escort ships, following his orders, had raced to the rift coordinates he had marked and destroyed node after node. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Pike here, buying time and covering his tracks, had fled alone without sending any warning. The Fengshu leaders on the remaining inhabited worlds were no fools. When they learned that Pike here and the High Command are missing and the homeworld has fallen, they escaped through the rifts that were still intact. Seeing his prey scatter, Li Feng contacted Ma Ku at once and, as fleet captain, issued a new order: halt the demolition of rifts. The 110 escort ships were to split up, attack, and seize every inhabited planet. Capturing planets meant a windfall of military merit and a mountain of loot. Li Feng had planned to let the escort crews divide the spoils, but if other capital ships arrived to steal the credit, the effort would be wasted. So the 110 ships scattered and launched a blitzkrieg. After no more than 2 sorties totaling less than 10 hours, every battle was over. They had occupied all 182 inhabited planets in the theater. With that, the 4th Special Operations Fleet finished its objectives 2 months ahead of schedule and even exceeded its quota. The network of spatial rifts across the sector had not been in their original mission scope. Under normal procedure, logistics units and support ships would secure the zone, lay communication and scanning nets, locate every rift, seal them, and finally bring the entire sector under Federation control. On the morning of February 1st, all escort fleets converged on the system where Capital Ship Number 4 was stationed. The hatches opened, and lines of support robots filed aboard carrying storage artifacts. Each escort captain sent the same message through the neural link. The hull was too vast, their holds were full, and the crews had agreed to transfer half of it to Capital Ship Number 4. Captain, they say there's too much loot, and they're giving us half of it. Ma Cass rushed up to Li Feng, his face alight with joy. They had fought only one landing battle in this entire invasion, and already these prodigies knew how to curry favor? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Had never expected them to hand over half the spoils. Once submitted, every item would be converted into personal merit, and each of these officers was a proud elite of the Federation. Since when had such haughty geniuses learned the fine art of political goodwill? Marcus was practically buzzing. The mission's done, and they're volunteering half the spoils. That says everything about the captain's charisma and standing. Li Feng nodded with a smile and waved a hand. Open the bay doors. Take it all aboard. Understood. Marcus issued the order. The cargo corridor yawned open, the deck plates shuddered, and a tide of booty rolled into the ship. While the bots worked, Li Feng pulled a heavy pouch from his storage ring and dropped it on the desk with a thud. Have the support drones deliver these storage talismans to each ship's captain. Marcus blinked. What are these? Every ship's share, Li Feng said evenly. How they divide it among their crews is up to them. He produced a larger spatial item and handed it to Marcus. This one holds our flagship's hull. Gather the senior officers and distribute it by regulation. In truth, every high-level wind rat had fallen to Li Feng, and he had already claimed their storage treasures. The ranks on Battleship 4 and its 110 escorts had grabbed only low-grade loot from lesser wind rats and the castles on the colony world's mountains of odds, and ends worth less than 1/10th of what he held. Still, he never hogged credit, and he refused to monopolize the spoils. When he had a moment, he summoned Balk and the other 5 alien civilians of Class 2 to help tally the goods. In the end, he split everything in half, keeping one share for himself. The other half he cut into 3 parts. One for Balk's team, one for the entire crew of Battleship 4, and the last for the escort fleet. Got it, Marcus said, leaving in high spirits. Li Feng turned to the ship's AI. Sort all combat footage, scrub any frames with Balk and the others, then forward the package to the mothership. Next, he retrieved a pocket-sized holoprojector from his ring. The device could turn the images in a user's mind into real-time scenes, characters, and complete videos, the backbone of most Federation films. He planned a blockbuster, an assassination attempt by a high-tier alien, grievous wounds, and a roaring quest for vengeance due of Gu Lingxi's 3 suggestions. First, the staged attack would force Special Ops Brass to tighten his protection and deter the great clans from risking any collaboration with aliens. Second, he would disclose the secret of his rapid growth, a rare natural treasure that was now largely spent and impossible to mass-produce, useless for anyone hoping to raise even a single level 50 expert. But a decent film isn't a solo endeavor. Someone designs the sets, someone choreographs the fights, someone polishes the plot. Even with a full crew, perfection can take months or years. Li Feng is a straightforward man. With astonishing reflexes and an exceptional will, he needed only half an hour to splice together a rough, 2-hour documentary blockbuster so raw that even he found it crude. The plot is blunt. Scene 1. Flagship number 4, Captain's Quarters. Li Feng sits cross-legged on the metal deck and swallows a heaven-grade spirit fruit. As the crystal juice slides down his throat, the cabin is bathed in pale blue-white light. Visible currents of vital energy surge toward him like a tide. Scene 2. Crisis. Backed by certain high-level human collaborators, 3 hegemonic alien races, the Soulkin, Bloodkin, and Winged, obtain permission to board the warship. Several alien elites, disguised as humans, slip onto the deck, creep to the captain's door, and blast it open. Li Feng, in the middle of channeling energy, is severely wounded. Their plan is clear. Force him to hand over his life-saving cultivation method, then eliminate him. Scene 3. Narrow escape. Racked with pain, Li Feng tears open a spatial rift and teleports away, barely keeping himself alive. Scene 4. Vengeance. Following faint clues, he tracks down the human faction pulling the strings, a clan of high status with friends in the federal hierarchy. Without hesitation, he forges a top-level military order, seizes the flagship's main cannon, and vaporizes their planetary estate, wiping out the entire bloodline. Scene 5. Exile and sacrifice. The massacre rattles the human federation, and a warrant goes out. Forced out of the service, Li Feng becomes a space pirate, yet he continues paving the way for humanity. Under a new identity, he launches a suicide raid on the high-grade Windrat race, carving out new territory for humankind. Eventually, the Wind Rats corner him, and after several encirclements, he falls in battle. That is the whole explosive blockbuster. Crude as it is, it spells everything out. The true source of his meteoric rise, the collusion between powerful human factions and elite aliens, and his unwavering stance: whoever strikes at him dies. If he were only level 52, handing in this footage would be a joke. But Li Feng is not just level 52. He single-handedly secured more than 90% of Special Fleet's combat merits. Every senior officer in Special Operations is waiting to pin a medal on him, and tens of thousands of elite talents have already pledged allegiance. If he loses his temper, the target will not see a single warship, it might be an entire fleet. So the footage is not meant to convince the brass of his story. It is a reminder that he is in serious trouble and needs support, fast. It is also a warning to the power brokers, megacore, and transstellar clans eyeing his cultivation method. When he says it cannot be replicated, they had better pretend to believe it. Anyone who tries something underhanded will see their clan wiped out. Feel free to be the first to test him. After wrapping up that low-budget blockbuster, the crews divided the spoils among every warship. Standing on the flagship bridge of Capital Ship Number 4, Li Feng watched as each holocom window lit up and turned. He personally thanked the captains and crews of every escort. We fought side by side for a month. I couldn't have done it without you. I look forward to our next battle together. With that, he formally disbanded the ad hoc fleet and returned full command to Fleet Admiral Mark of the 4th Fleet. Less than 10 minutes later, Mark, now speaking in his official capacity, transmitted new orders. The operation had entered its final phase, and Capital Ship Number 4 was granted priority to return for maintenance and crew rest at the 4th Special Operations Fleet's orbital base. After verifying the parameters, Li Feng gave a single command: departure. The engines thundered through the hull as the giant vessel eased away from its berth. When it reached the jump stability threshold, the starlight outside the viewports stretched into bright silver lines, and Number 4 vaulted through hyperspace straight to the 4th Special Operations Orbital Base. Upon arrival, Li Feng packaged the so-called low-budget blockbuster and sent it to Zhao Yushan, the chief of staff in the director's office. Please hand this to the director. He then signaled Space One to pick him up. At Special Operations Bureau headquarters, the top-floor conference room blazed with light. More than 30 senior officials sat around the table, their eyes locked on the giant screen playing Li Feng's self-shot documentary. For over 2 hours, the footage shook, drifted out of focus, and the dialogue overlapped, yet no one looked away. They even slowed the playback at times to study the details. When the film ended and the final frame froze, only breathing broke the silence. Every brow was furrowed in thought. Liang Qiqing tapped the tabletop, recalling everyone to the moment. Colleagues, your views on the attempted assassination by high-level aliens? After a brief pause, one executive spoke first. We should find a suitable pretext, request a level Savenopolis Class 2 alien citizen from the Defense Ministry, and quietly assign that asset to Li Feng. Heads nodded around the room. The Bureau currently had only one level Savenopolis Class 2 alien, assigned exclusively to Liang Qiqing's personal protection. The senior executives themselves were guarded by personnel rated merely above level 60. In the squad recently attached to Li Feng, only 2 members were above level 60 already, the highest allocation below the director's detail. Anything stronger had to come through the military. The proposal passed without dissent. Liang Qiqing pressed on with the next topic. Li Feng has broken through to level 50, possibly beyond. Thoughts? This is his opportunity, and ours indeed. An opportunity for the entire armed forces, one official replied without hesitation. If any faction conspires with aliens to force him to reveal his training method, that faction becomes an enemy of the Bureau, the military, and the entire human federation, another declared, striking the table. Agreed, said a third. I propose we hold a press conference under the Bureau's banner, present evidence of human collaborators working with aliens to assassinate Li Feng, and publicly release his medical scans and combat footage. The room fell into thought again, but no objections were voiced. Liang Qiqing nodded, and the recorder immediately logged the resolutions. Every senior official stepped forward and vowed to uncover the human faction behind this, no matter the cost. The conference room was lit as brightly as midday, while the giant projector looped the grainy data and video Li Feng had supplied. Snowy static danced across the screen, yet everyone stared at it intently. Someone remarked, "The footage is terrible, anyone could pick it apart in seconds. We need a full remake." "I agree absolutely," came the chorus. Within moments, every attendee signed the authorization forms. They would recreate clearer, more convincing evidence and meet all of Li Feng's demands without reservation. They understood that what Li Feng truly wanted from this blockbuster was an official endorsement. So the leadership decided to put the entire Special Operations Bureau on stage, drawing all fire onto themselves. Anyone scheming to steal Li Feng's cultivation method would be taking on the Bureau's senior staff. Once identified, they would be branded collaborators with alien racist traitors to humanity. They all knew such a press conference would offend countless military and political power brokers hungry for immortality, as well as interstellar clans and major factions, and the price would be steep. Then our final item, moderator Liang Qiqing said with a slight smile, gesturing for a new slide. The screen displayed a steadily climbing public opinion curve. Our media guidance is working. He'll visit the Defense Ministry and speak to a few retired commanders. In person, the Special Operations Fleet badly needs an expansion. Plenty of us have contacts with the old guard, another official cut in. If the director can push, so can we. Since the moment is right, let's all inventory our resources and combine them for a unified effort. Outwardly calm, they were inwardly exhilarated. If they could cling to Li Feng, the dragon of battlefield merit, they would soar with him. Their resolve had nothing to do with his looks or charisma. It lay in numbers that defied belief. Within a single month, he surpassed the 4th Fleet's entire mission quota, single-handedly subduing 182 inhabited planets and killing every ruler and upper echelon above level 50. Those achievements accounted for more than 90% of the combined totals of 4 special operations fleets, even overshadowing a vanguard force of 2 large fleets, over 20,000 capital ships that had managed only 300 to 400 planets in the same period, most of them minor worlds, and had eliminated just 2 level 50-plus Windrat clan elites. The crushing disparity convinced the Bureau's leaders that, if they acted in concert, the Special Operations Fleet could be expanded ahead of schedule and on a massive scale, and the Bureau itself could be upgraded to a full-fledged Special Operations Department. Such a move would catapult their ranks, power, and status overnight, and if Liang Qiqing took the helm, he would immediately enter the Defense Ministry's inner circle. Until the Bureau became a departmentor, until another prodigy, rivaling Li Feng, emerged, they were ready to patch any sky he might tear. For now, All Li Feng asked was a squad of high-level alien second-class citizens as bodyguards and a public show of support to share the pressure. It was nothing worth debating. The motion passed unanimously on the spot. With 6 second-class aliens and a swarm of windrat slaves in tow, he boarded the Yangon 1. Li Feng did not stay on the crime planet to pursue the Neil family. Instead, he swung the ship around and flew straight back to planet F-369 right now. Home was his only harbor. Earlier, he had reduced the Neil family's security towers on the crime planet to rubble, draining both their coffers and their private army. What hurt even more was their failure to end the crisis, a failure that kept their reputation in free fall. How could the interstellar security conglomerates resist kicking a man when he was down? Huge-rate buyout offers rained on the Neil family headquarters. Attacks followed one after another, and every branch office on ordinary life-bearing worlds was besieged by surprise inspections, heavy fines, and endless rectification orders. The Neil clan was a wounded lone wolf. The cuts were shallow, but left untreated. The scent of blood drew predators from every direction. One slip and the family would be torn apart and devoured. Planet F-369, Li Family Manor, master bedroom of the main villa. Li Feng's spiritual sense swept through every hidden chamber, pulling out the last traces of enemy presence one by one. As the strongest of the human race, every strike of his felt like the clash of armies lasting 1,000 rounds, retreat coming only after countless soldiers had fallen. Beside him, Jiang Wanxin steadied her breath, cycled her qi several times to recover, and finally raised the topic of Yangon Group's next step. Any great power needs time to pour its foundation. As Li Feng's strength, status, and prestige skyrocketed, Yangon Group followed suit, with leap after leap. A slave conditioning center and a security company were already taking shape. The first would supply a steady stream of private troops. The second would provide a legal front that could absorb high-level second-class aliens and human cultivators, using security contracts as trials to secretly sift out the elite. Side businesses such as transport and plantations kept expanding outward, spreading influence. Wealth and talent were beginning to cycle positively. The base was now firmly planted, and the organization had officially crossed the threshold into first-tier status. From here on, all they had to do was ride Li Feng's fame and devour rivals through a string of acquisitions. In time, Yangon Group would repay him by building an even higher platform beneath his feet. Quite a few of these windrat slaves are above level 30, Jiang Wanxin said, looking at Li Feng. Should we pick a batch and send them to the Carlos family as a goodwill gesture? Or wait until your influence grows and stage something bigger? A really big move? Li Feng understood the idea of winning friends with generous gifts, but he wasn't sure what she meant beyond that. Jiang Wanxin smiled. The Carlos family has already sold the farm to back you. They've practically delivered every private soldier they can muster to your door. He also assumed enormous risk by guaranteeing more than 100 cargo ships that could be retrofitted with attack systems. On top of that, he poured in a vast sum of cash and huge tracts of real estate, mobilized contacts across multiple star sectors, and even shipped entire freighters of equipment, clearing the way for Yangon Group to set up a security firm and a slave conditioning facility almost overnight. Delivering another batch of Fengshu slaves to the Carlos family was essentially an advance dividend. Li Feng understood that this chain of moves would create a powerful demonstration effect if even the Carlos clan, once an enemy of a different complexion and riddled with grudges, could cash in so happily, no other interstellar house would hesitate. Once this goes public, countless families, especially those run by East Asians, will start throwing every resource they have at Yangon Group, he said, leaning back in his chair, his voice calm yet certain. Resources meant not only money but also equipment, land, shipping lanes, and networks at every level. The deeper those houses tied themselves to Yangon, the greater the leverage Li Feng and the group would command. The logic was simple. After sinking so much capital, if Li Feng ever ran into a serious military crisis, those clans would not let their investment go to waste. They would have to double down, deploying even more assets and connections to bail him out. Jiang Wanxin tapped the table lightly. Right now your influence still isn't big enough. People only see your glittering combat record, not your role as head of the welfare faction. In truth, without saying a word, you've been fulfilling that role for years. Li Feng arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. Since enlisting, he had never publicly demanded better benefits, status, or preferential policies for Federation soldiers. Yet whether as captain of the scout corvette NB-4444 or later as commander of the 4th Special Fleet's 4th battleship, he had kept his promise through action. 1. Every metal and spoil of war was distributed strictly according to regulations, and he never skimmed a share. 2. Any crew member could dispose of loot, freely turn it in for merit points, or bring it home and exchange it for Federation credits without shame. 3. After each mission, he personally signed an abandoned spoils order as captain, shielding the entire crew from inquiries by military justice and the accounting office. 4. Promotion channels were kept fair and open, and even sailors who had not pledged allegiance to him never lost the honors and rewards they had earned. His rank was not yet high enough to shake Parliament or the Defense Ministry, but within his own sphere, he kept probing and balancing, doing everything he could to fulfill the duties of a welfare faction leader. The top brass in politics and the military, and the patriarchs of the great houses, will figure it out sooner or later, Jiang said, her gaze deep. Li Feng pondered. So your idea is? Playing small is pointless now, Jiang replied. At your current station, even with interstellar houses betting on you, the ties still aren't tight enough. Instead of letting them trickle in cash, wait until your military standing nears the point where everyone trains their guns on you. Then strike first. Offer returns so rich that a swarm of families has to buy in all at once. Li Feng decided on the spot. Then that's what we'll do. Jiang shook her head, but spoke earnestly. The higher you climb, the harder it gets. The more command you hold, the more forces you bind to you, and the tougher it is to stop. That's fine, Li Feng answered with an easy, confident smile. All of this is just auxiliary. My real trump card is my rapidly growing personal strength. As long as I stay ahead, the margin for error widens and the price of failing at the top keeps shrinking. Hearing that, Jiang finally relaxed, nodding slightly in relief. How are things going with the space pirate crew? Li Feng asked, curiosity in his voice. Using the small pirate gang we wiped out as a framework, the organization is basically up and running, Jiang Wanxin replied with a smile, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. How about calling it the Origin Space Pirates? That's unbeatable perfect, a full 100 points. Li Feng blurted without hesitation, coloring his tone. So what's so perfect about it? Jiang pressed. It carries weight and vision, he said, clicking his tongue in praise. But the best part Isaac came from you. All day on a warship, either killing aliens or on the way to kill them, Jiang laughed, her shoulders shaking. She tapped the alloy rifle resting beside him with her pale hand. And you still have time for sweet talk, no shame at all. She explained, origin sounds the same as unexpected aid in Chinese. I want this crew to become your hidden trump card, ready to give you a surprise edge when it matters most. I see, Li Feng said, raising an eyebrow. Jiang outlined the plan. For now, our base will sit in the border sector between the Human Federation and Violet Mantis territory. Once the security company finishes grooming reliable officers, we'll start filling the ranks. We'll drill the troops on Mantis worlds, then edge toward the Winged Empire. When our strength is solid, we'll split into cells, focus on training, and recruit or force high-level aliens to surrender. If conditions allow, we'll seize a few independent frontier planets as strongholds. At the same time, we'll tap the Meizu intelligence network to infiltrate every species and gather intel. Beep beep beep. Just as she hit her stride, Li Feng's military smartwatch buzzed. The caller ID showed a video request from Zhao Yushan, Chief of Staff to the Director of the Special Operations Bureau. He pulled on a pair of trousers, stepped into the study, and let the door slide shut. A holographic screen flared to life. Because they had worked together before, no small talk was needed. Zhao lounged in his service uniform, calmly sipping tea. Li Feng spoke first. General Zhao, do you have good news for me? The best possible, Zhao answered with a grin. As soon as your assassination footage arrived, the director called an emergency meeting. In less than a few minutes, the entire leadership voted unanimously to grant both of your requests. I owe you a drink, Li Feng said politely. He knew exactly how much that favor was worth. The emphasis on a few minutes and unanimous showed just how strongly the Bureau's leadership supported him. Zhao continued. The Bureau is holding a press conference the day after tomorrow, and the director wants to confirm your stance. From the combat footage and your staged assassination clip, you don't plan to hide your rank only to keep as many of your special abilities under wraps as possible, correct? Correct. Li Feng gave an unequivocal reply. Right now his top priority is to prove his potential by leveling up as fast as possible. On one hand, he needs to win over influential figures in politics and the military, and on the other, he has to intimidate the petty opportunists watching from the dark. Only when his authority and reputation grow high enough will no one dare touch his commission even without a patron behind him. At that point, he can consider hiding part of his true strength to boost his odds of surviving and counter-killing any assassin. For the moment, his safety still depends mainly on the high-ranked alien auxiliaries that Special Operations Command has assigned to guard him in secret. Zhao Yushan nodded and added, at the press briefing, headquarters will release a few clips of your combat footage in the assassination attempt. We have a professional team cutting the material. Any input? None, Li Feng answered without hesitation. Faking videos and whipping up publicity has always been the Federation's specialty. The military may not match Parliament's command of public opinion, but it is still top tier. All the blockbusters he has staged before spelled out exactly what he needs, and SOC's brass will miss nothing. A job for professionals should stay with professionals. A man who only knows how to butcher aliens has no reason to meddle. Zhao Yushan smiled and changed the subject. One more piece of good news. The leadership plans to leverage your record to mobilize their networks and push through an expansion of the Special Operations Fleet. We should see results within a few days. Draft a list for me today who you want promoted, who you want brought into the 5th Special Operations Fleet. Everything has to ride on this round of merit awards. Also, your independent alien collaborator task force will be upgraded to a bureau. Give me another list if you want to add or promote anyone. Dorino rush on that one. Got it, Li Feng agreed crisply. After a bit more small talk, they ended the call. He opened the AI on his military wrist comp, contacted Executive Officer Makas, and told him to send the personnel list as soon as possible, then called Lin Jingtai on an encrypted channel to discuss details of the task force's upgrade. Once the chores were lined up, he returned to the bedroom to keep chatting with Jiang Wanxin about Yangon Group's latest moves. In fact, Makas had already worked day and night on the list per Li Feng's earlier orders. By the time Li Feng pinged him, the draft was done. He spent another hour or two checking every entry before filing it. The document was enormous, 45,000 names, all crew members who had chosen to side with Li Feng. They were sorted into 4 training tiers based on background, personality, potential, and even skin color: Direct Line Senior, Direct Line Core, Direct Line Regular, and Outer Circle. In Macas view, only Gu Lingxi currently qualifies as Direct Line Senior. The Core tier has just 3 people, prodigies who worship Li Feng, carry no baggage, and are worth heavy investment. The regular tier numbers more than 20,000. They missed the Core for many reasons: talent capped at top genius, Caucasian identity that limits trust, or minor character flaws. The remaining 20,000+ in the Outer Circle have mostly signed partnership contracts with interstellar clans, or simply defected to them outright, so they can't follow Li Feng's schedule in everything. A few dislike his style or ideals and have reluctantly attached themselves to avoid becoming examples. The amusing part is that Mock has placed himself in the Outer Circle as well. In the self-assessment column he wrote, Caucasian, hard to earn full trust, limited potential, low ceiling, weak under pressure, unfit for heavy responsibility, will likely give in if an interstellar clan offers treasures to boost my talent. This guy's EQ isn't bad. Li Feng chuckled at the solemn self-evaluation. He fired back a message at once. If that temptation really appears, tell me first. Well, try to eat from both sides, get the treasure, and still avoid betrayal. February 3rd, noon. The Special Operations Bureau convened an official press conference. Director Liang Qiqing arrived with every deputy director and department head in tow. Floodlights bleached the press seats, cameras jostled for position, and the atmosphere was so ceremonial it felt solid. Li Feng lasted barely half an hour before pinching the bridge of his nose and stifling a yawn. The opening monologue alone dragged on for 30 minutes, followed by a full history of the Bureau and tales of each director rising to the challenge. Anyone hoping for the main points could forget about it for the next 2 or 3 hours. By dusk, Jiang Wanxin finally received a highlight digest from her assistant. Analysts hired by Yangon Group had broken the 5-hour marathon into charts and timelines. In the latter half of the event, Li Feng's combat record took center stage. The Bureau released several battle clips. The raw version of the longest one was astonishing. Li Feng personally piloted a light warship, used its gravity array to pin down a level 55 Windrat executive, then closed in with teleportation and brute force. The public cut, however, was carefully rearranged. 1. Drawing on his extensive experience, Fleet Captain Mark of the 4th Special Operations Fleet ordered Battleship 4 and its 110 escorts to split off, baiting Pico, ruler of the Windrat clan, into committing his elite fighters. 2. Mark had already set the ambush, sent Battleship 4's captain, Li Feng, and a prodigy crew member with X-ray vision enhanced by a top-grade artifact to hide in a light craft. 3. Once the clairvoyant fixed the enemy's position, Li Feng used the ship's systems, together with his own speed, reflexes, and strength, to eliminate a large number of high-level Windrats. The edit showcased Li Feng's power, underlined the value of synergy between elite human fighters and their vessels, and neatly concealed his true abilities. Next came footage of the assassination attempt on Li Feng. The 10-minute clip came from a shipboard scanner, rendered in flat blue-gray. 1. Several Windrats above level 60 somehow secured boarding clearance and burst into the captain's cabin. 2. Li Feng was cultivating with rare heavenly materials. Their opening strike left him gravely injured as they demanded his training method. 3. The attackers deployed an artifact that locked space itself, cutting off any chance of teleporting away. 4. With half his body reduced to mangled flesh, Li Feng still forced open the spatial barrier and escaped, running on sheer will and icy calm. For a fighter of his tier, damage that severe makes a standard medical pod useless. At the close of the conference, the Bureau offered a public bounty for a supreme heavenly treasure known as the Tianqing Fruit, explaining that Li Feng owed his current level to a batch he had stumbled upon years earlier while on an independent scout ship in Zone F. Moreover, the Heavenly Star Fruit was almost perfectly attuned to his body, allowing him, despite having no cultivation talento, leap forward in power through repeated life-and-death battles and relentless refining. Only the Heavenly Star Fruit could fully repair his damaged flesh. In barely 10 minutes, the video delivered a flood of data, timelines, captain's cabin footage, air composition readouts, temperature curves. Every frame survived pixel-level scrutiny and seemed truer than truth itself. who is blocking humanity's advance? The host demanded, and the question set the entire net ablaze. Li Feng was now in the crosshairs not only of hostile alien races, but also of shadowy figures inside the upper ranks. Even more unsettling was the mystery of how high-tier Windrat clansmen had obtained clearance to board a capital ship. The footage shifted to Li Feng's combat record, displaying a flawless synergy between personal prowess and warship systems. Senior officials of the Special Operations Bureau appeared together, pledging to restore him to his peak at any cost and to uncover the full truth. The host then turned on Parliament and the military. Was the long delay in expanding the Special Task Fleet due to incompetence or deliberate sabotage? Just before the press conference ended, a banner flashed an exclusive scoop. While being secretly transferred to Bureau headquarters for treatment, Li Feng had survived 2 more assassination attempts, and his condition was unknown. The bombshell sent every interstellar outlet scrambling, and the story's heat kept climbing. These people really know how to play the game. Li Feng clicked his tongue at the screen, admitting he'd learned a lot. Zhang Wanqin was equally impressed. To her, the conference staged by the Bureau with covert backing from Parliament and the military was a textbook operation. 1. Li Feng's call for high-grade alien second-class citizens as bodyguards, and for a show of force against all factions, was magnified spontaneously by the public. 2. The Bureau's wish to speed up fleet expansion was now propelled by popular demand. 3. Parliament and the military simultaneously reached their goals of attracting talent, boosting public confidence, and increasing support for outward expansion. The most remarkable part was that none of these demands originated with the agencies. They came from a carefully guided populace. Slickly edited videos hammered home the point. If Li Feng, who possessed 0 cultivation aptitude, could reach level 50 through battlefield opportunity and become the first of his ethnicity to do so, why couldn't others? Geniuses should do even better. Sign up for the military, join the Special Task Fleet, become the next Li Feng. The cry swept across every platform. Meanwhile, the string of assassination attempts was framed as evidence of aliens colluding with traitors, and public opinion demanded a thorough internal purge. Armed with the banner of popular will, Parliament and the military could now pressure any faction with perfect legitimacy. Li Feng's exploits also gave the media grounds to accuse high-ranking officials of self-sabotage, feeding the public's mistrust of authority and further pushing the Federation to accelerate expansion and open more fleet slots. Best of all, the torrent of high-profile coverage quietly boosted the media platform's own credibility, positioning them to steer public opinion even more effectively in future crises. Zhang Wanqin paused, then offered her analysis. They're still missing one last spark. If the Council found a turncoat from some minor species to lead a surprise assault on a human colony world, public sentiment would flip overnight. The people would erupt in fury, demand war, and the leadership could launch a full mobilization under the pretense of being forced into it. Very possible. Li Feng nodded reflexively. With his current rank and his trove of inside information, threads he had once ignored now wove themselves into a clear picture. Since the Council first hinted at a looming war, every move it made had aimed at one core objective: forging the entire human race into a single will ready to compete for control of the galaxy. More precisely, the Council wants to drive the largest war machine possible at the lowest cost. If the conflict goes badly, the elite can shrug and say, public opinion left us no choice. Coup. Purge. Forget it. If the war goes well, they hit the jackpot. Still wearing the mask of reluctant participants, they need make almost no additional concessions. A token bump in benefits will leave the masses grateful, while the real spoils new star systems, exploitation rights, and fresh stocks of second-class citizens and slaves stay locked in the Council's grip. At that point, their supply of rare treasures will multiply, letting them churn out legions of level 50 powerhouses and extend their own lifespans many times over. The families behind them will see the same explosive growth in resources, wealth, and slave labor, along with a surge in power and influence. The thought made Li Feng sneer. The Council's top brass are unbelievably petty, he muttered. The title of Galactic Overlord is still a distant dream, yet they're already scheming to give the public only the thinnest trickle of gravy while expecting them to die for the war machine. That's hardly grand. If it were up to me, I'd at least let the people have a proper taste of the soup. That evening, Li Feng received a message from Battleship Number 4. The long-awaited merit report was finally out. Knowing the lieutenant colonel from the small independent scout ship in Sector F treats disciplinary records like medals, the records office once again placed every infraction prominently on the front page. The real numbers followed. Within the entire Windrat faction, nearly every high-level member had fallen to his hand. In theory, he deserved half the total credit, about 50 million points. Yet the take-home figure was only 17.6 million, including both contribution and combat merits. Added to his previous balance, his total rose to 33.9 million points, just enough for promotion to 3-star lieutenant colonel. This was no short change. Li Feng had deliberately carved out large portions of his credit to support Mark, Gu Lingxi, and other core crew members he wanted to advance. Chen Sheng, whom Li Feng was grooming to inherit battleship number 4, barely lifted a finger in the operation. Yet the 1+ million points allocated to him earned immediate eligibility as a 1-star major. His share was justified. When Picole tried to escape, Chen Sheng precisely predicted his route, allowing Li Feng to overtake and kill the faction leader. The others fared similarly. Li Feng provided the points. Mark's faction pushed the paperwork, and the Special Operations Bureau's Merit Office cooperated, ensuring everyone received exactly what Li Feng had planned. Beep beep beep. While reviewing the breakdown, a notification flashed on his military wristcom. A video call request from Craigie, president of the Human Strength Association. No surprise the president is first in line, Li Feng mused. The moment the Bureau's press conference aired, news of him breaking through level 50 had spread across every interstellar family and power block. The real elites, however, knew official footage no matter how polished wasn't proof enough. They would need the Bureau's archived raw data. Although Li Feng's new rank lowered its security classification, most families still lacked the clearance to view it. The fact that Craigie could mint the association's reach ran deep. He pulled on his uniform trousers, stepped into the study next door, and accepted the call. The hologram sprang to life. Craigie, flanked by 4 imposing elders, the association's vice presidents. Introductions done, Craigie got straight to the point. Lieutenant Colonel Li, how's that level 49 alien slave we sent you last time? Not bad, Li Feng replied with a nod. The alien now served as a guard at Li Manor, still its strongest fighter for the moment. After speaking with the 6 alien second-class citizens who had sworn allegiance to him, Li Feng knew that each was using his own comm talisman to persuade high-level clansmen to join the Yangon group. Considerable progress had already been made. Some alien races had even signed life-and-death contracts, faking their own demise during designated incidents to erase their former identities before quietly joining the forces controlled by the Yangon group. With their assistance, Lieutenant Colonel Li had secured impressive victories for humanity, and the Human Strength Association was duty-bound to support him. Kaleji sat upright before the holographic link and spoke with gravity. After deliberation, we've decided to send 2 level 50+ slaves to serve as Lieutenant Colonel Li's bodyguards. Does the colonel have any special requirements for slaves of this rank? Li Feng thought for a moment, his tone calm. They must all be proficient in spatial laws. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Level 50 aliens who commanded spatial laws were already as rare as phoenix feathers. Add the fact that they had completed a second stage of evolution, and they could rival battlecruisers in mobility, slipping away by teleportation and making capture nearly impossible. If the association hadn't been so well-resourced, no one would ever dream of offering 2 such slaves at once. Now Li's extra condition inflated the price tenfold. We will do our best to locate them and deliver them to you as soon as possible, Kaleji said with a stiff smile. The 4 vice-chairmen echoed his politeness while silently cursing they would have to scour the universe. Li Feng nodded. Fine. Seizing the moment, Kaleji asked, might the colonel have time soon to visit the association, complete the membership formalities, and receive the Pioneer Medal? Li Feng shook his head. He didn't mention that he had already received a notice of permanent disqualification from the association. Instead, he put on a helpless expression. Sorry, military duties keep me busy, and several media outlets want interviews. The Human Cultivation Research Society, the Artifact Studies Guild, and other private organizations have invited me to tour their headquarters and labs, attend banquets. I simply can't spare the time. The 5 men froze. 2 level 50 spatial slaves were an astronomical gift, yet they still hadn't won him over. One vice-chairman recovered first, suppressing his irritation. What else does the colonel lack? Li Feng sighed lightly. Plenty. It's hard to explain in a single sentence. The quiet words landed like a hammer on their chest. She plainly regarded them as rich fools. Worse, with his battlefield record and media spotlight, if he publicized that permanent disqualification, the association's reputation would be ruined. Thoughts raced behind shifting expressions. At last Kaleji forced a wry smile. In that case, we won't keep you any longer. Very well. Li Feng ended the call. The holoscreen went dark, leaving Kaleji and the 4 vice-chairmen staring at one another in the small conference room. What now? The guy thinks we're fat sheep for the slaughter, one of them muttered. No one answered. Li Feng hadn't named a price, yet had blocked every exit. If the association refused to sweeten the deal, he could turn elsewhere at any moment, and one word about that permanent ban would shred their credibility. He had asked for nothing specific, only said he lacked many things, too many to list in one breath. Hey, raise the deal. I'm hungry, so keep raising the offer. Give him anything short of lavish, and he won't even glance your way. Meet his sky-high price, and he'll take it. Then stall for time until every last bit of profit is bled dry. Anyone with a problem can get lost. Kaleji rubbed his temples. The longer this dragged on, the stronger Li Feng would become, and the greater the risk that the association's lifetime ban on his membership would leak to the public. Imagine it, a top-tier human powerhouse, a decorated military hero, shut out forever. If that got out, the association would be ruined overnight. First priority, lock the story down. Second, deliver the 2 level 50 alien slaves, Li Feng demanded. We'll have to throw money at it, one vice chairman muttered. Everyone looked around the table and nodded in reluctant agreement. Across the Human Federation, no one could shake the Association of Human Power. It alone issued the pioneer medals and granted the legal privileges that came with high combat levels, so bringing elites into the fold had always been effortless. For any human warrior, association membership and a pioneer medal were the highest honors and the only passport that wrote those privileges into law. That leverage was exactly how they had tried to strong-arm Li Feng. When things escalated, they slammed him with a permanent expulsion for the sake of pride. No one had foreseen what that ruling would cost them. They had imposed similar punishments before eccentric or extreme fighters sometimes earned lifetime bans, and the uproar never lasted. Li Feng was different. He was already a peak-rank human powerhouse, a living legend of the Special Operations Bureau, and the military was grooming him to become the first national hero. For anyone, expulsion was a deep humiliation. For someone with those twin halos, it was unforgivable. If that scandal became public, a century of prestige would collapse in an instant. The chairman, vice chairman, core members, even their family clans would drown in public outrage, losing power, status, and reputation beyond measure. Thankfully, they had feared a full-blown confrontation back then. To soften the blow, they'd secretly handed Li Feng a level 49 alien slave and never announced the ruling, so the relationship hadn't shattered completely. With enough compensation, the scandal might still stay buried. But Li Feng was ruthless, and his appetite was monstrous. Even though the association would pay every cent, the thought still felt like a knife to the gut because at their level, association resources might as well be their own. Whatever Li Feng squeezed out of the coffers was, in their eyes, coming straight from their pockets. On February 5th, under mounting public criticism and even verbal abuse, the federal military finally held a press conference, officially announcing an expanded recruitment drive for the Special Operations Fleet. Bathed in bright spotlights, the spokesperson enunciated every word. Anyone whose talent evaluation is rated top-tier genius or above may apply. He then shifted tone, stressing that applicants must complete 3 tests: character, capability, and combat strength at designated training bases and clear every stage before they can truly join the fleet. The military followed up with another bombshell. A new class of warships would enter service immediately. The press release listed obstacle after obstacle: high costs, budget shortfalls, complex construction techniques, a shortage of master artificers. Because of these constraints, only a handful of ships would be available at first. They would be divided among existing special operations fleets, with additional vessels delivered later until every unit was fully upgraded. The announcement sparked a frenzy. Major interstellar clans and corporate conglomerates rushed in front of the cameras to open their wallets, launching a wave of donations and material support to speed production. Public enthusiasm ignited in an instant. Huge screens in city squares flashed rolling numbers as one fundraising surge, an enlistment wave followed another. Yangon Group also pledged 100 billion on the spot, every credit in hard currency. Although no hints or invitations had arrived from politicians or the military, Jiang Wanxin understood. The company had already earned its reputation, and with Yangon's current size, policy favors and preferential treatment were inevitable, even without Li Feng's influence that had always been the unspoken rule. These politicians and interstellar clans are downright devious. In the villa's study, Jiang Wanxin clenched her light screen terminal, her voice brimming with anger. Ordinary citizens believed their relentless questioning had forced Parliament and the military to compromise and expand recruitment. Insiders knew it was a carefully laid trap. The tests looked fair yet lacked clear standards, and the scarcity of new warships turned every vessel into bait and bargaining chip. The military feigned helplessness, scooped up donations, and pocketed all the benefits of expansion, while giving the public the illusion that we are the masters of the Federation, sustaining fever-pitch morale and persuading everyone to feed the war machine willingly. Even subtler was the interplay between hazy testing standards and ship scarcity. The bar was high. The slots were few, signals aimed squarely at top-tier geniuses and peerless prodigies. Anyone eager to board a ship quickly had to partner with, or outright pledge allegiance to, an interstellar clan. Only with their resources and pull could a candidate breeze through the evaluations and ultimately secure assignment to one of the powerful, better protected new warships. That was what infuriated Jiang Wanxin. As a senior officer in the Special Operations Fleet, Li Feng needed subordinates with clean backgrounds, yet the clans were planting their flags at lightning speed. Soon, every future crew member would come with strings attached. Training them would be harder, and the battlefield would hide many more uncertainties. Exactly as expected, Li Feng stayed unruffled and didn't give it a second thought. The challenge had only grown marginally tougher. To him, it was nothing to fuss over. The reason was simple. The interstellar clans were certainly powerful, but they could only exert pressure from the sidelines, whereas he controlled every subordinate directly. Top-tier prodigies and peerless talents saw their test quotas strictly limited. Once they witnessed the clan's influence, they had to swallow their pride and choose to cooperate, or even submit. Yet the moment they joined the Special Operations Fleet, They discovered those clans had no real sway there. He, alone, determined their fate. Family resources could embellish a career, but the only true passport was gaining Dad's approval. Without it, the consequences also dictated by Dad were often terrifying. Beep, beep, beep. During their casual chat, his military wristcom vibrated and displayed an alert. Li Feng glanced down. An encrypted code from Zhao Yushan, containing just 3 words, were moving. Efficient indeed. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, silently praising the Special Operations Bureau's upper echelon. In only a few days they had approved his request for a level 70 plus, Class 2 alien citizen, and sent the candidate straight to him. He logged onto the Bureau's encrypted site, and, after 10 minutes of layered verification, finally gained access. The file appeared. Butler, level 73, Ice Tiger Clan. The more he read, the more satisfied he became. The Bureau's pick wasn't just a level 73 combatant. Butler specialized in ice-based laws, excelling at both offense and immobilization, and he was also president of the Ice Tiger Clan Mutual Aid Association. That covered everything. A powerful bodyguard who met high-level alien battlefield requirements. Clearly, the brass had discovered his covert partnerships with Balky and 5 other Class 2 aliens and decided to play along by assigning him a president-level escort. After humanity burst free from Blue Star and entered the early interstellar era, it spent 10,000 years in frenzied expansion. The number of races it conquered or exterminated was countless. Those that resisted fiercely were wiped out or enslaved. Those that surrendered were labeled Class 2 citizens. To cement its rule, humanity scattered these peoples across major life worlds and imposed stringent restrictions. The simplest and most effective measure was abolishing their original systems and allowing them to form only semi-civilian bodies called mutual aid associations. Over the long centuries, relentless suppression and systematic indoctrination had reduced these Class 2 aliens to scattered grains of sand. Concepts like kings or clan chiefs were long gone from their minds. As the strongest member of his race, he still commanded respect and knew exactly which powerhouses and prodigies his people could field. If this Ice Tiger powerhouse chose to follow Li Feng, Yangon Group could scoop up a host of Ice Tiger elites and inject a serious dose of strength into the company. The level 73 bodyguard the Special Operations Bureau requested is already on the way. You still can't close a deal with that level 61 alien artificer, right? Get ready, we'll visit him ourselves tomorrow. Li Feng shifted his gaze to Jiang Wanxin at his side. Great, he'll start getting everything ready right away. Jiang Wanxin nodded almost instinctively. Crafting high-grade artifacts that Li Feng could control directly with his perception had always been her top priority. The problem was Li Feng's absurd growth rate. When Yangon Group first hired a level 30 fire spirit smith, the artisan had barely upgraded a few artifacts before Li Feng shot to level 40. They finally brought in another fire spirit above level 40, and just as the new gear arrived, Li Feng had already broken through to level 50. So she simply set her sights on an alien second-class citizen above level 60 who was also a master smith. That would not only plug the level 50 gear gap faster, but also let them prepare level 60 artifacts in advance. After spending a small fortune on intelligence, she finally found a level 61 alien artificer unaffiliated with any faction and willing to sign a long-term contract. Yet every envoy she dispatched came back empty-handed. She even hired a top negotiation team at an exorbitant price to infiltrate the Smith's hideout, offering ridiculously generous terms, and still failed. She had considered going herself, but worried that the families lurking in the shadows would see her as Li Feng's weak point and set ambushes. With no other option, she kept pouring resources into intelligence gathering, hoping for a breakthrough. Now that she could go with Li Feng personally, their sincerity would be obvious and they could tweak their offer on the spot, greatly boosting the odds of success. Let's just see how it goes. No need for anything formal. Treat it like a vacation, Li Feng said with a wave, looking excited for reasons that weren't limited to the level 61 artificer. Sure, obtaining a top-tier artifact would massively enhance his combat power and survival odds, but even without it he still had plenty of high-level alien second-class citizens at his side. What truly excited him was wandering around under the pretext of a holiday and harvesting attribute points on the way. Every other time he'd come home he'd holed up indoors handling paperwork. This time was the complete opposite. Although the Special Operations Bureau's leadership had publicly backed him, deterring the big powers, the lure of a lifespan multiplied many times over was too staggering. The higher one's level, the more intense the craving for longevity. For magnates who already controlled limitless power and wealth, long life was the final piece of their perfect puzzle. Li Feng knew that once his level 50 breakthrough became undeniable, plots, traps, and assassins would swarm him. The Bureau's endorsement mainly forced the great families to rely only on covert assets that couldn't be traced back to them even under soul search. From his viewpoint, as long as the level 73 bodyguard arrived and the Human Federation maintained its strict control over high-level aliens, every scheme or ambush would just be people lining up to hand him attribute points because they thought he was leveling too slowly. One trip outside was sure to yield plenty of gains and surprises. Dusk was falling. Butler, a level 73 Frost Tiger, contacted Li Feng through the comms, informing him that he had arrived at the F-369 orbital station. The higher an alien's rank, the tighter the controls. Even though Butler had signed a heavenly covenant with the military and officially served as a shadow guard, restrictions followed him everywhere. A micromonitor designed for high-level aliens had been implanted in his body, recording his movements, emotional shifts, and energy fluctuations without exception. Travel to any populated planet required an application and approval before departure. Butler's only privilege was that the monitoring authority rested with a secret military agency. Now, after a temporary transfer to special operations and assignment to Li Feng, every permission except surveillance had been handed to Li Feng. Any action Butler took could be approved the moment Li Feng authorized it. Inside the villa study, Li Feng unleashed his senses, waves of power surging outward. An agility stat of 716,500 gave him a sensory radius of more than 700,000 kilometers, while his extrasensory range exceeded 350,000, easily covering the station over 200,000 kilometers away. He quickly locked onto Butler as the alien stepped off the freighter. Butler clearly wore a first-class artifact that masked his aura. Simple perception pegged him at roughly level 20, yet only extrasensory sight revealed the terrifying, immeasurable power beneath. Butler felt the distant scrutiny as well and traced the extrasensory probe back toward its source. His perception stretched forward until it halted against the dense shields and wards surrounding the Lee estate. His face remained calm, but inwardly he was startled. Station shields were expected, yet for someone to pierce them from over 200,000 kilometers away was beyond anything he had heard of. Maintaining the lock, Li Feng approved Butler's landing with a single thought. Butler boarded a shuttle to F-369. Then produced a low-grade flight artifact at the docking pad and streaked toward the Lee estate. Near the grounds, he dismissed the artifact, flew under his own power, and finally touched down 100 meters from the gate. Sensing that spying on someone's aura was impolite, especially when that someone would soon be his strongest bodyguard, Li Feng chose not to wait at the villa. Instead, he accelerated, appearing at the estate's gate in an instant to greet his new subordinate. Butler's form became visible in the distance. Even with his aura suppressed, the three-meter figure radiated raw power. He approached, halted before Li Feng, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Captain Li, greetings." It was their first meeting. The tone was polite but far from deferential. "My apologies for scanning your abilities just now." With an apologetic smile, Li Feng stepped forward to greet Butler. "It is a captain's duty to assess his subordinate's strength," Butler replied, shaking his head with humble courtesy, though inwardly he was astonished at so the powerful wave of perception had come from Li Feng himself. The newly crowned strongest human was advancing at breakneck speed, and his abilities were far beyond the norm. "Please, come in." Li Feng gestured, and the two walked side by side toward the villa where Balky and the other 6 second-class aliens were temporarily staying. Along the way, Li Feng openly swept Butler with his extrasensory power again, both as a warning and a display. He had come to the door personally, yet kept his distance, chatting only occasionally just enough to underscore his status. Butler, unlike the overly enthusiastic Balky at their first meeting, was consistently polite without fawning, a restraint Li Feng found satisfactory. A level 73 second-class alien already stood near the top of the power pyramid. If Butler even hinted at defecting, the head of an interstellar clan would arrive with lavish resources and artifacts to win him over. Moreover, Butler was a special-grade shadow guard of the military either stationed at headquarters or protecting high-ranking officers, and he had met more than his share of big shots. Without Li Feng's titles of Strongest of Humanity and Spec Ops Bureau Hero, a mere captaincy would hardly have caught his eye. Li Feng understood the pattern. Balky and the others had started by calling him captain and gradually shifted to Lord Li as they pledged allegiance. For now, Butler had only adopted Captain Li. The rest would take time. At the villa, Li Feng called Balky and the 6 out to meet Butler. After brief introductions, he announced, "We move tomorrow. We'll give you the details later." With that, he returned to his own residence. The following morning, at first light, Li Feng and Jiang Wanqin boarded a luxurious shuttle bound for the space station. Butler followed at the stern on his personal flight artifact. All 3 had activated top-tier shields that blocked detection. Once docked, the shuttle glided through the storage bay into Yong'an 1. At Li Feng's command, the massive warship slipped from its berth and sailed into open space. Inside the lounge, he let his perception expand hundreds of thousands of kilometers, capturing every fluctuation in the sector. On F-369 and inside the station, many humans, second-class aliens, and alien slaves were using exquisite artifacts to hide their levels. He had no intention of striking. Most were trying to infiltrate the Yongan group, and he preferred to learn their names and let them settle in. Killing them would only prompt the clans and factions to send better spies. Keeping these pawns where he could see them gave him the upper hand. Soon, even if Li Feng left F-369, The arrangements he had set up would keep every move those infiltrators made under Yangon Group surveillance. Thanks to Gu Lingxi, the Gu clan has been quietly funneling in a steady stream of gifted Meizu slaves along with cultivation resources and artifacts perfectly suited to their race. After Li Feng returned to the base, Mei Yin barely left the underground bunker. By day, she threw herself into hard training with top-grade resources. By night, she poured everything she knew into the Meizu manuals left by the Charm Emperor, especially the stealth arts, teaching them hand in hand. Although those talented slaves lacked the royal blood, Mei Yin had awakened. Once they mastered stealth techniques, they could tail and monitor targets 20 realms above them without making a sound. When they are fully trained, any second-class human or alien working for or against Yangon Group will have every breath logged, and the families or factions behind them will be exposed. As this Meizu-centric intelligence net keeps expanding, Li Feng is destined to turn the tables, planting charm spies inside every major power and tracking their leadership in real time. If the network grows large enough, the entire human federation may well find itself without secrets. 20 minutes later, Yangon 1 executed a spatial jump to the coordinates Li Feng had provided, materializing in Sector C. He pushed both perception and extrasensory sense to their limits, quietly sweeping the surrounding starfield. After another 10 minutes, the engines finished warming up and the battleship glided toward a life-bearing planet tens of millions of kilometers away. 5 minutes later, it docked at the planet's orbital station. Li Feng and Jiang Wanqin stayed aboard, his senses still cranked to maximum. 1 minute, 2, 3, more than 10 minutes slipped by before a flight artifact its own sensors shielded drifted into his extrasensory range. Inside sat a cultivator of the golden cicada race. Li Feng's sense slid through the gaps like sidelong vision, and the energy signature pegged the intruder at level 58, a fat prize. He fixed the stranger's face in memory, pulled up a hollow projector, created a 3D image, and sent it to Lin Jingtai, asking the welfare faction major in intelligence for an ID check. The reply came back in under 2 minutes. The official files listed the man as level 15, a mere second-class alien security guard at some ordinary company. Obvious false records, a planet agent. Li Feng made a quiet comparison. To serve Yangon Group, Jiang Wanqin also combed security firms and slave training bases for second-class aliens or slaves willing to wipe part of their memories and sign life-and-death contracts, stages missing or dead accidents, erases every trace, and finally ships them off to the origin pirate fleet, turning them into Yangon's hidden blades. This level 58 golden cicada is cut from the same cloth. In barely a minute or two, the flight artifact had followed a freighter into the station, its shielding still running at full power. Through the flicker at the edge of his extrasensory sense, Li Feng watched the man activate a top-tier personal cloaking treasure, then pull out 2 more artifacts of the same grade from storage. He probed carefully, one pulsed with spatial laws, the other with the laws of confinement. Nicely prepared, Li Feng mused. By his reckoning, the space-based artifact almost certainly grants instant teleportation. If he steps off the ship now, the opponent will flash to his side, lock him down with the confinement treasure, then sprint away under the cloak. And if that teleportation tool can be used twice, the escape plan is nearly perfect. Gear up, Butler. Your job is to destroy the body and lock down the spirit. Balky, you're on support, Li Feng ordered, turning his head as he spoke. Understood, Balky replied respectfully. Butler merely nodded. He understood none of Li Feng's words, yet instinctively slipped into battle mode. Their target hovered ahead, a level 58 Jinchanzu flying artifact, top tier, equipped with advanced levitation and sensor cloaking. Even with Li Feng's keen perception, he would have missed it without prior coordinates. Grabbing Balky with his left hand and Butler with his right, Li Feng willed them all to vanish. In the next heartbeat, the trio reappeared inside the Jinchanzu vessel. No sooner had their feet touched the deck than Butler exhaled a blast of Arctic air. In a flash, the high-level Jinchanzu aboard was frozen solid. Ice crystals bloomed outward. With a sharp crack, the body shattered, leaving the spirit trapped in the bitter cold. Balky stood to one side, energy swirling in his palm. Seeing Butler's success, he slowly withdrew his power. Keep it pinned. Balky, secure the craft, Li Feng said, still gripping the 2. Yes, sir. A vortex of suction spiraled from Balky's hand, anchoring the entire vessel. In the next instant, Li Feng blinked again, relocating the 2 alien second-class citizens along with the artifact to the storage bay of Yangon 1. Once they landed, he released his grip, drew his spirit sword, and infused it with rule force. A single flash can, the spirit trapped in ice was cleaved in 2. Ding. You have slain an enemy. Attribute points, 325,000. The system prompt rang in his mind. Li Feng felt a rush of exhilaration. That's what I'm talking about. With its owner dead, the flying artifact lost both levitation and cloaking, crashing onto the metal deck. This was precisely why Li Feng hadn't killed the target outside. Had the craft become masterless in open space, it would have materialized immediately, causing an uproar on the station and alerting every faction watching Yangon 1. He sifted through the ice shards, retrieved the level 58 Jinchanzu storage artifact, and slipped it into his own ring. The three of them stepped out of the vessel. Balky's face remained calm. After so long with Li Feng, miracles like this no longer fazed him. Butler, however, couldn't help but study Li Feng again, eyes filled with a mix of doubt and awe at the perception that could pierce shields and cloaking gand at the blink that let them slip straight through the hull of a flying artifact. These two abilities were so overwhelmingly powerful that he had never heard of anything like them. Working together, they defied common sense. The newly risen human powerhouse was, well, downright incredible. After stepping out of the aerial treasure, Li Feng raised his hand. A beam of light wrapped around the still-spinning craft and whisked it straight into his storage ring. The motion was so smooth and casual it looked as though he had tossed a pebble into his pocket. "We're rich," Balky muttered, rubbing his massive bare paws together while sparks of excitement danced in his eyes like fire on a winter night. Butler looked at him as though he had lost his mind. Was the violent bear tribe brain dead? Li Feng had taken every bit of loot, yet this guy shouted we're rich as if he expected a cut. If the boss gave him a bad review, he'd be stuck with suicide missions for months. No second-class alien could afford that kind of petty revenge. Li Feng knew exactly what Balky was thinking and asked with a faint smile, "Which one caught your eye, the spatial treasure or the binding one?" "My lord doesn't even have a binding treasure. How could it be my turn?" Balky scratched his head and admitted, "I'm actually interested in the spatial one. I'm slower than most aliens at my level. With that treasure my strength would jump 30 or 40%. Li Feng nodded. "Deal. If we can hire a level 60 own artificer this time, they'll have him refit it to suit a bearman's frame, and then the treasure is yours. If we can't, find someone on your own to reforge it." Balky broke into a grin, his heart almost leaping into his throat. Beside him, Butler was even more confused. Back in the lounge, they returned to the cabin of the flying treasure. After hesitating for a long moment, Butler finally sent a voice transmission to Balky, who was about to meditate. "You really dared ask for something that valuable? Aren't you worried he'll make you pay for it later? Humans are shrewd. He agreed so easily because he expects you to bleed for him." Balky answered aloud without trying to hide it. "Others might pull that, but our lord is genuinely generous. When you arrived on assignment yesterday and he received you personally, didn't he explain how the spoils are divided?" "No," Butler shook his head. "I was a bit standoffish yesterday, so he didn't go into details." "Then that explains it," Balky said. "The lord has a rule. When second-class aliens follow him into battle, we receive the same benefits as his senior officers. We get a fixed percentage of the spoils based on merit. Out in the field, there's no ship-wide military chain to interfere, so it's even better. For normal loot, he takes 50%, and the rest is ours to split however we want." Butler's eyes widened. "That generous?" He suddenly realized the bearman had no fear of petty retaliation because the rules protected him, while he himself had been the fool. "By the way, senior, you're our squad captain now," Balky hinted, trailing off. Butler caught on immediately. "Of course, we'll stick to the profit-sharing plan we agreed on before." Only then did Balky relax completely. The split he had drafted back when he was captain had always been generous to the team. Even anyone who hid in the flying treasure and never swung a fist still got a piece of the pie. Inside the lounge beyond Butler's flying vessel, Li Feng placed a black stone on the board, lifted a cup of hot tea with his free hand, and let its subtle aroma drift through the room. Zhang Wanxin stared at the game in deep concentration, but Li Feng had already pushed his perception and extrasensory range to their absolute limits. At level 50, after completing his second life evolution, multitasking came as naturally as breathing. He even took a moment to call up his system panel and spread his newly earned attribute points evenly across his 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 781,500. Strength, 781,500. Endurance, 781,500. Agility, 781,500. Spirit, 781,500. Abilities: Armor Piercing LV5, Teleport LV5, Flight LV5, Extrasensory LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV5. To level 53, roughly 300,000 attribute points required. 1 minute slipped by, then 2, then 3. Before long, 10 minutes had vanished, followed by half an hour. A faint disappointment grew in Li Feng's chest. Only one attacker had shown up, and the major clans were proving far too cautious. Enough waiting. Within the Human Federation, every transport ship's course is mirrored across the military network. Given his current identity and power, every faction had to be tracking Yangon. When the ship completed its first spatial jump into this star system, Head calculated that those factions would obtain exact coordinates in under a minute. Any interstellar clan equipped with a large freighter and high-level alien operatives could jump here in another 1 or 2 minutes, and at top speed they could reach the space station within 10. Yet more than half an hour had passed without a single high-level alien in sight. Odds were no one else was coming. "Butler, activate your personal jammers and cloak the craft. We're leaving." "Yes, sir." Li Feng blinked. When had Captain suddenly become sir? Catching the question in his eyes, Butler offered a candid answer. Bulk filled me in on a few things. Li Feng let it drop. He sent Jiang Wanxin into Butler's flying vessel, then grabbed Butler with one hand and the castle-shaped craft with the other. A burst of teleportation carried them into the cargo hold of a massive freighter stacked with containers. They crawled into the craft, and Butler shrank it to pocket size without disturbing the interior at all. Li Feng kept his perception and extrasensory field at maximum, silently sweeping the surroundings. Docking Yangon, I hear, had never been about visiting that level 61 artificer. It was bait to lure in attackers and harvest attribute points. The real destination was the freighter's next port, and all this maneuvering served only to mask his trail. Just as the freighter prepared to launch, a faint ripple brushed the edge of his extrasensory, net another cloaked flying vessel had slipped into view. He threaded his perception through its shielding like a needle through cloth, caught a glimpse, and confirmed his target. A member of the Shadow Clan, power hovering around level 60. They were about to depart, and a big fish had taken the hook. Li Feng pulled out a hollow projector, generated a 3D image of the Shadowkin, and forwarded it to a major in the Welfare Faction's intelligence division. An encrypted reply popped up almost at once. Level 16, an alien employee at a mining firm. In other words, another high-ranking outsider with no real ID. We're moving, same plan as before. Butler, Balky, gear up. Li Feng ordered, then turned to Butler. Target's a Shadowkin, around level 60. Can you lock him down? Just give me the coordinates, sir. No problem, Butler said with a confident grin. Shadowkin have no physical bodies. They're not particularly strong in a straight fight with peers, but as spies or assassins they're deadly. Their racial talent, Shadow Meld, lets them merge with any shadow. After their second life evolution at level 50, their spirit is compressed into a film as thin as a cicada's wing, allowing instant travel between shadows. Li Feng asked again because intel showed the target's flying vessel was pitch black inside, essentially a giant dark zone the Shadowkin could roam at will. The alien also wore a top-grade device that blocked detection. If Butler couldn't pin down his exact position, even a 10-level edge might not save them. Straight ahead of you, Li Feng said once Butler confirmed. He grabbed Butler with one hand and Balky with the other, then triggered his teleportation ability. The next instant they stood in the vessel's dim cabin. Directly ahead, the Shadowkin vanished into the darkness, invisible to the eye. Butler opened his mouth wide. A blast of frost erupted as ice laws spread. A space more than 10 meters on a side froze solid in an instant. Balky, already primed, turned the shockwave into a massive suction force that clamped down on the entire craft, sealing every escape route. Move. Li Feng teleported again, hauling his teammates and the frozen vessel back to an empty storage bay aboard Yangon 1. He drew his spirit sword and struck at the icebound Shadowkin. Butler's control was so precise that the icy mist parted for the blade, as if alive. The Shadowkin had no time to raise an energy shield, and his passive defense treasure was locked in ice. The spirit sword, imbued with law power, cut through him effortlessly. Ding, enemy eliminated, 536,000 attribute points gained. The system prompt echoed in Li Feng's mind. Now that's satisfying, he muttered. With a snap of his fingers, every treasure inside the shattered spirit form flew into his storage ring. The three left the vessel, then stored the knowerless craft as well. Mission accomplished. Li Feng grabbed the other two, activated Blink, and whisked them back to the freighter's cargo bay, squeezing into the flying artifact hidden among the crates. Dim lights painted their faces while a cold metallic scent seeped from the gaps between containers. Stretching his arms, Li Feng summoned his virtual interface. A pale blue hologram bloomed in midair. He poured the newly earned stat points evenly into his 5 attributes. Numbers flickered. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 0. Strength, 888,700. Endurance, 888,700. Agility, 888,700. Spirit, 888,700. Skills, Armor Break LV5, Blink LV5, Flight LV5, Extra Sense LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV5. Overall level, 53. The screen shattered into motes of light, and Li Feng's lips curved. Breakthrough achieved. Outside, orange-eared exhaust flared from the freighter's thrusters as the giant vessel eased away from the space station. Li Feng's perception spread layer on layer, an invisible web draped around the hull. Even after the ship left the berth and began accelerating, he sensed no hint of hostility. He was in no hurry. In the past half hour, only 2 assailants had appeared, and one of them had rushed in at the last moment. From experience, the interstellar clans and elite factions hunting him were scouting for higher-grade artifacts, hoping to snatch this low-fat Tang Xing meat in one decisive strike. For many mediocre patriarchs who could never break level 50 even on a diet of rare treasures, taking Li Feng alive promised decades of extra life and a rocket boost in power. 2 hunters would never be the end of it. They would show themselves eventually. Roughly 20 minutes later, a low chime echoed through the ship. Jump sequence initiated. Space rippled, and the freighter rematerialized hundreds of light years away in an unfamiliar sector. After checking the star chart, Li Feng laid a hand on the black whale-shaped artifact beside him, the 10th Ascendant Butler. In the next instant, the bulkheads blurred as space folded. He and the Butler popped into open vacuum more than 100,000 kilometers from the freighter. To that planet. He marked their current and target coordinates on the display and issued the order. Azure flame roared from the Butler's engines, and the cockpit AI rumbled its reply. 100,000 kilometers, 200,000, 300,000 in under 20 seconds, they hit their cap, 2 million kms. Starlight stretched into gray-white streaks. 5 or 6 minutes later they slid into the destination zone, and the artifact's chain brakes bled off speed. Outside the porthole floated an asteroid roughly 1,000 kilometers across, its surface a quilt of craters. Li Feng's extra sense pierced the rock like a probe. Within moments he detected a square-kilometer area wrapped in a high-level ward. Is that artificer broke, or what? Li Feng arched a brow and glanced at Jiang Wanqin. Federal law says every heavenly body in Federation territory is public property, managed by the government. An ordinary citizen has to pay rent for a plot no bigger than a fingernail on an asteroid, never mind erecting a ward of this caliber. Jiang Wanqin shrugged. My guess? Some interstellar clan played him dirty. His flat refusal of each increasingly outrageous offer was already a giveaway. Unfortunately, we still couldn't uncover the details. Jiang Wanqin shook her head, understanding Li Feng's reasoning. Rent on a non-resource planet like this was dirt cheap, yet ordinary citizens could never afford it, and second-class aliens even less. Still, the artificer was level 61. By casually crafting or upgrading a few top-tier, low-grade artifacts around level 40 perfect for human cultivators and disperse, could earn enough to lease this worthless asteroid for centuries, if not millennia. Renting only a tiny sector made no sense for someone of his standing. That's possible, Li Feng nodded, as though no other explanation fit the odd situation. While they spoke, the flying artifact sped toward the asteroid, and Li Feng's extrasensory perception swept across its entire surface. He's gone. The place is empty, and anything of value has been cleared out. He guessed the man had moved to avoid the negotiating team. Li Feng signaled Butler to stop the craft, then looked at Tony. Activate the cloaking device and come with me. On it. Tony replied, starting the jammer and stepping up beside him. Li Feng grabbed Tony, blinked, and the two of them slipped through wards and dense structures, landing in an underground forge lined with high-grade ore. Tony immediately sampled the level 61 artificer's residual energy, and with the jammer running, every monitor stayed blind to them. Once the data was secured, they returned to the ship. Without instructions, Tony produced a tracking artifact and began fixing the target's location. The target's higher level and the long distance made the trace difficult. The level 61 artificer was far stronger than Tony, but thankfully, he hadn't gone far. A dozen minutes later, Tony placed him between 250 and 290 million kilometers away. So close. Li Feng was delighted. At Butler's speed, the trip would take only 2 or 3 minutes. Butler accelerated, racing toward the coordinates. Minutes later they entered the zone, and Li Feng spread his perception wider, motioning Butler to slow down. Got him, Li Feng said within half a minute. Butler adjusted course, sliding the craft down and to starboard. Soon a castle-shaped starship floated into Li Feng's perception. The other side had activated neither cloak nor scan. At 400,000 kilometers, the castle's interior was laid bare to Li Feng's ESP. The vessel was vast, yet housed only a roughly level 60 fire lizard and a swarm of support bots, no other sentient life forms. The fire lizard was the level 61 artificer they were after. Qing Zhu. In the castle's grand hall stood a colossal forging dais. Qing Zhu was fully absorbed in his work, belching flames of over 100,000 degrees infused with fire law power. The blaze engulfed high-grade spirit ore, melting it in moments. Impurities evaporated, and the elemental law stripped away any instability or negative traits. Li Feng hesitated for only a heartbeat, then acted. He wrapped an arm around Jiang Wanqin, seized Butler with the other, and blinked once more. The next instant, they materialized in the middle of the castle's grand hall. At the forging platform, Qing Zhu was absorbed in crafting a treasure when Li Feng and his two companions materialized out of thin air. Firelight flickered across his pupils. Shock flashed and vanished as he drew a breath of scorching air and forced himself calm. At his silent command, the crimson flames subsided, and the half-smelted spirit ore hovered briefly before dropping onto the ink-black anvil with a clear metallic chime. He swept his sleeve, locked the furnace temperature in a safe range, smoothed the singed hem of his robe, and bowed slightly to Li Feng and Jiang Wanqin. Colonel, madam. Turning to Butler, he bowed even lower. Senior. Li Feng lifted his gaze, his voice steady yet pressing. You know why we're here? I do. Qing Zhu nodded. Though he spent his days cultivating and forging, he never missed Federation news or upper-level movements, and he knew exactly who this newly ascendant human powerhouse was. Yangon Group had already sent executive teams again and again to coax him into cooperation, driving him to leave home and hide on this flying artifact. Now that the true owners of Yangon had come in person, their intent was self-evident. Li Feng pressed on. Your answer? Qing Zhu clenched his jaw and bowed once more. Forgive me, Colonel, Madam. No matter what terms you offer, I do not wish to ally with any clan or faction. Li Feng raised a brow, cold light flashing in his eyes. Do you think I want to kill you? No. Qing Zhu met that overwhelming aura heat and shook his head calmly. As one of humanity's paragons, killing me costs you nothing. If I refuse, eliminating me to conceal your ability to pierce energy shields and teleport into flying artifacts would be perfectly reasonable. Li Feng dropped all pretense of gentleness. Then speak. What's stopping you? If I can solve it, I will. If I can't, he'll kill you and be done with it. Indeed, the moment he had teleported aboard with Butler, he had resolved that if negotiation failed, erasure would follow. A hypersensory teleportation technique that ignored energy and matter could not be allowed to leak. If this high-rank artificer refused to submit, wiping him out and harvesting a haul of attribute points would suffice. The consequences were serious, of course. Although Qing Zhu was registered as a second-tier alien citizen, his cultivation far surpassed most ordinary humans, and the higher an alien citizen's level, the more sophisticated the micromonitor embedded in their body and the tighter the oversight. Even a silent assassination would trigger an immediate data upload to the authorities. Identifying the killer from recorded footage was easy. Locking the coordinates and sending a time law specialist to rewind the scene would leave no secrets uncovered. Murdering an alien citizen of this caliber who had not violated Federation law would enrage his entire race and deprive the wartime Federation of a valuable combatant. Grave consequences indeed. Yet punishment varied. Ordinary forces would pay dearly. An interstellar clan might skate by if it muffled the incident, and a military hero or human powerhouse had little to fear. With Li Feng's status, he could sleep soundly even without a legitimate excuse. Clearly, Qing Zhu was a man with a story. He showed no trace of panic in the face of Li Feng's threat. Instead, he studied Li Feng quietly, trying to discern the man's true nature behind those obsidian eyes. The flood of headlines about Li Feng left him unmoved. He did not believe a single word. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Li Feng shrugged casually. I survived a one-man recon craft with a 99% fatality rate and clawed my way to where I am now, he said. If I told you it was all thanks to explosive power, a brilliant mind, a kind heart, and spotless ethics, well, you wouldn't buy it, and neither would I. But you've got no other option. Falling into a pit you might be able to climb out of beats getting silenced for good. Take the gamble. Qing Zhu fell silent. The Yangon Group had approached him several times, their negotiators acting on Jiang Wangxin's orders offering terms worth hundreds or even thousands of times the norm. He had turned them down without a qualm. What he feared most was an even deeper pit. Within the Federation, his personal rank was enough to intimidate ordinary humans. Yet to the major clans and power blocks, he was simply prime medium master craftsman of artifacts ripe for the taking. He had once believed that keeping his distance would keep him safe. Later he realized that no hiding place is far enough, and a human with limited raw strength survives by cunning alone. He let out a long sigh. The descendants of my single-line bloodline all work for the Dun family's companies now. I see. Start from the beginning, Li Feng said, understanding. He and Jiang Wanqin still had no children. Greater power made conception harder, and both of them lived on the razor's edge while a galaxy-wide race war could break out at any moment. They could not guarantee a child's safety. Jiang Wanqin immediately messaged her aide, instructing her to pull every file on the Dun family. Qing Zhu cast his mind back. More than 3 millennia ago, the Dun family had been a provincial clan on a habitable world near the asteroid where he lived, their influence limited to a handful of neighboring planets. The year I was about to break through to level 55, I went to an auction house for artifact materials and ran into a young fire lizard woman. Only level 7 and only months into her job, Qing Zhu said quietly. Her talent was average and her looks unremarkable by our standards, yet her conversation and temperament resonated with me. Every time we crossed paths afterward, she felt like a talisman. I advanced to level 55, picked up rare materials at bargain prices, sold refined artifacts for fortunes. I even fathered a son with her in just 2 years, unheard of for someone at my stage. His fist clenched. 5 years later, she vanished with the child without a word. From then on, someone sent me periodic videos of the boy growing up and forced me to forge high-grade artifacts. I appealed to the Fire Lizard Mutual Aid Society and every relevant bureau, but the findings were always the same. The child was with his mother and in no immediate danger. They could even furnish me with footage of the boy being disciplined, yet they refused to give me an address. Resignation clouded King Zhu's eyes. Every generation of his children had their marriages and births scheduled by the Dorn family according to talent and lifespan. The moment a baby was born, it was tossed back into his arms, raised by him until the age of 5 or 6, and then torn away. Federal law granted custody to biological parents, leaving him powerless to intervene. 5 or 6 was the perfect age for indoctrination, and the cycle repeated endlessly, one child at a time. The Dorn family offered his descendants lavish living conditions, demanding a steady supply of top-tier artifacts in return. Butler was visibly moved by the story inside, such as life for second-class citizens. By rights, King Zu's power was enough to rule hundreds, perhaps thousands of habitable worlds. Yet for 3 millennia, he had been kept in check by a clan that dominated only a single planet. On the surface, it looked like a clever scheme, but the real reason lay in the nature of the human federation. It was built for humans, while other species were forced to accept second-class status. Any human combatant above level 40 would shrug off a mere custody ruling. Had a human hero of Li Feng's caliber suffered the same fate, one word from him and a fleet would have flattened the Dorn family, with Parliament and the military providing 1,000 excuses afterward. In this universe, the strong devour the weak. The greater your strength, the broader your privilege. Yet if you are not human, you start one tier lower. Even the fiercest warrior finds his power discounted once he lives under another's roof. The tension in the room thickened until Li Feng cleared his throat. Butler bowed at once. "Forgive me, sir. No harm done," Li Feng replied with a wave. Seeing Butler far stronger than himself treat Li Feng with such caution only heightened King Zu's unease. He had considered appealing to a larger power. Countless interstellar clans would gladly crush the Dorn family if he asked. But the Dorns, fearful of his retaliation, still maintained a balance between exploitation and limited freedom. A bigger power, holding his bloodline hostage, would squeeze him harder and drag him into an even deeper pit. "I have the files," Jiang Wanxin said, projecting the Dorn dossier onto a light screen. Li Feng scanned the data in less than 2 minutes. An acceptable report. Fed by King Zu's endless stream of high-grade artifacts, the Dorn family had broken through its ceiling in a few centuries, rising to the rank of a minor interstellar clan. For 3,000 years they had battled peers for market share, rising and falling in turn. Whenever disaster struck, King Zu's artifacts helped them rebound, yet they never crossed the threshold into mid-tier status. Had their opponents been a mid-size or major interstellar clan, Li Feng would have sent Mayans agents to infiltrate and orchestrated a rescue of King Zu's descendants in person. But a mere minor clan was easy. One phone call would do. In an era where big fish eat little fish, Li Feng had grown powerful enough to swallow a minor interstellar clan whole. Li Feng activated the AI in his military wrist comp and, using the dossier Jiang Wanxin had just forwarded, ordered it to connect him with Benson, patriarch of the Dorn family. An ordinary caller would have been screened out by Dorn's security protocols before the request even registered, but Li Feng had no such concern. 20 seconds later the link was forced open. The watch buzzed, and a three-dimensional hologram coalesced before him. He had selected a private video channel, so each man saw only the other's projection. Their real surroundings were completely masked. Benson looked well past 70, yet his frame was still as solid as a man in his prime. His gray-gold crew cut was flawless, and he wore a black dinner jacket shot through with gold thread and fastened with the family crest, clearly in the middle of some social gala. Crystal chandeliers glittered on his shoulders, but they couldn't hide the alarm in his eyes. The Dorn family specialized in artifacts and had never intersected with the Yangon group, not even in passing. If the god of slaughter himself was calling, it could only spell serious trouble. "Your Dorn family is arrogant, ridiculously arrogant," Li Feng said, voice icy and direct. "You know Yangon intends to enter the arms and artifact markets, yet you keep operating anyway?" A sharp pain shot through Benson's chest, and his fingers began to shake. This was exactly the disaster he had feared. He wet his dry lips and forced his voice to steady. "Colonel Li, how may I be of service?" If a mid-tier interstellar clan had come looking for a fight, he wouldn't have blinked. Even pressure from one of the ancient great houses would only make him uneasy. But this was Li Feng's strongest of the human race and a military hero in one body. That combination gave him leverage equal to any venerable dynasty. Worse still, Li Feng was self-made, hot-tempered, and answerable to no elders. A great clan might weigh cost versus benefit before crushing a rival. Li Feng could decide to annihilate someone simply because they annoyed him. Staying calm was impossible. Li Feng lifted his eyes. "Yangon had a few fire salamander employees. One of your subsidiaries poached them. I want an explanation." Benson stared, speechless, at the young face that felt like a drawn blade. Now he understood why Li Feng had appeared was backing Qing Zhu. What he couldn't understand was how Qing Zhu had persuaded Li Feng to intervene. A man who had climbed so high so fast would never act without weighing every risk and reward. No one would crush a small interstellar clan with tangled connections without the promise of enormous profit. Doing so would only tarnish one's reputation among the upper echelon. Anyone in that position would act the same. Now that Qing Zhu has fallen into the hands of Li Feng, who is even more domineering than the Duan family, sees no chance of turning the tide. Forget reclaiming his descendants. He may well lose his own freedom. "You have 5 hours. Deliver the fire lizard clan you stole from Yangon Group." Li Feng cut the call and ordered the AI to send his current coordinates to Benson. With that done, his gaze shifted to Qing Zhu. I am willing to fake my death," shed my second-class status, even sign a lifelong heavenly Tao pact, Qingzhu stammered, nearly groveling on the floor. I only beg you to spare my bloodline descendants. Let them be free. Don't brainwash them as children and force them to live as pawns, stripped of the right to think or reproduce. Li Feng remained silent. Nearby, Jiang Wanqin moved with effortless grace. After forwarding the Duan family dossier to Li Feng, she flicked her wrist, flame solidified into a scroll, and floated it to Qingzhu. Thighs as Qingzhu stared at the scroll, then at Jiang Wanqin and Li Feng, completely lost. Butler's curiosity flared. He probed the contract with his mind and froze. 1. An annual salary of 10 billion credits. 2. All materials, equipment, and assistance supplied by Yangon Group. 3. A 10% commission on the material value of every artifact forged or modified. 4. A 3-year term, after which Qingzhu is free to leave. 5. A clause forbidding Yangon Group from forcing a renewal for any reason, including his bloodline. It was an absurdly generous employment contract. Li Feng had paid the price of breaking an interstellar clan and could have compelled a life-and-death pact, yet he offered terms this mild. It made no sense. Sign it. Li Feng didn't bother to look at the scroll, but his tone left no room for refusal. Jiang Wanqin knew exactly what he wanted, almost as if they shared one mind. I really only have to craft and modify artifacts for 3 years? Qingzhu asked, still suspicious. He could find no hidden trap, yet his painful history with humans made such generosity hard to believe. Forge and refine artifacts for me, and you're one of my own, Li Feng answered coolly. I never shortchange my people. He knew the gesture was aimed at Qingzhu and deliberately meant for Butler to witness, as well a costly statement of how he treated true talent. Compared with Qingzhu, who can refine and upgrade artifacts, Butler the strongest guard at Li Feng's sighty eyes worth hundreds, even thousands of times more. Raising the giant's loyalty by a single % is already a windfall. The bit of material he has to give up isn't even enough to get stuck between his teeth. The terms are so stingy only because top-tier artifacts sell for 100 times the cost of their ores, making a 10% materials share negligible. What left Qingzhu and Butler dumbfounded was the contrast with common practice. Any family that got its hands on a level 61 alien smith would lock him in for far longer than 3 years and never add the gift of freedom upon expiry. Across the entire human federation, only Li Feng treats long-term profit as spare change he can toss away. In Li Feng's eyes, the artifacts Qingzhu can forge right now will boost his combat power immediately. 3 years from now, a level 61 smith could crawl to his door and still not earn a place on his visitor list. Only level 81 or level 91 masters might tempt him. Rather than clutching at a future profit he can hardly feel, he'd rather max out Qingzhu's loyalty today. Thank you, my lord. Afraid Li Feng might change his mind, Qingzhu hurriedly drew a drop of blood infused with energy and let it fall on the contract scroll. The parchment trembled, Li Feng gestured, and a breeze-bound scroll floated back to his palm. He pricked his finger, added a drop of blood laced with law power, and a cold white light flared. The contract was sealed. Stowing the scroll, Li Feng dangled an even bigger promise, sweeping Butler into it as well. 3 years from now, if your performance satisfies me, you may claim the Duoan clan's 3 millennium debt in the name of a former retainer of Li Feng. Qingzhu dropped to his knees, tears wetting the floor. To outsiders the promise was little more than words, but to a man crushed for most of his life by the Duoan clan, it was priceless. Whether he sought vengeance or simply needed a shield, the phrase once served Li Feng would become a talisman he could brandish at will. Butler was moved as well. Lacking the protection of a great race, he had long feared the uncertainty ahead. Now, seeing Li Feng's pledge, he felt as if a towering mountain had appeared at his back, dissolving years of anxiety. Once your bloodline can arrive, settle them yourself, then report straight to Yangon Group. My leave is short, and I need you to overhaul a batch of artifacts right away. You can rest after the work is done. With these orders delivered, Li Feng left with Jiang Wanqin and Butler for the perception-shielded airship. He did not, however, lift off immediately. Granting the Duoan clan 5 hours was a Tesla wanted to see whether they had the nerve to assemble a private force and try an ambush. Barely 2 hours had passed before Li Feng's senses picked up a ripple in the laws of space. As the disturbance grew clearer, a silver-gray cargo hauler was suddenly pushed out of the void and slid into his vast perception range. When the vessel was fully inside his extrasensory field, his heart sank. It carried only a few thousand operators, and the strongest among them was Banson himself, a mere level 32, far below Li Feng's expectations. The transport scanners quickly locked onto Qingzhu's flight artifact. Minutes later, a small shuttle detached from the mothership's belly. Banson, bringing 2 of Qingzhu's blood descendants, 1 adult and 1 child, piloted it along a preset corridor toward Li Feng's position. After docking, he handed the pair over to Qingzhu without uttering a single unnecessary word, then returned to the shuttle and headed back. Losing their level 61 alien artificer had been a crippling blow to the Dorn family. If they could capture Li Feng, whose sudden rise past level 50 was clearly driven by some unusual method. They might extract his memories or refine him into an elixir, giving everyone in the family a shot at breaking level 50, extending their lifespans many times over, and gaining far greater power. The temptation was almost irresistible for Banson, yet he dared not risk the entire Dorn family, nor launch a private assault now that Li Feng knew his identity. Even 100 times his courage would have been useless. "Let's go," Li Feng murmured. Butler immediately guided the artifact toward the nearest planetary station. Upon arrival, Li Feng slipped aboard a passing freighter with a silent teleport, hitching a free ride to the station that served the life-bearing world under Yangon 1's jurisdiction. The moment he disembarked, he swept the area with extrasensory scans. Finding no high-level aliens in ambush, he teleported directly into Yangon 1 with the entire flight artifact. After a brief exchange, he ordered it to return to planet F-369. About an hour and a half later, the familiar Li estate came into view, and life settled back into its routine. The very next day, Qingzhou reported to Yangon Group and was assigned to the large laboratory in the Li estate built expressly for forging and modifying artifacts. The facility possessed every instrument, assistant, and material he could want. That evening, he began converting various level 50-60 elite artifacts to an activate on perception mode. Forging a new artifact of that tier from scratch would normally take him a month or two even with his current skills, but retrofitting existing pieces was far easier. Piled in a corner of the lab were the high-grade artifacts Li Feng had taken from Piker, the Windrat ruler of 182 life planets, along with trophies from the 2 high-level alien spies he had just slain. With Qingzhou's level, his forging mastery, top-tier instruments, and skilled assistants, he could complete one modification in a matter of hours. Even extensive changes to an artifact's appearance or structure would only cost him an extra 2 or 3 days per item. One by one, level 50 to level 60 premium artifact spirit swords, flying devices, defensive gear, and binding tools were ferried from the laboratory straight into Li Feng's hands. The high-grade spirit sword alone, with its tier 5 armor-piercing capability, pushed his killing power to a new level. The brand new flying and protective artifacts finally brought his mobility and defense in line with his overall strength, allowing him to block outside detection and scans. On February 15th, he received an official notice from Special Operations Command announcing the fleet's reorganization, upgrade, and accompanying personnel changes. Including the newly formed 5th Microfleet, the force had only 5 small task groups, yet the order elevated them wholesale to a medium-class Special Operations Fleet, a move so high-profile that everyone knew headquarters was serious at last. Under the new structure, only 2 deputy fleet commanders were appointed for now. One was Mark, the former captain of the 4th Fleet. The other was a parachuted outsider, the rising star Zhuang Feiyu. Zhuang's resume is dazzling. He joined federal government headquarters at 18. At 19, he transferred to the treasury of a life support planet as deputy director. At 20, he won election as that planet's governor. At 22, he returned to federal headquarters. At 23, he moved to a parliamentary agency. At 25, he jumped from parliament to military headquarters. At 27, wearing a lieutenant colonel's insignia, he took command of a small base in Sector F. At 30, he went back to the federal government as governor of a regional district. He bounces effortlessly among government, parliament, and the military, and each of his bosses has been either near retirement or unremarkable, letting him advance unchecked. Anyone who can switch so freely among those 3 power centers is obviously being groomed as a future parliamentary titan, and few dare hold him back. Now 35, Zhuang Feiyu already sports a chest full of medals and an impressive record. On the usual track, he would simply govern a weaker district, run for parliament, secure a seat, and then aim for speaker or even assembly president, climbing toward the pinnacle of federal power. But the Special Operations Fleet's rapid expansion derailed that plan. Banking on his glittering resume, he leapt back to the military, landing directly as deputy commander of the new medium-class fleet. The next step is clear. As long as Li Feng keeps racking up spectacular victories, Zhuang can step in as full fleet commander once the formation is complete and ride Li Feng's exploits to an even higher post. How far he can go after that depends on his political finesse. Must harvest as much credit as possible from Li Feng's achievements without making an enemy of the Bureau's favored son. Li Feng's position in special operations is unique. His relentless success is even fueling talk of elevating the Bureau to a full-scale department with him at its core. For all his brilliance, Zhuang Feiyu is here mainly to gild his resume. At most, he can slow Li Feng's climb, buying himself time to pad his own record. Once Li Feng reaches Colonel, if Zhuang pushes him too far, Zhuang will have no choice but to step aside. Given the clout wielded by the senior brass of the Special Operations Bureau, they couldn't outmuscle Parliament's ruling factions, but those factions weren't about to antagonize the entire Bureau just to do Zhuang Feiyu a favor. For that reason, Li Feng merely skimmed Zhuang's carefully polished resume before tossing it aside. The most dazzling credentials couldn't change one fact: the Special Operations Fleet was his turf. If you want to operate on my turf, you'd better learn my temperament first. He closed the holoscreen, his expression indifferent. Even a crown prince from Parliament's top echelon had to weigh the costs, craft a balanced deal, and make sure things didn't spiral out of control. Li Feng had no intention of adapting to anyone else. Personnel files reviewed, the appointment bulletin followed. Li Feng was officially promoted to commander of the 5th Light Special Operations Fleet. Gu Lingxi and Makasi moved up to vice commanders. Li Feng had it all mapped out. Gu Lingxi would stay only briefly. Once the 6th Light Fleet was formed, she'd take command and anchor its core. Besides these 2 trusted lieutenants, 1 gold-plated vice commander parachuted in from above. The loyalty list Li Feng submitted was approved in full. Most of his people were transferred to the 5th Fleet. A smaller group remained with the 4th to keep that territory growing and under his partial control. Yet when Li Feng saw the complete roster of the 5th Fleet, he couldn't help muttering, "There are way too many gilded princelings." The number of parachuted officers far exceeded his expectations. Had known his record and the fleet's rapid expansion would attract second-generation elites looking to hitch a ride, but he hadn't imagined it would be this extreme. Most of these newcomers had previously held posts in the federal parliament or government. In less than a month, they'd been shifted to military headquarters to collect a few conspicuous combat citations, vaulted up several ranks, and then dispatched to the Special Operations Fleet for some frontline experience. Luckily, they understood they were only here to burnish their resumes. None dared cause trouble for Li Feng or undermine his loyalists' promotions. Even the heir of a top parliamentary faction only dared hitch a ride for part of the journey. No one had the nerve to snatch the fruit outright. After signing the final appointment order, Li Feng leaned back in his chair, a deep crease between his brows. I wonder how Bu Qianzhong is doing. His reputation for ruthless retaliation had already spread through the upper echelons. Yet a swarm of princelings still flocked to the 5th Fleet, a testament to how desperately Parliament and the great clans wanted a grip on the military. The war had barely begun. The situation remained fluid, and the risks were high, yet they couldn't wait to infiltrate the armed forces. If even the elite, morale-boosting Special Operations Fleet was being treated this way, the Zhongfeng army had to be worse. The penetration there was likely 10 or 100 times deeper. His old captain, Bu Qianzhong, who had already joined the Zhongfeng army, was surely having a rough time. They were brothers who had been through fire together. Back then, to make sure the mission succeeded, Bu Qianzhong had even taken the blame, handed him control of the main guns, and let him claim most of the credit. After that, they each went their own way, little more than passing shadows in each other's lives. Their rates of growth and the paths they followed were never the same, and with time, they naturally drifted apart and found new comrades. Bu Qianzhong's power rating wasn't dazzling, yet on a Sector F scout ship with a 99% fatality rate, he had clawed his way from nobody to captain and walked away in one piece. Experience like that, coupled with his split-second decision-making, would put him near the top of any fleet. On a real interstellar battlefield, his potential should never be underestimated. Li Feng had always believed that everyone should meet their own destiny. As long as Bu Qianzhong didn't ask for help, he would never meddle in his brother's future. But this time was different. Bu, with his background on a small independent scout ship, was now surrounded by a pack of second-generation elites who excelled at stealing credit. If he let his temper flare and went head-to-head with them, both sides could end up destroyed. To die in battle might be Bu Qianzhong's fate, but to go down in a petty feud with those princelings would be pointless and beneath him. Li Feng's reach didn't extend to the Zhongfeng Corps as a whole, but pulling a senior lieutenant or even a junior commander out from its ranks was well within his ability. He stared at the holoscreen for a moment, then sent Bu Qianzhong a calm request. 2 or 3 minutes passed with no response. Either Bu was already dead, or he was with the vanguard somewhere beyond the Federation's communication grid. Li Feng didn't waste time guessing. Instead, he pulled the old crew of the NB 4444 scout ship into a group chat and sent one line. "Anyone still breathing?" The channel exploded at once. "Captain's rolling in here, rich and famous, looking to show off? Show off all you want, but without a million credit red packet, I'm blocking you." Well, the captain actually remembers me. Look at that, someone of your status still has time for a call. Since you haven't forgotten me, they'll forgive you for disappearing for half a year. Spit it out. Need cannon fodder, or what? You really want a small fry like me on the job? The familiar nicknames and sarcastic quips flew by the screen, but after the 112th message, the feed went silent. Li Feng sent a new message to all his former crew. "I'm with the Special Operations Bureau now, and I'm also heading the Independent Investigation Office for alien collaborators. Everyone here is from the welfare faction, smart, capable, but not bold enough. If you want to walk tall in the Special Operations Fleet, sign up now. They'll pull strings and get you transferred. That's the big heart captain we know. My life is yours, Captain. Give us rank and pay, and well charge through hell on your command, Captain." Within seconds, 112 replies lit up his wrist comm, everyone an emphatic yes. No one was foolish enough to pass up the bright future Li Feng was offering. Seeing the flood of approvals, Li Feng sighed softly. In less than 6 months, he had taken this group on only 4 or 5 external missions, and of the 500 veterans who had fought with him aboard the small scout ship NB 4444, only about 20% remained. Even his old mentor, squad leader Liang Qingyong, was on the casualty list, though he might simply have retired while the money was good. Those last missions, plus a private operation, had made everyone rich. The cautious and unambitious cashed out after Li Feng left the ship. The ones still here were the diehard loyalists willing to risk everything with him. He had the wrist AI compile a full roster and forwarded it to Zhao Yushan, asking him to arrange for every one of these brothers to transfer into the bureau. Then he sent an encrypted message to Mark, newly promoted deputy commander of the 2nd Subfleet. Mark's father headed intelligence at Base 777 in Zone. Without his signature, a shuffle this large would never be approved. With the paperwork moving, Li Feng contacted the welfare faction leadership on a secure channel, confirmed the handover of the investigation office's core members, and reminded them to welcome his old crew. After finishing the transfers, he finally reached Marcos, asking him to handle daily command of the 5th Special Operations Fleet and to call on Gu Lingxi if any serious trouble erupted. Marcus' administrative skills would keep the fleet running and let it quietly absorb new loyalists. But the influx of privileged offspring and genius recruits was volatile. If things blew up, only Gu Lingxiwo spent her days in seclusion and ignored politics could slam the lid down with a single stroke. When Li Feng convinced Gu Lingxi to take command of the Sun Toba-formed 6th Fleet, it was her readiness to kill first and ask questions later that impressed him. If she quit slacking and he backed her fully, they could seize firm control of the 6th Fleet in no time, using it to train and recruit a steady stream of loyal personnel. With that whirlwind of arrangements done, Li Feng finally had a moment's peace. It lasted until the morning of February 21st, when an urgent bulletin rocked the entire Federation. The Red Wolf clan, whose territory bordered Zone F, had declared war on the Human Federation. Their steel armada punched through the defense line and launched a full-scale invasion of the Frontier Star region, igniting nationwide fury. The Scarlet Wolf clan is a minor race that rules just over 3,000 inhabited planets, and its Wolf King was only at level 79. For the Human Federation, wiping out this buffer wedge between it and the Winged would be effortless. Yet Parliament has kept its forces idle. Destroying the Scarlet Wolves would suddenly extend the Federation's direct border with the Winged and put crushing pressure on the frontier defenses. Now the Scarlet Wolves have turned around and declared war on the Federation in earth-shaking move. Fresh intelligence shows the Wolf King has quietly broken through to level 80. Stock markets across the 3,000-plus worlds of Sector F went into free fall, the plunge spreading in waves. Headlines grew ever more alarming. Scarlet Wolves may have Winged backing. Fail to crush them in 10 days, and 3 superpowers could be dragged in. High-rank Winged suspected inside Scarlet Wolf Army. Frontline bases in peril. Scarlet alerts flashed across Li Feng's cyberbrain display, making his scalp tingle. He stared for ages, still lost in fog. Jiang Wanxin, however, was already several steps ahead. She had predicted that a small or mid-tier race would soon declare war under hidden manipulation and that the real mastermind might be Parliament itself. 1. Stage a manageable war against a race dominated by a single faction. 2. Crush them quickly, occupy their territory, and trumpet the victory to fire up public zeal. 3. Use the wind to harvest strategic resources, a triple windfall. But the Scarlet Wolves did not fit her model. The clan is tightly unified. Every decision rests with the Wolf King alone. There is no internal strife, and they would never sell themselves to the Federation just to purge dissent. Their position between 2 superpowers also means the Federation could not overrun them quickly if they chose to hold out. Taken together, it looked more like the Winged were stirring the pot, using the Scarlet Wolves to probe the Federation's hand. Do you think Parliament might have secretly allied with the Winged? Jiang suddenly asked. Li Feng waved his hands. That's absurd. The Winged dealt humanity its only crushing defeat and made us hide for 10 millennia fear our mortal enemy. If we ever joined forces, the whole Federation would explode. Then one possibility remains, Jiang continued. The Wolf King struck a private deal with someone high up in Parliament, trading the clan's future for a supreme artifact. Or, more daring, what if he's been a sleeper agent Parliament planted 10,000 years ago? Given the clan's strategic value, the Federation surely seeded infiltrators there. One of them becoming Wolf King isn't impossible. She paused, then ordered, list every scenario, rank them by probability, and send me the table. Li Feng's head was pounding, so he stopped trying to untangle the logic. Jiang wore a faint smile, her thoughts still racing. After a quick calculation, Li Feng pulled up the military AI on his wrist and contacted Zhao Yushan, Chief of Staff to the Special Operations Bureau's director. Ask him to talk to Director Liang Qiqing and the other top brass to see whether the 5th Special Operations Fleet can be attached to the reinforcements while retaining a degree of autonomy. Whatever the future holds, the Red Wolf invasion is a perfect chance for Li Feng to get back into the fight. The 4th Special Operations Fleet has already wrapped up its mission and withdrawn to the rear, yet the standing plan treats all 4 Special Ops fleets as a single unit, even binding them to the Vanguard Army. If Li Feng wants to make the next large-scale battle, the optimistic view is waiting for the other three fleets to finish. The pessimistic view is waiting until the Vanguard completes its first wave objectives before he can step in for the second push. When he killed the Wind Rat ruler Pikol, he had already prepared himself for a long vacation. Barely 10 minutes later, Zhao Yushan's call cut that long vacation in half. He said only, "Stay calm, the military already has a plan." Li Feng clicked his tongue. A plan already in place and a plan developed afterward are worlds apart, which meant something was up. If the Red Wolves were advancing, there were surely secrets mixed in. He chose not to dig and simply waited for new orders. Zhao Stay Calm also said plainly, "You're not getting out of this war." And so he waited for half a day. Morning of the 22nd, in the study, Li Feng was stretched out on a wide leather sofa, one arm around Jiang Wanxin as she deftly reviewed Yangon group files and signed authorization after authorization. Sunlight slanted across the room, data from a holographic screen reflecting on their faces. In the middle of this peaceful moment, Marcus sent a video request. Li Feng stood, crossed a sliding partition, stepped into the adjoining lounge, and tapped to accept. "Captain." Marcus snapped to attention on the holoscreen, speaking at a rapid clip. 2 hours ago, the flagship AI received an order from Central Fleet to prevent any major intelligence leak. The base was to shut down all communications immediately. Once the link went dark, Central Fleet issued another order saying you were away recovering from injuries and directing the 3 deputy captains to form an interim command team, secretly assemble the 5th Fleet, and rush to Outpost F-1359 for emergency support. The team would disband when you returned. Li Feng arched a brow. Interesting. Was this a warning shot or a lesson in command? Power insinuates itself everywhere, and even a princeling like Zhuang Feiyu can squeeze through the cracks. I'd better watch out before someone really tries to strip me of my command over a cup of wine. On the screen, Marcus looked shocked. "Captain, you didn't know? How did Gu Lingxi handle it?" Li Feng asked. Marcus reported plainly. "Deputy Captain Gu forced Edie and me to disobey. She first carried out the order to shut the comms, and right afterward the 3 of us were ambushed by aliens and wounded. She immediately questioned whether the blackout was helping the enemy, suspected the deputy commander of Central Fleet had been compromised, and demanded communications be restored at once. If no rescind order arrives within 2 hours, she's assuming the Central Fleet commander is under enemy control and the 5th Fleet will begin countermeasures." Now that's a hard slap back, well played. Li Feng murmured his approval. Captain Marcus was still confused. "I've got it. That's all." Li Feng ended the call. Marcus had served under him for years, knew his temper, and understood he just wanted to survive the power struggle between Li Feng and Zhuang Feiyu. So had pushed Gu Lingxi out front. That string of orders from the deputy commander was clearly Zhuang flexing, forcing the 3 deputies to bypass their captain and pull the 5th Fleet. But Li Feng never bowed to that sort of maneuver. Ending the call, Li Feng returned to the study, wrapped an arm around Jiang Wanxin, casually told her about the little power play head just witnessed, and kept waiting for the next set of orders. After waiting little more than half an hour, Li Feng received an urgent order to return to the 5th Fleet's military base immediately. Moments later, the commander of the Zhengfeng army went live across the entire network, declaring that 2 large fleets would intercept and strike back at the Red Wolf clan, and he boldly vowed, "Within a year, we will erase the Red Wolf clan from the Milky Way and showcase humanity's power." Rumors quickly spread through military and civilian circles alike that headquarters intended to pull the 4th Special Operations Fleet out of its rest cycle and send it, together with the newly formed 5th Special Operations Fleet, straight into the Red Wolf war zone. At the same time, the human leadership released encouraging news. After surviving a high-level alien assassination that destroyed most of his body, Li Feng has already rebuilt more than half of it and is expected to recover fully in 3 years. On hearing of the Red Wolf invasion, he personally requested to fight despite his injuries. Influential commentators went further, hinting that the Zhengfeng army would deploy conscripted high-grade alien second-class citizens directly to the front lines. Before any troops moved, the propaganda had already ignited a fervor that swept through every corner of human space. That night, Li Feng boarded the starship Yangon 1 with Mei Yin, a level 53 alien slave skilled in spatial laws named Jiada, and 7 alien second-class bodyguards, heading straight for the 5th Special Operations Fleet's base. Long before detailed deployment orders arrived, major news outlets were already flooding the net with sensational headlines. Unlike his earlier journeys with multiple transfers, Li Feng now traveled as the 5th Fleet's captain and the base's top authority. Yangon 1 executed a direct space jump to the edge of the base's sensor range, then sprinted into the core zone. When the hatch opened, he flew out alone toward the fleet's flagship. Mei Yin remained concealed in his left arm, her identity still a secret. His new flight artifact, far superior to the old one, came with perception shielding and scan jamming. Jiada and the 7 guards were stored inside the artifact, whose folded internal space allowed it to shrink or expand at will without affecting its occupants. Upon reaching the docking bay, Li Feng immediately spotted the fleet's sole new generation flagship. Though the military claimed to be short on funds, it had spared no expense. The colossal vessel stretched roughly 200 kilometers long, more than 100 wide, and nearly 50 high, its hull forged from massive slabs of high-grade spirit or that glimmered with dark gold patterns. Li Feng's extrasensory scan revealed dense arrays and wards woven throughout the ship, with fully upgraded shielding, attack systems, and special weapons, turning it into a fusion of giant battleship and multifunctional flying artifact. Creating such a behemoth demanded astronomical quantities of raw materials, and the spirit ore had not been crudely smelted. Tens of thousands of artifact forgers worked in separate sections to purge impurities and negative traits, then collaborated with array masters and ward specialists to refine each segment into a functional artifact before integrating everything into the flagship. This approach not only strengthened every offensive, defensive, and special system, but also ensured that all core controls could be activated solely by humans and remained exclusively under human command. Simply standing inside the colossal flagship filled Li Feng with the inexplicable certainty that he was unbeatable. The vaulted ceiling rose hundreds of meters overhead, layered armor plates stretched away like metallic mountains, and soft blue light pulsed along the strips embedded in the walls. This was the newest class of mothership. If the Human Federation could mass-produce vessels of this size, perhaps even planetary-grade fortresses, and crew them with warriors capable of squeezing out every drop of performance, humanity's weakness at the very top tier of combat would disappear. With that thought, he strode down the wide corridor and entered the captain's quarters. He placed the flying artifact Fengyu casually on a shelf in the lounge, and the ship's AI lit up, unfolding layer after layer of data. Every system readout of the hull and the complete order of battle for the 5th Special Operations Fleet. Weapon modules, power distribution, crew roster, and access levels appeared in perfect clarity. Within minutes, the burly Makasi and the newly appointed Deputy Fleet Commander Ed knocked in succession. After they finished their reports, the logistics chief, the base commander, and other senior officers followed one after another. Li Feng knew that because he usually slipped home whenever he had a spare moment, these people rarely had a chance to meet their top commander. Sothoff, he kept muttering about the bother, patiently let each of them speak. 2 or 3 hours later, every senior officer had been heard. Just as he was about to take a breather, a formal notice arrived from the space fortress that commanded the medium special operations fleets. It confirmed what the major news outlets had already leaked. The interception and counterattack against the Red Wolf clan would not be assigned to a new force, but to the Zhongfeng army, which would commit 2 large fleets to the battle. Special Operations Fleets 1, 2, and 3 would stay in the Windrat sector under Vice Central Fleet Commander Mark. The 4th Fleet, currently in refit, and the newly formed 5th Fleet would be placed under another Vice Central Commander, Zhuang Feiyu, to form the vanguard. The space fortress would soon arrive to rendezvous with them, and the very first order to the 5th Fleet was to complete all preparations as quickly as possible. He's a future heavyweight in Parliament, ought to know the rules, Li Feng muttered, arching an eyebrow. Once the fortress arrived, the 5th Fleet would be reclassified as an escort force. If Zhuang Feiyu refused to loosen his grip, Li Feng's authority would be sharply limited. Beep beep beep, AI suddenly announced. Vanguard Commander and Deputy Fleet Commander Zhuang Feiyu requests permission to come aboard. So it begins, Li Feng thought. The man had just flexed his muscles, and now he was offering a sweetener perfectly predictable. He shrugged, letting his extrasensory perception surge outward like a tide. Hovering above the deck, a large escort ship marked 01 waited on standby. It was the latest model as well, yet under Li Feng's psychic sweep it had nowhere to hide. Tens of thousands of human crew members worked at their stations, mingled with numerous high-ranked alien second-class citizens, and even several powerhouses above level 60, whose exact strength he could not gauge. Not wanting those beings to sense him, he merely skimmed the vessel before pulling his awareness back. He authorized the docking and messaged Makasi, assigning him to handle the subsequent arrangements. The escort ship settled gently against the flagship, and Zhuang Feiyu disembarked with a single bodyguard, heading straight for the core deck. He looked a little over 30, radiating quiet authority, and his impeccably tailored colonel's uniform made him impossible to miss. As he moved down the corridor, every time they passed a viewport or a junction, the crew snapped to attention. He returned each salute with a slight nod, his stride steady, dignified, yet approachable. What really tightened Li Feng's gaze, however, was the bodyguard shadowing him. One quick extrasensory sweep revealed the escort wasn't human at all, but an alien in disguise, easily level 60 or higher. Given the newcomer's status as heir apparent to one of Parliament's top factions, he should have been flanked by an official alien shadow guard of at least level 70, plus additional high-level escorts or slaves supplied by the interstellar families behind the faction. Layered security of that sort was normal. Li Feng followed the same practice himself. Mei Yin, though not on the roster, watched constantly from the dark, and the level 53 spatial adept alien slave Jad served as his private muscle. Now, acting on Li Feng's authorization, Zhuang Feiyu had marched straight into the battleship's core zone with that bodyguard in tow, openly declaring where he stood. Li Feng knew the visit could only be about the upcoming operation. Pre-battle conferences took one of three forms. 1. The dominant side blasted a suppressive signal and summoned the captain to a space fortress. When Mark had taken command of the 4th Special Operations Fleet, had done exactly that, borrowing Li Feng's reputation to cement his own. 2. The standard holo meeting, quick and convenient. 3. The rarest option. The commander came in person, either because his loyalists lacked clout or because he wanted to show genuine goodwill. Zhuang Feiyu clearly fell into the latter group. The door to the captain's office slid open. Li Feng stayed reclined in his chair, watching as Zhuang Feiyu left the guard outside and stepped in alone, making no move to greet him. He wasn't the type to be appeased with a slap followed by a sweet. Even though Gu Lingxi had returned that slap for him, it was far from enough. Captain Li, how did you like the first gift I sent? The plan for preventing a power grab? Zhuang Feiyu sat down and got straight to business. Very useful, Li Feng admitted. If the top brass really wanted to strip him of command, the deputy captains could quietly form a temporary staff, lift the fleet out intact, and then break it apart through a chain of transfer orders. By the time they asked him to surrender authority, he'd have no choice. The fix was simple. Promote more trusted lieutenants like Gu Lingxi who could decide under pressure, and seed the middle and lower ranks with loyalists. Whether Zhuang Feiyu had foreseen Gu Lingxi's counter and offered that gift in advance, or had repackaged it after taking the slap, Li Feng couldn't tell. To be honest, once I knew I was joining the Special Operations Fleet, I spent most of my time studying you, Zhuang Feiyu said evenly. For an heir to a core parliamentary faction, reading people was basic training. Li Feng believed him. So Zhuang Feiyu rose and extended his right hand. Hey, race to a successful partnership. Together, we'll crush the Red Wolf clan within a year. Looking forward to it. Li Feng stood and shook his hand. That brief exchange carried layers of meaning. This campaign wasn't just Zhuang Feiyu catching a ride on Li Feng's momentum. Li Feng was also harnessing Zhuang Feiyu's influence. They discussed no battle plan. Once Zhuang Feiyu was sure Li Feng understood his intent, he turned and left. Under Marcus' temporary command, the 5th Special Operations Fleet leapt into action. In deep space, hundreds of small and medium warships slid along pre-programmed lanes toward the flagship, easing one after another into berths on Deck 5. Massive magnetic clamps snapped shut, indicator lights flickered green, and each docking registered as complete. At full strength, the task force numbered nearly 10 million personnel, roughly half of them logistics troops assigned to the orbital base. They managed munitions, fuel, spare parts, and intelligence distribution, every one cherry-picked from the Federation's brightest minds. Another commander might have erupted on receiving orders to remain at the base and stay off the battlefront, but Li Feng obeyed in silence. That obedience came from confidence. Most captains and senior officers were his own protégés, handpicked and promoted by him. The few parachuted-in second-generation elites, mixed in background and ability, also knew the fearsome reputation of this overlord. Their fathers hadn't dared challenge him. They certainly wouldn't try. Hence, even with Marcus only acting as commander, the 5th Special Operations Fleet moved like precision clockwork, completing assembly and inspection in record time. Little more than 2 hours later, guided by coordinates returning from scout craft, a space fortress materialized on the starfield a few million kilometers ahead. The flagship, more than 200 kilometers long and shaped like a metallic slipper now, seemed diminutive beside the newcomer, an iron asteroid over 2,000 kilometers across. Its surface bristled with honeycomb-patterned weapon ports, and a central megacannon glinted with cold light. It required no exotic chain-reaction warheads. A single salvo could pulverize a planet in minutes. Even using sheer mass and velocity, it could smash a world to rubble. Confronted with such a juggernaut, alien species below level 70 generally gave it a very wide berth. Size, of course, is no guarantee of victory. Li Feng was certain he could destroy the fortress if he commanded a new class flagship or heavy warship. The fortress' edge lay in sheer volume, allowing it to field gargantuan offensive and defensive systems. The newer flagships couldn't mount weapons that extravagant, yet they were forged from spiritual ores, reinforced by arrays, seals, and artifact mechanisms that delivered comparable firepower. In a straight slugfest, the outcome would hinge on the skill of commanders and crews. In a battle of maneuver, Li Feng's side would hold the advantage in agility and overall performance. Minutes later, the 5th Fleet received fresh orders. Rendezvous with the fortress, then proceed at once to Outpost F-1359. Simultaneously, Li Feng's personal terminal flashed with a coded report from Zhuang Feiyu. Complete data on the Red Wolf main force and vanguard, their battle plan, and the identities and combat strength of every second-class alien on board the fortress. Everything lay before him, and he was tasked with drafting the Federation Vanguard's operational plan immediately. Outstanding, Li Feng muttered. Know the enemy, know yourself, and you'll never lose. The intelligence was so detailed that he had no doubt a mole sat at the top of the Red Wolf hierarchy, one planted years ago by the Federation Council. Whatever sparked this war, the Council was clearly helping fan the flames. The Federal Assembly's enthusiasm was fueled by a mix of domestic and foreign strategic objectives, but private interests were at play, as well, the most obvious being a plan to craft a dazzling military record for Crown Prince Zhuang Feiyu. Senior officials in the Special Operations Bureau went along, Parliament got what it wanted, and a partnership of uneasy allies was born. The blueprint was straightforward. Zhuang Feiyu would offer the Scarlet Wolf clan's most sensitive intelligence, while Li Feng arranged for the 4th Special Operations Fleet and 2 other large fleets to withdraw to the rear. He alone would lead the 5th Fleet against the enemy's main force, ideally wiping the Scarlet Wolves from their own territory. When it was over, Zhuang Feiyu would claim the laurels of master strategist, and Li Feng would collect every combat medal and cite victory for both sides. Glory lay within arm's reach, yet Li Feng held back the urge to ambush the enemy outright. Striking too soon would expose the intelligence source and sabotage the broader counterinvasion plan. He sent Zhuang Feiyu an encrypted note. The 5th Fleet would first occupy the small F-1359 military base and fight a defensive engagement to probe the Scarlet Wolves, while the 4th Fleet split into detachments to reinforce frontier worlds. After sending the message, he ordered the WristComp AI to erase all log entries, severing the trail. Minutes later, an official order arrived from the Space Fortress, signed by Vanguard Commander Zhuang Feiyu. Li Feng launched the fleet and asked F-1359 to dispatch scout corvettes to clear the route. The routine flowed smoothly. Just as when he and Mark had captured 182 Windrat worlds, Li Feng crafted the tactics, aides issued the orders, and the credit lifted Mark to high-star lieutenant colonel. This time, though, Zhuang Feiyu's top-secret data made the partnership genuinely reciprocal. Operational command inside the fleet remained with Deputy Captain Marcus. Li Feng locked himself in the tactical room, repeatedly studying the intelligence and refining a more detailed battle plan. The report put the Scarlet Wolf host at 100 million troops. It was led by Grand Duke Tennyson, the clan's second-in-command, rated at power level 72. Under him served a dozen marquises above level 60, several hundred earls above level 50, more than 1,000 viscounts above level 40, and over 10,000 barons above level 30. Roughly 200,000 Scarlet Wolves exceeded level 20 and could fight in open space unaided. The rest were above level 10 and required artifacts for sustained combat. A vanguard commanded by a level 6-6 Marquis was slowly closing in on F-1359 by ripping open space itself. Because several spatial adept elites had been dispatched to create decoys and mislead the Federation, outsiders believed the enemy would split and raid multiple worlds, hindering the Vanguard's pace. At its current crawl, it would arrive in 2 to 3 days. Half an hour later, the fleet received final coordinates and a security clearance from the base. The capital ships jumped in first, translating to their assigned coordinates. They formed a wedge along the approach vector, blue exhaust flaring while their sensors swept radiation and gravity readings. Only after the scans showed no anomalous energy in the sector did the flagship and the Space Fortress follow. The Fortress engines needed a full 30-minute warm-up. Its vast power core boomed like a heartbeat, shedding visible crimson gold vortices. An older flagship would require 20 minutes for the same cycle, but the new model, enhanced by layered runic matrices, cut that time to 10 and multiplied its thrust by an order of magnitude. Near military base F-1359, 5 decks of the flagship opened in sequence, metal hatches gaping like the jaws of a leviathan. Hundreds of medium and light warships poured out on burning contrails, the Vanguard racing straight for the outer defense ring. The Space Fortress carried an even larger complement, including a few capital ships, though these normally served as its escorts more like dropships, mechs, or drones waiting in their individual bays. Colonel Xiaobu, commander of the small F-1359 installation, waited on the headquarters landing platform with his senior staff. Under standard Federation doctrine, a lieutenant colonel commands a small base, a colonel a medium one, and a major general a large installation, but the Sector F Frontier Defense Force operates one rank higher across the board, so Colonel Xiaobu's post raised no questions. Li Feng and Zhuang Feiyu led their staffs down the ramps, exchanged formalities, inspected key departments, and then returned to the flagship and fortress. Knowing these two were the real pillars of the coming fight, Colonel Xiaobu handed them operational control without hesitation. Back in the captain's cabin, the new flagship received the sector's defensive schematics and database access codes. Even the high-resolution scan feeds blanketing the region were unlocked for real-time use. Invaders targeting human territory must first eliminate the Federation bases rather than strike frontier worlds, because of the Federation's formidable long-range support network. Each base not only defends its own sector, but also deploys and maintains thousands of sensors and giant scanner arrays. Linked together, these devices create an enormous surveillance web that lets High Command spot enemy incursions instantly. Only by crippling the bases can an attacker limit the reach of Federation reinforcements. Base F-1359 borders Red Wolf space, making the sector fiercely contested. Redeploying the 4th Special Combat Fleet here in plain view dispelled any suspicion of a high-level intelligence leak. After studying the briefing, Li Feng signaled Zhuang Feiyu to have the base contract its lines and be ready to abandon the installation and strike first. The Frontier Defense Force in Sector F has been skirmishing for years with rival species and massive pirate armadas, so its combat instincts are razor-sharp. From layout to firepower distribution, F-1359's defenses were flawlesser, at least Li Feng, knowing the exact strength of the Red Wolf vanguard, could find no weakness. The problem was raw power. Even with the fortress, he and the 5th Special Combat Fleet could not withstand a frontal assault by the Red Wolf vanguard, much less keep the base intact. Holding out would require revealing every unit of second-tier alien auxiliaries. Exposing those high-level assets so early would harm the Federation's chances in the wider war, so abandoning the base was the better option. Federation warships are far deadlier on offense than on defense, a fact magnified 1,000-fold in Li Feng's hands. Stationed over a populated world, a few hundred level 40 aliens attacking from multiple directions could overwhelm him, but if he took the flagship on the offensive, its new guns could wipe out an entire army led by level 70 elites and leave nothing breathing. At dawn on the 25th, the star-strewn sky looked like a taut black curtain, trembling under the surge of spatial laws. In a heartbeat, an invisible force ripped that curtain apart, opening a fissure more than 10 meters wide. Deep within the rift, frenzied spatial currents boiled, the gravity and magnetism of different planes collided, and hurricane-like energy howled outward, scouring every mote of dust. Thousands of flying artifacts fought against the gale and plunged into the breach, runes and radiance weaving across their hulls as multicolored tails streamed behind them. On the far side of the tear, a colossal floating fortress hung motionless in the stellar sea. At its center stood Laskin, the level 66 vanguard commander of the Qi Lang clan, cloaks snapping in the wind, eyes burning like torches. To most observers, a lesser race invading a hegemon's domain would be suicide. Yet Laskin brimmed with confidence the Qi Lang enjoyed the full backing of another hegemon, the Yi clan. Before departure, he had donned a complete set of elite artifacts supplied by the Yi, raising his class and combat power overnight. More enticing still, the Wolf King had promised treasures capable of vastly enhancing one's innate talent to any warrior who earned enough merit. The upper deck seethed with Qi Lang fighters. Helmets and fangs flashed cold under the starlight. Bloodlust and greed filled their eyes, outstripping even Laskin's fervor. They knew nothing of humanity's true strength. The Wolf King had ordered that all information on hegemon-level races remain hidden. Most Qi Lang believed they already ruled the universe and had no idea other powerful races existed. Only those on remote border worlds or in higher ranks had even heard rumors of the strength of human and e-pirate fleets. The full truth was reserved for the mid and upper echelons. The ignorant feel no fear, and for these soldiers the expedition was merely a golden chance to earn glory and extravagant rewards. More than 10,000 flying craft formed a steel tide, ferrying 10 million Qi Lang warriors through the fissure to a sector just 2 light-years from the F-1359 forward base. When the high-level caster responsible for the passage withdrew his power, the tear slowly sealed, and the stars fell silent once more. By doctrine, they covered 2 trillion kilometers every hour. The routine was fixed. 1. A high-level caster spent several minutes slicing open a temporary rift 2 trillion kilometers ahead. 2. Elite scouts entered first to probe for danger. 3. The main force passed through. 4. The entire operation took about 15 minutes. Afterward, the caster had to swallow restorative herbs and rest for nearly half an hour before opening the next rift, and the cycle began again. The fleet had just emerged from one such passage. The casters were recuperating, and the target lay 2 light-years away. By the timetable, they would arrive in a little more than 10 hours. All of this, however, was Laskin's deliberate design. Wanted the commander of F-1359 and any potential reinforcements to assume the Qi Lang could advance only in a predictable, step-by-step fashion. Look Fu, carry on with the plan. His perception swept outward, locked onto a Qi Lang adept skilled in spatial laws, and delivered the order. In any large-scale conflict with the Human Federation, elite warriors who command spatial laws are indispensable troops. They alone can tear open rifts with their own bodies, carving shortcuts for the main force. Compared with the Federation starships, however, this specialized corps has both strengths and glaring weaknesses. A light starship can traverse 100 light-years in a single jump. A medium ship crosses 1,000, a heavy ship 10,000, while orbital and planet-class fortresses reach 30,000 and 100,000 light-years respectively. By contrast, even with top-tier spatial artifacts and materials, a level 50 adept can open a fissure only 1 trillion kilometers away. At level 60 the range is a single light-year. At level 70 10 light-years, and even a formidable level 80 master can manage no more than the range of a light starship. Worse still, spatial talent is forbidden knowledge, and those born with it are vanishingly rare. The Federation therefore enjoys unrivaled superiority in long-range support and strikes. Spatial adepts are not without merit, though. A ship must first accelerate to light speed and ensure that neither the departure nor arrival point lies near a strong gravity well, but an adept faces no such restriction, can open a rift at any coordinates, even on a populated world. If enough adepts are available, they can take turns tearing rifts, dispatching troops in rapid succession, and creating a kind of spatial relay. The drawbacks are equally obvious. Their targeting accuracy is poor, far inferior to a ship's jump computer. Within the Vanguard, the Chilang tribe boasts an unusually high proportion of spatial adepts, 4 in total, rated at levels 51, 55, 57, and 61. The first 3 each lead a small squad, tearing rifts ahead of the main force, and striking several frontier worlds to spread panic through long-range raids. Lukfu, the level 61 Chilang warrior, stays hidden inside the main army, deliberately concealing his strength. At his rank, and armed with a supreme spatial artifact, he can rip open a rift nearly 2 light-years across in one attempt. Yes, sir, Lukfu replied softly, beckoning to a nearby flying artifact. Moments later, an aide arrived carrying a device and dragging along a human Federation space pirate clad in combat gear. The pirate obediently stood before the instrument and rapidly keyed in commands. A projection flared to life, a 3-dimensional grid unfolding in midair. It displayed their current coordinates and the position of the F-1359 forward outpost. Luke Fu studied the situation carefully before waving at his subordinates, signaling them to remove the human pirate. He immediately produced a fruit brimming with spatial power and bit into it. Sweet juice mixed with violent energy detonated inside him. A heartbeat later, the top-grade spatial artifacts on his body ignited in sequence, runes flowing like a field of stars. Energy surged through his meridians like a flood, each wave of spatial force hammering his channels. Meanwhile, inside the tens of thousands of surrounding flying artifacts, Red Wolf warriors raced through their preparations. Some activated perception shielding talismans, others powered up full coverage armor, and still others swallowed stimulants to spike their combat strength. As the fabric of space shook, a dim rift slowly tore open overhead, arcs of lightning skittering along its edges while it took form. Beep beep beep. The F-1359 forward outpost snapped to maximum alert, shrill alarms echoing through every corridor. On Li Feng's flagship, the comm channel lit up with a control room report. A powerful spatial fluctuation had appeared directly beneath the base, only 5 million kilometers away. 2 light-years of range, a level 61 spatial Red Wolf, and the deviation is only 5 million kilometers? Li Feng cursed their rotten luck, then fired a stream of commands to Zhuang Feiyu through his wrist AI. If the landing point had been tens of millions of kilometers out, he could have used the base defenses to thin the pack first, but at 5 million the small and medium ships left outside were nothing but targets. Zhuang Feiyu replied almost instantly. As commanding officer, he issued 3 rapid orders. 1. Launch every drone and combat bot swarm and send them toward the rift. 2. All docked ships are to get underway immediately. Small and medium craft will assemble on the flagship's deck. 3. 5th Special Operations Fleet by the headquarters tower will ignite main engines now. Li Feng's flagship accelerated while unfolding its tiered flight deck, ready to receive arriving vessels. The heavy ships of the 5th Fleet ramped up their drives and closed in one by one. Smaller craft rode tractor beams and slid quickly into their berths. Next, Li Feng had the flagship's AI request master control authority from the captains of all 1,110 ships in the 5th men and women long accustomed to his command. Almost simultaneously, every captain approved, handing Li Feng direct control of the fleet. The flagship's holoscanners showed the rift fully stabilized at 20 meters across, waves of flying artifacts pouring through and fanning out. Poof, poof, poof. Micro-energy cannons concealed in asteroids and debris lit up, lancing blue-white beams toward the rift and the artifacts. But the emplacements were small, no stronger than a battlesuit's main gun, and many artifacts dodged or ignored the fire entirely. The beams striking the rift's edge stirred not even a ripple. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy fire platforms farther out finally joined in, hurling thick energy lances across the vacuum. The Red Wolf force was clearly prepared. Hundreds of defensive artifacts detonated ahead of the fleet, forming screens of light, ridges of stone, and seas of flame to blunt the assault. The barriers were torn apart one after another, but they slowed the barrage and bought precious seconds for the forces behind. In barely 3 minutes, more than 10,000 artifacts had cleared the rift, barged into the outpost's airspace, and scattered in all directions. By that moment, every small and medium ship had docked safely. Li Feng signaled Zhuang Feiyu again. The orbital fortress and the base's heavy ships were to pull back at once. Inside the outpost, Millions of logistics and operations personnel began streaming toward the station carriers in orderly fashion. 10 of the Fifth Fleet's capital ships remained on the perimeter to intercept and cover the retreat. Flagship 5 did the opposite, advancing straight toward the rift. 1 kilometer per second, 3, then 10. The number 5 mothership kept edging faster. Li Feng spread his perception and hypersense like two invisible nets. The outer layer reached more than 800,000 kilometers, the inner almost 400,000. Without breaking stride, he rushed into the control room at the heart of the ship, the flight artifact he guided with his mind gliding silently behind him, its metal shell flashing cold light under the lamps. Ghostly outlines of enemy vessels flickered across his sensing range, yet he dismissed most of them at a glance. What truly concerned him were the high-level aliens whose gear could mask both scans and perception. Against foes without such shielding or under level 60, the mothership's defense and interception systems alone would keep them at bay. Moments later, a fortress-shaped craft, one that had never shown up on the ship's schematics, blunged into his hypersense field. Li Feng pushed his awareness inside. A level 55 Qilang commanded it, with more than 1,000 clanmates of levels 10 to 40 packed inside. The commander and 2 others above level 40 all carried devices that cloaked them from scans and detection. The mothership was now tearing along at over 50,000 kilometers per second, while the fortress shot forward at more than 30,000. Unwilling to collide with the behemoth, the Qilang abruptly veered toward the base's central tower. Li Feng bundled the target's coordinates, velocity, and other data, then broadcast them through the ship's AI to every console, issuing an order to intercept. The operators on the main deck elite level 30 talents reacted instantly, swinging the mothership onto a collision course even as they maintained its acceleration. What's going on? The level 55 Qilang muttered in shock. His vessel should have slipped past a mothership's scans from 100 kilometers out. Now, separated by tens of thousands, the enemy still moved as if they had a lock on him. There was no time to investigate. He jerked the fortress through another sharp turn. The mothership's bulk made tight maneuvers difficult, and it had to wait on Li Feng's real-time updates, so its corrections lagged half a beat. Yet its threat went far beyond speed alone. Boom, boom, boom. Beams and cannon blasts erupted from the ship's belly, sealing off the fortress' projected path. The predictive fire forced the Qilang to dodge, while energy shells detonated at preset points, spewing exotic rays that disrupted sensors and tagged targets, expanding like a luminous net. All the Qilang commander could do was weave his craft around the waves of interference, avoiding rays that would cripple his perception or paint a tracking mark on his ship. The carrier's clumsy handling was more than compensated for by a storm of energy beams and plasma fire. In a split second, the colossal warship skimmed past the enemy flyer at a distance of barely 300 or 400 kilometers. Li Feng's mind moved as fast as lightning. The instant the two hulls crossed, he struck. Deck hatches sprang open, and within a 1-kilometer sphere the gravity projectors surged to maximum, spawning a ferocious vortex. The artifact's defenses were solid. Against an older carrier, its exotic weapons could have traded blows with a capital ship. At this range, and with such a small kill zone, it should have had a decent chance to break away. But Li Feng's number 5 carrier was the latest model, its attack and defense systems boosted tenfold. The artifact jerked to a halt, as if mountains had been heaped on its back, then slammed into the carrier's energy shield. Damn it! The level 55 Red Wolf chieftain cursed. If he had bailed out earlier, he might still be alive. Now the vessel and the surrounding space were locked down by gravity. Without instant teleportation, escape was impossible. Boom. The main gun fired, unleashing a 100-meter-wide sapphire beam that hammered the trapped flyer. Its protective shield lasted half a second before splintering. The Spiritor hull held out only a moment longer before being pierced. Every Red Wolf inside was exposed as the beam raked back and forth along the carrier's shield. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute 26, Attribute 189, Attribute 69 system messages rattled through Li Feng's mind like machine gun fire. In a blink, more than 1,000 enemies, including the level 55 chieftain, were reduced to ash. Keeping his expanded senses active, Li Feng called up his status panel. Available points had soared to 195,000, and he poured them evenly into his 5 core attributes. Host, Li Feng. Available points, 0. Constitution, 927,700. Strength, 927,700. Endurance, 927,700. Agility, 927,700. Spirit, 927,700. Abilities, Armor Break 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. Another 400,000 points, and every stat would break the million mark. Moments later, the carrier's scanners updated again. Several more artifacts forced their way through the perimeter, slipping past weapon platforms and swarms of drones and combat bots. Waves of Red Wolves poured out, aiming to punch through the cordon of 10 battleships and strike the headquarters tower and the base carrier still evacuating personnel. The 10 battleships and the base carrier answered with a blinding barrage of energy fire. The elite human gunners aboard those ships' eyes sharp, reflexes electric were already sighted in, and at this range they did not miss. Low-rank Red Wolves were being riddled with holes one after another. Yet, even as wreckage rained down, Red Wolves at level 30 and above used their agility to slip past the capital ships and the curtain of energy fire, quietly closing in on headquarters and the command carrier. In a flash, blinding flares burst across the shields guarding both the tower and the carriers berthed the level 40+ wolves, each armed with a cloaking artifact, had infiltrated and launched a surprise assault. Li Feng reacted at once, ordering the carrier to reverse course and take an alternate route back to the military base. Bagging a single level 55 Red Wolf would make the sortie worth the risk. Under the precise coordination of dozens of operators, the colossal ship held a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, carved a sweeping arc, and headed steadily for the base above. While en route, Li Feng ignored the standard scanners and kept his extrasensory perception stretched to its limit, hunting for flight artifacts that could mask detection. A little over 1,000,000 kilometers from the base, a spherical craft drifted into his awareness. His senses slipped inside and laid everything bare. 1 level 50 Red Wolf, 3 level 40s, and more than 1,000 lower-ranking troops crowded within. He instantly synced the target's position and velocity to the bridge and ordered the pursuit. The carrier nudged its heading but maintained 50,000 kilometers per second, whereas the enemy craft managed barely 8 or 9. By the time the level 50 Wolf realized had been exposed, it was far too late to break away. A storm of energy beams and irradiated shells hammered the space around the sphere, sealing every escape vector and forcing it to sprint straight toward the base. Within seconds the gap shrank to just over 1,000 kilometers. An instant before collision, Li Feng crunched the number ship speed, AI latency, weapon response and snapped his command. A 1-kilometer patch of space before the bow had its gravity and tractor systems cranked to maximum. Boom. The enemy craft froze, then was flung backward and slapped against the carrier's forward shield. The main guns opened up at once, pounding it in a non-stop barrage. Stat 52, Stat 19, Stat 76 system prompts echoed through Li Feng's mind as high-intensity beams swept back and forth. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 Red Wolves were vaporized, and he banked 86,000 attribute points. He poured them evenly into his 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 944,900. Strength, 944,900. Endurance, 944,900. Agility, 944,900. Spirit, 944,900. Abilities, Armor Break 5, Blink 5, Flight 5, Extrasensory 5, Reset 5, Domain 5. The carrier was now barely 200,000 kilometers from the base. Li Feng told the crew to throttle down and ordered 10 heavy cruisers to scatter and maneuver. His extrasensory net already blanketed the entire installation, exposing every high-level Red Wolf hiding behind a cloaking device. The Vanguard commander, Lazajan, was cautious enough not to throw in his full force, keeping reserves at hand. Only a single level 60 Red Wolf had actually reached the vicinity of the base. Berk, get ready to move. Li Feng drew his spirit sword, projected his senses into the flight artifact hovering behind him, and called out to level 62 Berk. With the order received, Bulk shot out of Li Feng's flying treasure at once. Thanks to the clearance already linked to his mothership credentials, his departure triggered no alarms. The operators in the control room had been briefed before the battle and expected elite alien combatants to join, so Bok's appearance caused no stir. Li Feng wasted no time. One hand locked onto Bok's shoulder while the other gripped a sword that gleamed with lethal frost. At the same moment, 2 supreme-grade artifacts on his body roared to life, one masking all perception, the other forming an absolute defense. Layers of pale gold and deep blue light stacked across his skin. Bulk, too, activated a suite of artifacts for defense, speed, and power. Crackling lightning wrapped him like a living thunder god. Move. Li Feng growled. A single thought dragged his teleportation skill to its limit. Space collapsed in his view. They left a fading afterimage and reappeared beside headquarters' flank an instant later. Right then, a level 62 Red Wolf was shattering the building's energy shield, spewing white-hot fire that melted steel beams and alloy walls floor by floor. Li Feng and Bulk materialized behind him without warning. Boom. Bulk showed no mercy. His lightning-etched ursine palm slammed down on the back of a level 60 Red Wolf nearby. The lightning laws wrapped the alien head to toe. Blue-violet arcs crackled like a living grid. The wolf's energy shield flickered once and ruptured. Howling, the level 60 struggled, but the lightning bonds held him fast. Pale arcs sliced like blades, splitting exoskeleton and muscle in agonizing bursts. After barely 3 seconds, the wolf's body detonated, flesh and bone vaporized in the storm. His spirit form bolted free, only to be caught by a web of crackling chains. Swish! Li Feng's sword traced a frigid arc. The blade flashed, and the spirit was severed in two, its smoky essence scattered at once. Ding! You have slain an enemy. Attribute points 610,000. The system prompt thundered through Li Feng's mind. Without pause, he pulled up his status panel and poured the entire 610,000 points evenly into the 5 basic stats. Host, Li Feng. Constitution, 1,067,000. Strength, 1,067,000. Endurance, 1,067,000. Agility, 1,067,000. Spirit, 1,067,000. Abilities, Armor Break LV5, Teleport LV5, Flight LV5, Hypersense LV5, Reset LV5, Domain LV5. Ding! Each base stat has reached 1 million. New ability gained, Benediction. Benediction LV1, Bless a sentient life form, doubling its talent and comprehension. Each level doubles both the number of targets and the effect. Another god-tier skill, Li Feng marveled. It offered little to his personal combat power, but could transform the growth of an entire force. He forced down the excitement, flicked a strand of law power, and pulled the storage artifact from the level 60 Red Wolf's corpse into his palm. His hypersense rippled outward, mapping every detail of the battlefield. Within seconds, the headquarters complex its shield breached had been blasted into a ruin by multiple high-level Red Wolves. At the same time, those Red Wolves that had been charging the base mothership sensed their level 60 kin appear and then vanish in an instant. Terror spiked through them. Their conclusion was immediate. Humanity had fielded a high-tier ally strong enough to bypass all perception. Cloak Simeon also equipped with top-tier masking artifacts. The danger level had just soared. Without hesitation, the Red Wolf elites turned tail and shot off in different directions, streaks of fading afterimages. Only those under level 50, whose senses couldn't reach this side of the fight, continued their frenzied assault on the mothership. Li Feng activated his teleportation ability and, with Balky in tow, materialized behind the fleetest level 58 Red Wolf. Boom! Balky's palm shot out, veins bulging, the air crashing down like a sledgehammer that reduced the wolf's flesh and bone to dust in an instant. Li Feng lunged forward, his sword flashing. With one clean strike, the creature's spirit form was split apart. Ding! Enemy eliminated. Attributes 355,000. With a thought, he distributed the points evenly across his 5 core stats. His total attributes climbed to 1.138 million, and his level broke through to 54. In the very next blink, the pair teleported again, silently appearing behind a level 53 Red Wolf. The target had no time to turn. Balky's palm obliterated its body. Li Feng's sword followed, erasing the spirit as well. Attributes 92,000, total now 1.156 million. Without pausing, Li Feng locked on a third Targeta level 51 Red Wolf. With his current power and the 5-level armor-piercing boost, he could have one-shot it unaided, yet he still let Balky destroy the body, first while he finished off the spirit. If higher-tier aliens investigated later, they'd assume Balky struck the killing blow and have trouble gauging Li Feng's true level. Attributes 52,000, total rising to 1.167 million. Li Feng beckoned, and the fallen wolf's storage artifact turned into a streak of light that flew toward his palm. When it was barely a meter away, disaster struck. A stabbing sense of danger erupted. His hypersense caught a blade-thin flash of cold light shooting from inside the artifact, impossibly fast. In that instant, his consciousness, perception, and all 5 senses were smothered behind a heavy iron curtain. He could no longer project them outward. Balky felt the surrounding space suddenly buckle under an indescribable pressure. He looked up in reflex and found that the Li Feng gripping his arm had vanished. A chill shot down his spine, and his heart pounded as Lord had been abducted right under his nose. Forcing himself to stay calm, he pushed his perception to its limit, sweeping the area for even the faintest clue. At the same time, he pulled out a communication talisman and sent an emergency message to the more powerful butler. Li Feng's awareness was sealed inside his body yet remained clear, and he grasped the problem at once had been careless. The level 51 Red Wolf storage artifact could actually contain living beings. Ordinary storage rings and spatial tools cannot house intelligent life. Only a handful of prodigious high-tier artificers, formation masters, or seal specialists working in concert can refine an interior into a miniature world governed by Tao-level laws, where forces balance and living creatures can come and go. The artifact in question was clearly one of these rare world-type treasures. Completely unpredictable, Li Feng muttered to himself. The attacker wasn't trying to kill him, but to capture him alive. That pointed to a heavyweight in the political or military sphere, someone who knew his real strength and teleportation skill, understood his combat habits, and had detailed information on the power and abilities of the alien second-class citizen guarding him. He had to know the Crimson Wolves would launch an invasion and that the 5th Special Fleet would be dragged into it before the declaration of war ever came. Only then could he set this trap in advance, plant a dark guard inside a level 51 Crimson Wolf Vanguard, and send that warrior into battle carrying the storage artifact. Any one of those facts was classified at the highest level, reserved for the top political and military leaders. Even the patriarchs of interstellar great houses were one tier short of clearance. What now? Battle-hardened Li Feng drew a long breath and forced himself to stay cool. He raced through his options. The only viable path seemed to be a full reset, dump every attribute temporarily into spirit, and hope the surge could rip open the lockdown. "Ma master." A voice echoed from deep within his mind. It was Main. Relief flickered through Li Feng. The Meizu life form hiding in his left arm had gone unnoticed. The enemy's psychic chains had paralyzed his body and senses, but hadn't touched Main at all. He spoke through thought alone. "Impinned inside my own body by powerful psychic restraints. Can you see anything outside?" "Master, an invisible barrier blocks my senses," Main replied. "But through your skin I can make out one fact. You're inside a small, specialized space." Li Feng relaxed a fraction. The attacker hadn't just suppressed him mentally. They'd caged his whole body inside a living storage artifact, perfect for extraction and masking pursuit. With the enemy now absent, his odds improved dramatically. The political military titan who targeted him had planned almost flawlessly, yet shared Li Feng's one blind spot. No one expected a level 51 Crimson Wolf storage treasure to parasitize a host, or imagined Li Feng sheltered Main, whom even high-level aliens couldn't detect. "How strong is the barrier? Could one of your Meizu artifacts break it?" he asked. Main hesitated. "The strongest item my lady bestowed should work, but your body is too tough, and the barrier clamps it tight. If I detonate the artifact beneath your skin, most of the blast will hit you first." "Fine," Li Feng said without pause. "How much must I lower my physical toughness to guarantee a breach?" "Below level 30 will do, but the shock may destroy your left hand, possibly the whole arm." He felt truly at ease. An arm was expendable. After 2 life evolutions, his regeneration was solid so long as his vitals stayed intact. He'd grow it back eventually. After a beat, he rattled off orders. "Contact my lady. Have her find the Ice Tiger clan that handles Butler's comms. Use their artifact to tell Butler. Take my flight treasure, lead the team off the mothership, and hide in a scanner blind spot. Get Jadit's a space loss specialist ready to tear open an exit. Then have Gu Lingxi use her vice commander authority to open a departure channel." "Understood." Main got to work at once. Soon she reported a stable link to Jiang Wanxin and an open line to the Meizu relay. Li Feng steadied himself. He didn't strike yet. Instead, he had Main keep watch, ready to act instantly if anything went wrong. After arranging the pickup, Li Feng pulled up the system interface and activated ability reset. Host, Li Feng. Physique, 0. Strength, 2000. Endurance, 167,000. Agility, 167,000. Spirit, 2,749,000. Power score, 2,749,000. Armor pierce, LV5. Blink, LV5. Flight, LV5. Extrasensory, LV5. Reset, LV5. Domain, LV5. Benediction, LV1. After the reset, his strength and endurance were sharply reduced, and his physique plummeted to the equivalent of level 29, less than 2,000 points. Simultaneously, agility and spirit more than doubled, forcing a complete shift in his fighting style. Elsewhere, Jiang Wanxin had gathered the Mei tribe squad that kept contact with Mei Yin, along with the Ice Tiger operatives responsible for coordinating with Butler, ensuring the information chain remained unbroken. "Master, Butler has left the mothership with your flight artifact," Mei Yin reported through his earpiece. Li Feng stayed silent for half a minute before ordering, "Begin." Mei Yin, now resting against his palm, flattened against his skin, activated the most powerful artifact, and slid quickly down his arm. Boom. The blast rocked him, and a ripping pain tore through his left hand. At the same moment, his extrasensory perception pierced the storage and flight artifacts without resistance. It had only begun to spread when Blink triggered. A heartbeat later, he was tens of thousands of kilometers away, floating in open space. Ignoring the pain, he pushed his extrasensory sense to its limit. The spot he had left was empty, save for a single light ape warrior, roughly level 63, spiraling through space at nearly 400,000 kilometers per second. This light ape possessed mental power far beyond its peers and vaguely sensed his probe. Its outward search snapped back into a straight line toward Li Feng. With only a little more than 200,000 kilometers between them, it would close the gap in an instant. Li Feng withdrew his sense and blinked again, jumping more than 2 million kilometers away. Spreading his perception anew, he reacquired the level 63 light ape at the edge of his range. Instead of a direct probe, he used peripheral and diffuse sensing. The ape's perception was fierce, but it could not penetrate the top-tier cloaking artifact on his body. Deprived of its target, it kept circling. After weighing his options, he chose not to risk a heated encounter, yet refused to relax his watch. If the light ape chose to flee at that speed, he could never overtake it. Therefore, the third, fourth, and fifth blinks came in rapid succession. In less than a second, he jumped 5 times, throwing himself more than 10 million kilometers away before stopping. Maintaining maximum perception, he opened the system again, initiated another reset, and redistributed his attributes evenly to balance his combat potential. Task complete. He accelerated through space while instructing the military AI in his wrist console to display a stellar chart and confirm his exact position. Although the headquarters tower had been destroyed and the sector's military monitoring network was almost paralyzed, that failure affected only the military grid. The civilian communication net remained intact. As long as he stayed within Federation territory, he could still locate himself through the comm signals. Fortunately, the mastermind had been cautious, providing the assailants with neither a transport ship nor a high-level alien adept at spatial laws. Li Feng was only a little over 600 million kilometers from the military base, so he immediately dismissed the idea of having Jia deter open space for a rescue. Butler's flight artifact could reach 10 million kilometers per second, covering that distance in just over a minute, whereas Jia's spatial rift would take several minutes, and thus be slower. Most of the danger was already under control. Li Feng transmitted his coordinates to Jiang Wanxin, but did not tell her to rush Butler over at full speed. Instead, he instructed them to double back to the attack site first. When the level 63 light ape sealed his senses, the energy it released left a signature far stronger than an ordinary flight wake, making it easier to track. Once Tony collected that energy trace, Butler could retrieve him without fail. Li Feng produced a newly acquired top-grade level 50-60 flight artifact and slipped into its cabin. With his current strength, the artifact could haul him at more than 80,000 kilometers per second, only slightly faster than the boost from his own level 5 flight ability, but its built-in sensor shielding complemented the concealment treasure he already wore, greatly improving his safety. To prevent the light apes from predicting his route, he steered away from the base and kept accelerating. After confirming that both his personal perception shield and the artifact's defenses were intact, he finally glanced down at his left hand. The entire palm had been shredded by the blast. The Special Operations Bureau's press office praised him daily as humanity's vanguard, portraying him as a man who suffers minor wounds every day, major wounds every 3, yet the true threat came from within. When he returned triumphant from the Wind Rodent front, collusion between powerful officials and high-tier aliens had already crippled his body. Now the prophecy had become reality. One hand had been smashed for real, absurd, and ironic. Fortunately, his regenerative ability was formidable, and fresh tissue was already sprouting at the severed wrist. Li Feng linked the AI in his military wristwatch to Mothership No. 5's mainframe and pulled up the latest scans. Gu Lingxi had reacted instantly. As soon as he said open a channel, she sensed trouble, reached the control room, ordered the ship to leave the base, pushed its engines to maximum, and prepared for an immediate jump. Li Feng replied that most of the danger had passed, but still told her to remain on combat alert as a final safeguard. 3 or 4 minutes slipped by. His extrasensory perception detected no sign of the light apes, and he could not tell whether they were still searching or had already fled. By now Tony should have finished collecting the energy trace. Li Feng verified his position once more, sent the coordinates to Jiang Wanxin, and asked her to forward them to Butler. Roughly a minute later, Butler's flying craft appeared at the edge of Li Feng's sensory range. The moment its cloaking array dropped, a plume of exhaust split the sky as Butler bore down with 6 second-class aliens and a slave Jad. The hatch slid open, and Li Feng vaulted inside. When they saw the empty space where Li Feng's left arm had been nothing left but a charred stump, Butler and the others felt their hearts seize. They dropped to their knees, heads bowed. The ambush was laid too cleverly to guard against, Li Feng said. The blame lies with my own carelessness, not with any of you. He motioned for them to rise. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. They got to their feet, still trembling, when Li Feng continued. This incident has reminded me of one thing. I intend to sign a 3-year allegiance contract with all of you. Any objections? None, my lord. Butler and the 6 aliens answered at once, and Jad bowed his assent as well. Li Feng nodded, but an inner chill remained. The chain of attacks had taught him how lonely the heights could be. He was sure the mastermind sat somewhere within the political military bloc, but whether the move was rogue or coordinated he could not tell, nor did he know how deeply his own ranks had been penetrated. For now, the Special Operations Bureau's leadership was in a honeymoon phase with him, until the Bureau was upgraded to a full department. Keeping him alive and adding to his battlefield records served their interests. Yet if a political heavyweight offered the right price, coaxing a few of them to switch sides would be easy. Zhuang Feiyu, heir to one of Parliament's top factions, was riding the same wind he was. Without Li Feng, the strongest human alive, Zhuang could never steamroll the Red Wolf clan, even with all the secrets he held. In theory, Zhuang had no reason to join the ambush, but at their level, hiding one's hand was effortless. Even those closest to him were suspect. The only person he trusted without reservation was Jiang Wanxin. Gu Lingxi, who had fought beside him many times, counted for half a person more. Therefore, After arranging his own escape, he had Mei Yin inform Jiang Wanxin in secret. Jiang then dispatched Butler's team, ordering them to blast their way out at the first sign of trouble. Li Feng waited until Butler's craft had cleared the mothership, then held on for another 30 seconds before moving just to see whether Butler's group had been bought. The outcome was acceptable. The attackers showed no unexpected reaction, meaning Butler's side had leaked nothing. Even so, Li Feng would add a contract as another layer of insurance. But my lord, Butler asked carefully, shall we pursue the attackers? Of course we will, Li Feng said without hesitation. Tony, lock in their coordinates. A remote feed shimmered to life. Tony brought up the signal at once. Coordinates set. Target, level 63 Light Ape Clan. A level 63 Light Ape was well within Butler's ability to subdue or kill. Li Feng stared at the readout, eyes cold as ice. The mastermind was keeping remarkably calm, knowing that the more forces he moved, the easier he'd be traced, had arranged no extraction at all. With his extrasensory perception and the diverse skills of their second-tier alien auxiliaries, the odds of locating the level 63 Light Ape were excellent. Tony immediately produced a gray-brown, feather-shaped tracking talisman and released the Light Ape Clan's energy signature he had stored earlier. With a low shout, the power of the laws inside him burst forth like a broken dam and poured into the feather, which hummed and spun into a high-speed gyroscope. The feather whirled madly, refusing to slow no matter how much energy and law force Tony fed into it. Watching silently, Li Feng quickly concluded that the target must be carrying a top-grade artifact that masked tracking. Otherwise, with Tony only 7 levels lower and so close, he should at least be able to lock onto its general direction. Minutes passed. Veins bulged on Tony's forehead as his energy bottomed out. Gritting his teeth, he forced his remaining spiritual power and a drop of heart's blood into the feather. As the essence blood fused, the feather finally began to slow. With a sharp hiss, it swung toward the distant sky, its tail trembling target distance, somewhere between 1.2 and 1.3 billion kilometers. Tony's aura collapsed, and he dropped to one knee. The drained energy could be restored with spirit stones in a few days, but that drop of essence blood had cut into his overall strength. His level remained intact, yet full recovery would take decades, perhaps a century. Heading confirmed pursue at once. Butler manned the flying vessel, swung the bow around, and raced away along the course the feather indicated. Get some rest. Li Feng patted Tony's shoulder without further ceremony. He understood the value of essence blood, and he knew Tony had paid this price because he trusted Li Feng would never shortchange his own men. That trust was exactly why Tony had been willing to burn his trump card to track the level 63 Light Ape. Reputation and character were more convincing than any empty promise. The boundless night sky flashed past as Butler's flying craft streaked across it like a meteor. Li Feng pushed both perception and extrasensory sense to their limits, mental energy surging outward, yet he still could not pin down his quarry. Butler's vessel was covering more than 10 million kilometers every second, dozens of times faster than light. Even after resetting his stats and pouring everything into agility and spirit, Li Feng's extrasensory reach was barely a little over 1,000,000 kilometers, forcing him to scan an enormous volume in a single heartbeat. 1 minute later, they reached the sector Tony had anchored with his blood essence. Butler never eased off, carving a spiral through space that kept widening the search pattern. If the level 63 Light Ape had been sitting still, the trio would have found it quickly, but their target was just as adept at extreme speed. 1 minute, 2, 3 as the search radius ballooned, the odds of success plummeted. After more than 10 minutes, Li Feng was ready to call it off until a faint blur touched the edge of his perception. Butler, slow down and back to that last zone, Li Feng ordered in a low voice. The craft swung around sharply, and seconds later a tower-shaped shuttle that masked all detection slid into his extrasensory field. Li Feng motioned for a distant tail, then sent gossamer threads of mind inside, glimpsing the interior from the corner of his eye. Confirming the level 63 Light Ape was hiding within, he opted for caution. Balky had said he lost the attacker almost instantly, proof the ape likely possessed a teleport ability or a tool that mimicked one. Li Feng reset his stats again, spreading them evenly. With a thought, his domain unfolded, an invisible 50-kilometer barrier snapping into place. Boom. Inside the shuttle, the Light Ape suddenly lost all sensory input and its heart lurched. An instant later, the tower rammed the barrier, detonating with a deafening roar. Get ready, protect me. He might blink out, Li Feng said. With only his right arm left, he could cling to Butler, but couldn't bring Balky along. Understood, Butler answered in a grave tone. Li Feng triggered a defensive artifact and once more fixed the ape's coordinates by peripheral vision. Space folded. In a blink, he and Butler materialized on the shuttle's top deck, right behind their prey. Butler was already primed. His jaws yawned wide and a blast of absolute zero swept the room, freezing everything within dozens of meters into solid ice. Frost coated Li Feng as well, but only on the surface. The chill never pierced his body. In such tight quarters, the Light Ape, no matter how fast, had no hope of teleporting away for a counterstrike. Nothing unexpected happened. At level 73, Butler's reflexes, strike speed, and ability activation left the level 63 light ape clansman utterly outmatched. A blast of cold erupted, freezing the 3-meter giant solid before it could even retreat, let alone strike back at Li Feng. Shatter the body, seal the soul, and collect the loot, Li Feng ordered tersely. Burned once before, he now scanned every target's storage artifact with hypersense before an attack, and refused to touch spoils himself whenever possible. Power overflowed inside Butler as a torrent of frost surged down his arm into the light ape's statue-like frame. Cracks spread in the clear ice. Within seconds, the steel-hard body burst apart, ice shards and flesh exploding together. The freed spirit barely emerged before the biting chill bound it again, suspending it midair. The cold never paused. Butler drove the frost deep into the spirit, thin blades of light slicing away its energy. Only when the level 63 soul was reduced to a single flicker and lay unconscious did he ease off, holding it fast in ice. He swept every storage treasure clean, stowed the ownerless pagoda in his ring, then returned to the flying vessel with Li Feng and the frozen captive. Stephen, a level 57 specialist in mental control, stepped forward unbidden. His mind force, a weave of light-thin strands, bored into the fading spirit. Even as a remnant, the sleeper agent fought hard. Veins bulged on Stephen's brow, sweat beading. Until after more than 10 minutes, he exhaled sharply and ripped a dim mist of memories free, sealing it inside the prepared crystal orb. Task complete. The memories are ready for your review, he said respectfully, presenting the orb to Li Feng. Good work. Li Feng nodded and drew his spirit sword. One flash of cold light split the level 63 spirit in two. Ding. You have slain an enemy and gained 1.215 million attribute points. The system prompt rang in Li Feng's mind. Instantly, the dull pain in his left hand vanished, and his mood lifted. He sheathed the sword, took the crystal orb, and plunged his consciousness inside. Memories surged like a tsunami. An ordinary mind would have shattered, yet Li Feng's iron will held firm as he skimmed them at speed. In less than 20 minutes, the entire archive was laid out in his head. As expected, the level 63 light ape was a rigorously conditioned sleeper assassin. Everything before level 16 had been erased, and afterward only routine cultivation and trivial snippets remained. Across 5 or 6 millennia of life, 99% of the record was training and ability drills. Any fragments of daily life had been stripped of dates and locations, and even those trivial snapshots carried no clues that could be traced. The attack and the capture had been carried out almost mechanically. Although he still remembered every detail, he had followed nothing but the instructions that came through the comm talisman. Li Feng's deduction proved correct. Half a month earlier, barely after the level 63 light ape had gone on leave and the 5th Special Operations Fleet had been announced, was ordered to infiltrate Red Wolf territory. The mission was clear: ambush a level 51 Red Wolf elite and force him to sign a life and death pact. After sealing the pact, he hid inside the Red Wolf powerhouse with a storage artifact capable of passing in and out of living bodies. From that point on, he could sit back. His host was drafted into the Red Wolf army and assigned to the vanguard, while the Light Ape clan lay low, waiting for the next set of orders. Eventually, the perfect opportunity flagged and the orders arrived, and the scheme advanced like pieces on a chessboard. The level 63 Light Ape was merely one, albeit critical, piece with scant knowledge of the larger game. The mastermind concealed himself so thoroughly that not even the tiniest hint slipped out. The final command contained just one line. Once the job was done, take Li Feng into another major race's territory, keep moving through the stars, and await further orders. Li Feng slipped the crystal sphere into his storage ring. At first glance, it revealed nothing, but once Jiang Wanxin had it, Yangon Group's top analysts might still find a clue or two. The Light Ape clan belonged to the Human Federation, a mid-tier race, and a level 63 talent ranked among the finest prodigies humanity could produce. This one had been turned at level 16, which had to have left a trail. Once Charmvale's intelligence network expanded, Meizu agents could infiltrate the Light Ape clan and weave a full-scale net of information. There was another thread worth following. This level 63 Light Ape had been molded into a death soldier several thousand years ago, far longer than any human lifespan, so the assignment must have changed hands several times. Wait right here. He muttered the words, issuing a command at the same time. Li Feng didn't hurry back. Instead, he contacted Jiang Wanxin and asked her to dispatch Yangon 1 for pick up the crystal sphere and that special storage artifact. Both had to go home. If the body entry artifact could be refitted to open on remote sensing, he could keep Butler and the other second-class aliens with him at all times, ready for sudden deployment. Ending the call, he reopened the system interface. He burned 100,000 attribute points to push teleport from level 5 to level 6, doubling its daily uses from 16 to 32. Then he spent 11,110 points to raise his new blessing skill from level 1 to level 5. Now he could bless 16 targets, boosting both their physique and comprehension from 1-fold to 16-fold, accelerating their cultivation and law insights 16 times over. The remaining points were distributed evenly among his 5 core stats. Host, Li Feng. Remaining attribute points, 0. Physique, 1,388,000. Strength, 1,388,000. Endurance, 1,388,000. Agility, 1,388,000. Spirit, 1,388,000. Abilities, Armor Break 5, Teleport 6, Flight 5, Hypersense 5, Reset 5, Domain 5, Blessing 5. Another 160,000 or so points, and his overall rating would break through to level 55. A little over 10 minutes later, Yangon 1 reached the designated sector. Li Feng had Butler pilot the flying artifact over to Rendezvous and sent Balk along with the crystal sphere and the storage artifact. Only after Yangon 1's engines finished warming up did he signal Butler to return to the military base. In Sector A of the Human Federation, a small island floats in the starry void, its exact coordinates known to no one. Spiritual energy so dense it seems almost solid churns above the isle, while layer upon layer of superclass wards form a transparent barrier that severs it completely from the outside world. Neither Skynet's highest-level scan nor point-blank reconnaissance by top-tier alien scouts can detect the slightest trace of the island. Within this hidden paradise, trees flourish, birds sing, and rare beasts roam at leisure as though in a celestial garden. Most striking is the colossal tower at its center, forged from exotic materials and etched with laws of power. Time inside flows 3 times faster than outside, so 3 days within equal 1 day beyond. On the tower's top floor, the hatch of a silver-white regeneration pod slides open. Saxon, Speaker of the Parliament and one of its 9 titans, reads the prompt "Cellular renewal complete" and rises slowly from his seat. Several high-rank aliens with unique abilities converge, channeling multicolored streams of energy into his body. Searing currents race through his meridians, tempering both flesh and soul. Master, the Light Ape Suicide Squad has failed. The soft report reaches his ear. Saxon's brow twitches, then smooths. 10 minutes later the infusion ends. He stretches an arm, his sleeves billowing, vitality surging through him in eerie contrast to his pallid hair and deeply lined face. He saunters into his office and orders quietly, "Erase every trace of the dead man." "Understood," comes the whisper-thin reply. "My own scheme, and it still failed." Leaning back into the massive chair, Saxon closes his eyes and savors a defeat he has not tasted in years. The unfamiliar sensation lifts the corners of his mouth. The long silent lake of his heart stirs, bringing an almost intoxicating pleasure. After a long pause, he composes himself and pulls up the latest intelligence brief. The dossier states that Li Feng, though neither cultivator nor esper, has somehow shattered convention, broken the level 50 barrier in short order, completed a second life evolution, and multiplied his lifespan dozens of times. Such a method is irresistibly tempting to Saxon. Even so, he feels no urgency. With his current rank and the resources at his disposal, he already possesses more life extension options than the upper echelon can fathom. One failed attempt simply means laying a second, a third, a fourth. He has ample time and room for error until he reaches his goal. The crucial condition is that his identity remain hidden. The Human Federation is not his alone. 8 peers of equal standing surround him, and beneath them swarm countless others eager to seize power. Besides, Li Feng is no easy mark. Shattering common limits, breaching level 50, and becoming humanity's strongest warrior have only added another blinding halo to his name. Most importantly, he has managed to bind the entire Special Operations Bureau and the interests of all its senior officials to himself, turning the whole agency into a force he can deploy at will, and the bond is unbreakable. Judging from every sign, Li Feng's true aim is to seize military command of the Special Operations Fleet. Even if the Bureau is later upgraded to a department, the troops under his control will still tether the department's interests to him. On that basis alone, rank notwithstanding, he has already secured a foothold on the razor-thin upper tier of the social pyramid. His volatile, domineering temper killing at the slightest provocation actually leaves him plenty of room to rise within the military. Senators and interstellar dynasties perched at the summit may appear untouchable, yet none of them wants to cross a madman who could turn on them without warning. Even Saxon, at the very tip of the pyramid, dares not reveal his identity lightly and can only advance step by step. Near the zone border, close to a military base, Li Feng switched back to his personal craft. Skimming high over a barren, desert-like expanse, he led the group in a wide arc toward Carrier 5. The moment the bridge's electromagnetic doors sealed, the recovery bay lit up with a stark white glare. Li Feng strode into the captain's cabin, shut the door, and tipped his chair back slightly. He raised his wrist, tapped his military watch, and requested a link to Zhuang Feiyu. Half a second later a hologram took shape, a man in uniform, calm and steady. I was just ambushed, Li Feng said, fingers interlaced as he lounged in the chair, staring at Zhuang Feiyu without emotion. You haven't sent me an updated ops plan, Zhuang Feiyu cut straight to the point. Carrier 5 also left the base without orders. I figured it was tied to the attack on you. Are you wondering if I was involved? He raised an eyebrow and continued. You know that profits mean nothing when set against even greater profits. But with how tightly our interests are bound, it's hard to imagine a payoff big enough to make me stab you in the back. Li Feng stayed silent, signaling for him to go on. Zhuang Feiyu sighed and shifted gears. Fine. He'll try to give you an answer. But be prepared at your clearance level. Only a handful at the very top could set up a kill box on a battlefield. I may find nothing at all. You also have to understand, the list of people who want you dead could fill a habitable planet. Plenty of them are capable of driving a knife home the moment you drop your guard. Rather than patch holes afterward, you should treat anyone with that capability as a potential threat from the start. Frankly, I've always worried you might strike a deal with one of my faction's rivals or even our enemies and then turn around and gut me. But suspicion is one thing. Business is business. Even mortal enemies can join forces when the payoff is this big. Li Feng cocked his head with interest. I say one sentence and you answer with a dozen? With your status, shouldn't you think I have no right to question you, let alone demand explanations? Zhuang Feiyu gave a helpless smile. You're too unpredictable. You've broken the unwritten rules of high-level politics more than once. Consequences be damned. We're hardly friends. I worry that one day you'll decide you've had enough of me and take my head off. Li Feng had nothing more to say and ended the call with brusque finality. Next, he called Zhao Yushan, chief of staff to the director of the Special Operations Bureau, and told him about the attack. Zhao sounded polite, yet deliberately distant. Li Feng never expected the Bureau to uncover the culprit right away. He merely planted the hint that you might be suspects too, so he would have extra leverage when he demanded preferential treatment in the future. After hanging up, he drew 7 contract scrolls from his storage ring. Obscure runes on the parchment shimmered with a cold blue light under the lamp. Channeling his perception and a thread of law power into them, he drafted the clauses stroke by stroke. Maine and Giada, who excelled at spatial laws, had already signed a far stricter life and death pact, so these scrolls were for the remaining 7 second-class citizens only. In less than 15 minutes, 7 3-year loyalty contracts were complete. Butler and the other 6 non-human second-class citizens, long familiar with Li Feng's uncompromising style, barely hesitated before pricking their fingertips and letting blood infused with energy drip onto the scrolls. As each drop landed, runes spread rapidly and the parchment emitted a faint hum, signaling that the contracts were now in force. Only then did Li Feng fully relax. A loyalty contract wasn't as absolute as a slave chip or a life and death pact, but if Butler's group ever wavered, he would sense the slightest disturbance at once. Go next door and rest, he told them with a wave, then turned to another intelligence file, the Red Wolf Vanguard. So far the two sides had fought a single engagement with mixed results. The Red Wolf Vanguard had suffered far heavier losses. One level 60 powerhouse, several elites above level 50, and more than 100 combatants above level 40. On the Federation side, most high-level fighters were intact, but the headquarters building was obliterated and the monitoring network for the entire star sector collapsed with it. During the emergency withdrawal of logistics and operations staff to the base mothership, the vessel's energy shield held, yet a sizable force of low and mid-tier Red Wolves slipped through, breached the docking bay shield, and caused tens of thousands of casualties. Without the sector-wide sensor array, the Red Wolf commander would not act rashly. If he had a high-level warding specialist to shield their ships from tracking, he would keep the battle-tested troops inside the Vanguard. Without that option, he would likely order them to stay well away from the main force to avoid being tailed or even use them as bait, laying a trap to lure Federation warships. After weighing his options, Li Feng sent Zhuang Feiyu a probing message, asking whether she had the Vanguard's whereabouts. Her quick reply was negative. The result matched his expectations. Zhuang Feiyu's top-secret source reached only the upper echelons of the main Red Wolf army, and that insider was almost certainly not in the Vanguard. If a high-level mole truly existed, the Vanguard commander would have to report his movements and battle plans to headquarters, and that intel should have surfaced as well. Since it hadn't, either the High Command had no mole, or the information chain had been deliberately severed. He said most likely because another possibility remained. The Vanguard commander enjoyed extremely broad autonomy, free to act and plan without seeking approval, making decisions on the fly to suit the situation. Ever since he joined the Special Operations Fleet and took command of the No. 4 heavy warship, his close relationship with Fleet Commander Mark had granted him unusually broad authority on every mission. From that point on, any ad hoc battle plan could bypass the usual layers of approval and be executed immediately by him. After weighing the situation, he chose to go on the offensive, using the Chilang clan units that had attacked the base and then withdrawn as his breakthrough point. Otherwise, if the Vanguard's exact coordinates couldn't be pinned down, they would be forced to wait passively for the enemy to strike another inhabited planet before responding. He therefore contacted Zhuang Feiyu at once. asking him to dispatch support drones carrying the pre-filtered energy signatures suitable for tracking. By the time the signatures arrived, Tony was still replenishing his strength, so he divided the data in two. Half was loaded into the mothership's onboard tracker, and the other half was given to the tracking specialists for analysis and practice. The new mothership's tracking system incorporated features of a pursuit artifact, dramatically boosting its performance. By Li Feng's estimate, its detection results were now almost on par with Tony's. Under a higher-level operator, it might even surpass him. The division of labor remained clear. Li Feng would inform Zhuang Feiyu of his decision. Once Zhuang, as commander of the vanguard, issued a pursuit order to the Fifth Fleet, Li Feng would follow up with internal instructions as ship's captain. The number 5 mothership immediately engaged its space jump system and leapt toward the designated sector roughly 5 to 600 million kilometers away. The crew were already aware that second-class aliens were being held aboard, so their morale stayed steady. Without needing to teleport, Li Feng swept the surroundings with extrasensory perception, confirmed the area was secure, and ordered the departure hatch to open. He then transferred to Butler's flight artifact, left the ship ahead of the others, and shot toward the target starfield. Butler's craft could reach extreme speeds of tens of millions of kilometers per second, enough to carry him across vast stretches of space in a short time. A distance of 5 or 600 million kilometers was nothing. Found it. In barely 2 minutes. Butler used his sweeping sensory range to pinpoint the target hidden in a meteorite field. He guided his flying artifact in, but the energy shield was as solid as a wall. No matter how sharp his perception, he could only lock onto the coordinates, not see through it. Once he drew closer, the Crimson Wolf vessel finally slipped into Li Feng's extrasensory reach. So they really are using this energy-leaking Crimson Wolf group as bait, Li Feng thought. His supersense pierced the shield, giving him a complete scan of the treasure ship. 12 Crimson Wolves above level 40 and more than 5,000 below, not a single emission. More alarming were several hollowed-out asteroids stuffed with high-grade warding materials. Micro-seals on the outer layer masked them from detection. Without a close inspection, even a monster like Butler would have missed them. The purpose was obvious. Lay a massive restriction array, wait for the pursuing fleet to arrive, rip open space to summon reinforcements, then activate the formation to trap the entire task force and spring an ambush. After several minutes of silent observation, Li Feng grew ever more certain of his conclusion. On its preset course, the Crimson Wolf ship pivoted at the edge of the material ring and drifted lazily to the far side. The dispersion zone stretched over 10,000 kilometers. The Vanguard commander's design was clear. Use this conspicuous crew as bait, report as soon as they locked onto a pursuer, bring in high-level specialists through spatial rifts to activate the array, and decide whether to annihilate the enemy based on how many ships were snared. Done properly, the Crimson Wolves might even wipe out the entire pursuit squadron. Mind racing, Li Feng keyed a series of battle plans into his military wrist unit and transmitted them to Zhuang Feiyu, who began assigning tasks at once. 500 million kilometers away, the deck of Mothership 5 slid open. A small recon craft shot from its belly, engines roaring as it accelerated toward the target sector. The mothership itself got underway once its drives warmed up, but never pushed to maximum speed, maintaining deliberate maneuverability. 30 minutes later, the recon craft reached the meteorite belt, locked onto the Crimson Wolf vessel, and relayed the coordinates. Under fresh orders, it opened a long-range probing attack. The vessel's master, a level 46 Crimson Wolf, brushed off the harassment, deftly maneuvering to evade while edging closer to the scout. The recon craft immediately throttled to top speed, and its near lightspeed capability let it exit the combat zone in a flash. Seeing pursuit was pointless, the level 46 Crimson Wolf held fire, uploaded the skirmish log, and continued prowling inside the material ring, keeping the bait primed. Meanwhile, the Fifth Fleet advanced steadily at the planned speed. Back at the forward base, 10 heavy warships stood guard. Battleships 1 and 2 had already begun to accelerate. They activated the jump drive and emerged roughly 10 million kilometers from the Red Wolf clan's flying treasure. After a 10-minute warm-up, the 2 heavy warships thundered forward, accelerating straight toward their target. Their silver-gray hulls raced side by side like twin stars, carving 2 bright streaks through the void. 2 heavy warships detected. Sirens blared inside the treasure craft, yet the level 46 Red Wolf commander's eyes gleamed with delight. Proceed as planned. Evacuate everyone. He was the first to charge out of the cabin, wrapping himself in a top-grade artifact that masked all sigils of power. In the dim starlight, his form flickered between real and illusory. At once he used a communicator to beam the report to the Vanguard commander, Lazajan. The rest of the Red Wolves followed, but only 2 fighters above level 40 carried similar cloaking artifacts. The others were left fully exposed to the scanners of the approaching warships. The main guns locked on. Using sheer speed and specialized munitions, the warships began hunting down those Red Wolves who dared not fly too far. Under Li Feng's preset orders, No mechs or boarding parties were launched. These energy-leaking Red Wolves were bait tossed out by Lazajan, and the 2 heavy warships were bait Li Feng had tossed in return. Only 2 heavy warships? Perfect. The report snapped Lazajan to attention. To him it looked as though the prey had delivered itself. Execute the highest level strike plan. Move. The Red Wolves' standard tactic against human Federation ships was to create a fleeting moment of overwhelming force. A level 50 to smash a light frigate, a level 60 to shatter a cruiser, a level 70 to take a battleship or carrier. With that kind of rank disparity, the enemy was almost certain to fall. Without it, the humans' high power, high defense hulls could grind down even the largest Red Wolf force. Within the vanguard, only Lazajan at level 66 and Lukafu at level 61 could pierce a battleship's shields Hedon, and neither could breach them quickly. A frontal assault, therefore, was far from ideal. Drag the fight out and reinforcements would arrive, perhaps even high-level aliens. An ambush, though, was a different matter. Lazajan's cold smile returned. If that human carrier really rushed in, he would see to it that none of them came back. The earlier raid on the military base still burned in his mind. To draw attention, he had positioned 3 high-level Red Wolves versed in spatial law to rip openings around the human defenses, then let Lu Kafu slice a fissure across 2 light years and strike the base's core in an instant. The mission succeeded. The headquarters tower lay in ruins, and the entire Star Region's surveillance net was paralyzed, but the Vanguard lost 1 level 62 fighter, several above level 50, and a host of level 40 warriors. That toll went far beyond Lazajan's estimates. In his view, it was nothing short of disastrous. In his view, everything could be traced back to one mistake: underestimating the human Federation's resolve. When the Federation launched a massive offensive against the Fengshu clan, no high-level alien auxiliaries joined the fighting. Yet when a mere outpost of the small Red Wolf clan was attacked, the Federation allowed such elites to deploy. To him, that made no sense at all, and felt like being blamed for a crime he never had a chance to prevent. Determined to change tactics, he poured in a fortune and spent months preparing a large-scale illusion array on the chosen battlefield. The moment it activated, the 2 trapped capital ships would lose their navigational coordinates and blunder about like headless flies. Any reinforcements would stumble into the same dead end. Even if the new carrier and the orbital fortress arrived with a full contingent of alien auxiliaries, they could only watch from the sidelines. The array was pure illusion, not defense. It couldn't be broken from the inside or smashed from the outside, and only a master of such magic could unravel it layer by layer. By the time the carrier's own specialists reached the scene, the 2 trapped warships would already be scrapped, their crews slaughtered. If those giant ships tried to force their way out before cracking the array, all the better could call for the main army and turn a simple ambush into a decisive victory. Look F, a level 61 Red Wolf adept in spatial laws, advanced with lightning speed. Surging energy tore rifts through the void, and a gap nearly 20 meters wide opened in just a minute or two, shortening the straight-line distance of several trillion kilometers to only 120 million. The margin of error was negligible. A level 57 Red Wolf, also skilled in arrays, emerged first aboard a flying artifact. He activated its sensor shielding mode, and, with a team of array specialists in tow, raced toward the trap at a blistering 120,000 kilometers per second. Raskin did not follow immediately. While directing the rest of the force through the rift, he constantly checked in with every Red Wolf above level 40 already inside the trap zone, stressing the need to buy time and ordering them to hold the 2 capital ships at all costs. Within the asteroid field, more than half of the 5,000 Red Wolf warriors had already been wiped out by shipborne artillery. Even the elites above level 40 struggled against the warship's specialized weapon systems. A level 46 Red Wolf gritted his teeth and, with 2 equally equipped level 40 comrades, launched a long-range harassment attack. They knew such strikes would barely dent the ship's massive energy reserves, but their job was to keep the targets occupied. The captains and crew's humans around level 30 responded with razor-sharp tactics. Even without visual contact, they triangulated the Red Wolf's positions through radar and AI support. After only a few salvos, the warships closed the distance, using superior fire control to drive the attackers back or kill them outright. Casualty numbers in the asteroid belt kept climbing, and the Red Wolf clan's ranks were thinning fast. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.